Chapter 1001, Taking Control of Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Time passed quickly, a month went by. In Southern Border, be it the Gu Immortal world or the Mortal world, their focus was all on one place. This place was Etion Mountain. Under the influence of Gu Immortals adding fuel to the fire, countless righteous path and demonic path Gu masters set off to join the two sides. The seventh righteous and demonic fight had concluded. The demonic path members schemed and cut off the righteous path's supply lines. At the moment of crisis, Shang clan leader Shang Yan Fei personally arrived with his forces, and used gourmet food box Gu, providing a feast for the army, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, the clan leaders of Southern Border's super forces like Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan and Xia clan also showed themselves, joining the battlefield. In this battlefield, rank 3 Gu masters were all cannon fodder, the normally uncommon rank 4 Gu masters were everywhere, and rank 5 Gu masters were the most important battle power. Life and death blessed land. Spectral soul demon Venerable's dream realm had completely dissipated. Light in the 7 colors of the rainbow shined brightly, turning into a cocoon. Crack. Some cracking sounds came from the cocoon of light. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the cocoon. Old man Yan sure had a tired and haggard face, but his gaze showed that he was extremely overjoyed. As he watched with expectations, the cocoon of light finally exploded, as a young man appeared in front of old man Yanshur, completely naked and bare. He floated in the air, his eyes were shut, as if he was sleeping. Old man Yanshur quickly moved forward, using his hands to caress the young man's body, from his thigh to his chest, and then to his face. Old man Yanshur could barely hold in his excitement, his fingers that were touching the face were shaking. He muttered, "Success. I actually succeeded. I replicated Renzu's methods and used a dream realm to create a completely new extreme physique. This is a historical moment. Ha ha ha." Old man Yanshur laughed loudly for a while, before stopping. "You were born from a dream realm, created from nothingness. Since I used the rule path become real immortal Gu, I will name this, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique. Saying this, old man Yanshur moved his hand and took out a lump of soul. This lump of soul was dark like ink, it immediately flew into the body with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique. Old man Yanshur waited for a moment, but he saw no movement from the body, his frown was getting deeper. What's going on? Why is he not waking up? This shouldn't be the case? He quickly inspected. A moment later, he sighed. It seems that this body with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique is truly flawed. The dream path Dao marks are very high in quantity, they gained a type of power in the body. Any soul that enters it will fall asleep and lose their memories continuously. What should I do? Old man Yanshur paced around, feeling anxious. The lifespan of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body has already started to decrease. Time is limited, I cannot do any detailed research now to solve this problem. What should I do? After a long time, the body with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique slowly opened his mouth, finally awakening. He was childlike and unlearned, looking at old man Yanshur, then looking around the place. His eyes were wide open and showed a naive expression. Old man Yanshur felt some regret. He tried all sorts of ways and finally awakened the soul within the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, solving the problem of the sleeping soul. But almost all the memories in the soul were lost. But it doesn't matter. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique is a consumable rank 9 battle strength. He is the greatest trump card to defend our core. As long as our plan succeeds, so what if the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique has a flaw? Thinking of this, old man Yanshur smiled as he sized him up with his black eyes, his tone hardly concealing his happiness. Good, good, good. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, you are the greatest accomplishment of my dream path research. Many of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were robbed and his battle strength has fallen. You will replace him, becoming our greatest strength in suppressing the situation. Who are you, who am I? Ying Wuxia curiously asked. I am you, and you are me. I am old man Yanshur, and you shall be called Ying Wuxia. Old man Yanshur chuckled. He then lightly waved his arm. Countless thoughts were transferred into Ying Wuxia's mind. Ying Wuxia felt a wave of information entering his mind. Old man Yanshi said, remember, you only have 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Time is limited, I can only impart an immortal killer move to you. Although it doesn't have any killing power, it is the pinnacle of dream path achievement currently in the 5 regions, at the forefront of this era. Even those heavenly court Gu Immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, when you have the skill, you can eat your fill. Learn it properly. When you become a Gu Immortal, I will give you a complete set of Gu worms for you to speed up your practice at that time. Southern border, Etian Mountain. Fang Yuan, who was recuperating on his bed, shook as he opened his eyes suddenly. In his eyes, joy flashed across slightly before they went back to being emotionless. Around him, there were many injured members lying down and talking. Some healing Gu masters were moving the injured members around, some were healing, while others were checking if injuries of patients were becoming worse. The air was filled with a bloody smell, it lingered in the nose and did not fade. After the 7th righteous demonic battle, Etian village's medical ward was full of injured people. Right now, both sides were recuperating, healing from their losses and regaining their strength. Thus, the number of members in the medical ward was decreasing. Most of them were healed and left. Some could not be treated and died here. People were happy to live and hated to die. This medical ward became a place avoided by the demonic path Gu masters. But Fang Yuan did not mind it. He pretended to be wounded and severely injured. Familiar face could deceive rank 8 Gu Immortals, not to mention these mortal Gu masters on Etian Mountain. Fang Yuan found that this was the place which was most suitable to refine the immortal Gu house's battle will. Only here could he lay back, openly and calmly refining battle will almost unceasingly. Even though there were many people moving around, none of them could threaten a Gu Immortal like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's strategy finally paid off earlier. After spending so much time, I have finally finished converting Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage's battle will. Now, I have to get rid of the other Gu Immortal's battle will and become its owner. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, he did not hesitate, he took action immediately. Inside the immortal Gu house, his battle will whipped up a storm, engulfing other battle wills easily. The battle wills of these southern border Gu Immortals were all operating independently and caught unprepared, they could not react before they were all wiped out by Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan caused a huge commotion. The southern border Gu Immortals were furious and shocked, some screamed while others flew out, some were staring blankly from disbelief. They communicated and realized that someone did not participate in the gambling contest. They secretly refined battle will and fooled all of the southern border Gu Immortals. The southern border Gu Immortals felt immense anger and hatred, a sea would not be able to douse their fury. All of their hard work had been for nothing. They had been scheming against others, but now, it was all like a joke. Who is it? You dared to toy with us. Find them and kill them. They have openly challenged our southern border Gu Immortal world. Not only will I kill them, I will tear their skin and pull out their tendons, I will extract their soul and torture them for 1,000 years. The southern border Gu Immortals had surging auras as they encircled Etian Mountain. They could no longer bother with hiding their traces, countless auras burst into the sky, engulfing the entirety of Etian Mountain. The righteous and demonic path Gu masters were stunned. What is going on? Immortals, are they immortals? Such strong auras, they must be the legendary Gu Immortals. To think that I could have an opportunity to meet them in my life. So many immortals, is this the plot of the righteous, demonic, path? The two factions of Gu masters fell into chaos, a commotion ensued in their corresponding groups. It is useless, this is the forbidden zone, none of you have the immortal aperture sealing method, how can you come in? Fang Yuan snickered in his mind. But on the surface, he showed a fearful expression, similar to everyone around him. This was a crucial moment, Fang Yuan would, of course, not be careless. The forbidden zone could prevent Gu Immortals from entering, but it only targeted the immortal aperture, not their immortal Gu. This meant that Gu Immortals could attack Etian Mountain from afar. Who is it? Come out. You have the guts to steal from us, but no guts to admit it? The Gu Immortals were furious and anxious, they screamed like the rumbling of thunder, shaking the world. Even Etion Mountain was shaking under their voices, not to mention the mortal Gu Masters. Including the rank 5 Gu Masters, all of them had pale expressions and were shivering in fear. Fang Yuan concealed himself and did not expose any flaws. After getting rid of the other battle wills, he manipulated the battle will and started to take over Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. This process needed some time. But Fang Yuan was not worried about the southern border Gu Immortals attacking without any reservations. For Righteous Path Gu Immortals, they needed to defend their reputations, they would not conduct a massacre here. For Demonic Path Gu Immortals, some had placed their Immortal Gu with their mortal pawns, similar to how Shao Clan's ancestor had left Immortal Gu on Shao Shan. Immortal Gu were very fragile, Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada could be crushed by a child. If they attacked without holding back, these Immortal Gu would likely be destroyed. As for some lone Immortals like Old Man Yu Xia, his treasured disciple Lu Feng was on Etion Mountain, how could he attack? More and more Gu worms came under Fang Yuan's control. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage's secret was finally exposed to Fang Yuan. So this Immortal Gu house is a Time Path Immortal Gu house, it uses the power of Time Path to seal any attacks aimed at it, before sending them back. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, this is an incredible idea. Fang Yuan continuously praised in his mind. Chapter 1002, Extreme Formation, Dangerous Situation again. The exact reason could no longer be confirmed. But in short, the Immortal Gu house, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, had been suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie for so many years, the two had formed a peculiar balance. The Immortal Gu house was ownerless, inside, there was pure battle will. Right now, Fang Yuan had completely converted the battle will into his own, he had even pushed out all of the southern border Gu Immortals. Since Rebirth, after so much planning, he had finally achieved his goal. Fang Yuan was filled with joy. But at the same time, he was undeniably nervous. Faster, faster. Fang Yuan secretly urged himself. Even though the battle will was his, taking over the Immortal Gu house needed some time. This duration was when Fang Yuan was at his weakest. If any of the southern border Gu Immortals went berserk and suddenly attacked Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan would have to defend against the attack, exposing himself in the process. The southern border Gu Immortals were furious and anxious, their minds were filled with rage and hatred. If they found Fang Yuan, they would definitely gang up and chop him into pieces, or completely eradicate him. Their emotions were understandable. After all, they had spent the last few months trying to be first, they had used all their methods to obtain the Immortal Gu house. But in the end, their hopes were dashed. The Immortal Gu house that they wanted had become someone else's. If Fang Yuan had acted in accordance to the gambling contest and won fair and square, the Immortals could still accept that result. But Fang Yuan had sneakily avoided them completely, his actions was simply theft in their eyes, he was unscrupulous and shameless. Why had they been working so hard over these last days? It was all useless. Even though the southern border Gu Immortals did not attack, they had used all their investigative methods. In a short amount of time, Fang Yuan felt dozens of mental waves sweeping across his body. His anxiety increased, his muscles were contracted, all of the hair on his body was standing. Even though he was using the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face, it was a modified version. And even if it was the original, times had changed, some Gu Immortals might have developed new investigative methods that could expose it. Fang Yuan was confident in deceiving the rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals. But against rank 8 Gu Immortals, he was not as confident. Time continued to pass, as Fang Yuan waited. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts that churned like a sea. As he took over the Immortal Gu house slowly, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage's inner structure was exposed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used all his time and effort to learn about these Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu. At this crucial point of time, Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level helped him immensely. Using these Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu, Fang Yuan could deduce many things about the Immortal Gu house. Thus, Fang Yuan's understanding of the Immortal Gu house, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, rose rapidly from a state of nothingness. Success! Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he shouted internally. At this moment, he had finally succeeded, he completely took over the Immortal Gu house Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. This Immortal Gu house belonged to him entirely, at Fang Yuan's will, this Immortal Gu house flew out. Bam! At this moment, the medical ward's doors were broken through. Xiao Shan, Lu Zuanfeng and another rank 5 Gu master charged in ferociously with their troops. There, and that one there, they are all suspicious, kill them. Xiao Shan was filled with killing intent, he pointed at 3 beds as he screamed. It turned out that not only were the southern border Gu Immortals themselves investigating, they were sending their pawns in both the righteous and demonic factions to undergo a bloodbath. Anyone that was found suspicious by the Gu Immortals was mercilessly killed, in order to find this accursed mastermind, Fang Yuan. The southern border Gu Immortals were all anxious. Even if their identities and the truth behind Tian Mountain were exposed, they could not care less. Even though they did not see through familiar face, they were still suspicious of me. Fang Yuan muttered internally. Xiao Shan pointed at 3 suspicious people, Fang Yuan was one of them. Rank 5 Gu Master Sun Peng who walked towards him with a ruthless expression, Fang Yuan felt completely calm, feeling no nervousness. Of course, on the outside, Fang Yuan showed a confused and angry expression, he screamed, "What are you doing? I am not a spy from the righteous path. Who cares if you are not?" Sun Peng who shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and kicking directly in the chest. Fang Yuan's chest was caving inwards, his heart was crushed as blood oozed out. Fang Yuan shouted in pain as he tried to retaliate. But Sun Peng whose punch sent him flying. Boom! Fang Yuan's corpse hit the wall, it slowly slid down, sprawling on the ground with his eyes wide open, he had died. Go to the next site. After settling this, Xiao Shan waved his hand as he brought his people elsewhere. The remaining injured members were all left panicking, there were also 3 unlucky corpses. Naturally, Fang Yuan was not dead. This was a disguise. Familiar Face's disguise was limited to a human-like form, but it was very easy to show an appearance of death. Fang Yuan still needed some time. Taking over the Immortal Gu house Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was not enough, there was still one matter he had to settle first. That was, to suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie. There was still some immortal essence left inside Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Fang Yuan mobilized the Immortal Gu house and created a huge force with his battle will, assaulting the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The slumbering rank 8 immortal zombie opened his eyes, resisting violently. Fang Yuan snorted internally, sure enough, it will not be easy. He was not surprised. In his previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had charged out. Fang Yuan had previously deduced the possibility of the great strength true martial immortal zombie retaliating. A great strength true martial immortal zombie was something Fang Yuan required, he was not going to let it go, he prepared many methods just for this situation. But just as he was about to strike, tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky as the earth started to shake. The southern border Gu Immortals were uncertain, they shouted, "What is going on? This seems like the prelude to a heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. Why would there be a tribulation out of nowhere? Is someone undergoing tribulation? Who cares about the tribulation, what I am concerned about now is finding that thief who stole our Immortal Gu house." Fang Yuan was surprised, it is not time yet, why is this happening earlier? Oh no. The tribulations are already starting, then, is Shadow Sect also here already? Fang Yuan knew this was turning bad, he hesitated. Activating the tribulations in advance, was it the influence of my rebirth? Shadow Sect is a mysterious and huge power, should I retreat? Actually, at this point, it was okay to give up on the great strength true martial immortal zombie. After all, this was not the only possible great strength true martial immortal zombie in the world, there was still He Lulan. Even though Fang Yuan and He Lulan had an agreement, once it expired, or if he used an information path method to nullify the agreement, Fang Yuan would be able to target He Lulan. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have the strength to deal with He Lulan. That was because He Lulan was backed by Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness. But now, Fang Yuan had the Immortal Gu House. If he disregarded the Immortal Essence cost, he could suppress all three of these women, who cared if she was rank 7, rank 8, or had one of the 10 extreme physiques. With the Immortal Gu House, Fang Yuan had sufficient confidence. However, it is quite a big loss if I give up. This is a rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. Plotting against He Lulan will be a matter for the future. Who can be certain about the future? How can I ensure that I will succeed? The alliance agreement was just set recently. If I give up now, it will take too long to deal with He Lulan. Unexpected surprises might occur. While he was hesitating, a change occurred in the sky. Old Man Yanshur appeared, leading the Gu Immortals of the 10 extreme physiques in setting up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The southern border Gu Immortals were encircled. After feeling shocked, rage rose in their hearts. A Gu Immortal shouted, "Who are you? Were you behind the theft of the Immortal Gu House?" A rank 8 Gu Immortal snorted, "Cowards hiding yourselves, show your faces if you dare. I want to see who dares to plot against me in southern border." Old Man Yanshur looked at the southern border immortals as he smiled coldly in disdain. He turned around and looked at Ying Wuxia. "I have already told you everything that needs to be done, you need to remember them." Ying Wuxia blinked innocently. He nodded, "You can go ahead and die, don't worry about me." He was just born 12 hours ago, his cultivation level was at rank 6, he had become a Gu Immortal. But he was still very ignorant about the world, and about life and death. Old Man Yanshur shook his head helplessly. He naturally did not originally intend to create such an assistant. It is a pity, my attainment in human path cannot compare to Renzu. The 10 extreme physiques from Renzu could exist for a long time. But my pure dream reality seeker physique can only live for 18 hours. Even though the weakness of a sleeping soul was eliminated, the memories in the soul are still being lost by the effect of the dream path Dao marks. This way, there was no use in transferring a large amount of information into Ying Wuxia's mind. The more information he got, the faster he would forget them. Only if he tried to memorize it himself would there be some effectiveness. Old Man Yanshur concealed his regret. "I am going now, but before dying, I will make a deduction for you. Be careful, one of us." Old Man Yanshur said his final words before turning into powder, dissipating in the wind. Including his soul, many Shadow Sect Gu Immortals sacrificed themselves, sending their souls into the giant formation. 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, created by the sacrifice of many Gu Immortals, it had reached 90% completion. The southern border Gu Immortals had already tried to break this formation. Now that it was 90% complete, the southern border Gu Immortals were startled and fearful. Above them, the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation descended. The southern border Gu Immortals gave up on breaking out, they had to deal with the impending tribulations first. Chapter 1003, Fang Yuan defeats Bo Qing in one move. Shadow Sect also came earlier, huh? Fang Yuan looked at the sky, mumbling to himself internally. Although he wholeheartedly wanted to finish his plan early, after putting it into practice, he knew that although his plan was great on paper, the way events unfolded in reality turned him helpless. In his previous life, the southern border Gu Immortals resisted several waves of tribulations before Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals made their appearance. This life, however, Shadow Sex Gu Immortals also appeared early and arranged the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. Since this formation had succeeded, Fang Yuan was no longer in a hurry to retreat. The reason was simple. The worst situation had already appeared. Like in his previous life, Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel would also be ineffective in this formation. Even with the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, it would take some time to break through the 90% complete 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. Fang Yuan had deciphered many battlefield killer moves, particularly in Eastern Siege Yulu Blessed Land. However, Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves might be exquisite, but they were unmanned, and were arrangements that were fixed in place. Even if someone took control of them, their strongest state might not even match 1% of this 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. Although Fang Yuan was not a formation path Gu Immortal and also was not proficient in it, he at least had this insight. If he went out now, he would definitely be a target for all. The southern border Gu Immortals would not let him go, and Shadow Sex Gu Immortals naturally would not just look on as the Immortal Gu House was taken by Fang Yuan. Suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie first, then look for a good opportunity to use the Immortal Gu House to forcibly break through. Fang Yuan concentrated on the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The sudden appearance of Shadow Sex Gu Immortals had somewhat helped Fang Yuan from a certain perspective. If not for their appearance, the southern border Gu Immortals would definitely concentrate on Fang Yuan. The pressure on Fang Yuan had relaxed, he had even more energy to deal with the great strength true martial immortal zombie now. What made Fang Yuan shocked was that this immortal zombie still had quite a bit of strength left. Facing Fang Yuan's continuous offense, he activated Immortal Gu to mobilize his battle will and resisted fiercely and decisively. For a moment, Fang Yuan was on the back foot. This immortal zombie is also an astute schemer. Previously, he used battle will to try to refine the Immortal Gu House, but failed. Probably because of exhaustion, he went into a deep sleep. While in his sleep, he accumulated his strength in the hope that when he woke up, he could use the accumulated energy to turn around the situation. Fang Yuan guessed, involuntarily having some admiration for such an opponent. If the great strength true martial immortal zombie cultivated strength path, he quite likely would not have such a method. However, this immortal zombie was different. He had such good strength path talent, but he actually gave it up to cultivate wisdom path. Who knew what he was thinking? But Fang Yuan knew that it was his wisdom path method that allowed him to forcibly dig a way out in this situation of certain loss. Maybe this immortal zombie had already woken up and slept many times, repeating it and accumulating battle will. But during his sleep, the Immortal Gu House would purify his battle will. If not for Fang Yuan interfering, according to such a course of events continuing, this immortal zombie could definitely free himself. He would not only be able to free himself, he could also obtain Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Unfortunately, his scheme was for naught, as Fang Yuan overtook him. While Fang Yuan was dealing with this great strength true martial immortal zombie, the situation in the sky around Etion Mountain was rapidly changing. Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation, Dark Flying Frost, Desolate Beasts, Dragon Roar Tribulation, For Inferno Clouds Tribulation, Snow War Tribulation Lightning. Like the previous life, waves after waves of tribulations, with increasingly frightening might, descended upon the southern border Gu Immortals, inflicting severe losses. It was not that they hadn't tried breaking the formation. But how could they break through the 90% complete 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation? Like in the previous life, they mistakenly thought Ying Wu Xia was the greatest flaw, but they were struck by the immortal killer move Lead Soul into Dream, and had to halt in defeat. Later, they entrusted hope in the Tribulations, hoping that the Tribulations could destroy the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. But Shadow Sex Gu Immortals started initiating their offensive. As time passed, under the Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, the great strength true martial immortal zombie's resistance was becoming weaker and weaker. While Fang Yuan slowly saw hope, the southern border Gu Immortals had already lost theirs. Almost all of them were dead, either dying to the battle formation from the extreme immortal zombies, or dying under the terrifying tribulations. The only remaining two rank 8s were heavily injured, running like headless chickens in the gaps between the Tribulations and Shadow Sect's offense. Fang Yuan was also without other options. It was not that he did not try to help these southern border Gu Immortals. He still had not completely suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie, so he naturally hoped these southern border Gu Immortals could stall for some time. Not long earlier, he had secretly transmitted his voice, trying to inform these Gu Immortals about the power of Ying Wuxia. But the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already spread to 10,000 li around Etion Mountain. Not only did it isolate the space, it also stopped sound transmissions. Fang Yuan was unable to achieve what he wanted. Fang Yuan had tried other methods as well, but they all failed. After several attempts, Fang Yuan had wisely given up, placing all his concentration back upon the great strength true martial immortal zombie. At the same time, high in the sky, a tall and white tower was quietly hovering. Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Tower Lord, the southern border Gu Immortals are already almost all dead, should we make a move now? Bai Chen Tian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. With the help of Heaven Overseeing Tower, his gaze pierced through all obstacles and saw the battlefield below clearly. Such a powerful formation. This formation is seemingly an ancient battle formation, but in fact it relies on the Tao marks of the 10 extreme physiques. A man-made formation has the intrinsic qualities of a battlefield killer move. But this formation has a flaw, that is, it lacks one last strength path extreme physique. If all 10 extremes were to really gather, that would be quite a thorny situation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord remarked. No wonder Shadow Sect's people thought of all possible methods to capture that great strength true martial immortal zombie under the mountain. Lian Jiaoxing suddenly realized. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stroked his beard. It is not easy to take the great strength true martial immortal zombie. They must pass the obstacle that is Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Let's wait for now. Bo Qing and the others have yet to appear. In this journey, we have brought 13 Gu Immortals, along with the Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. But we have passed the regional wall through White Heaven without stopping on our way. We are not in optimal condition. The enemies still have trump cards unused, let them bustle about first. Even if the southern border Gu Immortals are annihilated, aren't there still the Tribulations? That person refuses to stay dead, he wants to return but has provoked the fury of Heaven's will. The mighty Tribulations will become increasingly terrifying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not hurried. This was different from the previous life. In the previous life, when he saw the great strength true martial immortal zombie appearing again, he had immediately struck with a vicious attack. But in this life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was suppressed by Fang Yuan. He could not even budge, much less appear out in the open, thus Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Although his 12 companions had a common goal and all had rank 8 cultivation, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not dare to make a rash move. Heavenly Court is still not making a move? Far away, Bo Qing was gazing at the sky solemnly. In the previous life, he was unable to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect and could only choose to attack Combat Immortal Sect, which made Shadow Sect's previous arrangements useless. But in this life, there were divergences. Vice Envoy Blue, who was 7-star child, did not die, and together with Yumu Chen and Song Zixing, they activated an immortal killer move to transport themselves quickly to Heavenly Lotus Sect. Attacking this sect was among Shadow Sect's plans. Bo Qing and the rest delayed some time before retreating. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not easy to deceive. The unease inside him caused him to immediately return to Heavenly Court and use Heaven Overseeing Tower to make calculations. When he deduced Etion Mountain, this crucial area, he quickly summoned as many Gu Immortals as he could and moved out together with Heaven Overseeing Tower, traveling to this place without resting. Since he won't make a move, we will. Song Zixing's voice came through an information path Gu worm. Bo Qing nodded, let me go first. Next moment, dazzling light shot to the sky, an immortal Gu house of a majestic scale appeared in everyone's vision. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was surprised. this immortal goo house had been hiding in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Who knew what methods were used? He had actually not sensed it. The immortal goo house flew to the sky before fiercely crashing down on Etion Mountain. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen, his eyes shining with a cold brilliance. Immortal goo house, Sacred Feather City. He gritted his teeth. He had not thought that at this crucial moment, Sacred Feather City, which was originally owned by the Featherman Goo Immortals, would appear at this place. The moment the city appeared, Fang Yuan had started feeling uneasy. Now, seeing this enormous immortal goo house falling down on him, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He was extremely unwilling. He was just a few steps away from success. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was already on the verge of defeat and would not be able to hold on any longer. But now, he had to stop. The Sacred Feather City directly smashed down. Fang Yuan had to activate Graceful Chaotic Duel stage to resist it. If the immortal goo house was not activated, its battle strength could not be displayed. The amount of immortal essence used in the activation process would determine whether the immortal goo house's battle strength would be high or low. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, a rank 9 immortal goo house, had a portion cut by Qing sword light in its inactive state. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, rise. Fang Yuan resolutely called out internally, no longer concealing himself, showing his real body. Etion Mountain instantly crumbled, while Graceful Chaotic Duel stage shot towards the sky like a crimson meteor. It also had space path goo worms, bursting out with a powerful and formless force that instantly transported Fang Yuan inside. Right now, Fang Yuan was officially controlling Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Merely Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, and with a flourish of his hand, rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence spread out. Rank 9 immortal essence from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, it was nothing to scoff at. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was originally shrouded within an aura of red light a few meters in size. But after the expenditure of yellow apricot immortal essence, this red light was like a volcano, as it violently enlarged to 15 or 20 meters. What? Qing, who was controlling Sacred Feather City, called out in shock. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion erupted. Sacred Feather City was ruthlessly sent flying by Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Large amounts of city walls, gates, and tiles were sent flying everywhere, turning into corpses of goo worms which then scattered along with the air. There was no doubt about it, Fang Yuan defeated Qing in one move. Chapter 1004, Deep Underlying Schemes, Great Danger. Fang Yuan repelled Sacred Feather City. He did not know that immortal zombie Qing was inside manipulating it. Using this opportunity, Fang Yuan maneuvered Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, turning around in the sky and crashing towards Etion Mountain again. Along the way, tribulations rained down and hit Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, causing loud crackling sounds. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage defended as it charged down relentlessly. It could protect itself from the tribulations. At this moment, Etion Mountain had already collapsed, turning into a ruin. Etion Mountain's demonic Pathgu masters were all heavily injured or dead. Corpses were everywhere. It was a terrible sight. Fang Yuan took a glance and then stopped looking at these lowly mortals. His eyes were shining with cold light. At this point, he was still unwilling to give up. The earlier suppression failed, but Fang Yuan still had a chance. Great strength true martial immortal zombie, you are mine. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was about to charge down again, when a second immortal goo house blocked Fang Yuan's path. This immortal goo house was entirely black. It gave off a metallic luster. It was also in the form of a fortress. But it was not as grand as Sacred Feather City. It was a battle fort that was forged with steel. To compare them, Sacred Feather City was like a gentlemanly prince, while this immortal goo house was a warrior clad in steel armor. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he gritted his teeth and charged down again. He had to race against time. The more time the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had, the more he could recover to a better state. Boom! With a huge sound that could burst eardrums, the two immortal goo houses crashed into each other. A huge shockwave was generated, blasting out in all directions. The shockwaves caused rocks from the mountain to fly away, among them were the corpses of goo masters. The two immortal goo houses were in a deadlock. Even though Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had a powerful charge, the iron fortress-like immortal goo house could barely hold it off. Both sides were contesting. The iron fortress immortal goo house was slowly pushed back, but Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was losing its momentum. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage is a rank 7 immortal goo house. This other immortal goo house is likely also rank 7, specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had a realization. He sighed, knowing that he had lost his opportunity. He had tried hard, but because of obstructions, he did not succeed. This amount of time was enough for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie to break free from the force of Fang Yuan's suppression and recover. Fang Yuan's attempt failed, he immediately tried to retreat, leaving this troublesome place. Turning around, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage flew into the sky. Fang Yuan did not fly directly upwards, he crashed towards the southeast direction. The third and fourth immortal goo houses appeared consecutively. These two immortal goo houses were small, one was filled with blood-red light, in the shape of a chariot. The other was dark and eerie, it was an old castle with grey tiles and white walls. For immortal goo houses trapped Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, which Fang Yuan was controlling. Fang Yuan charged in all directions, but he was obstructed by the 4 immortal goo houses. He could not gather enough force to charge out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Inside Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He did not expect Shadow Sect to make such a huge move. An immortal goo house was already very rare. Shadow Sect actually took out 4 immortal goo houses. What were they trying to do by being so relentless? Even though the situation was not in his favor, Fang Yuan was still calm. The enemy might be strong, but it was not a desperate situation yet, because one party had not joined the fight yet. Fang Yuan looked into the sky from time to time, he was waiting. Would Heavenly Court fail to deduce that Shadow Sect was attacking early? Even if they failed, by this time, they should have arrived. When Heavenly Court's goo immortals attack, the situation would be chaotic, Fang Yuan would be able to take advantage of the confusion. But Heavenly Court's goo immortals, why are they not attacking yet? Fang Yuan thought as he reduced Graceful Chaotic Duel stage's power purposely. The immortal goo house that was shining with bright red light turned from brilliant to faint. At once, the situation changed. Fang Yuan's Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was suppressed by 4 immortal goo houses. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes were shining with white light that gradually faded. He used Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier to make a deduction, it had just ended. He smiled coldly. The person inside Graceful Chaotic Duel stage is an otherworldly demon. His name is Guyu Fang Yuan. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88 True Yang building had been done by him. This person seems to have some sort of relationship with Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Don't think that he is being suppressed in this current scenario, he is just acting so that we will strike. Oh? Then, are Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect allies or enemies? Is their intense battle just an act? Lian Jiuxing asked in confusion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I am not interested in Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect's relationship, it is not important. Since he wants to lure us to attack, let's do it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation is part of the enemy's crucial plan. I have already deduced that they have obtained that final key immortal zombie. Everyone, come with me, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy the formation, ruin the enemy's scheme. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord called out and everyone responded, they were full of intent to fight. The Heavenly Court goo immortals around him all had stern expressions, they attacked together. A beam of light shot towards the 10 extreme formation. I wanted to use Fang Yuan to prevent the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals from attacking, so as to stall for time. It seems that such a shallow scheme cannot deceive these Heavenly Court members. Attack. Envoy Blue, or 7-star child ordered as he thought over Shadowsek's situation. Good, Heavenly Court is attacking. Fang Yuan was just starting to feel joy when he saw 3 more Immortal Gu houses emerging. One was a pavilion with red bricks and green tiles. One was a manor with white traces flying around. One was an altar with shiny golden lights. The 3 Immortal Gu houses worked together to resist the attack from Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Since when did Immortal Gu houses become so commonplace? They were emerging one after another. What were they planning to do? Fang Yuan's sense of unease was growing. He had thought that the mysteries behind the Battle of Yitian Mountain were as deep as a lake. But to think that this place was as deep as an ocean. The hidden details simply ran too deeply. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, a battle of such a scale numbered to less than 5. Good. Sacred Feather City, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, 7 Immortal Gu houses were forced out by my one move. From inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice could be heard. He exposed the names of Shadowsek's Immortal Gu house. His voice was loud as thunder, it could be heard over the surrounding thousands of li. Now then, we will let you see the might of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted as the heavens shook. Rank 9 Immortal Gu house, Heaven Overseeing Tower, activated fully. There was no warning. The sky turned white. The world turned white. Even Fang Yuan, who was inside Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, at this moment, could only see white. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the entire world, all the space in this world was filled with white light. The light seemed harmless, Fang Yuan did not even feel a sense of danger. What sort of attack? When the white light faded, Fang Yuan regained his senses slowly. Taking a look, his body shook. In the sky, debris of these Immortal Gu houses was falling down. The falling debris turned back into countless Gu worms as they fell. Not a single Gu worm survived. The corpses of these Gu worms fell in the air, scattering everywhere. The most mysterious thing was, from the outside, these dead Gu worms did not have any injuries, but they had lost all traces of life. The 3 Immortal Gu houses closest to Heaven Overseeing Tower, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, and Golden Altar had broken apart. The remaining Immortal Gu houses were also heavily damaged. But overall, Fang Yuan's Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had suffered the least damage. Did Heavenly Court spare me? Fang Yuan had a thought, but he quickly denied it. Otherworldly demon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave Graceful Chaotic Duel stage a look as he directed his attention towards the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. The move earlier had activated Fate Immortal Gu, creating an incredibly strong attack. This was an attack that carried the power of fate. Fate was predestined. If one is not fated, no matter how hard they work, they will not achieve anything. If fate decrees that you fail, you will fail. This was an unavoidable attack. It could have destroyed the 10 Extreme formation, but these 3 Immortal Gu houses sacrificed themselves and endured the attack. In contrast, from the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation, Ying Wuxia had flown out. His spot was taken over by the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. After being suppressed for so many years, I face such a great enemy upon escaping. I like it. The rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie raised his head and laughed. He pointed at Heaven Overseeing Tower, shouting, "Scoundrels from Heavenly Court, come. Celebrate my resurrection." The fully completed 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation activated. Dark clouds formed, covering the entire battlefield, spreading out endlessly at a rapid speed. All 10 of the Extreme Immortal Zombies were hidden in the dark clouds, their traces were gone. Countless immortal apertures were drawn out by the mystical power of the formation, they resembled starlight. These immortal apertures were left behind after the southern border Gu Immortals died. The immortal apertures went into the deep part of the dark clouds and gathered. Countless Gu worms, both immortal and mortal, were flying about inside the dark clouds. At this point, Fang Yuan finally understood something. So this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation is actually a refinement path Gu formation. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They actually used the southern border Gu Immortals' immortal apertures as the refinement materials? Such a method was simply unheard of. The high and mighty Gu Immortals were like ants now, casually killed and used to refine Gu. Even Fang Yuan, with his 500 years of experience, had never seen something like this. Shadow Sect, a mysterious force hidden in the depths of history, its true motive and plan that had been ongoing for countless years was finally going to show itself. Chapter 1005, Thousand-Year Traitor, Stalling. You actually activated this formation in front of us? Even though you were once invincible in the world, you are already dead now. If you do not respect us, so be it, but such a heaven-defying act to transgress against heaven's will, how can we let you succeed? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted, gathering the strength of the Heavenly Court Immortals to use Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack again. Endure it. The Shadow Sect Immortals, who had predicted this, activated their immortal Gu houses and charged up. The world turned white. The attack from fate could not be defended against. After recovering his senses, Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was purple-gold in color. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he was still a part of the world and under its influence. His injuries were only less severe than others. Taking another look, Fang Yuan saw that the immortal Gu house's unbreakable iron fortress, Blood River Chariot, and Nightmare Castle had broken apart, turning into fragments and falling from the sky. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage had also suffered huge losses even though it was inside the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Up to 1,000 mortal Gu had died, 2 immortal Gu were on the verge of death, they already could not be used. 3 out of 7 of the duel stage's edges had broken apart. But Fang Yuan was happy about this. He wanted Heavenly Court to continue attacking this 10 extreme formation. Once there was an opening, he could escape. The situation was getting clearer. Evidently, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were here for Shadow Sect. If Fang Yuan escaped now, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals would not have the spare energy to attack him. Under Fang Yuan's expectant gaze, Heaven Overseeing Tower was surrounded in white light once again. The white light gathered and became thicker. When it accumulated to its maximum capacity, it would unleash fate's strongest attack again. By then, the 10 extreme formation would definitely be breached. Whoosh! With a burst of wind, Sacred Feather City moved towards Fang Yuan to crash into him. You are not dealing with Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, but approaching me instead? Fang Yuan snickered, but did not fight the other party. He craftily maneuvered graceful chaotic duel stage, dodging everywhere and awaiting the next attack of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Boom! Suddenly, Heaven Overseeing Tower shook immensely, the accumulated white light exploded and vanished. Heaven Overseeing Tower was covered in blemishes, it was heavily damaged. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals in the tower were spitting out blood, facing the damage of the backlash. In Sacred Feather City, 7-Star Child's voice could be heard, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you fell for our trap. At this moment, in Sacred Feather City, there were more than 10 Shadow Sect Gu Immortals, with Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, and Ying Xia at the lead. The other 6 Immortal Gu houses were destroyed, but Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals used some space path method to escape, gathering in this final Immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. With the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, and having planned for so long, it was not strange that Shadow Sect could do this with their territorial advantage. How can this be? Fang Yuan saw the damage and was shocked and doubtful. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals reacted one by one. Heaven Overseeing Tower is a rank 9 immortal Gu house, how can it be damaged so heavily? Earlier, Shadow Sect did not strike, that means Heaven Overseeing Tower itself has a problem. There are traitors in Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was grim as he looked at Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiuxing fixedly. After Sword Immortal Bo Qing awakened, sword lights rampaged over Central Continent, one had cut Heaven Overseeing Tower. To prevent the sword Qi from destroying more Gu worms and causing bigger damage, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had repaired it with Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiuxing. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had no issues of course, thus, the traitor was either Bai Chen Tian or Lian Jiuxing. Hearing Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words, the other Gu Immortals reacted, quickly moving away from these two suspects, encircling them in the process. Wait. How can I be a traitor from Shadow Sect? Bai Chen Tian's expression was shocked and furious. He defended himself. To join Heavenly Court, there are countless trials to go through. Heavenly Court has already existed for 3 million years, since when had any traitors appeared? Maybe this is a method from Shadow Sect. The urgent matter now is to destroy this refinement path formation. We must not fall for Shadow Sect's scheme of sowing dissension. Bai Chen Tian's expression was sincere, his anxiety could not be concealed. Ha ha ha. Lian Jiuxing beside him laughed loudly, his expression was dark as he looked around, speaking eerily, precisely because it was created 3 million years ago, any strict test or trial is already too outdated. How hard can it be to infiltrate Heavenly Court? Lian Jiuxing, you! Bai Chen Tian shouted, taking a step back in shock. So Lian Jiuxing is the traitor. Are you Lian Jiuxing, or someone else? Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were preparing themselves for a fight, but nobody made a move yet. Lian Jiuxing never existed in the first place. You want to stop me? Not even the rank 9 immortal Gu house can succeed. He, survive this first. Saying this, Lian Jiuxing died. A large burst of green wind blew out from within him. Winds of assimilation. With his identity exposed, Lian Jiuxing immediately suicided, destroying his immortal aperture and creating the winds of assimilation. Such resolution and boldness, he was just like Qin Baixing. Winds of assimilation could assimilate everything, they were extraordinary. But this was the internal space of the rank 9 immortal Gu house Heaven Overseeing Tower. Before the winds of assimilation grew any further, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and the others spent a great deal of effort to quickly quell the winds. But Lian Jiuxing's death did not simply only create this wind. Since there were traitors in Heavenly Court, was Lian Jiuxing the only one? Were there others? The united Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were starting to have trust issues. Heavenly Court's investigative methods have not been modified for many years. According to his ability, it is not impossible to infiltrate Heavenly Court. A Heavenly Court Gu Immortal said gravely. Is Heaven Overseeing Tower's damage severe? More people were concerned about this. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, 40% of Heaven Overseeing Tower was destroyed. We cannot use the attack from earlier again. If we attempt to force its use, it will only lead to Heaven Overseeing Tower breaking apart. After Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said that, he sighed deeply. If it were not for Fate Gu being incomplete, Shadow Sect would definitely not succeed. Although one had to admit that the creation of an undercover agent by Shadow Sect was simply brilliant. Lian Jiuxing had been there for 1,000 years, nobody had ever suspected him. Once he took action, he temporarily destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attacking method. Of course, the underlying cause for this was Shadow Sect exploiting Red Lotus Demon Venerable's achievement. If Fate Immortal Gu was fully intact, Heaven Overseeing Tower would be able to stop its own attack, there would be no backlash. Everyone, the traitor is already exposed, why are you still encircling me? Bai Chen Tian could not bear to remain in this state, he asked this. The Immortals finally reacted, apologizing as they left the encirclement. But Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were not completely trusting of Bai Chen Tian, some of their gazes towards him carried deep suspicion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw this and was alarmed and fearful. He quickly spoke to control the situation. Everyone, listen to me, do not be suspicious of one another. Lian Jiuxing was merely exaggerating. If he could continue to lurk, how could he expose himself? If Heavenly Court had many spies, Heaven Overseeing Tower would have been destroyed long ago. Why would they only reach this point? The morale of the Immortals rose, realizing at once. So close, we almost fell for their scheme. Tower Lord is right, it is Shadowsek's limit to achieve this much. If Lian Jiuxing could really resist our investigative methods, why would he expose himself and suicide? He had no confidence. This shows that our methods are still useful. Let's not consider how Lian Jiuxing got into Heavenly Court for now. The urgent matter now is the formation down there. Heaven Overseeing Tower might have lost its strongest attack, but we still have hope. As long as we work together, the power of a rank 9 Immortal Gu House can still destroy their schemes. The Immortals were all experienced veterans. After discussing, their morale was raised once again. Heaven Overseeing Tower was activated, crashing down like a meteor. Shadowsect did not block it. They opened a gap in the formation and allowed Heaven Overseeing Tower to get in. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but was obstructed by Sacred Feather City. Thus, inside the formation, 3 Immortal Gu houses engaged in a chaotic battle. Even though the rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower was heavily damaged, it was still an overlord. It charged around with an unstoppable might. Shadowsect used the power of Sacred Feather City and the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation to barely contest with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was maneuvering Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, with evasion as his priority. Compared to before, Fang Yuan's predicament was much better now. Because Shadowsect and Heavenly Court had both suffered immense losses. As Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon, his losses were actually the smallest among them. No need to rush. Shadowsect and Heavenly Court are irreconcilable enemies. They will continue to fight intensely. As they continue to weaken themselves, I will have an opportunity. Right now, my priority is to preserve my strength. Fang Yuan assessed. No need to be hasty. As long as we are inside the formation, the other party needs to focus their attention on Heaven Overseeing Tower. The longer we drag, the stronger the calamities and tribulations, and the higher our chances of winning. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the situation and explained to the Heavenly Court Immortals. Stall. Inside Sacred Feather City, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing called out. 7-Star Child continued, that's right, we have Ying Wuxia. The longer we drag this on, the higher his cultivation level, and the stronger his Dream Path killer move. Dream Path is beyond this era, even Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot defend against it. Against Dream Path attacks, it would have almost no defense. Are you talking about me? Ying Wuxia stared with wide-opened eyes, pointing at himself. 7-Star Child nodded, even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord cannot deduce your actual situation. The only concern now is, the higher your cultivation level, the more sophisticated your killer move, lead soul into dream, becomes. But this immortal killer move needs more goo worms to become stronger. The activation process also becomes more complex. You need to use it properly, there cannot be a mistake. Ying Wuxia breathed in deeply, waving his hands with a fearful look. Uncle Zombie, I am getting nervous after hearing that. Coincidentally, Shadowsect, Heavenly Court, and Fang Yuan, all 3 of them were thinking of stalling for time. But in the end, who would get the last laugh? Chapter 1006, Continuously Going In and Out. Bam bam bam. Waves and waves of lightning strikes rained down continuously. Before the previous wave dissipated, the next wave struck. The entire sky was like a dark blue forest. This forest made entirely of lightning was covered in dark clouds. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation had already turned into dark clouds. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombies inside could not be found at all. This made Fang Yuan's plan of attacking the formation cores a failure. In the dark clouds, 3 meteor-like immortal goo houses circled around one another, clashing from time to time, or attacking with a long-range method. All of them were patiently waiting for an opportunity, but whose tactic would emerge victorious. As the tribulations increased in strength, the 10 extreme formation was starting to fall short. The dark clouds had scattered slightly after being struck by lightning. But it had not reached the level of weakness that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord wanted. Because the 3 sides were restricting one another, Fang Yuan's opportunity never came. Okay, I have rank 7 cultivation level now. Inside Sacred Feather City, Ying Wuxia spoke cheerfully. Good, we will deal with Fang Yuan first and take Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. 7-Star Child replied. Ying Wuxia nodded. Shadow Sect had specially designed the Dream Path Killer move, Lead Soul into Dream, for him. They had prepared a set of goo worms. Every rank of cultivation would have a corresponding version of Lead Soul into Dream. Why were they dealing with Fang Yuan first instead of Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals? Firstly, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was easier to deal with. Furthermore, he had control of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Once he was dealt with, they would obtain Graceful Chaotic Duel stage to fight against Heaven Overseeing Tower. Secondly, Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals were also stalling. They were not emitting strong pressure on Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's Goo Immortals realized this and were going to make use of it. Thirdly, Ying Wuxia was only rank 7, his Lead Soul into Dream was still ineffective against rank 8 Goo Immortals. If Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals were attacked by it in advance, they would have time to try and deduce the killer move. They might be able to resolve it later. Ying Wuxia's expression was serious as he started to use Lead Soul into Dream. Don't be nervous, do it slowly. You can do it, good luck. The other Shadow Sect Goo Immortals were more nervous than Ying Wuxia himself. Rank 7 Dream Path Killer move, Lead Soul into Dream. Under the Immortals' expectant gazes, Ying Wuxia did not disappoint them. He successfully activated the Dream Path Killer move. Lead Soul into Dream's power was sent towards Graceful Chaotic Duel stage formlessly. Fang Yuan was caught unprepared, he fell into a dream realm after being hit. In the pavilion on the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable was singing while playing her zither. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas! Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. Similar to the first 2 times, this time, a new wave of information somehow went into Fang Yuan's mind. Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams, where can one rest in peace? Spectral night, soul into endless dreams, so the truth behind Shadow Sect is like this. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook. Weird. At the same time, Ying Wuxia scratched his head inside Sacred Feather City, having a strange expression on his face. What is it? You did not succeed? The other Immortals asked. They were extremely concerned about Ying Wuxia's performance. Ying Wuxia shook his head. They fell asleep and entered a dream, but this Immortal Killer move's effect is different from what was predicted. Shadow Sect's Goo Immortals relaxed. Ying Wuxia, this is the first time you are using the rank 7 Lead Soul into Dream. It is normal for it to be different from your expectations. Since we succeeded, we should use the opportunity to obtain this Immortal Goo House. Sacred Feather City moved, turning around and charging towards Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. At the same time, the dark clouds rumbled intensely. The 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation coordinated with Sacred Feather City's movement. However, just as Sacred Feather City was about to hit Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, Ying Wuxia's eyes opened wide. Oh no, he escaped from it. Lead Soul into Dream would have a wondrous effect against any other Goo Immortal. But against Fang Yuan specifically, it had little effect. Why? Because among all the Immortals here, Fang Yuan's Dream Path attainment was second to Ying Wuxia's. He had his 500 years of memories, and he had the special Immortal Killer move, Unravel Dream. However, this move was only rank 6, lead soul into dream was rank 7, it was superior. According to common sense, Fang Yuan should not be able to escape. But the dream realm he was in was very strange. Seemingly, because it was star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, the difficulty was very low. If one use of Unravel Dream was not enough, he would use Unravel Dream more. Fang Yuan had many dream path mortal goo, he could expend them a huge number of times to use the killer move Unravel Dream. The action of collecting the spring dream fruits had given Fang Yuan immense returns at this moment. But it was too late when Fang Yuan escaped from the dream. Boom! At the next moment, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was sent flying. Fang Yuan could not stand stably, he fell inside the Immortal Goo house. But he had regained his senses, he quickly made Graceful Chaotic Duel stage fly upwards, causing Sacred Feather City's plan of immobilizing the Immortal Goo house to fail. What is going on? How could he escape? That was led soul into dream. Shadow Sect's immortals shouted, their expressions were like they had seen something unthinkable. This situation was too unexpected. Ying Wuxia scratched his head, he was worried too, let me try again. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Fang Yuan was hit again. In the pavilion on the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan, her eyes were deep like pools, her smile was light and mysterious. Her hands were holding her zither. But this time, she did not sing. The music of the zither was clear and beautiful, but Fang Yuan did not have the time to enjoy it, he knew that he was in the dream realm, how could he stay any longer? After using the killer move Unravel Dream countless times, he escaped from this dream realm. What is going on? Inside Sacred Feather City, Ying Wuxia screamed, he was being driven crazy. Just as Sacred Feather City was about to get close to Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, Fang Yuan woke up again, manipulating the Immortal Goo house and escaping. Sacred Feather City was more damaged than Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, its speed was slower now. Try again. 7-star Child's expression was grim, he had a vague guess in his mind but he did not give up. Ying Wuxia quickly nodded, activating the killer move again. Damn it, this is too troublesome. The other party's dream path attainment is beyond this era. Led soul into dream, even if I am inside the Immortal Goo house, I cannot defend against it, I get hit every time. Fang Yuan's expression was not any better than that of 7-star Child. As time passed, there were bound to be improvements. Immemorial, remote antiquity, olden antiquity, during those times, the world of human Goo immortals was still not as strong as now. Of course, the rank 9 venerables were special cases, they were not considered in this. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Dream Path was flourishing, dream realms were everywhere. Many of the Immortal Goo houses that Super Forces owned had added Dream Path Goo worms into them. To defend against methods of Dream Path, they were effective. But Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, which Fang Yuan owned now, originated from that mysterious Goo immortal from the past, it was older than the current era, it could not defend against lead soul into dream. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Inside Sacred Feather City, Ying Wuxia shouted again. How is it? The immortals looked at Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia nodded with certainty, he is inside the dream. Attack! Bo Qing shouted, as Sacred Feather City got close to Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. But Graceful Chaotic Duel stage dodged at the nick of time again. What is going on? Didn't he go in? Why is his reaction faster this time? 7-star Child frowned. He went in, no, he came out. Ying Wuxia stammered. The immortals were speechless. Inside Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Oh old Bai, at this crucial moment, I need to depend on you, my ally. Fang Yuan had just come out of the dream realm, he patted Tai Baiyunxing's shoulder. A moment ago, Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would not let go of him, they were sure to drag him into the dream again. Even though he could escape, he had to spend time for that. During this moment, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had no one to manipulate it, the other party could attack in the meantime. Thus, Fang Yuan brought out Tai Baiyunxing to reinforce him. Earlier, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage could escape because Tai Baiyunxing was controlling it. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation restricted space path methods, fixed immortal travel could not be used. But before Fang Yuan came here, he had already sent Tai Baiyunxing into his own immortal aperture. Meanwhile, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were hiding inside Tai Baiyunxing's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan, you are taking too huge of a gamble. Tai Baiyunxing manipulated the immortal goo house as he said with shock. Even though he had observed the battlefield through Fang Yuan, this old man was shocked beyond words at the involvement of Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan laughed, the other party has dream path methods, they might target you. Call out Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan. At the next moment, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan emerged. They had complex emotions on their faces, but among which, it was mostly shock. Looking around, He Lu Lan said, Fang Yuan, you are really good at putting yourself in danger. Her tone had a hint of admiration. Fairy Li Shan, however, said, Oh Fang Yuan, you are dragging us into a pit of fire. Fang Yuan smiled, waving his hand and saying grandly, what are you afraid of? When two tigers fight, one will definitely be injured. With you helping me, the other party cannot do anything to me. With the protection of the immortal goo house, we might have a chance of victory. Afterwards, you will be heavily rewarded. He Lu Lan nodded, she did not speak anymore. Her eyes were shining with bright light, she was assessing Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Fairy Li Shan felt hugely vexed internally. Because of the new alliance agreement, she had to come. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used Tian Mountain and Graceful Chaotic Duel stage to coax them into lurking in Tai Baiyunxing's immortal aperture, to think that the situation had already developed beyond Fairy Li Shan's imagination. Through the immortal goo house, they could see the battlefield outside. This famous goo immortal who had made countless connections in northern plains was feeling great trepidation now. Like what Tai Baiyunxing had said earlier, Fang Yuan was taking too huge of a gamble. Could Fairy Li Shan not feel trepidation? Chapter 1007, Everyone's Abilities Against the Grand Tribulation. Fairy Li Shan, can you contact Blazing Heaven Demoness now? Fang Yuan observed the battlefield through the immortal goo house and asked. In the current situation, the more reinforcements they had, the better. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not part of the new alliance agreement, this was likely He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's arrangement, to guard against Fang Yuan. But at this moment, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were both stuck in here, would they not want Blazing Heaven Demoness to assist them? Fairy Li Shan knew that they had fallen for Fang Yuan's scheme, she rolled her eyes and tried to contact her. In a moment, her expression was pale as she shook her head, no. This 10 extreme formation is amazing. It can even restrict my information path methods. Fang Yuan nodded, he did not speak, instead he thought, it seems that only after breaking out of the formation can we contact this strong ally. Actually, even if Blazing Heaven Demoness could come, Fang Yuan would not feel assured in letting her stay in the immortal goo house. But if she was outside, it was too dangerous, nor could it be justified to not let her in. Ignoring Blazing Heaven Demoness for now. With the assistance of He Lu Lan, Tai Baiyunxing, and Fairy Li Shan, Shadow Sect could not take down Fang Yuan. And to deal with Heaven Overseeing Tower, the rank 7 Ying Wu Xia was not strong enough. As they continued to stall, the tribulations got stronger. Heavenly tribulations fell one after another, there was no repetition. Suddenly, golden light shot out from the sky, shining brightly. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp cracking sounds occurred. Tens of thousands of golden Vajra pearls descended from the sky in an endless fashion. Grand Tribulation. Shadow Sect's goo Immortals were all taken aback. Ha ha ha, this is the relic Vajra Tribulation. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heavenly Court's goo Immortals laughed as they stroked their beards, they knew what this tribulation was. This tribulation had surpassed the levels of the 10 great catastrophes. Catastrophes like the Snow War Tribulation lightning were still within the limits of a heavenly tribulation. But this relic Vajra Tribulation was stronger than a heavenly tribulation, it was a grand tribulation. After Gu Masters ascend to Immortal, they are troubled by calamities and tribulations. According to the time in their Immortal Aperture, once in a while, calamities and tribulations would occur. Calamities and tribulations contain both disaster and fortune. If one could not pass them, they might die, but if they pass, their foundation would deepen, their cultivation level would rise. Among which, rank 6 Gu Immortals had green grape immortal essence. They faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, after 3 heavenly tribulations, they would become rank 7. Rank 7 Gu Immortals had red date immortal essence. They faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, they would become rank 8. As for rank 8 Gu Immortals, their immortal apertures would create white lychee immortal essence. They faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. After 3 myriad tribulations, they would become the invincible rank 9 Gu Immortals. Earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, myriad tribulations, the calamities and tribulations were ranked according to increasing strength. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were already very dangerous, grand tribulations were even more terrifying. Countless Gu Immortals had died because of them, being wiped out of existence. Thus, every Gu Immortal expert was wary and careful. They worked day and night to cultivate in great difficulty, facing this pressure. As for myriad tribulations, there was a term in the cultivation world, known as apocalyptic myriad tribulations. It was extremely difficult for Gu Immortals to survive them. Once someone survives a myriad tribulation, it would be an incredible glory. Gu Immortals from all over would look up to and admire them. In the long history of humanity, there were only 10 people who had passed 3 myriad tribulations. They were the 10 Venerables. Sword Immortal Bo Qing had passed 2 myriad tribulations and was highly favored to become a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. He failed once on this 3rd tribulation and barely survived. When he tried again, he died. At present in Northern Plains, old ancestor Shui, who was desperately trying to pass the 1st myriad tribulation, he had spared no expenses in refining fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang, they were still far away from the 1st myriad tribulation. They might be old, but they had all used time path methods to slow the rate of time in their immortal apertures. Some Gu Immortals fear calamities and tribulations. They even might spend a huge fortune to completely remove the tributary of the river of time in their immortal aperture. This way, the time in their immortal aperture would be completely still, the calamities and tribulations would not approach. But in that case, the immortal aperture would not be able to produce immortal essence, and without undergoing calamities and tribulations, the Gu Immortals' Dao marks would not increase, their cultivation level would stagnate. And time path methods that stalled for time had drawbacks. They could not stay in the paused time for overly long, they had to pay even higher costs to maintain it. But in the current Gu Immortal world, to prepare amply for tribulations, most Gu Immortals would use time path methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. Even expert Gu Immortals were no exception. This was because, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the power of the calamities and tribulations, and the more dangerous they become. Most of the rank 8 Gu Immortals in Heavenly Court were sleeping during normal times. This hibernation was one of the best time-slowing methods in the world. For rank 8 Gu Immortals, they had to face a challenge that threatened them every 50 years, those were grand tribulations. Right now, in the sky, the 1st grand tribulation descended. Relic Vajra Tribulation. Even though it was not directed at them, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals felt joy but also deep weariness. Vajra pearls crashed into the dark clouds with crackling sounds. This thick dark cloud could be seen thinning at a rapid pace. Soon, the uppermost layer of dark clouds melted like ice that was mixed with hot water. Seeing this, Shadow Sex Immortals had grim expressions, their brows were knitted. Great. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals smiled, they had used this stalling tactic, it had finally started to work. Even without us doing anything, the other party might lose already. Ha ha ha. Bai Chen Tian laughed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was deep, he said with admiration and deep emotions. The other party might have been extremely strong during his time, but how can he surpass heaven and earth? Humans should respect heaven and earth. Compared to it, what can the strength of a Gu Immortal do? Looking at the rank 9 Gu Venerables, which one of them could live forever? Respecting and revering heaven and earth, following the will of heaven, this is the true way of cultivation. Facing the might of the Grand Tribulation, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was slowly losing its sustainability. We cannot resist it head-on. The formation was controlled by people, it was naturally more flexible than the battlefield killer moves inside Lu Blessed Land. The dark clouds opened up a space and let the Vajra pearls into the formation. Crack, crack, crack. The Vajra pearls hit the 3 immortal Gu houses in the formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sneered. He knew that Shadow Sect was planning to make Heaven Overseeing Tower endure some of the pressure for them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was unwilling to see that happen. But he could do nothing. He was inside the formation, there was nothing he could do. He activated the Immortal Gu house and tried to dodge. Fate Immortal Gu is inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. One of the main materials in refining Fate Immortal Gu is Heaven's will. And these tribulations are also due to the will of Heaven. Heaven Overseeing Tower, overseeing the world, we follow Heaven's will and uphold justice for Heaven. Thus, under the tribulations, Heaven Overseeing Tower suffers far less damage than the other Immortal Gu houses. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. The implications of his words were very obvious, he wanted to continue stalling. When the 10 Extreme formation reveals a flaw, he would activate the Immortal Gu house and unleash a victorious attack. Towards this, the other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had no objections. Oh no, right now, we have to endure more of the pressure, otherwise, the 10 Extreme formation would not last until the end. So what if it's a grand tribulation? Our plan defies heaven, we had already seen such a thing from Dongfang Changfan. The appearance of a grand tribulation was within our expectations. Sacrificing other immortal Gu houses to protect this sacred feather city, it was for this moment. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals showed resolute expressions, they were extremely prepared. Above Sacred Feather City, a faint light appeared. This light looked pink, but in truth, it was pure white, there was only a hint of pinkness. The strange thing was, this light made people feel a strong sense of warmth in their hearts. But in essence, this was not a light. It was a situation when the power of wishes was scattered. Each immortal Gu house, even though were proficient in every aspect, had their respective specialties. For example, Dark Prison's specialty was in capturing, rearing, and enslaving desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. If its rank could be raised, it would also be able to subdue immemorial desolate beasts. Rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower's specialty was in unleashing the attack of fate, none of the targets could defend or resist it. Unfortunately, because of rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate's current condition, it could no longer be used. As for Sacred Feather City, the Immortal Gu house that Shadow Sect spared no effort in obtaining, it had its specialty too. That was, it could absorb the power of wishes from past and present generations of feathermen in the city, to automatically refine wish power Mortal Gu. This Sacred Feather City had existed for a long time, occupied by the feathermen. Generations after generations of feathermen lived in the immemorial Green Heaven fragment world, the stored wish power Mortal Gu was incredibly large in number. Even though the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish already expended a large number of them, more than half was still left. Or rather, the feathermen did not know of any other ways to use them. They did not, but Shadow Sect had an incredible background, it originated from long ago, it had a method. Thus, Sacred Feather City's wish power Mortal Gu were continuously activated, consumed without counting the cost. Wish power Gu was a consumable Gu. Obtaining the power of wishes, Sacred Feather City experienced growth in all aspects. It flew down and blocked the relic Vajra tribulation, helping the 10 Extreme formation endure much of the pressure. What an amazing tribulation! In just a short time, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage is already showing signs of breaking. He Lulan shouted. Fairy Li Shan's expression was ashen, her gaze was wavering. This grand tribulation was too terrifying. If she had to face it alone, she could only endure 2 or 3 pearls. But there were tens of thousands of Vajra pearls in this grand tribulation, and they were still growing in number, unceasingly. Fang Yuan laughed instead. Ha ha ha, I was waiting for this. I will show you the true power of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage now. Absorb. At the next moment, thoughts exploded like fireworks in his mind. Starlight was shining dazzlingly. All of his concentration and attention was on Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. This immortal goo house could use time path methods to seal any attacks aimed at it, before sending them back at enemies. But this method, when used, needed the controller to be completely focused. The goo immortal needed heavy concentration. Fang Yuan was not familiar with the immortal goo house earlier, nor could he manipulate the immortal goo house to move and deal with his enemies while using this method. But now, with Tai Bai Yun Qing and the rest helping him, and with Sacred Feather City busy with the Grand Tribulation, Fang Yuan could finally find time to use Graceful Chaotic Duel stage's unique power. Chapter 1008, Respective Sacrifices. Under Fang Yuan's control, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage erupted with a dazzling red light. The red light enshrouded a large distance, burning like a raging inferno. A mysterious strength was spread over the fire. Any Vajra Tribulation pearl that hit the immortal goo house would be engulfed by the red light and sealed inside. The rank 9 immortal essence of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable allowed Graceful Chaotic Duel stage to display its strongest ability. Crack. The whole immortal goo house shook intensely and started cracking. It was barely able to absorb the relic Vajra Tribulation. After all, this was a grand tribulation. But Fang Yuan still succeeded. More and more Vajra pearls were controlled by him, sealed inside Graceful Chaotic Duel stage temporarily. However, Fang Yuan had to pay a huge price for this. We battled for so long, but the portion of Giant Sun's immortal essence I took out was not expended by even 30%. But after absorbing 100 Vajra pearls, all of that portion of Giant Sun's immortal essence was expended. The rapid expenditure of Giant Sun's immortal essence caused Fang Yuan to be inwardly shocked. But right now was not the time to be distressed over the loss. He took out more of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage moved freely. Not only was it safe in the Grand Tribulation, it also absorbed even more Vajra pearls, its strength continuing to increase instead. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house with astonishing defense, and with Fate Immortal Goo as its core, it had a defensive effect against calamities and tribulations. But Fang Yuan's Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, under the effect of Giant Sun's immortal essence, was able to display extraordinary might. Displaying the wonders of time path, its strength did not decrease but increased. After a wave of this grand tribulation, Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City suffered the biggest damage. Even if they had used large numbers of Wish Power Mortal Goo, it could not match Fang Yuan and Heavenly Court. The relic Vajra Tribulation continued for 8 minutes before stopping abruptly. Without letting the 3 sides have time for a breather, a second wave of tribulation descended. Circles of light lit up in the sky. From within the circles of light, multiple giant deer charged out. Each of these deer were the size of an elephant. Their bodies were translucent, seemingly formed from white light. Immemorial Desolate Beast, Destiny Light Deer. This was a grand tribulation formed from immemorial desolate beasts. Every immemorial desolate beast could match a rank 8 goo immortal. And now there was a whole 22 of these deer. That is to say, there were 22 beasts of rank 8 battle strength. No doubt, even if these deer did not have any wild immortal goo on them, this grand tribulation's power was much more terrifying than the first wave. The light deer group galloped towards the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. In an instant, Shadow Sect's group paled. A gap quickly expanded in the 10 extreme formation, letting half of the deer group enter inside. Destiny Light Deer have 9 colors corresponding to the immemorial 9 heavens. These deer are all white light deer. It seems they should come from white heaven. Destiny Light Deer have gentle natures. They are named in beautiful legends where they carried humans to the heavens. Who would have thought that under the influence of heaven's will, these deer would go berserk and be filled with intent to battle? Despite Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals not wanting to participate, by being in this situation, they were unable to evade and were also involved. Fang Yuan controlled Graceful Chaotic Duel stage to retreat to the edge of the battle. These light deer were alive, he was unable to use the Immortal Gu House to seal them. The attacks that could be sealed by Graceful Chaotic Duel stage using the mysteries of time path were things like wind, water, earth and fire, not beasts. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had captured many Vajra pearls earlier, he used them now to force the deer away. In the second wave of tribulations, Heavenly Court's situation was best, Fang Yuan second, and Shadow Sect had the heaviest pressure on them, their situation extremely critical. At the crucial moment, it was Immortal Zombie Bo Qing who stood out. He activated famous and dazzling sword path killer moves like Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword, their power unstoppable and terrifying. Most of the Destiny Light Deer lost their lives on the spot under the slashes of sword lights. Even if they had wild Immortal Gu, it was of no use. Bo Qing was already dead, but his immortal zombie body was filled with an unimaginable number of sword path Dao marks. With the amplification of these Dao marks, even the same killer move would have completely different effects from when Qin by Qing used it, the difference was gigantic. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing persevered bitterly, finally letting Shadow Sect get through the second wave of Grand Tribulations. However, the dark clouds in the sky was already extremely sparse, the 10 extreme physique immortal zombies were no longer able to conceal themselves and were vaguely visible. The formation has already weakened to its lowest point, charge. Fang Yuan resolutely called out. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage shot out Vajra pearls, attempting to break the formation. On another side, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord also saw this good opportunity, and Heaven Overseeing Tower also moved out, adding insult to Shadow Sect's injury. What to do? Inside Sacred Feather City, Ying Wuxia had his head in his hands, unable to do anything to help. The expressions of Shadow Sect's other Gu Immortals were also ashen, the mood was extremely solemn. It was already the crucial moment between victory or defeat. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completed, and would either succeed or fail, there was no other result. Once the formation was broken, everything would fall apart in succession. There is nothing else we can do, we can only sacrifice Zombie Alliance. 7-Star Child heaved a long sigh, before coming to a decision. The Zombie Alliance branches that were spread throughout the 5 regions were actually subordinate forces of Shadow Sect, like how the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were subordinates to Heavenly Court. It was just that Shadow Sect was extremely covert, many Zombie Alliance higher-ups were not even aware of it. This secret was hidden in the deepest parts of Zombie Alliance. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was the greatest plan of Shadow Sect, made by exhausting everything they had. At this moment, Shadow Sect was forced to make a painful sacrifice, giving up Zombie Alliance to salvage this situation. The backup plan was activated, one after another, figures appeared within the 10 extreme formation. These were immortal zombies from all the Zombie Alliance branches. Numerous rank 6, rank 7, and rank 8 zombies appeared, their numbers were shocking. This is? Inside Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Xing and the rest were wide-eyed as they blurted out together. Humph. Sure enough, Shadow Sect was behind Zombie Alliance, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord frowned, killing intent surging within him, his gaze turning cold. Good. We will catch all these rebels that defy Heaven's will in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, these immortal zombies did not seem to be in a conscious state and were like puppets controlled by wires. Before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could make a move, they actually sacrificed themselves, turning into a portion of the 10 extreme formation. Big Sister. Fairy Li Shan held in grief. Among these immortal zombies, she saw Blazing Heaven Demoness figure. But this rank 8 immortal zombie, the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, did not seem to be in a conscious state, showing a blank expression. Under the gazes of Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, Blazing Heaven Demoness also followed these immortal zombies, turning herself into immortal material, merging into the huge formation. Obtaining these immortal zombie bodies filled with Dao marks as well as countless immortal goo and immortal apertures, the 10 extreme formation's dark clouds condensed and instantly expanded, surpassing its previous peak state, and reaching an unprecedented level, almost covering the whole sky. Fairy Li Shan wept tears of sadness. He Lulan sank into silence. Fang Yuan frowned, the rank 8 reinforcement he was anticipating had died miserably in front of his eyes. Who could have those zombie alliance had such a relation to Shadow Sect? Even if someone had seen through the truth and spoke it out, who would believe them? Spreading throughout the 5 regions, an overlord among super forces, the huge zombie alliance was actually only a front for Shadow Sect. Previously, Shadow Sect issued a compulsory task to refine goo formations on a large scale. It was probably to scheme against zombie alliance's members. Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly came to a realization, feeling his heart chilling at the sinister motive of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's expression was also unsightly. I had guessed the relation between Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, but had not expected there to be such a situation. My previous life's memories misled me. After all, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, all the Zombie Alliance branches had existed. Such an immense cost. Killing almost all the immortal zombies of the 5 regions, and making them into immortal materials to put in this 10 extreme formation. What do they want to refine? Could it be the legendary goo for eternal life? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord similarly had an extremely unsightly expression. The immortals from Heavenly Court behind him also showed worried expressions. Even if they were experienced and knowledgeable, with high status and power, they could not help but be awestruck by this astonishing move of Shadow Sect. From this moment onwards, the super force with the most goo immortals over the 5 regions, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed, dissipating in the wind. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A piercing sound penetrated everyone's ears. The 3rd wave of grand tribulations had descended. Heaven's will was ferocious. No matter what Shadow Sect was trying to refine, it was clear that it was absolutely a heaven-defying thing and had already provoked the fury of Heaven's will. Even heaven and earth did not permit its creation. The 3rd wave of grand tribulations was much more terrifying than both the previous 2 grand tribulations combined. Sharp rain started falling from the sky. Every drizzle of rain was only half an inch long, but they were incomparably sharp as if they could pierce through everything in the world. Grand tribulation, absolute piercing rain. The 10 extreme formation was reconstructed, but the dense rumbling dark clouds seemed to have suffered a huge blow, unable to regain their strength. Fang Yuan repeated the same thing, using Giant Sun's immortal essence to activate Graceful Chaotic Duel stage to absorb the piercing rain. It was just that this time, he clearly felt the difficulty was many times higher than earlier. After holding on bitterly for a while, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was pierced in many places with large numbers of goo worms continuing to be sacrificed. If this continues, the immortal goo house can probably only last 15 minutes of time. He Lulan called out to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also did not have any good methods. Despite him already using all his strength and absorbing many attacks with Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, he still was not able to protect everything. The arrow-like rain he was dealing with was only about 10% of the total. Shadow Sect was suffering most of the arrow-like rain. With this, anyone would know the terror of the Grand Tribulation. Under such a fatal predicament, rank 8 goo immortals absolutely would not have a good time. The 3rd wave ended, Sacred Feather City and Graceful Chaotic Duel stage were both shattered, the remaining goo worms were stored by the respective goo immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower was filled with cracks, many times deeper than before. A corner of the tower had even completely crumbled apart. Everything is over. The final victor can only be Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly, activating the strongest attack of Heaven Overseeing Tower. This was an attack that carried the power of fate. Unavoidable and unstoppable. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw, under Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack, the formation cracked open. Shadow Sect's goo immortals suffered countless casualties. Fang Yuan and the rest also died together. Chapter 1009, Huge Hand. It's over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood on top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, looking at the battlefield. In his field of vision, Shadow Sect's sacred feather city had turned into rubble. Qing, Seven-Star Child and others had fallen to the ground as corpses. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was heavily damaged, the Gu Immortals' corpses inside were mostly in pieces. Dark clouds faded, a beam of light shot down from the sky, it was shining with golden brilliance, light burst out. This is what happens to those who defy Heaven's will. Ha ha ha. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly. But after a few seconds, he frowned, feeling suspicious that something was amiss. Oh wait, Heaven Overseeing Tower was damaged and cannot use Fate's strongest attack. Why did it manage to attack earlier? Also, I could not help but laugh earlier, that is not my normal behavior, what is going on? At this moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could vaguely hear some faint voices in the sky. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, wake up. Quickly wake up. Wake up? Aren't I awake now? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord felt greatly surprised, the suspicion inside him grew. Suddenly, his body shook, he realized the truth. Oh no. I fell into their trap, everything that happened is not real, I am inside a dream realm. As he thought of this, he realized more and more issues. Both parties had died too easily. Especially Shadow Sect, they were backed by that person after all. Furthermore, the other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were missing, in the entire tower, he was the only person. I can confirm that I am in a dream realm. However, how do I leave? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was anxious, even though he knew he was in a dream, he did not have unraveled dream like Fang Yuan, thus, he could not escape from the dream realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping soundly. Snore snore snore. He was snoring loudly, lying down on the concrete floor with a band of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals around him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not only old, he was very tired. Earlier, in order to repair Fate Immortal Gu, he consecutively refined Gu, and later, he spent a lot of time repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower, protecting Heavenly Lotus Sect, and fought intensely with Qing and the others. After that, he found Shadow Sect's secret mastermind and mobilized Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals to use Heaven Overseeing Tower and enter White Heaven. He did not rest at all, traveling towards Etian Mountain in southern border. And when he arrived, he had to control Heaven Overseeing Tower to engage in a huge battle. Thus, the moment he went into the dream realm, his entire body relaxed, he snored extremely loudly, he was in a deep sleep. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals surrounded Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord in the middle, they poured water on him, they used fire to burn him, they shouted until their throats were sore, they tried all methods, but he could not wake up. This was the power of Dream Path. It was beyond this era, just this one move could not be stopped. Even these rank 8 Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had no way to resolve this. The scene was quite amusing. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the battle was extremely heated, the sky turned dark, as the Grand Tribulation rumbled. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated in the sky, unmoving. Inside the tower, the Heavenly Court Immortals were anxious, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's soul was deeply in the dream, they had no methods to wake him. All they could do was to use some wisdom path methods to transmit to him, to try and get Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord to wake himself up. On Shadow Sect's side, the atmosphere was no longer as dreary, it was much more relaxed now. Xia, good job. This is the power of Dream Path? Amazing. Ah, after so long, you finally have rank 8 cultivation level. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals surrounded Xia, some of them relaxed, after all, the situation earlier was too dangerous. Some were in awe towards the power of Dream Path, some patted Xia's shoulders and praised him continuously. After fighting for so long, Xia with the pure dream reality seeker physique had advanced again, becoming a rank 8 Dream Path Gu Immortal. Thus, he could use a rank 8 Immortal Killer move, lead soul into dream. After 2 failures, during his 3rd attempt at this killer move, he finally succeeded, sending Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord into a dream. The effect was immediate, with Heaven Overseeing Tower stopping all movements. Shadow Sect's pressure was relieved greatly. 7-star Child asked, "How long will Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord be trapped for?" Ying Wuxia answered, "He is a rank 8 Gu Immortal who has passed one myriad tribulation. The Dream Realm can only trap him for several minutes. But even if he escapes, I can still use the killer move to lead his soul into a dream once again." "Good, Yanshi did not create you in vain." 7-star Child sighed. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower began to move again. What is going on? Shadow Sect's Immortals were shocked. Someone looked towards Ying Wuxia. Did Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord get out? Earlier, Ying Wuxia's attack was useless on Fang Yuan. He kept entering and exiting. This made the confidence of the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals fall. But this time Ying Wuxia shook his head. He was certain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is still in the dream. It seems that the other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals are manipulating the tower instead. That was right, seeing that they could not wake up Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals took over Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was asleep, the entirety of Heaven Overseeing Tower did not belong to him alone. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, Heaven Overseeing Tower had become Heavenly Court's public property. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was fast asleep and unconscious. The other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had the rights to take over control of Heaven Overseeing Tower. But soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving again. This was seen by Fang Yuan's group. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had doubtful and angry expressions. What is Heavenly Court trying to do? Fang Yuan's expression was grim. It seems that Shadow Sect used dream path methods to deal with the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, just like what they tried with me. But why didn't they target Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals earlier? What is the point of considering this now? We do not have the Immortal Gu House to protect us, and Shadow Sect has also lost Sacred Feather City. Only Heavenly Court still has Heaven Overseeing Tower. But they are obstructed by Shadow Sect. We are in grave danger. Fang Yuan, can you use fixed immortal travel again? Tai Bai Yinxing was full of worries. I can't. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing deeply. It seems that now, we are dead meat. He Lulan smiled bitterly, a harsh light shined in her eyes as she clenched her fists. It is a pity that He Qing isn't dead yet. I cannot avenge my mother even up until death. Fang Yuan glanced at her, he did not speak. After the third Grand Tribulation, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage and Sacred Feather City had broken apart, only Heaven Overseeing Tower was left. Heavenly Court was the hope of Fang Yuan's side, but that hope had vanished. Not even considering a fourth Grand Tribulation, simply the 10 Extreme Formation was something Fang Yuan and the others could not hope to survive against. Is this really it? Fang Yuan inspected Spring-Autumn Cicada. Too little time had passed, it had not recovered much, it could not be used again. At this time, in the sky, the sound of a zither playing could be heard. Right now was daytime, but the sky was shining with endless starlight. The music entered the formation, into the Gu Immortals' minds. Oh no! The 10 Extreme Formation also defends against sound path methods, but the formation cannot block this zither music at all. This is the fourth Grand Tribulation, Zither Mind Tribulation. And the starlight in the sky, it is so bright even during daytime. This is the fifth Grand Tribulation, Star Flow Tribulation. Why is it so dangerous? The fourth and fifth Grand Tribulations appeared together. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals shouted. They forgot about both Heavenly Court and Fang Yuan for the moment. In Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals also drew in deep breaths. The might of the Grand Tribulations increased according to the number of tribulations. The fourth tribulation, in terms of might, surpassed the first 3 Grand Tribulations together. As for the fifth Star Flow Tribulation, it was stronger than Zither Mind Tribulation, Absolute Piercing Rain, Immemorial Light Deer, and Relic Vajra Tribulation combined. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They actually attracted such fury from heaven, to send down such terrifying disaster. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals and Fang Yuan had many questions. The 2 Grand Tribulations had not descended yet, they were still storing power. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals had grim expressions, they barely managed to endure the first 3 tribulations. And now, the 4th and 5th Grand Tribulations were here. Anyone could feel the deep animosity of heaven, it was not going to give Shadow Sect any way to live. What now? At once, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were lost and helpless. Their immortal Gu house was destroyed, the 10 Extreme Formation had suffered a huge blow from the 3rd Grand Tribulation. Even if all the Gu Immortals were sacrificed, they could not defend against these 2 Grand Tribulations. It seems that we are going to die in the Grand Tribulations after all. He Lulan sighed. Fang Yuan squinted, he had a different opinion. Regardless of what Shadow Sect was trying to refine, they had first created the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, killing Southern Borders Gu Immortals to use their immortal apertures and bodies as Gu refinement material, before sacrificing all of Zombie Alliance's members as fuel. Furthermore, they even lost 7 immortal Gu houses. The price that Shadow Sect paid was unheard of. If Fang Yuan had not seen it himself, he would not believe it if anyone told him. Since they paid such a huge price, Shadow Sect was not going to give up. The zither music suddenly became louder, it was heard by everyone. The Immortals' expressions changed, they felt the world spinning, some of them fell down. The Zither Mind Grand Tribulation had started. In the sky, starlight gushed down like a huge blue tsunami, it extended over an endless distance, crashing down. Starflow Grand Tribulation. Shadow Sect's Immortals had firm expressions that were prepared for death, they encouraged each other as they charged forward. Only Ying Wuxia was left, dealing with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan's side was on the ground, they had pale expressions, desperately resisting the power of the Zither Mind Grand Tribulation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all, it was still floating in the sky. Without an immortal Gu house, how can we survive 2 Grand Tribulations? He, dying from the might of heaven and earth, it has to be more glorious than dying from old age in bed. Fairy Li Shan had a dazed expression, she looked at the sky, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. She had already given up on resisting the Zither Mind Tribulation. The others were still desperately holding on. At this moment, an incredibly powerful aura with supreme strength burst out of the ruins of Etion Mountain. An immortal Aperture's entrance opened. This was Shadow Sect's blessed land. Earlier, the Shadow Sect headquarters that Bai Ning Bing could not find had already been placed here long ago. Feeling this aura, all of the Gu Immortals' hearts shook. Even the rank 8 Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had pale expressions, their eyes were full of fear. Shadow Sect's Immortals had overjoyed expressions. Our main body has appeared. Boom! A huge and monstrous ghostly hand moved out of the Immortal Aperture's entrance. The rank 9 aura grew immensely. A formless shock wave swept across the battlefield. Rocks broke and rumbled, dust and smoke rose. This is? He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing were tongue-tied. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had finally woken up, he felt immense pressure in his mind as he exposed the identity of the ghostly hand. Chapter 10:10, Embroidered Tower cannot block the demonic might. This ghostly hand that stretched out from life and death blessed land was extremely huge, like a hill. Its arm was not fully stretched out, more than half of it was still inside the door. Life and death blessed land's entrance was seemingly already open to the maximum, but only a small part of the ghostly hand could come out, as if it was stuck. Rank 9 aura, majestic and vast, spread out and engulfed in all directions. Fang Yuan's side hurriedly retreated. Under the suppression of the rank 9 aura, they felt suffocation and had a fearful sensation that they were going to die from it. Looking at this huge hand again, it was dark like the depths of an abyss, terrifyingly sinister, and seemingly undulating with a dark blue light. What soul beast is this? It actually has such a terrifying aura. Not even immemorial soul beasts can match its aura. Could it be that the world has rank 9 soul beasts? He Lulan blurted out in shock. She still did not know the true identity of this ghostly hand. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale as paper as she retreated, speaking in a trembling tone. Among all the living beings in the world, only humans can reach rank 9, thus man is the spirit of all living beings. Once the soul left the physical body, it should be in a weak state. Moreover, the soul was incorporeal and could pass through bricks and tiles. But this right hand of spectral soul demon venerable was solid like it was material, stable like a hill. After stretching out of life and death blessed land, it grabbed at the ruins of Yitian Mountain. Large numbers of boulders turned into powder under the hand. This was simply beyond the common sense of the cultivation world. Spectral soul demon venerable's main cultivation path was soul path. His soul path foundation was so deep that it had reached the limits of a material state. It far surpassed the Immortals' imaginations. Spectral soul demon venerable. Looking at the huge hand that engulfed his vision, Fang Yuan felt his mouth drying up. He knew the origin of this huge hand. It was because not long ago, when he had been struck with the immortal killer move lead soul into dream, and had entered the dream realm again, he had heard the melodious song of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas! Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. Following this song, information flowed into Fang Yuan's mind out of nowhere. Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? This showed the ghostly hand's true identity, informing Fang Yuan that the mastermind of Shadow Sect behind the scenes was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When Fang Yuan had known this, he had been extremely shocked. With such mental preparation, now that he looked at the giant ghostly hand, Fang Yuan was able to forcibly calm down, instead feeling some relief. Everyone dies. This was the rule of the world, and everyone knew of it. Even rank 9 venerables could not escape this fate. Then where did the soul of these rank 9 venerables go to after death? This was clearly explained in / the legends of Renzu / Road of Life, Road of Death and Obsession Death Domain which held Fairness Immortal Gu. In the legends, after Verdant Great Sun died, his soul returned to the door of life and death. Rank 9 venerables along with all the living beings in the world had such an outcome in the end. / the legends of Renzu / clearly recorded, the road of life was filled with suffering Gu while the road of death had 3 obstacles, Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan did not know about Reverse Flow River's location, but he knew Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were in his hands. Fang Yuan even made a bold guess, the third obstacle, Reverse Flow River, was also probably no longer on the road of death. Without the obstruction of these 3 obstacles, couldn't souls after people die easily return to the world of the living? This meant Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul returning to the world of the living was not an unexplainable matter. Regardless of what happened in the depths of the door of life and death, and what the truth was, right now, at this moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul had charged out of the door of life and death and appeared once again amidst the living. So all these were really Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangements. No wonder Shadow Sect is so mysterious and so powerful. No wonder Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals did not fear death. Have they already grasped a method of reviving the soul? But what in the world does Spectral Soul Demon Venerable want? Shadow Sect did everything possible to protect the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, not even stinting on making any sacrifices. What are they trying to refine? The doubts in Fang Yuan's mind intensified, like the dense dark clouds above him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you finally could not bear it anymore. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord heaved a deep sigh. With the help of Heaven Overseeing Tower, he had already deduced Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's identity back at Heavenly Court. That pair of eyes that gazed at all things from the darkness, filled with killing intent, were the eyes of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Knowing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attempting to defy heaven to resurrect and escape fate, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had paled with shock and alarm. hurriedly awakening Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals to immediately take action and destroy Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's plan, making him fall back to Obsession Death Domain, maintaining Heaven's will and fate. It was because the two roads to Obsession Death Domain had been traveled by Fate Immortal Gu personally. All things go through life and death, it is the world's greatest fairness. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable resurrected, it would no doubt be unfair, the greatest violation of fate and Heaven's will. Fate Immortal Gu would probably be unable to recover further because of this. They had to take this chance while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not resurrected, and pass judgment. If they allowed this demon venerable with the strongest killing intent in history to resurrect, the world would become filled with massacre and chaos. Heavenly Court's side could forget about restoring their former glory, they might even be unable to protect themselves. That was the reason that in this battle at Etion Mountain, Heavenly Court did not care about the price to activate the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower, bringing Heavenly Court's main forces with them. Spectral Soul, rank 9 Demon Venerable. What's there to fear? He is already dead, his soul has been hiding in the door of life and death, lingering on his last breaths, he is already no longer the rank 9 Demon Venerable. Right. Everyone is aware of a soul's weakness. If he truly had his former strength, why would he need to establish Shadow Sect and create so many split souls? Why would he need to form these schemes? In my opinion, he can at most only be considered Spectral Soul, and not Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals talked and roused each other's morale, expelling the fear in their hearts. Facing a rank 9 existence, even these rank 8s of Heavenly Court could not help being anxious and fearful. The 10 extreme formation is Spectral Soul's weakness. We need to first stop this huge hand, then we can gather our strength to break this formation. Bai Chen Tian shouted. That makes sense. Heavenly Court's Immortals nodded, a portion of them then flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower started activating, releasing sparkling white light. Immortal Killer Move, Lead Soul into Dream. Ying Wuxia once again activated his only ability. One skill to dominate the world. Damn it. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stomped his foot in anger but could only fall into the dream realm once again, unable to extricate himself. Shadow Sect had gone through untold hardships to creating Wuxia, and their efforts were showing outstanding effects at this moment. Even the rank 9 Immortal Gu House was being tied down by Ying Wuxia alone. Even if there were people who replaced Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position, they also soon fell into dream realms. As long as Ying Wuxia targeted Heaven Overseeing Tower, these temporary Tower Lords would follow suit and be struck by his ability. Humph, you think the Grand Heavenly Court only has one Immortal Gu House? Right at this time, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, who had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier, suddenly brought out their second Immortal Gu House. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Embroidered Tower. This small pavilion was adorned with beautiful decorations, its walls were red and its tiles were made of jade, looking exquisite and beautiful, but it lacked part of its foundational support. One could clearly see the traces of destruction on the Immortal Gu House. Although this was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House, it was only a damaged object and not intact. The so-called Heavenly Court only has these antiques left? It is embarrassing for you people to keep what reckless savage demon Venerable broke for so long, and you are still bringing it out now to make a fool of yourselves. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing stood up, raising his right hand in the shape of a fist above his head. The next moment, the Peerless Sword Path Killer Move, 5-finger fist heart sword, erupted with full power. Embroidered Tower shook for a while from this attack, before shooting out 7 embroidery needles condensed from faint light. These 7 embroidery needles flew gracefully like birds, and struck the huge ghostly hand in a blink of an eye. Immediately, the embroidery needles pierced through the ghostly hand and the ground countless times. Spectral Soul's ghostly hand tried to rise, but could not even budge. The 7 embroidery needles seemed to be using invisible thread that tightly sewed this ghostly hand to the ground. This Embroidered Tower Immortal Gu House might be only rank 8, but after Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, was betrothed, he prepared it as a dowry. In the past, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had rampaged into Heavenly Court, and was struck by this move, he also had to discard the 3 bloody skins to free himself. Inside the Embroidered Tower, the leading Heavenly Court's Immortal sneered. According to logic, during the time when the ghostly hand was sewn to the ground, the ghostly hand could have already flown away from the ground. But this ability of Embroidered Tower was this Immortal Gu House's strongest attack. The sewing threads it used were actual Dao marks. It used Dao marks as threads to sew the ghostly hand to the ground. If Spectral Soul wanted to raise his hand, he would need to have the power to lift the ground of the whole of southern border. Maybe Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had such power. But this remaining soul could not reach such a standard. Heavenly Court's foundation was truly unfathomable. Even when facing Spectral Soul, they had corresponding methods. Seeing Spectral Soul's huge hand tightly sewn to the ground, He Lulan, Tai Baiyun Xing and the rest stared, dumbfounded. While Shadowsek's group revealed worried expressions. However, the next moment, the solid and malevolent dark ghostly hand suddenly turned soft, until it turned into a pool of black water. Whoosh! A sea of black water surged out of the door of life and death. In an instant, the surrounding mountain ranges were submerged by it. This water that was from a soul covered all of the surroundings. It was tyrannical and domineering. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly flew into the sky. The next moment, the sea of black water soared to the sky, turning into a monster thousands of meters tall. Spectral Soul. Heavenly Court's Immortals were terrified. A giant ghostly hand swept across the air at such a quick speed that it could not be dodged, smashing Embroidered Tower immediately. Another hand grabbed the large heaven overseeing tower. The ghostly hand increased its strength, cracks started appearing on heaven overseeing tower, and at this rate, the whole of heaven overseeing tower looked like it would be crushed. The 2 grand tribulations, Zither Mind Tribulation and Star Flow Tribulation, came smashing down. Spectral Soul roared towards the sky, suppressing the Zither sound. He raised 2 of his other hands and ferociously tore at a space. The space where he tore broke, the huge starlight tsunami rushed into the void. The 2 grand tribulations were so easily resolved by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan and the rest, witnessing such a scene, were wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Chapter 10-11, Spectral Soul? Spectral Soul. The Immortals present could not believe their own eyes. Zither Mind Tribulation, Star Flow Tribulation, these 2 grand tribulations were easily stopped by Spectral Soul. It was as easy as drinking water. This is the might of a rank 9 demon venerable? Fang Yuan's heart shook. Spectral Soul was already dead, what was present now was merely his soul. This gigantic soul was already beyond normal form. He was thousands of meters tall, like an imposing giant. The dark clouds that the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation created merely reached the height of his waist. Fang Yuan and the others were in the air, resembling flies. Looking at Spectral Soul's leg, it resembled a giant mountain peak. Spectral Soul's chest had reached the clouds, he was as tall as the sky. He had 3 heads. The front head had dragon horns, a lion's mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach-colored forehead, hair like grass, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had a fringe of clouds, eyes resembling lightning, ears like fire, and a golden mouth. He had 1,000 arms, 500 on each side. They were dark like ink, his muscles were bulging with firm lines, oozing with demonic aura. He also had 1,000 ghostly hands. Earlier, Heavenly Court had spent huge effort to use Embroidered Tower to immobilize a ghostly hand to the ground, but that was merely 1 out of 1,000. Ah! This appearance. Don't tell me? Impossible. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan had recognized Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she screamed in disbelief. Her arms were covering her head, she shook her head as she retreated, she lost all the grace that a rank 7 Gu Immortal had. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's appearance was not a secret, it was widely spread in the Gu Immortal world, even in the mortal world it was well known. Especially in southern border, many villages and countless mortals had a culture of revering spectral soul demon venerable. The people used clay to create a statue of spectral soul demon venerable, and would pray to it during festivals and offerings. Hei Lu Lan's pupils shrunk to pin size. She was so shocked she could not speak, her entire body was shivering. Gulp, Tai Bai Yunxing swallowed his saliva, his body was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan showed a moved expression full of anticipation. His shock from earlier had vanished. This is the limit of soul path? The soul turns from phantom to solid, it can interfere with the material world, it is as condensed as a physical body, and is unbelievably powerful. Such a soul foundation definitely surpasses 100 million man soul. My soul compared to it is like an ant versus the moon. But even the powerful spectral soul demon venerable died in the end, his soul returning to the door of life and death. Now that he has broken out, defying heaven and fate, what is he trying to do? When can I reach such a level as well? But even at this level, he cannot avoid death. I pursue eternal life, does it truly exist? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. At this moment, he felt greatly excited. Even as an immortal zombie, he could feel a sensation of hot-bloodedness. One could learn from examples set by capable people. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a predecessor who was undeniably a forerunner of Gu cultivation. Even Fang Yuan, who had 500 years of experience, was small like a fly when he was facing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But Fang Yuan's fear had gone away entirely. He felt deep excitement, it was feverish. Like a person who aspires to climb the highest mountain seeing an immeasurably tall peak, even if that was not the goal, he still felt deeply motivated and wanted to climb up, to surpass it. Fang Yuan had long since forgotten about death. If he died on the path of ascension, even if his corpse was desecrated and his soul was utterly destroyed, so what? This was the goal that he pursued. Bam! At this moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with a grand light, it shattered Spectral Soul's ghostly hand and regained freedom. It was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all. Inside the tower, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals bit their lips, seeing this overwhelming giant, they felt great pressure in their hearts. As expected of Spectral Soul, such vast demonic might, it is simply terrifying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly, the aura in his body rose as his silvery hair swayed, his sleeves were fluttering like a war banner. His fighting spirit soon spread to the other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. The Immortals' eyes burned with passion. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Heaven cannot be defied. Even if you are Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had once slaughtered the world and caused endless bloodshed. Your era is over. Even if we die today, we will protect the great Tao of Heaven. Come, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower. The Immortals had firm determination, Heaven Overseeing Tower shined with an unprecedented dazzling light. Spectral Soul's left head looked at it as it growled, several hands were moving around. The entirety of Spectral Soul moved with a speed disproportionate to its size. In an instant, several hands grabbed Heaven Overseeing Tower tightly. More and more ghostly hands emerged, overlapping over one another, surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower in the center. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were unrelenting, Heaven Overseeing Tower's light shone through the crevices of the ghostly hands' fingers, shooting out light that resembled sharp blades. More than 10 ghostly hands had layered together, but they shook vaguely. Spectral Soul, after getting to this point, actually ignored Heaven Overseeing Tower, the three heads looked towards the sky, having grim expressions. Even though he was several thousand meters tall, the sky was taller, it was still above his head. As if angered by Spectral Soul's arrogance, the deepest part of the sky was conjuring the strongest thunderstorm it could muster. An apocalyptic feeling engulfed the Immortals. This is no longer a grand tribulation. This is a myriad tribulation. Apocalyptic myriad tribulation. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were lost for words. Beyond grand tribulations, there were myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations were terrifying. If a rank 8 Gu Immortal passed all three, they would become a rank 9 Venerable. Heaven was enraged, it knew that grand tribulations were useless against Spectral Soul, Thus, it conjured a myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation, wind lightning prison. Fast. 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 The myriad tribulation descended faster than any Gu Immortal's expectations. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, countless tornadoes coiled around Spectral Soul's body like pythons and dragons. Spectral Soul's 3 heads roared at the sky angrily. His 6 eyes shot out blood-red light that was oozing with killing intent. It had an intimidating aura. 1,000 arms moved together, ghostly hands tore the tornadoes apart while his hill-like fists punched against the lightning bolts in the sky. He Lulan and the others could not speak anymore. The scene in front of them was like the reenactment of a legendary tale. The myriad tribulation was targeting Spectral Soul and the 10 Extreme Formation. Fang Yuan and the others were inside the formation. They were rather safe. This myriad tribulation's power is much higher than ordinary ones. Our main body can endure it. The 10 Extreme Formation? It has been refined by 60% already. Only 60%, the following tribulations will become more terrifying. Saying this, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals became silent. Their real archenemy was not Heavenly Court or Fang Yuan, it was Heaven. If they were in their complete state, Shadow Sect's group was confident. But because of Heavenly Court and Fang Yuan, they were in an incomplete state. In fact, the 10 Extreme Formation had almost been about to break earlier. They only salvaged it by sacrificing Zombie Alliance. Sacred Feather City is lost, and our main body has appeared. We serve little purpose now. That's right, we should sacrifice ourselves to the 10 Extreme Formation and save some time. That is the best way. Then, what about those people? Leave them to us. Ying Wuxia spoke this as he looked at Bo Qing. The later tribulations would be more powerful. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals had little use in resisting the tribulations. They might as well use themselves to accelerate the refinement of the formation. The true identity of these Shadow Sect Gu Immortals was that they were Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Split Souls. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect could remain mysterious and hide in the background, developing for so many years without exposing themselves. This was also why Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals disregarded death. They were united and did not care about sacrifice. This huge force was simply a one-man show by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After discussion, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals, including 7-Star Child and Song Zi Xing, made the same choice as Old Man Yanshi. They entered the formation and sacrificed themselves. Only 2 people were left. One was Ying Wuxia. He had the pure dream reality seeker physique. His cultivation level also rose as time passed. At the last moments of his life, he would fully become rank 9, he was the final trump card of Spectral Soul. The other was Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. He had also been one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, but right now, he was only Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. The remnant soul inside was not Bo Qing but Mo Yao. Mo Yao's remnant soul would not help in the formation even if she went in, she could only be refined as immortal material. This was not worth it, thus she stayed behind. Currently, Spectral Soul was controlling the situation, resisting the myriad tribulation while suppressing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia had no more worries, they charged towards Fang Yuan and the others. Fang Yuan and the others were not their match, they quickly retreated. But being encircled by the formation, and with space path methods sealed, where could they run to? Bo Qing waved his hand and sword light flew out, chopping off Fairy Li Shan's head as blood spewed out of her neck. The sword immortal's strength could not be resisted. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunxing activated Man as before Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to her former state, touching her neck, her eyes were filled with fear. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's arms were behind his back, he laughed arrogantly, merely a rank 6-time path Immortal Gu, how can it stop me? As he said this, Fairy Li Shan's eyes widened as sword chi burst out of her body, turning her into a pile of mushy flesh. Little ant. He Lulan cried out in pain, her eyes were bright red as she charged towards Bo Qing. Ying Wuxia blocked Fang Yuan. He stared at Fang Yuan intently. Fang Yuan, you were actually able to leave my dream realm, very interesting. Then, with my rank 8 cultivation level, I want to see if you can escape from it again. You know my name? Fang Yuan growled, feeling something amiss. He, you are an otherworldly demon, you are still useful to Shadow Sect, I will spare your life. Don't think of using Spring Autumn Cicada, this rank 6 immortal goo has already been deduced by Old Man Yenshur. In its current state, it cannot be used, isn't that right? Ying Wuxia was confident of victory, he approached with a smile. What? Fang Yuan's entire body shook. Chapter 10-12, Murdering Kin, Slaughtering Everyone. 100,000 years ago. Southern border, Xianxi Mountain. It was night time, darkness was everywhere. Wind and thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across the battlefield at times. Partway up Xianxi Mountain, more than 10 Gu Masters' corpses were on the ground. It rained heavily, but it could not wash away the thick and bloody smell of the place. A battle had just ended, there were only 2 people left on the battlefield, the victor was evident. Ha ha ha. A young man laughed while looking at the sky, his eyes were blood red, his expression was filled with bloodthirst. He slowly walked towards the other Gu Master. The other Gu Master was an old man, he was heavily injured and could not battle anymore. He retreated in a hurry, but he tripped and fell into the mud. The young Gu Master slowly walked in the rain, standing in front of the old Gu Master, looking down imposingly, his gaze was cold and icy, there was not a hint of warmth. But the old Gu Master's gaze did not carry fear, instead, it was filled with disbelief and fury. The elderly man shouted, Why? Why? I am your grandfather, I brought you up, I taught you everything you know. Your accomplishments today are all because of the clan's nurturing. Why did you attack the clan's higher-ups, why did you repay our kindness with enmity? Why? Why? Facing the elderly man's questioning, the young Gu Master lowered his gaze, smiling lightly, Why? I did not really consider that. If I have to give a reason, maybe it is because I was annoyed. Annoyed? That's right. Saying things like, our clan is weaker than the other party, we should endure it and suffer in silence. Saying things like, we should respect the old and love the young, we should be courteous and have integrity, we should not talk back to elders. Saying things like, the clan is relying on me to defend its reputation, I need to think for the clansmen, that is how I can become a brilliant clan leader, it is really annoying. Since I was young, I have felt annoyed, I thought I could endure it, but I kept enduring and finally, I could not anymore. The young Gu Master said as his mouth opened, revealing his pale white teeth. Just because of this? The old Gu Master was furious, he sat up in anger. He stared with wide-opened eyes as he scolded, Why did you become like this? What were you actually thinking about? I must have been blind, I raised you for so many years in vain. I actually wanted to hand the village to you. The old Gu Master angrily rebuked until he cried, he sobbed uncontrollably. Enough! Enough! The young Gu Master had a ruthless expression, the old Gu Master's crying made him extremely annoyed. He raised his right hand, slashing down. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the old Gu Master was cut in 2, blood spewed out as his intestines flowed out, he had died without satisfaction. The young Gu Master became calm, he stopped moving. He wore a black robe, standing in the rain like a statue. He lowered his head, looking at the corpse below him, memories of the past appeared in his mind involuntarily. When he was a child, his grandfather had brought him to ride horses and fly kites. When his superb aptitude was revealed, his grandfather smiled in joy. When he became a Gu Master, his grandfather taught him personally. He taught him to handle the clan affairs, he taught him meticulously. A long time passed. The young Gu Master let out a breath, he started to laugh. Ha ha ha. Soon, his laughter became louder as he raised his head, looking at the sky with his arms wide open. His tears flowed out, He was filled with sorrow, but on his face, there was an expression of utter satisfaction. He felt like he was someone who was drowning. Suddenly, he had reached the surface of the water and struggled to get to the shore. He breathed in deeply. He could smell a thick, bloody stench. It assaulted him, seemingly filled with the rage of his clansmen. But he felt that this air was goddamn fresh. Even though I am very sad, is this freedom? Ha ha ha, if I had known this, I would have killed them long ago. These annoying things should have been killed long beforehand. From now on, I will kill whatever annoys me. The young Gu master screamed in the rain, his excitement was evident on his face. Crack. A flash of lightning went by, illuminating the young Gu master's expression of joy. 100,000 years later. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The young Gu master's face was still illuminated by this light. But now, he was already entirely different. He was a monster that was thousands of meters tall, with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. So noisy, non-stop rumbling, enough is enough. Spectral soul roared. Boom. 1,000 arms exerted force, demonic aura surged and filled all the surroundings. They coiled around the tornadoes and tore them to shreds. The impact of his actions caused the clouds over the whole area to stir. He suppressed the wind and lightning. The lightning bolts completely vanished under his wrath. The clouds dispersed and the sun returned. The myriad tribulation, wind lightning prison, had been resolved by spectral soul. Even a myriad tribulation could not stop him. The might of a demon venerable, it was fully displayed. All who witnessed this, be it Fang Yuan's side, or Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, they were in shock. Did we succeed? Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia looked back, joy showing on their faces. But immediately, the sky turned dark again, countless gray clouds gathered above Spectral Soul's head. The second myriad tribulation was gathering strength. Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia's expressions turned dark. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals heaved a sigh of relief. Spectral Soul's 6 eyes showed a pondering expression. Suddenly, he raised hundreds of arms, stabbing into the dark clouds at his waist. The dark clouds were formed by the 10 extreme formation. Receiving Spectral Soul's help, the clouds shook intensely. Oh no! He is accelerating the formation. Even though I do not know what he is trying to refine, we cannot let him succeed. Everyone, collaborate with me. Under Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's lead, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom. It flew out, bypassing the encirclement of the ghostly hands. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned back into material form. With a loud sound, it propelled forward and crashed into Spectral Soul's right head fiercely. At once, Spectral Soul's head caved in from the impact. His chin was slammed into the position of the cheekbones. Spectral Soul roared furiously. 100 hands grabbed at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Again. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted. The 6 Heavenly Court Rank 8 Gu Immortals around him were in charge of this. At the critical moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom again, causing Spectral Soul's attack to miss. This ability to turn phantom was one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's methods. But it was not easy to activate. A large amount of thoughts and concentration was needed. It was like Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage's ability to absorb attacks. 6 Heavenly Court Gu Immortals turned the tower phantom twice. They were breathing heavily in exhaustion. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated above Spectral Soul's head in phantom form. But at this moment, 100 of Spectral Soul's strong dark arms shrunk immensely, turning dry, thin and long. Obtaining his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation underwent a huge change. The scattered dark clouds gathered towards the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It spun on its own, shining with 14 different colored lights. Seeing this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had an anxious expression. He ordered, "Chop off these arms." Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a rocket. It drew an eye-piercing light rainbow in the sky as it slashed forward. The light rainbow cut all of Spectral Soul's arms off upon contact. Ying Wuxia, go and deal with Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing called out. It was a simple matter for them to deal with Fang Yuan's side. But because of a series of events, they were constantly interrupted. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth. he was unwilling to leave at this moment. Give me a moment to make Fang Yuan sleep first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 Immortal Killer move, Lead Soul into Dream. Fang Yuan could not dodge, he was dragged into the dream realm. At the pavilion in the center of the lake, the music from the zither could be heard. Fang Yuan met star constellation Immortal Venerable again. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan hurriedly activated his Dream Path Killer move, but the dream realm held firm. All he saw were transparent ripples in his vision. His Unravel Dream might work against the dream realm, but it was only rank 6. In contrast, Ying Wuxia's killer move was rank 8. The difference between the two was too vast. Fang Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. At once, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither music continued. As star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan gently, she sang with a soft voice. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, he knew that he had lost. Phantom form. Heaven Overseeing Tower dodged Spectral Soul's attack again. But Spectral Soul's ghostly hands did not stop, they drove into the 10 extreme formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was prepared to attack again, but one of Spectral Soul's heads opened its eyes and gazed at Heaven Overseeing Tower, immobilizing it. Heaven Overseeing Tower was unable to change out of its phantom form. Ha ha ha, this time, why don't you try and escape? Ying Wuxia placed his hands at his waist, laughing smugly. Fang Yuan. He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing shouted. But Fang Yuan was deep in sleep, he could not be woken up. Bo Qing was about to kill He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing, when there was suddenly a huge suction force from the ground. The Immortals were caught off guard, they were all sucked into the ground, their legs were deeply buried in the ground, a strong force was restricting them, preventing them from moving. Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse. Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia were shocked, they did not expect that while the myriad tribulation was dealing with Spectral Soul, there was actually a Grand Tribulation waiting to ambush them. Why are they not restricted? Soon, both of them were shocked again. They saw that after landing on the ground, He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing regained their freedom, they could move freely. He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing were shocked and joyful. The latter quickly grabbed Fang Yuan, who was sleeping, and retreated rapidly. What made them even more joyful was that after the 10 extreme formation created the mysterious ball, the force that restricted the space around them vanished. If Fang Yuan woke up, they would be able to use fixed immortal travel and escape. But Fang Yuan was deep in sleep. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with deep killing intent, he was about to use his sword path Immortal Gu, when he felt that the thoughts in his mind, just as they appeared, were sucked out and into the ground. Evidently, the power of the Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse had a variety of targets. Not only could it target the Gu Immortal's body, it could even affect their thoughts, wills, and emotions. Just like this, Bo Qing could only watch as He Lulan and the others escaped from under his nose. Chapter 1013, Grey Memory. This Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse was completely unreasonable. Not only were the Gu Immortals trapped in the ground, their thoughts were also interrupted. Without thoughts to mobilize their Gu worms, what methods could Gu Immortals use? Unless they could use wisdom path methods to resist it. But the condition for that was, the wisdom path method had to be set up in advance. Otherwise, once they fell into Earth Collapse, even if the Gu Immortal had a wisdom path method to use, they could not unleash it. Taking action in advance was the only way. Without the initiative, one was doomed. This showed the power of the Grand Tribulation, one could just imagine the might of the myriad tribulation. Damn it! Ying Wuxia struggled continuously, there were few results from his actions, he sank deeper and deeper as he screamed. Stop struggling, stop thinking. It will make our situation worse, we cannot deal with this at the moment. Immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was beside him, said in a calm tone. Or strictly speaking, Mo Yao's remnant soul was very calm. She was experienced. When she was alive, she helped her lover Bo Qing with his tribulation. The myriad tribulation that she had seen before was more terrifying than this. Comparatively, the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse was harmless and gentle. We can only hope that our main body saves us. Ying Wuxia sighed, looking at Spectral Soul. Only to see that Spectral Soul was also sinking. Half of his huge legs were already below the surface of the ground. Not just that, his left leg's lower portion was tightly sewed onto the ground. This was the result of an earlier attack by the Immortal Gu House Embroidered Tower. Even though Spectral Soul was powerful and mighty, and had used his full efforts, he could not control the entire situation. At this moment, out of his 6 eyes, 2 were staring at heaven overseeing tower, preventing it from moving. The other 4 were staring at the sky. At the top of the sky, gray-colored clouds were growing in thickness. They descended slowly. The second myriad tribulation had started. But it was different from the first, wind-lightning prison, that was extremely fast beyond one's reaction speed. In an instant, the wind and lightning would approach a person and attack them. This myriad tribulation, however, was very slow. It was so slow that anyone who was undergoing the tribulation could retaliate in many ways. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood quietly, like a solemn mountain. Did our main body get hit already? Ying Wuxia shouted, looking extremely anxious. This is such a good chance, you have to retaliate. But until the gray cloud completely shrouded Spectral Soul, he did not move. He stared at heaven overseeing tower, controlling it firmly. Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals were troubled. They used the phantom method to make heaven overseeing tower evade Spectral Soul's attacks. But to think that Spectral Soul's phantom path attainment level was beyond expectations, he was certainly a great grandmaster. Heaven overseeing tower's phantom tactic was taken advantage of by Spectral Soul, becoming unable to return to its normal form. Then how could it fight or do anything in that state? The myriad tribulation is coming. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth, looking at the gray cloud descend slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing squinted, his muscles were tense. The Grand Tribulation Earth collapse was enough to make them defenseless and helpless. Now that the myriad tribulation had descended, was it the end for Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia? The gray cloud descended, but it caused no harm. What is going on? Is this a harmless myriad tribulation? Ying Wuxia was nervous, seeing that there was no disturbance. He touched his body all over as he cried out in suspicion. Bo Qing did not answer him. Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals recognized this myriad tribulation, but Ying Wuxia was unable to obtain the answer. Is this gray memory? The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal who recognized it cried out. What is gray memory? The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal recalled, when I was young, I had once obtained the inheritance of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. In the past, this rank 8 Gu Immortal failed to pass a myriad tribulation, gray memory. During his final moments, he left behind his inheritance. This myriad tribulation is harmless to the body, but it draws out the person's deepest memories. These memories were either those which had caused huge pain to the Gu Immortal's mind, or were a trauma in their life. Don't look down on this myriad tribulation. That rank 8 senior did not even last 15 minutes under this myriad tribulation. He lost all his motivation and became dejected without any fighting spirit left in him. He lost all interest in life. The saying goes, you are your worst enemy. Looking at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was invincible in the world, then wasn't his biggest enemy himself. For everyone in the world, even if we become a rank 9 Venerable, we will have a period of time when we were weak. We cultivate step by step, becoming stronger along the way. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered people over the world. He had an immense murderous nature. People guessed that he might have suffered some trauma when he was young. Who does not have any painful memories in the deepest part of their mind? Who does not have any shameful memories that they cannot express? Who has never made any decision that went against their nature? Along the way, who has never made a mistake? Amazing, simply amazing. This myriad tribulation is incredible. Perhaps even Spectral Soul is going to falter here. Myriad Tribulation, Gray Memory. Because he recognized this myriad tribulation, Spectral Soul did not move. He knew that no attacks could resolve this tribulation. Only by entering it and facing his past, all the shame, trauma, humiliation, and anger, could he pass this tribulation. The gray clouds coiling around his body suddenly had bright lights, there was even sound emitting from them. What was presented in front of the Immortals was a scene from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's childhood. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. A band of Gu masters surrounded a family of 3, their eyes were reddened as they shouted ruthlessly. Father! You cannot kill Mother. A child protected his heavily injured mother, yelling with all his energy. Humph, all demonic path members should be executed. We of the righteous path have to uphold justice and slay members of the demonic path. Why can't we kill her? Not only can we kill her, we must kill her. Only by killing her can our clan's humiliation be purged. The old Gu master who was leading the group, said with a righteous tone, he shouted angrily, he was the grandfather of the boy, the leader of the clan. The clan leader's words received a warm cheer from all of the clan elders and elite Gu masters. They raised their arms and shouted. Kill! 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 Whoosh! With a soft sound, fresh blood spewed out. The boy quickly turned around, at the next moment, his eyes opened wide, as his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw his father had moved in front of him, his face was red and he was gritting his teeth, there were tears in his eyes as he suppressed his intense emotions. The dagger that he was holding had already stabbed deeply into the heart of his beloved wife. The boy opened his mouth and wanted to scream. But he did not make any sound. From that day onwards, he became very quiet. Evidently, this boy was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was a child. Under the influence of gray memory, his childhood trauma was no longer hidden, it was displayed in front of everyone. The gray fog moved, as another scene appeared. Several years had passed. The young boy had grown slightly, he was standing in front of his grandfather respectfully. His grandfather, who was the clan leader, drank a sip of tea, asking casually, I let you read about the history of our clan, what insight have you gained? Come, tell grandfather. Grandfather. The boy first greeted, before saying, I have had many gains these last few days, I have learned much. Oh? Tell me. The old man asked in curiosity. Looking at history, I realized that there is one universal law in this world, that is, to kill. The boy said calmly. Kill? The old man frowned, he replied in a grim tone, explain it to me. Yes. The boy continued, when we are hungry and need food for our bellies, we kill prey. When we have enemies, we kill our enemies and eliminate the threat. When the world is peaceful, the ruler will kill his meritorious subjects to gain authority and control. The boy said slowly, he did not notice that the old man's frown was getting deeper. The boy continued, throughout history, it is a case of you killing me, and me killing you. What is a hero? They are someone who has killed the most enemies. What is a loser? They are someone who could not kill their opponent and got killed instead. Actually, even though kill is a word, it has very deep meaning behind it. How to kill, should one use Gu worms and do it themselves, or hire other Gu masters to accomplish the deed? Sometimes, we cannot kill outright, because that would attract trouble, so we choose to assassinate. There are many forms of assassination, for example. Enough! The old man bellowed, in his anger, he smashed the cup on the ground. The fragments shot past the boy's face as a wound was created, blood flowed slowly. The old man stood up, pointing at the boy, shouting in anger, I let you study and read, it is for you to admire the achievements of our clan's ancestors, and learn about the glorious history of our clan. I want you to learn about courtesy and integrity, I want you to understand the glory of the righteous path. And you actually learned about killing? What sort of twisted logic is this? You are confined for a month, stay in the house and reflect upon your mistake. Yes, grandfather. The boy replied. He spoke softly, but there was a stubborn light in his eyes. The gray fog moved, as the scene changed again. Several years later, the boy was already a rank 1 Gu master. He, I finally refined hidden aura Gu today. I will give grandfather a shock by hiding in the study room. The youngster sneaked into the room. Eh? No, I am only a rank 1 Gu master, while grandfather is rank 4. It is very easy for him to find me. I should hide behind the secret door, in the hidden tunnel, and jump out to scare grandfather later. The youngster changed his mind. He opened the secret door and hid behind it. Not long after, he heard a commotion. He did not dare to open the secret door, he could only listen to the voices. 2 people walked into the study room. His grandfather walked with heavy and hurried steps. He was furious. This traitorous son. He really wants to rebel? He wants to harm his father? The old clan leader was enraged. He slammed the table and caused a huge impact. Clan leader, the evidence is conclusive. News that you have obtained an 80-year lifespan Gu has already spread out. It is confirmed that young clan leader wants to harm you. A hoarse voice could be heard. The youngster could recognize instantly that this was a certain clan elder, the personal aide of the clan leader. Humph. This traitorous son, he wants to seize my authority. How can that be possible? The clan leader shouted. Clan leader, there are many higher-ups supporting young clan leader. The hoarse voice said again. There was a brief silence. The youngster's grandfather's voice said solemnly, my son's influence is not to be underestimated. If we suppress him openly, not only will our reputation in the righteous path be damaged, there will be internal strife that would weaken the clan. Go and prepare, we will strike first and find a chance to assassinate him. Once he is dead, as long as we kill this traitorous son, the other clan elders will have no choice but to give up. Clan leader is wise. Behind the secret door, in the hidden tunnel, the youngster covered his mouth, his entire body was shivering intensely. Chapter 10:14, Food Path Inheritance. Tai Baiyanxing carried Fang Yuan as he sprinted and escaped. He Lulan took one final look at the gray fog. Spectral soul demon Venerable's pitiful childhood made He Lulan feel a sense of understanding due to her similar experience. For some reason, the Grand Tribulation, Earth collapse, did not affect them. Tai Baiyanxing and He Lulan made use of this chance to escape, running away while feeling shock and joy. The 10 extreme formation was in its critical moment, it could not restrict the surroundings. Tai Baiyanxing and He Lulan escaped very easily. Soon, the Battle of Etian Mountain was thrown to the back of their minds. In a few minutes, they could no longer see the gray clouds in the sky. Fang Yuan, wake up. He Lulan slapped Fang Yuan's face, but he was not responding, he was sound asleep. Without Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel, they could not leave southern border. Unless they crossed the regional walls. But that would cause too much losses. Gu Immortals from northern plains? A voice could be heard from afar. Next, 3 southern border Gu Immortals landed. Seeing He Lulan and Tai Baiyanxing in a pathetic state full of injuries, the leading Gu Immortal was shocked. Looking at your injuries, did you come from Etian Mountain? Speak. What actually happened there? Tai Baiyanxing had an expression of wariness. He Lulan smiled coldly, you want to know what happened, go there and see for yourselves. The 3 southern border Gu Immortals snorted, they did not have high cultivation level, they were here to investigate because the Gu Immortal experts of their respective clans had gone to Etian Mountain and lost all traces of communication with them. No matter which super force it was, they were very concerned about the ownership of Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Furthermore, He Lulan and Tai Baiyanxing's auras were very weak, they were covered in injuries and were not in their best condition. We are asking you to speak, you had better obey us. Northern Plains Gu Immortals coming to southern border and still acting so arrogantly. Attack. Take down the three of them. Thus, a battle occurred out of nowhere. And in Etion Mountain's battlefield, the grey fog was still spreading. The situation was in a stalemate. No matter how hard the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals tried, they could not go out of their phantom form. Ying Wuxia and Bo Qing were all immobilized on the ground because of earth collapse. Waves of grey fog coiled around immortal zombie Bo Qing as they shined with bright lights, showing constantly changing scenes. These were Mo Yao's memories. As a variant human, she had suffered a fate of being ostracized. Speaking of which, it was strange, Bo Qing's immortal zombie body actually had Mo Yao's remnant soul. What happened in the past to Bo Qing during his tribulation was unknown. But Mo Yao, who was now present, had to endure the attack, because her remnant soul was in the grey fog. The most painful memories in her mind was drawn out. Humph. Immortal zombie Bo Qing snickered. Facing these sad traumas in her life, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed her strong-willed personality. Strange, why are you unaffected by the grey fog? Bo Qing looked at Ying Wuxia, who was beside him. Ying Wuxia was staring at Bo Qing's grey fog intently. I don't know. Ying Wuxia shook his head. He pointed, yours is pretty interesting. Bo Qing snorted, it seems that because you were just born, and only have 18 hours to live, you had no time to experience these things. Saying this, Bo Qing's face was full of worries. The myriad tribulation grey memory was not a threat to Ying Wuxia. That was because he was too young, he did not have much life experience. But it was a completely different story for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This second myriad tribulation is truly vicious. Once you are within the grey fog, not only are your past traumas revealed, the deepest emotions in your mind will be drawn out, you will experience the emotions that you once felt. My memories have already caused me to feel upset. If the recollection was on my lover, I might. If I am already this affected by it, then for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who has had a longer life and much more experience, how would he deal with it? Thinking about this, Mo Yao's remnant soul looked up by moving the immortal zombie body. Inside the grey fog, Spectral Soul was like a tall mountain, he was unmoving, like a dormant volcano. Surrounding him, the grey fog was rumbling, countless rainbow lights were shining. This fog showed all kinds of images. Spectral Soul had already become a Gu Immortal. Inside Earth Abyss. Youngster, you want to obtain my inheritance? In the darkness, two eyes shined brightly like lanterns. Yes. The Gu Immortal spoke concisely. He wore a black robe with messy shoulder-length hair, his expression was cold, bright light shined in his eyes from time to time. He, ha ha ha. In the darkness, a crazed laugh could be heard, it got louder and louder, it caused one's eardrums to tremble. After a while, the laughter stopped. It seems you have made your decision. Then this is your inheritance test. Roar. Following a loud roar, a strange beast came out of the darkness. This beast had 4 limbs, its body was covered in scales, it had a crocodile's head. Its huge crocodile-like mouth had sharp teeth inside, they were shining with cold light, like blades of daggers. Above its head, it had 2 curly dragon horns. But from its body, there was the aura of a Gu Immortal. Evidently, this was a Beastman Gu Immortal. Beastmen were a type of variant human. In history, they were the most targeted during the era of the 3 demon venerables. Who could have thought that Spectral Soul encountered a Beastman Gu Immortal during his life? This Beastman Gu Immortal with dragon horns and a crocodile's head opened his mouth, biting at the Gu Immortal's soul. But Gu Immortal Spectral Soul did not dodge or evade. The Beastman bit, tearing apart Spectral Soul's arm. Blood spewed out. Crack, crack. The Beastman chewed, under the grinding of his sharp teeth, Spectral Soul's arm was torn to shreds, blood oozed out of the space between his teeth, flowing everywhere. Gulp, the Beastman swallowed, sending the blood and flesh, along with the bones, down its throat. Delicious. I have not eaten such fresh food in a long time. The Beastman Gu Immortal shouted, pouncing again. Spectral Soul did not retreat, he allowed him to continue biting. The beast-man Gu Immortal quickly ate his other arm, and his 2 legs, devouring them. Assaulted by intense pain, Spectral Soul was expressionless, he did not even frown at all. Instead, the beast-man Gu Immortal showed some shock on his face. You are different from those previous people. The beast-man Gu Immortal stopped eating, he assessed Spectral Soul as he spoke with a tone of praise, you have no emotion of fear at all. You know, I invented Food Path, I did a lot of research on eating. Many people wanted to obtain my inheritance, they allowed me to eat them, they looked very tough on the outside with no expression, but they were filled with pain and fear on the inside. Don't think that emotions can be concealed so easily. Actually, this kind of flesh tastes sour and disgusting, it is not delicious at all, I can tell when I eat it. Then, is my flesh delicious? Spectral Soul asked. The beast-man Gu Immortal frowned, he spoke, honestly speaking, your flesh feels cold, your bones are too tough, they are not delicious. They taste like the icicles that I ate during my childhood, when I was hunted down by you humans in frozen lands while escaping in hunger. But forget it. Ha ha ha, I have been trapped here, I have not eaten anything fresh in a long time. How can I not be satisfied with this? Furthermore, what I love eating most are the heart, lungs, liver, and kidneys, they are my favorites, ha ha ha. Lad, you want to obtain my inheritance, there is a price to pay. Don't die at the last moment. Saying this, the beast-man Gu Immortal scratched, tearing open Spectral Soul's stomach, pulling out his large and small intestines. Next, in front of Spectral Soul, he sucked them into his mouth, crying out that they were delicious. Spectral Soul had a pale face, but his expression was still cold, as if those were not his intestines. Deep in the beast-man Gu Immortal's eyes, there was a flash of panic. He cackled, brandishing his claws, pointing at Spectral Soul's chest. Next, I will eat your lungs, you have to endure it. What can I not endure? Spectral Soul smiled coldly, in this special environment, even if I am eaten until only my head is left, I can still grow back. And by then, I would obtain your inheritance. After that, you would lose all value to me, you should worry about yourself. The beast-man Gu Immortal's movements froze for a second, he went into a rage, his eyes were spewing fire. Lad. You talk big. I want to see how long you can endure this for. He purposely moved slowly, causing friction in Spectral Soul's body, making him feel that his intestines and organs were being held, and his bones were being scratched, to try to generate fear and panic in him. The beast-man Gu Immortal took out Spectral Soul's organs and ate them one by one. In front of him, he opened his mouth from time to time, letting Spectral Soul see the miserable state of his organs that were crushed to bits. Spectral Soul's calm expression slowly changed, turning into one of interest. The beast-man Gu Immortal saw this gaze and had a change of expression. What are you thinking of? I find it interesting. I am eating your flesh, I am eating your organs, you find it interesting? The beast-man Gu Immortal looked at Spectral Soul with a disbelieving expression. Of course, eating is natural in this world, but on the other side of eating, there is killing. We eat meat, we have to hunt. When we eat vegetables, we have to uproot them, that is also killing. Even if we eat nothing but wind and drink nothing but water, we are still swallowing and digesting them. All in all, eating is killing. Of course, killing is not just eating, thus, your food path is inferior to my killing path. I have eaten many things, but I have never been eaten by another individual. You are eating me now, that is the same as killing me. Similarly, I have killed many life forms, but I have never been slowly killed by anyone else. This allowed me to understand the feeling of being killed, it is a form of enjoyment. Those who kill have to be prepared to be killed. Simply by killing others, I cannot fully comprehend killing. Thank you for letting me comprehend a deeper meaning in killing. The beast-man Gu Immortal heard this and opened his eyes wide, he looked at Spectral Soul like he was seeing a nightmare, a monster. Cold sweat began to form on his head. He felt that he could not swallow the young man in front of him anymore. He gulped, feeling that his throat was blocked. Lad. I will eat your upper body now, let's see how arrogant you can be. The beast man Gu Immortal shouted, devouring with a frenzied gaze, his eyes were reddened. Soon, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul had only his head left. Seeing this, all of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, along with Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and Ying Wu Xia, were silent. Even though he only had a head left, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was still calm and at peace. What sort of willpower? Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were lost for words. Earlier, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortal who was very confident of the myriad Tribulation gray memory saw this and his expression turned dark, he lost his confidence. But at this moment, the beast man Gu Immortal laughed wildly. He laughed in an insane manner, he was so happy, tears were flowing out of his eyes. It was filled with a tone of mockery. Ha ha ha, you were deceived, but don't be upset, you are the 270th person who was deceived. Ha ha ha. Spectral Soul's gaze flashed, is this inheritance fake? Of course it is real. Back then, I cultivated to rank 8, Barbarian Jiao Lai tried to trap me instead of killing me, he was after my food path, humph. I could not beat him, but he could not obtain what he wanted so easily either. I established an agreement with him, I would pass the food path inheritance to future humans, but not him. And the inheritor must endure my eating test. After making the agreement, I have been trapped here, many humans came here in order to pass the test, to obtain knowledge of food path. But even Barbarian Jiao Lai could not understand my true ability. He, my entire body is full of food path Dao marks, I have reached a level that has never been achieved by anyone before me. I can consume rocks and wind to fill my stomach. I can even consume goo worms to increase the Dao marks on me. I ate Dao marks non-stop, and finally, after 1,000 years, I broke the agreement that we had made. Ha ha ha. So do you get it? Next, I will eat your head and turn you into my nutrients and nourish me, to allow me to recover. Don't worry, I will remember you, you are one of the most unique among the pitiful people that I have eaten. So that is it. Spectral Soul still had a plain expression, he was very calm. The beast man Gu Immortal's expression froze, he grabbed his throat, shouting anxiously, what is going on? What is going on? Spectral Soul laughed coldly, I would never allow another person to determine my life and death. Not to mention an old agreement. You think my flesh is so easy to consume? Every piece of flesh that you eat contains a part of my soul. You are a great expert in food path, but coincidentally, I also have some attainment in soul path. Soul path? When did such a path appear? The splitting of the soul will cause you pain that is immensely higher than the tearing of your flesh. I'll let you know, I am the founder of soul path. As for that bit of pain, only by experiencing it will I enjoy the amazing feeling of killing, isn't that right? Spectral Soul said as the beast man Gu Immortal's expression turned ashen, he stopped moving. He was dead. His eyes were opened wide, staring at Gu Immortal Spectral Soul. Even though the other party only had his head left. In the beast man Gu Immortal's eyes, there was only fear. Chapter 10-15, Scenes of Past Events. Not only the Beastman Gu Immortal, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals who saw this also felt immensely fearful. Demon. Demon. This spectral soul is completely crazed, even though there was a cause, he is filled with demonic thoughts, he thinks that nothing cannot be killed, he thinks that the greatest joy is killing, he thinks that the Tao of heaven and earth is essentially killing. No wonder he could become a demon venerable, and caused the greatest bloodshed in the world. Even the pain of tearing his soul apart felt splendid to him. He seems cold and logical, but he is actually crazy to the extreme. Nobody can save him, his mind is incapable of redemption. I have to agree, an invincible mindset is the basis for becoming invincible. He has such a mindset, it is simply demonic, but because of this, his mind will never waver. Everything in this world will only reinforce that misconceived ideology. The myriad tribulation gray memory cannot stop him. Even though he is not a demon venerable now, and cannot be physically invincible, he is still mentally invincible. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals discussed, they were anxious, fearful, disdainful, and filled with hatred, all of these were on their expressions. Chirp, chirp. Just at this moment, in the sky, there was the clear chirping of birds. Heavenly Court's Immortals looked up, feeling great joy. Myriad Tribulation. Another Myriad Tribulation. The Myriad Tribulation gray memory is not over yet, but another Myriad Tribulation is on the way already. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is defying heaven. Once he revives, the world would undergo bloodshed again. Heaven would not allow him to do so, thus it caused these immense tribulations. He will definitely not succeed. The chirping of birds became louder and more frequent. The sky was shining with a jade light. Large groups of birds entered a formation and charged down. Myriad Tribulation, grand clear space. One of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals recognized this. They seemed like birds, but it was actually the power of space path. Wherever the flying birds went, space would be cleared out, nothing could exist there, it was a terrifying power that could not be stopped. This is grand clear space? In history, there was a Northern Plains predecessor who failed the tribulation but survived it. With an inspiration, he created the immortal killer move three-winged green bird. His descendants obtained it and had once dominated Northern Plains. That's right, this is the tribulation. Under the expectant gazes of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, the jade flying birds flew down, circling around Spectral Soul. Wherever the flying birds went, long and deep wounds were formed, as if they were sharp blades. Wounds soon formed all over Spectral Soul's body, it was a terrible sight. Spectral Soul had no reaction, but Ying Wu Xia was screaming on the ground. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was also showing nervousness on his face. The gray fog surrounded Spectral Soul, its power was seemingly causing him to dwell in his memories. A vast amount of rainbow fog that was thousands of meters tall rumbled in the surrounding 100 li, countless scenes were shown, they displayed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's rich life experiences in front of everyone. Suddenly, behind Spectral Soul's head, rainbow fog expanded, forming a huge veil that pushed away all of the surrounding scenes. In the image, there was an abundance of green light, this was a green heaven fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. A group of Gu Masters were inside fighting with a group of Featherman Gu Immortals. Spectral Soul, who was still a Gu Immortal, was also among them. He wore a black robe and had black hair that swayed with the wind, killing intent was oozing. Humans, you are too much. The Featherman Gu Immortal leader cried out, throwing out an immortal Gu house. It was Sacred Feather City. More than 10 Featherman Gu Immortals flew into Sacred Feather City, as the city burst out with a glorious light. The human Gu Immortals could not beat them, they were utterly defeated. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was unable to resist the might of the immortal Gu house, he was heavily injured, barely surviving. Next, the scene vanished, turning into countless smaller fragmented images. Tens of thousands of images surrounded Spectral Soul, encircling him tightly, almost without any gaps. All of the experiences in his life, as long as there were emotions in them, they were shown, everyone was watching with dazed expressions, they could not keep up with the number of scenes. Spectral Soul's entire life was condensed endlessly. Everyone could see that he walked further and further on the demonic path, his killing nature also intensified, as his cultivation level rose. A huge screen of fog was formed, pushing away the surrounding images again. The position was at Spectral Soul's left leg. Seeing this, the Immortals had an understanding, the larger the scene that came from the rainbow fog, the more variation there was in Spectral Soul's emotions at the time. Thus, the moment the scene started, everyone's attention was drawn. This was a silver-white space. It was the location of a thieving heaven true inheritance. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul barged in, arrogance could be felt from his expression, he spoke to himself, thieving heaven, even though you were a demon venerable, you are already dead. Why don't you leave your inheritance to me? However, the thieving heaven true inheritances were left for otherworldly demons. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was not an otherworldly demon, he was not qualified to inherit it. He tried all kinds of methods, but he ended up spitting out blood, his expression was pale as he returned empty-handed. When Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he dominated the world, slaughtering the masses. He stood on a peak, his hair was white as snow. Looking afar, looking at a field of corpses, looking at the perishing life forms. This was recorded in human history. Spectral Soul destroyed a certain super force and slaughtered over 10 million people just to obtain lifespan goo. He played with the lifespan goo in his hands, while his expression was perplexed. He looked over the scenery, muttering to himself, "Heaven, if you want to kill us, why did you create us?" Even though he had strength that was invincible in the world, he was perplexed. His killing path could not explain this. Another huge screen of fog appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable came to a thieving heaven true inheritance space, the same place he had once went to in his youth. Thieving heavens will formed in front of him. Anyone who can become a venerable has an outstanding aspect. I hope you can be magnanimous and leave this true inheritance for a fated person. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hands were behind his back. He had a cold expression. When I was young, I had desired everything in here. But now, I have already obtained my Tao. No matter how precious the things are here, they are of no attraction to me. I came here because I have a question. Thieving heavens will smiled, I understand. Those who have reached our heights will have questions about heaven and earth. How about this? I will share my experiences with you, as a reference. Okay. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable nodded. Thieving heavens will continued. You might already know, I am not from this world, I am what you would call an otherworldly demon. The world I came from is different from here in both its foundation and scenery. To me, I am only a traveler here. I want to go home. I have strived over my whole life for that goal. My real name is Ben Jia-sun. In my original appearance, I had blonde hair and blue eyes. Before coming here, I had a beautiful fiancé. We were preparing to get married. I had a high status in society. That was because I was a mecha operator. Mecha? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes were shining with deep interest. Even though he had traveled over the 5 regions, this was the first time he was hearing about other worlds. Mecha, you can think of it as a puppet, or a suit of armor. A human stays inside and manipulates it to unleash immense battle strength. Thieving heavens will explain vaguely. A moment later, another scene appeared. Within 88 True Yang building. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable held Giant Sun's true inheritance, looking at it as he sighed deeply. This possession method can extend lifespan, but possessing a body using the soul is only a desperate method. Death is still unavoidable. To extend one's life, lifespan goo is the best option. The path of a goo immortal is filled with calamities and tribulations. It is hard for the body to resist them, and it is hard for the soul to exist independently. The maintenance of longevity means the defiance of heaven. It is hard, hard, hard. Giant Sun, oh Giant Sun, even if you created 88 True Yang building and attempted to plunder the lifespan goo in northern plains. But heaven's will is vicious. Fewer and fewer lifespan goo are being produced. Even if you obtain all of the lifespan goo in the world, so what? Heaven's will dictates the production of lifespan goo. To live a long life, the crucial thing is heaven's will. At the river of time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stood in the air, looking at a red lotus that was floating on the river's surface. His entire body was emitting a thick darkness that was corroding the red lotus. Eventually, after exerting all his efforts, he successfully left a ghost face on the surface of the red lotus. Throughout history, the most mysterious red lotus demon venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sighed. His face was full of fatigue as his eyes shined brightly. I want to know, why did you purposely stop and leave behind the heavily injured Fate Immortal goo? A long time passed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression was mixed with shock and bafflement. He muttered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable truly made a deep scheme. So only a complete otherworldly demon can thoroughly destroy Fate. Even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is only half an otherworldly demon. He is similar to the Immortal Killer Move soul replacement that I created. His soul is from another world, but his body was born here. I want to extend my lifespan. I have to defy heaven, and go against heaven's will. Unfortunately, heaven's will has no soul. I cannot kill it. Maybe with the help of this red lotus true inheritance, I can become half an otherworldly demon. In a dark secret room, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sat on the ground. There were countless goo formations in front of him. Inside the goo formation, there were countless corpses, including men, women, young and old, and all sorts of variant humans. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had disheveled hair now, his hands and body were covered in blood, he was skinny like a skeleton, his eyes were deeply swollen, but they were shining with brilliant light. He was staring at a book fixedly. // The Legends of Renzu // The Legends of Renzu, The Legends of Renzu, to think that I only truly comprehended you today. You are an exposition of human path, you are the true inheritance left behind by Renzu. With methods of human path, I can create a completely new body. After soul replacement, I will become half an otherworldly demon. Maybe not just that, I can still. It is a pity. It is too late, it is too late. I am heavily injured beyond treatment, death is approaching me. Seeing this, Heavenly Court's goo Immortals were deeply in shock. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, but he actually died from injuries. Who hurt him? Or did he injure himself after testing out human path methods? The myriad Tribulation Grand Clear Space was still continuing. More than half of Spectral Soul's 1,000 arms were already chopped off by the jade flying birds. His body was covered in wounds, but he was not resisting at all. Chapter 1016, Over a Long Time. There was another scene. Inside the door of life and death. In Obsession Death Domain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no body, what was displayed was the soul with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. He looked at his appearance in the lake, muttering to himself, very good. I created a method of soul devouring based on food path, it not only let me return to my peak condition, I could even devour the souls of other goo Immortals to obtain their memories and cultivation experience over their lives. Is this a blessing in disguise? But from start to finish, I did not find the souls of any other Immortal Venerables or Demon Venerables. I can understand why Star Constellation is not here. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is not here too, did he return home successfully? It is time to return to the world of the living. Without Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley obstructing me, it is much easier for me to get out of the door of life and death compared to Renzu. But my main body cannot move out yet, I should send out some split souls to pave the way for my main body. When I regain control of the world, I will deal with you. Spectral Soul looked at a special soul. He was sleeping soundly, his body was emitting a golden luster, he was like a sun that had sunken into a lake. In the following scene, there was no spectral soul, but 7 mortals instead. We can see the light of day again, this is amazing. Among the 7 people, one looked up at the sky. Even though we are now mortals, we have our main body's cultivation experiences, we can definitely become goo Immortals. Due to the obstruction of Reverse Flow River, only 7 of us made it out, even though there were 10 at the start. It is going to take some effort to let our main body come out. If anyone finds out, it will be troublesome. They will not sit around and watch. To play it safe, we should separate and develop in all 5 regions secretly. We will communicate once in a while. In that case, why don't we create an organization to deceive the masses? That's true, let's call it Shadow Sect, we will be as unnoticed as shadows, yet we are everywhere. One day, the entire world will be shrouded in our shadows. Alright, the 7 of us will be called red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. Like 7 of the immemorial heavens, we have once stood at the peak, but have now fallen. This is to warn ourselves that we cannot be lazy or complacent. Sword Immortal Bo Qing is actually a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Heavenly Court's goo Immortals cried out. Among them, an old woman said in shame, there is no denying it with the evidence in front of us. My Spirit Affinity House is at fault for failing to investigate properly. The methods of a demon venerable are almost impossible to defend against. Even in Heavenly Court, his split soul spies were lurking here, not to mention Spirit Affinity House. It was fortunate that Tower Lord noticed it and used Heaven Overseeing Tower to expose these shocking secrets, that gave us the chance to stop this terrifying demon. Heavenly Court's Immortal exclaimed. In this situation, even though they could not do anything, Spectral Soul's condition was not good either. Ever since Grey Memory descended, Spectral Soul had been standing still, allowing the myriad Tribulation grant clear space to assault him. He was already covered in countless injuries. Azure. On the ground, Mo Yao's remnant soul, who was inside Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, felt deep emotions as she saw the young and handsome Azure in the image. Around her, grey fog rumbled as a scene in the depths of her memory was shown. All around there were ruins, there were countless mangled corpses lying on the bloody ground. There seemed to have been an intense battle earlier. Husband. Don't die, you cannot die. If you die, how will I live without you? Mo Yao hugged Sword Immortal Bo Qing as she sobbed helplessly. Bo Qing held Mo Yao's hands weakly. At this point, I will not conceal it from you. I am from Shadow Sect, I am a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. You loved the wrong person, loving me will only cause you pain and hardship. Go, leave, if not, it will be too late. Mo Yao's body shook, she shook her head as she rejected him firmly. No, I will not go. I don't care about your identity, I only know that we love each other deeply, that is the most important thing. I don't care about anything else. If I cannot live together with you, I will die with you. Oh. Ying Wuxia watched from the side, he showed a curious and shocked expression. Grey fog rumbled continuously, the scenes around Spectral Soul became more and more chaotic. Earlier, it was from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's perspective, but now, they were from the perspectives of 7 people. These 7 only inherited a small portion of his foundation, they had their own difficulties and pains. Once in a while, Spectral Soul's main body would send out more split souls from Obsession Death Domain, traveling through Reverse Flow River. This made the scenes even more chaotic now. However, the largest image still attracted everyone's attention the most. 6 members of Shadow Sect gathered together. They were the first batch that had left the door of life and death, they were all immortals now. It was my mistake. Green spoke, if I did not ask Azure to teach that unscrupulous merchant in Treasure Yellow Heaven a lesson, Azure would not have fallen into the trap of love and betrayed us, even our main body was exposed. This is not your fault, Green. Purple consoled, these are traps and difficulties created by Heaven's will. Haven't you all noticed? It was faint when we were still mortals, but as our cultivation level rise, our lives also have become more filled with difficulties, nothing is going smoothly. Anything we do will cause unnecessary consequences, there are problems everywhere. We have to settle Azure's matter quickly, otherwise, our main body's plan will be obstructed. What should we do? Azure cultivates sword path and his battle strength is the highest. Do we need to gather our strength and jointly eliminate him? It is possible, but the price is huge, and the risk is high. I have a plan. If it succeeds, we might be able to turn Fairy Mo Yao over to our side. Purple said slowly. Oh? What plan? Purple smiled, the reason why Azure fell into the trap of love was because Spirit Affinity House used their signature immortal goo, love. This goo is rank 9, its might is nigh unstoppable, thus Azure fell prey to it, it is not his fault. After all, his sword path is not complete yet, he cannot resist such attacks. But coincidentally, I had some enlightenment today, my wisdom path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster. Because we have been keeping in contact, I have a deep understanding towards Azure's sword path. After he got into trouble, I have been deducing on how to solve this problem. I deduced an immortal goo recipe, it can create wisdom sword immortal goo. Wisdom sword immortal goo? Purple nodded, that's right, wisdom sword can cut the threads of love, even if this goo cannot rival rank 9 love goo, in actuality, we just need to cut away the Dao marks from love goo on Azure's body. We can make it such that Azure obtains a fortuitous encounter and thinks he created this new immortal goo recipe himself. Once he uses it, the love threads on his body will be cut, he will regain his reasoning and become one of us again. Not just that, since Mo Yao still has those love threads, we can use them to turn her over to our side. Purple's words made everyone overjoyed, they praised. Brilliant. Brilliant plan. Haha, worthy of a wisdom path Gu Immortal like Purple. What? Seeing this, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, who was on the ground, frowned deeply. Mo Yao's remnant soul, which was inside the body, knew that her lover had created wisdom sword Immortal Gu himself. Then, after that, did Azure deceive my feelings, or did he still love me? At once, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook, she was filled with doubts. But at this time another scene was portrayed around Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect's 7 immortals gathered. As long as I become a venerable, even without our main body, I can be unrivaled and dominate the world. By then, with such invincible strength, even heavens may not be able to deal with me. At the least, there are still many lifespan Gu in this era. Azure raised his head, speaking with an arrogant tone. Don't look down on heaven's will. Green said solemnly, the lesson that we have learned over these years, isn't it enough? Purple, you are our advisor, what do you think? Yellow asked. Purple looked at Azure. After Azure's first failure, it seems that as long as we prepare amply and deal with any mishaps, there aren't big problems. How is Fairy Mo Yao? He. Azure laughed coldly, that silly woman, she is prepared to sacrifice herself for me. She went to 88 True Yang building to refine Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. She wants to draw the myriad Tribulation over to herself when I undergo the Tribulation. Purple shook his head, even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path is quite innovative, Mo Yao's method will not succeed. But since she has the intention to do so, why don't you hand change Soul Immortal Gu and that Immortal Killer move over to her? If you fail the Tribulation, as long as your soul is intact, you will still have a foundation, you can start over rapidly again. It is better to prepare amply. Azure nodded expressionlessly. This scene made Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's body shake intensely. Ingwu Xia felt something amiss, he quickly said, don't overthink it, this is a myriad tribulation, it might not be real. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing did not speak, he was silent as a rock, he clenched his fists as his muscles tensed, his eyes were shut tight. 5 of the immortals from Shadow Sect were gathered again. Blue failed. He used his own immortal aperture and fused with the immemorial blue heaven fragment, in order to research heaven's will, but he has already fallen deep into the dream realm. Yellow said with deep pain. The immortals were silent. A long while later, Purple said, even though blue can be saved, I think we should not attempt it hastily. This is a trap left by heaven's will, in order for our members to get exposed. Sigh. We can tell after Azure failed his second attempt to ascend to rank 9. The power of that tribulation was more than 10 times as much as the first. Evidently, heaven's will does not want us to become venerables, it is trying to deal with us at all times. I will not hide it from you, I have recently had a bad feeling. First Azure, then Blue, I am afraid the next one is me. The immortals were shocked, they quickly said, Purple, don't overthink it. I am not overthinking, this is the prediction of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. After I am gone, Gu Immortal Dali will take over my position. Also, the power of heaven's will is higher than our estimations, but it is not impossible to deceive. From now on, Shadow Sect will lay low, accumulating our strength in secret. When we perform the heaven-defying deed, we should go all out at once, so that heaven's will has no time to react to our actions. Chapter 1017, Deep Scheme. On a larger image. Green, hurry go. Yellow grabbed Green's hand, pulling him outwards. No, I will not leave. It can still be saved, look at the immortal fetus Gu, it is still alive. Green screamed, struggling, let me go, that is my entire life's work. You think this explosion is simply an accident? Look at the remaining rank 8 immortal materials, take a good look at them. Yellow called out furiously. Green's body shook, clarity returned to his eyes, he had a realization, his forehead was covered in sweat as he said with lingering fear, these immortal materials are all full of heaven's will. That was so close, a moment ago, my sense of reasoning was influenced by heaven's will. Even after setting up this huge formation and hiding in Northern Plains Earth Trench, I was still noticed by it? Only a complete otherworldly demon can be fully undetected by heaven's will. Us being discovered is nothing to be discouraged over. Give up on this attempt, we will start over again. Yellow consoled. Green was speechless, looking at the sandy area around him, he nodded solemnly. I've already told you, your deduction is completely wrong, I have nothing to do with Red Lotus true inheritances. Gu Immortal said helplessly. The opposing time path Gu Immortal was shrouded in fog, their appearance could not be seen. Only the red lotus marking on their forehead was visible, bright and red. They smiled coldly. I used the time path method in Red Lotus true inheritance to deduce, how can that be wrong? Red Lotus Demon Venerable's next true inheritance is with you. Dilly was silently before replying, there is nothing else to say, let's fight. Saying this, he charged ahead. You finally stopped evading. The mysterious Gu Immortal was filled with intent to fight. After a long battle, Gu Immortal could not defeat the other party, he was suppressed by the immortal Gu House, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. The myriad Tribulation Grand Clear Space finally ended. Spectral Soul did not put up any resistance, his entire body was hurt by the countless green birds, his mass had shrunk by 1/3. At the same time, Heaven Overseeing Tower was prepared to strike, it seemed to be close to getting out of its phantom form. The surrounding gray fog had dissipated by half. This meant that the myriad tribulation, gray memory, was already half over. But the tribulations from the sky still continued. Another myriad tribulation was gathering on top of Spectral Soul's head. It seemed that as long as Spectral Soul was still alive, Heaven's will would not let him off. Myriad tribulation, dark oil poison. From the sky, drops of sticky poisonous oil dripped down. The oil seemed to be boiling hot. When they landed on Spectral Soul's body, there was a sizzling noise as smoke rose. The oil entered the wounds created earlier, flowing in and corroding Spectral Soul's body, an intense process of rotting was occurring inside. Soon, the poisonous oil turned from drops to streams, countless streams were raining down from the sky, over the surroundings. Spectral Soul's huge body was bathed in poisonous oil, it was rotting at an observable rate, his body mass was shrinking rapidly. But he did not do anything. Ying Wuxia, who was below, had an anxious expression. He wanted to call out, but he was in the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse, any movement or intense thinking would cause him to sink further. What is wrong with you guys, both of you are acting like this? He grumbled, looking at Immortal Zombie Bo Qing beside him. From the start, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was like a statue, not moving. It was as if he was dead, he was unmoved by anything outside. Thankfully, they were below Spectral Soul's feet. Being covered by Spectral Soul's body which was above the clouds, the myriad tribulation did not cause any harm to Ying Wuxia or Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. A very far distance away, He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing were assisting each other as they escaped. Behind them, a group of southern border Gu Immortals were chasing them. The xenophobia of the 5 regions Gu Immortals was quite strong. Even in the most open Eastern Sea, foreign Gu Immortals did not have an easy time, they were often ostracized and bullied by Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. In the earlier battle, after He Lulan nearly killed a southern border Gu Immortal, the situation became uncontrollable. The southern border Gu Immortals flew into a rage, these northern plains outsiders were so arrogant and bullying them, not only did they fight in southern border, they injured them. Where did they think they were? Thus, the chasing continued, not just that, they even gathered their allies and reinforcements. He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing were not in good condition to begin with, they were injured. They battled as they retreated, under their skillful movement, they got farther and farther away from Etian Mountain. No matter how huge He Lulan's ambition was, she did not dare to get close to that place again. That was not the stage for rank 6 Gu Immortals. Not even rank 7s, and rank 8s also could only be side characters. That was a battlefield where Spectral Soul and Heaven's Will fought. The myriad Tribulation Dark Whale poison had already ended, Spectral Soul was now surrounded by another myriad Tribulation. This myriad Tribulation was unknown, it had broken the limits of historical records. It was formless and ethereal, only a mystical aura that could not be perceived was around. The aura coiled around him, causing Spectral Soul's body to explode wherever it went. Spectral Soul was a soul, but it was so condensed it was like material, it was as if it was a soul beast. With the explosions caused by the aura, the huge mountainous body vanished, only a framework of it was left, huge pieces of the soul were blasted away. In the grey fog, another scene appeared. Old man Yanshi coughed blood, he held heavenly secret immortal goo as he muttered, so Fang Yuan has spring-autumn cicada. No wonder he could refine fixed immortal travel and go to central continents who immortal blessed land and obtain Danghun Mountain. He then destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and caused the collapse of 88 True Yang building. Since he is an otherworldly demon who possesses spring-autumn cicada, he has clearly escaped fate, this can be the best tool against Heaven's Will. Fine, I will conceal the tracks of you and Tai Baiyun Xing, to prevent others from deducing matters about you. Qin Baixing secretly watched the immemorial ruin bat as well as the numerous calamities and tribulations in this area. This was the time when Dongfang Changfan had undergone possession and was going through tribulation. Dongfang Changfan was merely using possession to revive, but his main body's aura was perceived by Heaven's Will, sending such a terrifying disaster. In the future, when our main body tries to revive, the tribulations would likely be worse. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie nodded beside him, we can leave, this test against Heaven's Will has ended. Why is Chu Rong not back yet? At this time, Fairy Jiangyu appeared with a terrible expression, Chu Rong is dead, the operation to take back modest thatched hut failed. What happened? Qin Baixing was mildly shocked. Chu Rong is a fire path grandmaster with rank 7 cultivation level. It is the inheritor of 3 thatched demon immortal. Fairy Jiangyu said, this person was deeply concealed, his methods were ruthless, I almost failed to make it back. 3 thatched demon immortal. Forget it, we will give up on modest thatched hut. Before the commencement of our crucial plan, we cannot expose our identities over this immortal goo house and cause Heaven's Will to attack us in advance. Qin Baixing thought for a moment and said this. Luopa Valley. Shadow Sect's group faced the central continent Gu Immortals with grim expressions. Qin Baixing stared at Feng Jiuge, sighing, Heaven's Will's attack is already here. In order to protect the pawn Fang Yuan, Yanshi concealed his traces. Central continent's Gu Immortals investigated Fang Yuan and in following their clues, instead found us. What do we do? Fairy Jiangyu asked. We have no choice but to fight. Qin Baixing gritted his teeth and said. Cough, cough, cough. Old man Yanshi coughed continuously, his expression was pale, he was so exhausted that it seemed like he would die from being out of breath. I used heavenly secret goo and consumed 100 years of lifespan. But it was worth it, I deduced that spring-autumn cicada's condition is bad, it has already been used. Seeing that Fang Yuan went to Etian Mountain in advance, he evidently knows about the Battle of Etian Mountain. With this, I can deduce that our main body has already failed once, thus, he had to use that Red Lotus true inheritance to make Fang Yuan rebirth, sending him back to the past to change the future. Thankfully, spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, it is nothing scary. In that case, Fang Yuan is the best method of measurement. Looking at his future performance, I can deduce even more things. Would searching his soul directly be easier? Or would it affect the entire situation? In accordance to my planning, Bo Qing and 7-Star Child have already slowed down Heavenly Court as much as possible. This result should be a lot better compared to the last time. Old man Yanshi sat in the pavilion, looking at the mountain and fog change mysteriously. On Zombie Alliance's side, the arrangements are set, we can use them as a backup. It would be best to preserve them, sigh, I hope we do not need to use them. Using the newly obtained lifespan goo, I have about 20 years left. It is time to die. It is natural for my split soul to return to the main body. But before dying, I should help the main body deduce the tribulations of the following heaven-defying plan. A moment later. Cough, 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 I didn't die? This means that I have already deduced all of the tribulations? No, it is because every wisdom path advisor of Shadow Sect, from generation after generation, had been deducing all along. We finally accumulated enough foundation to create a qualitative change. This is so ironic. Using Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core, the Wisdom Path Killer move created can deduce the contents of the tribulations. But this Immortal Goo was created by Paradise Earth. He had tried to get rid of the main body's influence all his life, to think that after dying, he actually provided us such huge help. Seeing this, Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals were shocked beyond words. It turned out that Shadow Sect had already deduced the tribulations. That meant it was very suspicious that Spectral Soul was not moving inside the myriad tribulations. The mysterious myriad tribulation had gone away, the next myriad tribulation descended. Vine Dragon Tribulation. Countless green vines with sharp thorns shot out from the sky and ground, coiling around Spectral Soul's body. Soon, millions of vines surrounded Spectral Soul tightly, forming a huge ball. They coiled around him relentlessly, becoming tighter and tighter, stabbing into his body and using the demon Venerable Soul as their nutrients. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. He is doing this on purpose. Look at that 10 extreme formation. Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals shifted their gazes around as they came to realizations. Because Shadow Sect had deduced the tribulations, they could make arrangements around them. Spectral Soul purposely did not put up resistance because he wanted to fuse his soul path foundation into this formation, as the nutrients for this formation. What is he trying to refine? He actually used his own demonic soul as goo refinement material. Not just that, with so many myriad tribulations around him, they are actually carving space path, poison path, chi path, and wood path down marks on his body, to destroy his soul path down marks. They could harm Spectral Soul because these down marks were not weaker than the soul path foundation that he had accumulated for the last 100,000 years. Gasp. Sensing this, Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals drew in deep and chilling breaths. It seemed that Spectral Soul was not only refining himself, he was even using the power of the myriad tribulations to achieve his goals. But what was his goal? The 10 extreme formation was at the final juncture. In the dark fog, the ball of light was becoming brighter and rounder. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank to rock bottom. He had a determined expression. He said solemnly, "We cannot go on like this, we have to ruin Spectral Soul's scheme. No matter what he is refining, we have to destroy this 10 extreme formation. But we are in phantom form. No, we have one chance to retaliate." This is something that generation after generation of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lords have created after researching. It has always been kept as a confidential secret. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lords said. Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals heard this and were joyful and surprised. Why don't you use it? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled bitterly. He told them the price for using it. Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals fell into deathly silence. Chapter 10:18 Narrow Victory. A moment later, someone stepped up. Since Shadow Sect can make sacrifices, why can't we of Heavenly Court do the same? I am willing to stay behind and manipulate Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am willing too. Giving up this body to slay a demon venerable, what reason is there not to? More and more Goo Immortals stood up. Of course, there were Heavenly Court Goo Immortals who had other opinions. In my opinion, the urgent matter now is to find out what Spectral Soul is trying to refine. The matter is not desperate yet, we should preserve our strength until absolutely necessary. Back then, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still alive, he could not take down Heavenly Court. Now that he is dead, he is weaker than during life. What should Heavenly Court fear? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I have decided, those who want to stay will come with me to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower. As for the rest of you, I will send you to White Heaven. Regardless of victory or defeat, you have to gather the remains of the Immortal Goo House and return to Heavenly Court. After saying this, Heavenly Court's members came to an agreement. Heaven Overseeing Tower shot out a bright light towards the sky, before a beam of light descended from the sky, covering the entirety of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Spectral Soul was startled. He tried to control Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from getting out of its phantom form. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was not being manipulated to get out of its phantom form. In fact, its final attack required it to stay in phantom form the entire time. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded over the surroundings. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I will show you the newest and most powerful attack of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding scenery had a subtle change. The myriad Tribulation, Vine Dragon, was coiling around Spectral Soul's body, but now, under the control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, it changed targets and attacked the 10 Extreme formation instead. Spectral Soul's expression changed. Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack was beyond his expectations. Even though he had planned for tens of thousands of years, and deduced it countless times, expending the lives of many generations of Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. His entire plan had been deduced and refined, deduced and perfected. But he did not deduce that Heaven Overseeing Tower had a method to manipulate the myriad Tribulation directly. What sort of method was this? An intense aura burst out. Spectral Soul stopped being motionless. He quickly used his methods to resist the attacks of the countless vines. He had experienced many myriad tribulations. To complete the mysterious immortal goo in the 10 Extreme formation, his battle strength had already been severely lowered. But right now, he attacked at full strength. His demonic might was overwhelming. It gave off an unstoppable feeling. Even though more than half of the soul path Dao marks on his body were gone, he was still shining with the light of Dao marks. They were bright and numerous like the stars in the sky. An unimaginable clash. One side controlled the myriad tribulation to attack, while the other's soul changed into countless forms to defend against the vines. Even though he was alone, even though he only had his soul left, Spectral Soul showed incredible capabilities in battle that almost resembled a miracle. He blocked all of the vine dragons coming his way. The 10 Extreme formation was tightly defended by him, nothing could go through. Heaven Overseeing Tower, still in phantom form, was disassembling. The speed got faster and faster. The countless mortal goo and immortal goo that formed Heaven Overseeing Tower were facing destruction every minute and second. In Heaven Overseeing Tower, every few breaths of time, one rank 8 Heavenly Court Goo Immortal died, sacrificing themselves. In order to control the myriad tribulation, Heavenly Court had paid a huge price. The same went for Spectral Soul. His main body was already heavily injured. To resist the Vine Dragon myriad tribulation, his soul was diminishing rapidly. It was as fast as a deflating balloon. The aura that was all over the place had weakened. His overwhelming demonic might seemed to have turned from a forest fire to a pile of bonfire. Spectral Soul, you transgress against heaven, you will die like a dog. Before dying, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted his final curse. Around him, all of the Heavenly Court Goo Immortals were dead. With a loud bang, the remaining half of Heaven Overseeing Tower broke apart, turning into countless fragments. The fragments turned back into mortal goo and immortal goo, following the beam of light, penetrating the heavenly wind Qi wall to go deep into White Heaven. The Heavenly Court Goo Immortals who were left behind to guard White Heaven rapidly moved and collected the immortal goo. Most importantly, they had to retrieve Fate Immortal Goo. Spectral Soul's body had shrunk from thousands of meters to hundreds, until he was only a handful of meters tall. Not only that, his soul was no longer condensed, it was very translucent, it swayed with the wind, his aura was very weak. The Grand Tribulation Earth collapse dissipated at this moment. A bright sword light flashed in the sky. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had already flown towards Spectral Soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul inside the body screamed, Spectral Soul, return my husband to me. Spectral Soul's gaze was fixed upon the 10 Extreme formation. The dark fog in the 10 Extreme formation was gone, all of the 10 Extreme Immortal zombies were sacrificed, only one round ball was left, shining in the light of 9 different colors. Immortal zombie Qing moved closer. You promised me you will revive him. Spectral Soul turned around, gazing at immortal zombie Qing's face. The split soul that created Qing was already destroyed in the myriad tribulation. With the split soul lost, how can I revive him? You lied to me? Immortal zombie Qing clenched his fists, a dangerous light was shining in his eyes. Of course I did not lie to you. I am Qing's main body. When I revive, Qing will naturally revive as well. When I dominate the world, it would also mean that Qing has attained rank 9 cultivation level. Isn't this what you were hoping for? Spectral Soul said slowly. Old scumbag. Immortal zombie Qing was furious, he attacked Spectral Soul. But the sword light had just shone and vanished instantly. Immortal zombie Qing floated in front of Spectral Soul, unable to move. You are my final obstacle? He, it is a pity. If Yanshi did not remind me earlier, you might have caused me trouble. But now, Did you forget that all of your sword path immortal goo have my will in them? Did you also forget who was the one feeding them over these years? Spectral Soul spoke coldly, he paused before continuing, now, I will give you one final chance. Kill them, and repent for your act of betrayal. Them naturally meant the heavenly court goo immortals in white heaven. Spit. Humph, foolish woman. At the next moment, Mo Yao's remnant soul was pulled out, devoured by Spectral Soul in one mouthful. After swallowing this remnant soul, Spectral Soul's body condensed slightly. Wu Xia, you will defend me, I only need a little over 10 breaths of time to succeed. Spectral Soul said as he shrunk to the size of a child. Yes. Wu Xia flew up, standing beside Spectral Soul, looking around alertly. The beam of light that penetrated the heavenly wind Qi wall was gone. We have no chances left. Heavenly Court's goo immortals sighed, they retrieved the remaining immortal goo from heaven overseeing tower as they retreated. Spectral Soul touched this newly refined immortal goo, with his eyes filled with emotions. After plotting for tens of thousands of years, after so much planning and painstaking efforts, I finally succeeded in refining this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. With this immortal goo, I can surpass all of the venerables in history, I can obtain the body of an otherworldly demon, reaching an unsurpassed realm that nobody has ever seen. All other immortal venerables and demon venerables in history will not be my match, even if Renzu resurrects, he will be inferior to me. Ha ha ha. Spectral Soul raised his head and laughed. In his laughter, there was insanity, relief, pride, arrogance, and venting. Wind blew, as Spectral Soul swayed in the wind. He almost had used up his full strength. If he did not devour Mo Yao's remnant soul, he might not even be able to keep his form. The laughter stopped. Spectral Soul squinted, having an eerie gaze. The closer I am towards the end, the more I cannot afford to be careless. The remaining soul path down marks on him were shining brightly. Using his soul, he could undergo surveillance of a very huge radius. In White Heaven, Heavenly Court's goo immortals had withdrawn, although they left behind many investigative goo worms. Spectral Soul snickered, the light in his soul shined brightly as he spat out a breath of spectral Qi towards the sky. This spectral Qi moved up, penetrating the heavenly wind Qi wall and destroying all of the investigative goo worms left by Heavenly Court's goo immortals. Not a single one was left. Spectral Soul quickly looked around. Soon, he saw Fang Yuan. At this moment, Tai Baiyunxing and He Lu Lan were guarding him. Fang Yuan was lying on the ground, his eyelids were trembling, he was about to wake up. He is awake, he is almost awake. Tai Baiyunxing cried out in joy. He Lu Lan frowned deeply, looking into the horizon, she said without turning her head, then quickly wake him up. Use fixed immortal travel and leave this bloody place. Spectral Soul frowned slightly, but he soon returned to normal. Right now, they were a gigantic distance apart. The radius of 10,000 li around Etion Mountain was covered by the myriad tribulations, the entire area looked completely different from before. If Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel, he could only teleport to 10,000 li away from Etian Mountain. Furthermore, after he wakes up, he might not take a risk and approach the mountain. Even if he takes a risk, there was already enough time for Spectral Soul. After having been enveloped in grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, this entire area was very clean now. The Gu Immortals who died and the immortal apertures they left behind had all been refined by the 10 extreme formation. A small portion were also destroyed by the tribulations. Only life and death blessed land was intentionally preserved. There are no problems left. Eh? No. Spectral Soul turned his gaze towards Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia blinked several times, looking at his main body. How much lifespan do you have? Spectral Soul asked. Ying Wuxia answered, I have 15 minutes left. More than enough. Spectral Soul finally relaxed his mind. He could no longer sustain his form, his body faded and condensed into a ball made of soul. It was the size of a face, firmly condensed like it was solid. It floated towards the ball like sovereign immortal fetus Gu. During this process, Fang Yuan opened his eyes abruptly. Heaven's will! He screamed. He sat up on the ground with a furious and anxious expression. Fang Yuan, you are finally awake. Tai Baiyunxing and He Lulan were overjoyed. Boom! Fang Yuan attacked, striking at the two who saved his life. Tai Baiyunxing and He Lulan were caught unprepared, they were sent flying. Fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan used this rank 6 immortal Gu. Guh. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body was shaking, the activation of fixed immortal travel failed. Damn it! I must make it in time. He gritted his teeth as he thought this, activating fixed immortal travel again. Before Tai Baiyunxing and He Lulan arrived, he succeeded. He was 10,000 li away from Etian Mountain. Seeing the entire battlefield that had changed beyond recognition, he was stunned, his entire body and mind froze. It was too late. Like what Spectral Soul had expected, Fang Yuan could not make it in time. But right when Spectral Soul was about to enter the sovereign immortal fetus Gu, a hand stretched out. Ying Wuxia grabbed Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was already almost out of strength. Before he could react, he heard Ying Wuxia say 4 words. Lead soul into dream. Wha? At the next moment, Spectral Soul fell into a dream realm. And Fang Yuan's soul flew out of Ying Wuxia's body. Next, he rapidly entered the rank 9 immortal Gu in front of him. Chapter 10:19, So It Was Changed Soul. Let us rewind time back to a while ago. Heaven overseeing tower floated above Spectral Soul's head in phantom form. But at this moment, 100 of Spectral Soul's strong dark arms shrunk immensely, turning dry, thin and long. Obtaining his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation underwent a huge change. The scattered dark clouds gathered towards the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It spun on its own, shining with light in 14 different colors. Seeing this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had an anxious expression. He ordered, chop off these arms. Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a rocket. It drew an eye-piercing rainbow light in the sky as it slashed forward. The rainbow light cut all of Spectral Soul's arms off upon contact. Ying Wuxia, go and deal with Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing called out. It was a simple matter for them to deal with Fang Yuan's side. But because of a series of events, they were constantly interrupted. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave at this moment. Give me a moment to make Fang Yuan sleep first. Saying this, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Fang Yuan could not dodge, he was dragged into the dream realm. At the pavilion in the center of the lake, the music from the zither could be heard. Fang Yuan met star constellation Immortal Venerable again. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Fang Yuan hurriedly activated his dream path killer move, but the dream realm held firm. All he saw were transparent ripples in his vision. His unravel dream might work against the dream realm, but it was only rank 6. In contrast, Ying Wuxia's killer move was rank 8. The difference between the two was too vast. Fang Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. At once, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither music continued. As star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan gently, she sang with a soft voice. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost. Deep in the dream realm, his only method, unravel dream, had failed. Fang Yuan could not turn this around. But at this time, star constellation Immortal Venerable's singing entered his ears again. Fallen songs and despondent heroes, difficulty in resisting the trials of fate. Bent swords sink in the sand, rising and falling from ancient times, the rumbling of an unceasing heavenly river. Alas! Spectral night carries a soul into endless dreams. Where can one rest in peace? During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. Along with it, a wave of information once again entered Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan, who was deep inside the dream realm, suddenly jolted. During spring and autumn body and mind shifts, only heavens will remain vast and boundless. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of this final line. As it turned out, the mysterious rank 7 immortal goo that he had obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body was changed soul immortal goo. Back then, Mo Yao had activated this changed soul immortal goo at the critical moment because she was afraid that her lover, Bo Qing, would fail his tribulation. Their souls swapped and she saved Bo Qing, deceiving the entire world in the process. Bo Qing also wanted to make use of Mo Yao to pass his tribulation, but he was afraid that the myriad tribulation might affect his mind. Thus, he gave this immortal goo to Mo Yao, rather than lending it to her. Therefore, changed soul immortal goo was refined by Mo Yao. It was filled with her will. Thereafter, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom and Mo Yao's fake will to create a goo formation, containing these immortal goo that he deceived while slowly refining them. Because of the relationship with Mo Yao's will, changed soul immortal goo was the first to be refined by Fang Yuan. As for the other sword path immortal goo, they were filled with Bo Qing's will, thus, they had slower progress. They could not be refined before the Battle of Yitian Mountain. They were still inside Hu immortal blessed land. According to the hint of the final line, it was not possible to use Unravel Dream to escape anymore. He had to use changed soul immortal goo to swap his soul with Ying Wuxia's. Of course, it was not that simple. The information in Fang Yuan's mind also included an immortal killer move. This immortal killer move not only used the rank 7 changed soul immortal goo as a core, it even included attitude goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, and also a lot of dream path and soul path mortal goo. Fang Yuan hesitated slightly before deciding to follow it. According to his previous experiences, Fang Yuan knew that the information was highly reliable. Most importantly, he had no other choice. At this moment, Fang Yuan was at his wit's end. The enemy was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Purely with his foundation and ability, he could do nothing to the other party. Only by following the instructions could he obtain any hope of victory. Thus, he activated the immortal killer move. He succeeded. The souls of Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxia were secretly swapped. Fang Yuan's soul was originally hit by lead soul into dream and was deep in a dream realm. After switching souls, he covertly entered Ying Wuxia's pure dream reality seeker physique body, while Ying Wuxia's soul went into Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, but he was inside the dream realm in Fang Yuan's place. After switching their souls, Fang Yuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But after seeing himself, he thought quickly. He placed his hands at his waist, laughing smugly. Ha ha ha, this time, why don't you try and escape? Fang Yuan. Hey Lu Lan and Tai Baiyunxing shouted. But Fang Yuan was deep in sleep, he could not be woken up. At this moment, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing raised his hand, preparing to attack He Lu Lan and Tai Baiyun Sheng. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had set an alliance agreement with He Lu Lan and Tai Baiyun Sheng. If he left them in the lurch, he might face a backlash from the alliance agreement. But if he saved them, he might attract suspicion, his identity might be exposed. But soon, Fang Yuan realized. I am overthinking it. I have left all my immortal goo in my original body. I have no way to stop Bo Qing. Even if Ying Wuxia has many immortal goo, lead soul into dream is an immortal killer move. How can I learn to use it so quickly? Fang Yuan could only watch. But an unexpected surprise quickly occurred. There was a huge suction force from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard, they were all sucked into the ground, their legs were deeply buried in the ground, a strong force was restricting them, preventing them from moving. Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse. Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia were shocked. They did not expect that while the myriad tribulation was dealing with Spectral soul, there was actually a grand tribulation waiting to ambush them. What was even more shocking was that He Lu Lan, Tai Baiyun Sheng, and Fang Yuan were unaffected by the grand tribulation. After landing on the ground, He Lu Lan and Tai Baiyun Sheng regained their freedom, they could move freely. Furthermore, at this moment, the 10 extreme formation had created already the mysterious ball, the force that restricted the space around them vanished. He Lu Lan and Tai Baiyun Sheng brought Fang Yuan and rapidly retreated, escaping for their lives. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with deep killing intent, but he could only watch as they escaped. Soon, He Lu Lan, Tai Baiyun Sheng, and Fang Yuan escaped far away, vanishing from Bo Qing's field of vision. Fang Yuan can escape for now, but can he escape for his entire life? As an otherworldly demon, you are the best tool to use against heaven's will. How can we let you go so easily? As for He Lu Lan and Tai Baiyun Sheng, even though they are not otherworldly demons, they were affected by him and became fate escapees. Even if we do not deal with them, Heavenly Court would eliminate them eventually. Bo Qing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan heard this and quickly thought, it seems that an otherworldly demon is very useful to Shadow Sect. No wonder Ying Wuxia only wanted to capture me and not kill me. Strange. That grand tribulation, Earth collapse, why did it not affect He Lu Lan and Tai Baiyun Sheng? Heaven's will, forget it, the most important matter at hand is to familiarize myself with the dream path goo worms I have. If I have to attack later and I fail to use lead soul into dream, wouldn't I get exposed? Fang Yuan took a peek and was shocked to find that he had more than just dream path immortal goo. There was also change soul immortal goo, attitude goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, and other mortal goo, they had all been brought over through his soul. And this mysterious immortal killer move had another use, it allowed Fang Yuan to use Ying Wuxia's goo worms. It seems that attitude goo had an important use. It allowed me to disguise myself and deceiving Wuxia's will that is inside these dream path immortal goo and mortal goo. It is like earlier, when I used Mo Yao's fake will to coax immortal goo out of Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan glanced at immortal zombie Bo Qing again. If the other party knew that Ying Wuxia was already someone else, moreover, he was now the culprit who harmed Bo Qing and took out most of his sword path immortal goo, immortal zombie Bo Qing might behead Fang Yuan immediately without saying anything else. The situation was still very dangerous. Even though they swapped souls and Fang Yuan had escaped from the dream realm, he was currently more fragile than he ever was. If he was found out, there would be no hope. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope above a valley. If he was careless, he would fall and die with a mangled corpse. Fang Yuan gathered his concentration, he immediately moved his limbs, struggling intensely. The result was, his body sank deeper and deeper. He shouted, acting like he was furious. But internally, he felt extremely glad. This grand tribulation came at a great time. I am stuck in here and cannot escape, I cannot even generate thoughts, thus I cannot attack. If I cannot attack, I will not be exposed. This gives me the opportunity to familiarize myself with these unknown goo worms. Stop struggling, stop thinking. It will make our situation worse, we cannot deal with this at the moment. Immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was beside him, quickly attempted to console him in a calm tone. Fang Yuan observed and noticed that Bo Qing was not suspicious. He finally felt slightly relieved. He sighed, looking at Spectral Soul. We can only hope that our main body saves us. But Spectral Soul was also deeply trapped. After the first myriad tribulation, wind lightning prison, the second myriad tribulation, gray memory, descended. The gray fog descended at a very slow speed. It was so slow that anyone who was undergoing the tribulation could retaliate in many ways. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood quietly, like a solemn mountain. Did our main body get hit already? Fang Yuan shouted, looking extremely anxious. This is such a good chance, you have to retaliate. In his mind, he was thinking about other things. Spectral Soul was restricted now, he was glad to see this. But on the other hand, he was within the range of the myriad tribulation gray memory. He felt some unease. The grand tribulation was already unstoppable. If the myriad tribulation descended, how would he survive? Chapter 1020, Obtain the Greatest Gain. The myriad tribulation is coming. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, looking at the gray cloud of fog descending slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing squinted, his muscles were tense. The gray cloud descended, but it caused no harm. What is going on? Is this a harmless myriad tribulation? Fang Yuan was nervous, seeing that there was no commotion. He touched all over his body as he cried out in suspicion. Bo Qing did not answer him. Someone in Heavenly Court quickly recognized this myriad tribulation, gray memory. But Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant soul did not know it. However, soon, Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant soul obtained some understanding of their own. Because after Spectral Soul was shrouded in the gray fog, his memories started to appear in images before them. His experiences during childhood, in his youth, during adulthood, all of these experiences were a form of interrogation and torture in regards to Spectral Soul's heart. He made countless choices that decided his future fate. And at the same time, Tai Baiyunxing carried Fang Yuan as he escaped at full speed. He Lulan took a final look at the gray fog in the sky before following after them. Inside Fang Yuan's body, Ying Wuxia was trapped in the dream realm. He was facing star constellation Immortal Venerable. He gritted his teeth, shouting maniacally, pouncing towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. However, he did not hit her. This was a dream realm, distance was not what it seemed. He might seem to be close to star constellation Immortal Venerable, but no matter how many steps he moved forward, his distance with star constellation Immortal Venerable did not change. Star constellation Immortal Venerable played the zither but did not sing. The music was beautiful, like the sound of a clear mountain spring. Compared to Ying Wuxia's agitated behavior, it formed a stark contrast. Quickly let me out, quickly let me out. Heaven's will. You accursed heaven's will. He pointed at star constellation Immortal Venerable as he shouted. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was unmoved, she showed neither joy nor rage. Ying Wuxia blinked, he forced himself to calm down, muttering, "Don't be anxious, I need to stay calm, stay calm. I know everything about lead soul into dream, this dream realm has not manifested externally, it will fade away soon, it cannot contain me forever. Also, the Gu Immortals on Fang Yuan's side will save me. Once I wake up, I will return and expose Fang Yuan's identity. Now, I can only hope that Etian Mountain isn't far away after I wake up." But Ying Wuxia's wish was not going to be fulfilled. Because next, Tai Baiyunxing and He Lulan met with some southern border Gu Immortals. Both sides fought while moving. Not only did He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing not have the time to wake up Ying Wuxia, they even got farther and farther away from Etian Mountain. Ying Wuxia and Bo Qing were all immobilized in the ground because of earth collapse. Waves of gray fog coiled around immortal zombie Bo Qing as they shined with bright lights, showing constantly changing scenes. These were Mo Yao's memories. As a variant human, she had suffered a fate of being ostracized. Humph. Immortal zombie Bo Qing snickered. Facing these sad traumas in her life, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed her strong-willed personality. Strange, why are you unaffected by the gray fog? Bo Qing looked at Ying Wuxia, who was beside him. Fang Yuan was thinking, I want to know the answer to this question as well. According to logic, gray memory affected Spectral soul and Mo Yao's remnant soul. There was no reason for Fang Yuan to be unaffected. But for some reason, nothing happened to Fang Yuan. Evidently, this myriad tribulation, gray memory, let Fang Yuan off. He did not get exposed because of it. Don't tell me this is the manipulation of Heaven's will? Earlier, Heaven's will let He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing be unaffected by the tribulation. Did it want them to bring my body and get far away from this place? Fang Yuan had many guesses, but behind these guesses, there was a cold sensation when Fang Yuan thought about them. He felt his hair standing. There were a lot of terrifying implications behind his thoughts. But right now, facing immortal zombie Bo Qing's suspicion, Fang Yuan could only pretend to be ignorant. I don't know. Fang Yuan shook his head. He pointed, yours is pretty interesting. Bo Qing snorted, it seems that because you were just born, and only have 18 hours to live, you had no time to experience these things. Mo Yao's remnant soul inside immortal zombie Bo Qing did not suspect Fang Yuan. Her attention was mostly on Spectral soul. Regarding Spectral soul's main body, Mo Yao's remnant soul was quite worried. But next, the gray fog showed that Spectral soul demon Venerable had obtained the food path true inheritance of the beast-man Gu Immortal back during his time. Spectral soul demon Venerable's nature made Fang Yuan quite shocked. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were in a commotion, but because they were in phantom form, they could not do anything. At this time, in the sky, the third myriad tribulation descended, grand clear space. Countless green birds slashed at Spectral soul. The power was terrifying. The expressions of Fang Yuan and Mo Yao changed. Next, Fang Yuan saw many scenes in the gray fog. Sacred Feather City, Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, 88 True Yang Building, the Red Lotus in the River of Time. So it turned out that Spectral soul demon Venerable knew about Sacred Feather City's location during his lifetime. Thieving Heaven demon Venerable's name was Ben Jia Sun, but even though he was an otherworldly demon like me, he was not from Earth. Lifespan Gu. It seems that Heaven's will is the greatest restriction of immortal Venerables and demon Venerables. Red Lotus. Ghost Face. When I failed my rebirth last time, it was actually Spectral soul demon Venerable who helped me. I understand now. In my previous life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was killed, and the 10 extreme formation could not be completed. Spectral soul made use of me to start all over again. What, / the legends of Renzu / is Renzu's true inheritance? Next, Fang Yuan saw Spectral soul using the method of soul devouring, but still failed when dealing with the golden soul. He saw 7 out of the 10 split soul returning to the world of the living. Next, combined with the portion of gray memory affecting Mo Yao's remnant soul, he understood the origin of Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu, as well as the complex relationship between Bo Qing and Mo Yao. That soul which is sleeping while emitting golden radiance is Verdant Great Sun? The one born from Renzu's right eye in the legend? Bo Qing is azure. That purple is actually Tai Bai Yunxing's master, Purple Mountain True Monarch, whom I randomly named. So the truth behind Mo Yao and Bo Qing was like this. Heaven's will. So all of those superb immortal materials are filled with Heaven's will. Shadow Sect is wary of them and had to give them up. After obtaining them, they seemed harmless to me. But what about in the future? If I carry these immortal materials around, will I draw the attention of Heaven's will? So that's it. A wisdom path Gu Immortal of Shadow Sect, Dali, was the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie that was suppressed. Everything makes sense now. At this time, the myriad tribulation grand clear space dissipated, while the myriad tribulation dark whale poison descended, attacking Spectral soul. The following scenes made Fang Yuan even more shocked. he finally understood that the secret of him having Spring-Autumn Cicada had been known by Shadow Sect since long ago. Because of Shadow Sect's help, he was not exposed for so long after the collapse of 88 True Yang building. In contrast, Shadow Sect's Qin Bai Xing and others helped him deal with the problem, engaging in a battle with Feng Jiugu. Shadow Sect's strength was incredible, they managed to deduce the tribulations. The secret of rebirth, the fact that I own Spring-Autumn Cicada, after this battle, the entire world knows. Shadow Sect, Spectral Soul, they seem to want to use my otherworldly demon status, but because of a twist of fate, Shadow Sect's Northern Plains branch was almost completely wiped out. No, in a way, isn't this showing the power of Heaven's will? Shadow Sect could deduce all the tribulations, what method did they use? This is simply the ultimate weapon against tribulations. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he is likely the strongest venerable. During his life, he might have been equal to the other venerables, but using the food path true inheritance, he created the soul-devouring method. He could steal the cultivation memories and experiences of others. Thus, he could not raise his attainment level directly like with Dream Realms, but after so many years of accumulation and development, his attainment level in all other paths, including Formation Path and Wisdom Path, are definitely at least Great Grandmaster. It is not strange that he deduced the tribulations. In this case, it is too strange that he is not reacting. Could it be that he is doing this on purpose? Dark Oil Poison and Grey Memory faded, but the Vine Dragon Tribulation descended soon after. Heaven Overseeing Tower began its final struggle, it manipulated the Myriad Tribulation and directly attacked the 10 Extreme Formation. Spectral Soul's fight to defend it made Fang Yuan, who witnessed everything, tongue-tied. He had once been proud of his battle tactics that were refined over time, but compared to Spectral Soul, it was nothing. Eventually, Heaven Overseeing Tower broke apart, Heavenly Court failed, even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sacrificed. Both sides suffered great losses. Spectral Soul's body was only a handful of meters tall. He was no longer as condensed as previously, his aura was very weak. Mo Yao's remnant soul manipulated the immortal zombie body, flying into the sky and questioning Spectral Soul, but she was wiped out. You are my final obstacle? It is a pity. If Yanshi did not remind me earlier, you might have caused me trouble. But now, Did you forget that all of your sword path immortal goo have my will in them? Did you also forget who was the one feeding them over these years? Spectral Soul's words made Fang Yuan's heart jump. During this period of time, he had already deciphered many details regarding the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. This was thanks to the fact that Ying Wuxia only had goo worms that were meant to use lead soul into dream. Even though Shadow Sect designed this killer move for him, according to his cultivation level, there were several versions. But Ying Wuxia had distinctly classified them, he placed a pile for each of their respective goo worms. This allowed him to use the killer move much more efficiently and easily. But at the same time, Fang Yuan could learn about them more easily. Fang Yuan understood, facing Spectral Soul's main body, I only have one chance to strike. If I fail once, Spectral Soul will react and I will have no opportunity left. Spectral Soul swallowed Mo Yao's remnant soul, saying to Fang Yuan, Wuxia, defend me. I just need a little over 10 breaths of time to succeed. Yes. Fang Yuan had a calm mind, he flew up, standing beside Spectral Soul, looking around alertly. We have no chances left. Heavenly Court's goo Immortals sighed as they retreated. After plotting for tens of thousands of years, after so much planning and painstaking efforts, I finally succeeded in refining this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo. With this immortal goo, I can surpass all of the venerables in history, I can obtain the body of an otherworldly demon, reaching an unsurpassed realm that nobody has ever seen. All other immortal venerables and demon venerables in history will not be my match, even if Renzu resurrects, he will be inferior to me. Ha. Spectral Soul raised his head and laughed. Sovereign immortal fetus goo? Fang Yuan's heart was moved. What use does this goo have? It can allow Spectral Soul to reach a realm where nobody has never gotten to before. Is this realm immortality? The closer I am towards the end, the more I cannot afford to be careless. Spectral Soul squinted, investigating carefully. Fang Yuan's heart nearly skipped a beat. But in the end, Spectral Soul only spit out some spectral qi and destroyed all of the investigative goo worms. As expected. The final line of the song indicated the true use of ghostly concealment. It is to prevent the detection of ghosts and souls. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could take Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and travel through the Obsession Death Domain without being restricted by endless souls. It was because of this move. Thus, Spectral Soul did not suspect me. It seems that Ying Wuxia's soul is also his split soul. Only towards himself could he be so trusting without reservations. Next, Fang Yuan witnessed Spectral Soul floating towards the sovereign immortal fetus goo. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan calmed down. He was no longer nervous. According to the song, he had to destroy the sovereign immortal fetus goo. Because immortal goo were fragile, he just needed to squeeze it to destroy it. But Spectral Soul, no matter how weak he was, there was an unknown level of risk to deal with him. But Fang Yuan was firm and determined. He directly targeted Spectral Soul, snatching sovereign immortal fetus goo. Lead soul into dream. He struck. He had not comprehended it entirely. This was not a complete immortal killer move, it was inferior to the original rank 8 version. But right now, Spectral Soul was already weak to his limits. Fang Yuan succeeded in one attempt. Next, he left Ying Wuxia's body, doing the same thing as Spectral Soul. His soul floated towards sovereign immortal fetus goo. At this moment, he had finally broken free from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions. He took the fruits of Spectral Soul's labor, the achievement he had spent countless years and paid an immeasurable price to painstakingly create. Chapter 1021, Still Not Returning Here? Fang Yuan's soul left the pure dream reality seeker physique body. He flew towards this mysterious rank 9 immortal goo. The moment they interacted, Fang Yuan felt an immeasurable suction force. This immortal goo, named Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo by Spectral Soul, seemed to be eager for a soul already. Fang Yuan's soul entered it. It was as if he had fallen into the whirlpools of falling heavenly river. At once, his soul was sucked in by the immortal goo. He was blending into it at an unbelievable speed. Fang Yuan could not think. He felt that he was inside darkness that was unfathomably deep. This darkness was not cold, it was warm. It was like he had gone back into his mother's womb. He was like a fetus inside amniotic fluid. And outside. After Fang Yuan's soul entered the rank 9 immortal goo, the sky rumbled loudly. It seemed furious, but helpless at the same time. Sovereign immortal fetus goo began to shine brightly. First, there was white light, from pale transparent light to pure white light, and finally to thick milky white light. Next, there was a hint of red inside the white light. The red quickly spread, turning the light into pale pink, before it turned pinkish red, and finally, bright red like fire. After red light, it turned into orange. After orange, it turned into yellow. Like the colors of the rainbow, it continued changing, until finally, the light became black. Inside the black-colored light, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo twitched continuously. From the size of a thumb, it expanded to the size of a basin. Inside this dark ball, a fetus was shining brightly in rainbow light. It could vaguely be seen. Life force was gathering, it was growing and becoming stronger. White fog started to surround it. The temperature of the surroundings fell rapidly. Fog turned into frost, covering the surface of the ball. Next, lightning shot out, surrounding the ball, forming a web of lightning. Lightning crackled as sparks were created. The sparks fell on the frost and did not extinguish. Instead, the frost started burning. The frost turned into qi that surrounded the ball. Green patterns slowly appeared on the surface of the ball. Soon, they turned from phantom to solid, becoming countless vines and twigs. The twigs were wilted, while the leaves were green and lively. Soon, fruits began to grow around these leaves. These purple fruits emitted a fragrant smell. But the surface of the fruits were very ugly, there were many holes in them, like they were rotten. Many changes occurred, they were unimaginable. On the surface, they looked random and abrupt, but if one observed carefully, they seemed to contain the profoundness of heaven and earth. As the changes continued to occur, the fetus inside the ball grew larger. Eventually, after a total of 81 changes, the ball turned into mud. As the fetus inside was at its largest, a baby was formed, stretching his 4 limbs. At once, the ball that surrounded him cracked, the baby was born. This baby had a lively expression, his eyes were shining like stars, he had pale and fair skin, his limbs were chubby, his face was rosy, cute and delicate, immortal aura was oozing from him. A formless force surrounded his entire body, it protected him from damage, he was safe and sound. The baby gradually landed on the ground. During this process, he grew rapidly. From the time of his birth to when he was 2 to 3 years old physically, only a breath of time had passed. 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12 years old, when his legs landed on the ground, he was already a 16-year-old young lad. His skin was still white, but it was not pale white, nor a feminine pinkish white, it was a white that was clean and simple. His long hair was black and shiny, extending to his waist. His body was slightly thin, there was no excess flesh on his entire body. The bridge of his nose was high, the most attractive thing were his eyes. The starlight that was shining in his eyes had already become muted, they turned dark and deep like an abyss. His lips were quite rich, giving off a rosy and healthy glow. Right now, they were tightly pursed together, showing his mental state of being determined and unwavering. This youngster was naturally Fang Yuan. At this moment, he opened his eyes, looking at his young body, he was shocked, an entirely new body? The body that was created by Spectral Soul and the entirety of Shadow Sect, after countless years of hard work and effort, it was not as simple as it seemed. Regarding its traits, Fang Yuan had to explore further. But simply at this moment, Fang Yuan's first feeling was that this body was incomparably suited for his soul. In comparison, his previous immortal zombie body was like clothing made from twigs and leaves, and this new body was made with soft silk. Everything was different now. Fang Yuan felt that he had walked out of the darkness, he saw blue skies and white clouds, his perspective was broadened. This is the use of the sovereign immortal fetus goo that Spectral Soul had painstakingly created? Revival. And having rank 6 cultivation level upon revival. Fang Yuan's goo immortal aura was not fake. He had made the right gamble. Even though he did not know what the use of this immortal goo was, seeing Spectral Soul float towards the immortal goo personally, Fang Yuan knew he could do the same. As he thought about these things, Fang Yuan directed his gaze towards the sky. There, Spectral Soul was still in the dream realm. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations, after all, Spectral Soul's condition was really terrible. And Ying Wuxia's body was no longer controlled by Fang Yuan's soul, it had already shut its eyes, floating in the air, unmoving. Fang Yuan called out, "Come back." Instantly, a large number of goo worms flew out of Ying Wuxia's body. Earlier, Fang Yuan's soul had entered the sovereign immortal fetus goo, all of the goo worms with him had stayed inside the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Now, Fang Yuan called out and retrieved these goo worms. Attitude immortal goo, unravel mystery immortal goo, change soul immortal goo, and other soul path and dream path mortal goo. Ying Wuxia still has a number of dream path immortal goo on his body, how can I retrieve them? Fang Yuan frowned, feeling troubled. He had used change soul earlier, using attitude goo to disguise himself and used the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Even though he succeeded in affecting Spectral Soul, the wills inside these dream path goo worms had already reacted, Fang Yuan could not move them anymore. Not only the immortal goo in his body, Ying Wuxia's body itself has a lot of value for research. Fang Yuan suddenly turned around, seeing an immortal zombie approach him with an imposing demeanor. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, his lips curled into a smile, thinking, you are finally here. It was himself. Or more accurately, it was Ying Wuxia's soul, who was manipulating Fang Yuan's former immortal zombie body. At this moment, Fang Yuan had just obtained a new body, he was still adapting. The number of goo worms with him could not compare to the immortal zombie body. But Fang Yuan was not nervous, he waited for Ying Wuxia to arrive. You are? Ying Wuxia hesitated, he slowly approached Fang Yuan, assessing him closely. Fang Yuan purposely pretended to be close to him, placing his arms behind his back and saying, Wuxia, I have succeeded. Fang Yuan's soul has already been completely destroyed. No. You are not my main body. If you are, with my relationship as a split soul, how can I feel no connection? Ying Wuxia's eyes shined with bright light, he reacted and exposed Fang Yuan's true identity. Oh, ghostly concealment became a flaw instead. But if I could use familiar face, I should have been able to deceive him. Fang Yuan thought while rubbing his chin, he couldn't help but laugh. He was so casual, a confident light flickered in his eyes, as if he was in control of the situation. You are Fang Yuan. Ying Wuxia understood, he gritted his teeth until they were making sounds, he was so angry he felt he was burning up. His anger was understandable. They had worked so hard, planning for countless years before seeing the fruits of their labor. But Fang Yuan actually snatched it from them now. Ying Wuxia shouted loudly, pouncing towards Fang Yuan, he wanted to hack him into a million pieces. They were 100 steps away from each other. Fang Yuan showed a smile like his scheme had succeeded. Ying Wuxia, don't you find it strange? Fixed immortal travel is my immortal goo, how could you activate it? Ying Wuxia's expression froze. Back then, he was anxious and used it subconsciously, he did not consider that point. Now that he was reminded by Fang Yuan, he knew something was amiss, his momentum was interrupted. You could use fixed immortal travel because I lent it to you. I wanted you to rush here. Most of my accumulations are still in this body. Fang Yuan said. Since he knew that he was going to change souls with Ying Wuxia, with his personality and methods, why would he not set up some arrangements? Firstly, Fang Yuan concealed a huge amount of his fake will inside his mind. Because of this, when Ying Wuxia woke up, he wanted to rush back and ignored many things that did not seem right. This was like what Mo Yao's fake will did to Fang Yuan in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Secondly, Fang Yuan injected some special will into his goo worms. What were special wills? In 88 True Yang Building, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind a vast number of special wills. He set up some specific situations and they would activate accordingly. Just like now. Fang Yuan looked at Ying Wuxia approaching, as the smile on his face grew, he called out, still not returning here? Swoosh! A large number of goo worms flew out, they were mostly mortal goo, but there were immortal goo mixed in them. Like birds flying back to their nests, they entered Fang Yuan's embrace. Ying Wuxia stared with wide-opened eyes, immensely shocked. At that moment, he was all alone, without anything at his disposal. In his body, only Spring-Autumn Cicada was left, and he could not activate it. The situation on both sides flipped. Fang Yuan's arrangement was like this. As long as Ying Wuxia brought Fang Yuan's body back to Yitian Mountain, and heard someone call out, still not returning here, these goo worms would fly out and go to that person. These goo worms were originally Fang Yuan's, now that they returned, they could be used at will, just like before. Back then, Fang Yuan did not know about the use of sovereign immortal fetus goo, he could not predict that he would revive and obtain a new body. He was worried that it might not be appropriate for him to use Ying Wuxia's goo worms, unexpected surprises could easily occur. He needed his own goo worms to increase his battle strength at the crucial moment. Of course, the special will that Fang Yuan injected was not so simple. Once the time limit was exceeded, these goo worms, no matter if they were mortal or immortal, would self-destruct. Enemies were often the best teachers. Fang Yuan had suffered under the influence of Mo Yao's fake will and Giant Sun's special will, how could he not learn from them? Waving his hand, Fang Yuan easily sent Ying Wuxia flying. Everything is over. He walked to Ying Wuxia, looking at the Fang Yuan in front of him, he sighed with complex emotions. Ying Wuxia felt like he was in an icy river, he was chilled to the bones. Chapter 1022, It Was All Heaven's Will. Book 5, Demon King's Domination. Everything is over. Looking at Ying Wuxia under his feet, Fang Yuan sighed. After realizing he himself had fallen to a scheme, Ying Wuxia's heart was filled with ice-cold despair. He gave up completely. He knew he was thoroughly defeated and had no chance of turning around the situation. However, a change occurred right at this moment. Bam! A soft explosion erupted. Ying Wuxia's soul, as well as Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, had instantly self-detonated. The immortal zombie body's Dao marks, as well as Ying Wuxia's soul, turned into fuel for Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada activated. A light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Spring-Autumn Cicada once again entered the river of time. Fang Yuan was pale with shock. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada is filled with my special will. How could it be activated by Ying Wuxia? No. Based on his expression, he already had no more will to resist. How could he activate my Spring-Autumn Cicada? Could it be that he was only acting? Spring-Autumn Cicada is my possession. I took extra precautions with the special will as well. How could it be activated by Ying Wuxia? Fang Yuan was filled with shock and fright, as well as questions. The questions he had puzzled him. Standing on the same spot, Fang Yuan did not move, like a stone statue. The change had occurred too suddenly. Soon, his forehead was filled with cold sweat. What to do? What can I do? Fang Yuan had used Spring-Autumn Cicada to turn around many situations, making comebacks and escaping from multiple dangerous scenarios. However, at this moment, facing someone else using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he found that he had no method to deal with it. His time path accumulation was indeed too weak. Without Spring-Autumn Cicada, he almost had no foundation in this aspect. Did I miscalculate? What else is there that I did not consider? Fang Yuan squinted, a drop of cold sweat slipping down from his forehead to his eyes, and then down across his face. Unable to find any answers, Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. Nothing can be done about it. I already did my utmost. If Fang Yuan had not switched souls according to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions, he would have utterly lost, with no chance to make a comeback. He simply could not have reached his current position. Could it be that because I did not follow Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's intention to destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, this change occurred? Spring-Autumn Cicada has not recovered, its activation now can only result in death. No, that's not right. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of a remaining arrangement created by Shadow Sect. That was the ghost face and the red lotus in the river of time. In an instant, a chill spread all over his body and his hair stood on end. Be prepared for the worst in every situation. If he succeeds in rebirth, what change will occur on my end? Right as Fang Yuan was thinking, he felt his vision starting to turn blurry. No, it was not his vision turning blurry. It was the whole world turning blurry under the strength of time path. Because of Ying Wuxia's rebirth, everything was changing. Whoosh! Ying Wuxia quickly reacted, exclaiming in shock, This is the river of time? How could this be? How did the Spring-Autumn Cicada activate? How can my consciousness replace Fang Yuan's consciousness in the Spring-Autumn Cicada? He had no fewer questions than Fang Yuan. Although he was the person concerned, he had reached the river of time without knowing anything about how it happened. In the river of time, waves surged. A huge wave ruthlessly crashed towards Spring-Autumn Cicada. Ying Wuxia's will immediately became panicked, screaming in fear. Spring-Autumn Cicada was extremely weak. If it was struck by this wave, it had no possibility of surviving. Sigh, so it was like this. A sigh emerged during this moment of crisis. From the river of time floated out a ghost face. Its expression was bitter as it opened its mouth wide and spat out a red lotus. The red lotus opened up and obstructed the fatal wave. Afterwards, a formless suction force carried Spring-Autumn Cicada, which contained Ying Wuxia's will, to the center of the red lotus. In an instant, Ying Wuxia's will had entered a dark red space. In this space, another will and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's appearance was sitting cross-legged in midair, smiling bitterly at him. Our main body actually left you behind as a last resort in the river of time? Ying was stunned for a moment before he immediately asked joyfully. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will nodded, then shook his head. You can also be considered a split soul of the main body, you should have remembered me. But unfortunately, because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, your memories dissipated. Sigh. Nothing can be done about it, you think I was willing? Ying was extremely anxious. Also, what is going on? I had been schemed against by Fang Yuan and landed in his hands. I thought my death was certain. Why would I appear in the river of time? Also, I clearly did not use Spring-Autumn Cicada, so why did it suddenly activate? Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will heaved a long sigh. I watched the whole series of events from inside this Red Lotus True Inheritance, and just came to a realization. You could enter here because Heaven's will helped you. Spring-Autumn Cicada was also activated by Heaven's will. What? Ying almost collapsed from shock. This was beyond his wildest imagination. If it were not the genuine will of Spectral Soul in front of him, Ying would absolutely not have believed this fact. Hasn't Heaven's will always been making difficulties for us? How could it suddenly help us? Ying asked. Your memories have already completely dissipated, you lack my knowledge. Heaven's will never made things difficult for us out of dislike. It also never helped us out of pity. The way of Heaven is to be impartial, it is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. So all things are in balance and mutually restrict each other. As such, almost all fierce beasts have their natural enemies, and even rank 9 venerables have limited lifespan. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will paused for a moment before continuing, and the way of humans is exactly the opposite of the way of Heaven, it is to reduce the deficits and build up the surpluses. An expert will want to become even stronger. The rich would want to become richer. A beauty would want to become more beautiful. Those who have found longevity will want to obtain eternal life. Human avarice knows no bound, it will never be satisfied and is opposed to Heaven's will. I understand a little now. Heaven's will helped me because I failed. Fang Yuan has become a complete otherworldly demon and has already broken free of restrictions. If he is left unchecked, it will greatly damage the balance of heaven and earth. So Heaven's will shifted its target and wants to use me to deal with him and not let his plan succeed. But how could Heaven's will activate Spring-Autumn Cicada? This immortal goo is clearly refined by Fang Yuan. Ying was puzzled about this. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will replied, sigh. This is an action by Heaven's will. I also realized it just earlier. When Fang Yuan obtained Spring-Autumn Cicada, it was all arranged by Heaven's will. Heaven's will had already chosen him as a tool, letting him rebirth and destroy our main body's plan. Now that I think about the information given by Ning Bing earlier, a place where Fang Yuan performed particularly out of the ordinary was at Qing Mountain. Although his aptitude was not good, his path had been smooth sailing, and at every urgent moment, he would make the wisest choice, obtaining the greatest benefits. Qing Mountain, 3 Kings Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Etian Mountain, all along the way, he clearly has not used Spring-Autumn Cicada just once. Spring-Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, it has a failure rate. But he actually succeeded time after time. Besides the previous time where we helped him, he did not fail even once in all his other attempts. And bear in mind that Spring-Autumn Cicada lowers his luck. This is probably all because Heaven's will was helping him in secret, which allowed him to rise from immortal to a goo immortal in a handful of years, causing him to draw the attention of our main body and be chosen as a tool to deal with Heaven's will. Ying was gobsmacked. Wait, you are saying. Spectral Souls will nodded, right. This time our main body failed primarily because of Fang Yuan. Our main body wanted to use Fang Yuan as a tool. But in fact, Fang Yuan was already a tool of Heaven's will. Regardless of how many times Fang Yuan underwent rebirth, before his first rebirth, our main body had likely already succeeded. Not only did we refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, we might have even reached a heaven-defying level. Precisely because of this, Heaven's Will did not stint on helping Fang Yuan, letting him rebirth and arrive in the past to destroy our main body's plan. Fang Yuan is quite an interesting character. He is an otherworldly demon, so he has the qualifications to rebirth and change the past. Ordinary people, no matter how superior they are, cannot escape the decree of fate. However, he is not a complete otherworldly demon, so he could still be influenced and manipulated by Heaven's will. He thought he was the one to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada and use it, but in fact that was never the case. This trump card, Spring-Autumn Cicada, was already infused with Heaven's will. It is clear this arrangement had already started the moment Fang Yuan obtained Spring-Autumn Cicada. But he was deceived by Heaven's will and never felt anything wrong. After all, Spring-Autumn Cicada can only carry a portion of will when traveling to the past. And wills are inferior to souls, they can very easily be influenced. It is like right now, I want to impart all my memories and knowledge to you, but unfortunately your will can only bear very little. For a moment, Ying Wuxia's mouth was wide open, unable to say anything. The waves of the river of time unceasingly crashed against the red lotus. Petals scattered along with the waves. Soon, only the innermost center of the flower was remaining. You don't have much time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerables will sighed and continued. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon, Heaven's will tried to influence him as much as possible, but in the end, he followed his own mind's inner desires and chose to seize sovereign immortal fetus Gu, instead of destroying it. As such, he is like a chess piece who no longer is restricted by the rules of chess. Heaven's will naturally would not tolerate such an existence, so it activated Spring-Autumn Cicada to use you in the process of dealing with Fang Yuan. But Heaven's will is not going to let you regain sovereign immortal fetus Gu after you rebirth. So, after you rebirth, you would likely not have any easy opportunities to change the overall situation. Don't be impatient and ruin this final chance. Ying Wuxia asked, then what should I do? Now, Zombie Alliance is already annihilated, Shadow Sect is also destroyed, even my main body is in a dangerous situation. But Shadow Sect's Immortals have all left behind some arrangements for the future. You can use these to re-establish Shadow Sect. Fate is hard to defy, but luck can be exploited. The power from Northern Plains Longevity Heaven can be used. On Central Continent's side, there are also hidden forces which have not been targeted by the 10 great ancient sects. Your will is limited, knowing this much is already your maximum. Use these to re-establish Shadow Sect and save our main body. Most crucially, you need to inform our main body of this important information. Because when you rebirth, both I and this Red Lotus true inheritance will also change, and I won't remember these things. At that time, you will be the only person who knows. Remember, a tall tree is the first to face destruction, soil that is nearest to the water will be the first to be swept away by the currents. Our previous action of hiding and accumulating power to deal with Heaven's will was correct. Since we succeeded once, then we can succeed a second time. Take care of yourself. Chapter 1023, Ying Wuxia Rebirths. The sound of the wind was blowing intensely, as Fang Yuan, who was still flying, jolted to awareness. He blurted out, I was reborn. Spring-Autumn Cicada is amazing indeed. Worthy of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu. What time is it now? Ying Wuxia stopped moving. He looked around, realizing that he was on the way to Etion Mountain. At this moment, he was less than 10,000 li away from his destination. Fang Yuan purposely lent me fixed immortal travel so that I could get to him, he would then take his Gu worms back and obtain victory. But he did not expect that he was Heaven's will's tool to begin with. The Spring-Autumn Cicada that he had was controlled by Heaven's will all along. Now that I have been reborn, I know the appearance of Etion Mountain scenery clearly. I can use fixed immortal travel to teleport there directly. I can deal with Fang Yuan and take revenge. Thinking of this, Ying Wuxia shook his head rapidly. Damn it. Fang Yuan's fake will affected my judgment again. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth. Heavens will truly has ill intentions, even if I rush over now. Fang Yuan has already used sovereign immortal fetus goo, he is weakened at most, all I can do is injure him. What a pity. If I return to the time when I just escaped from the dream realm, I would be able to turn this around. Humph, but heavens would not allow that, it does not want to see my main body obtain sovereign immortal fetus goo. Since the outcome is already decided, I should follow the instructions of my main body and retreat. Heavens will wants us to fight, how can I let its scheme succeed? Anyone who can achieve great things must be able to endure the most unbearable things. I do not need to deal with Fang Yuan, he can draw the attention of Heaven's will. In the future, if he is still alive, I will use him as the material to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo again. I can save a lot of time and effort in that case. I need to rebuild Shadow Sect, this is definitely not the end. I can make use of Tai Baiyunxing and He Lulan, but I cannot let them meet Fang Yuan. Since he knew about the fake will, he was on guard against it. Ying Wuxia escaped from Fang Yuan's scheme. He took a final look at Etian Mountain, anger, hatred, and anticipation were flickering in his eyes. At this distance, he could see that Etian Mountain was in rubble. The despicable thief Fang Yuan, the one who took the fruits of his labor, was definitely still there. But he could not go there now. The most important thing was the big picture. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth, turning around and leaving. Why has Ying Wuxia not come here yet? Fang Yuan waited for a long time, his heart sank to rock bottom. This means he saw through my arrangements and left my control? Fang Yuan was frowning deeper. Although he did not know what happened, he did not know the truth of spring-autumn cicada with the memories of the previous life gone, but Fang Yuan knew one thing clearly, he was in quite a pinch. If Ying Wuxia does not come here, the special will that I placed in my goo worms will not activate. After the time limit, these goo worms will self-detonate. I need to get to Ying Wuxia as soon as possible, suppressing or convincing Tai Baiyunxing and He Lulan to subdue him with me. Fang Yuan still had attitude goo, this was the best evidence to convince He Lulan. As for Tai Baiyunxing, it was even easier. After spending so much time together, he just needed to reveal some details to convince him. Fang Yuan inspected his goo worms. He had regained control of the goo worms that he brought after using Change Soul. The highest ranking one was the legendary Attitude Immortal Goo. Other than that, he had the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery, and the Soul Path Immortal Goo Change Soul. As for the others, they were all Dream Path and Soul Path Mortal Goo, they were not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Among them, there was no movement-type goo worm. Do I need to chase after Ying Wuxia, who has fixed immortal travel, on foot? Or maybe I can subdue the Dream Path goo worms on Ying Wuxia's body first? These goo worms include movement-type goo worms. But inside these goo, there was none of Fang Yuan's will. Thus, Fang Yuan could not subdue them easily like Unravel Mystery and Change Soul. To use them, he might need to use Attitude Goo to deceive them. But he had already deceived them once. Fang Yuan felt little confidence in succeeding a second time. But I have no choice, I must try. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan subconsciously raised his head, looking at Ying Wuxia's body in the sky. He did not expect that this was the last time he was seeing Ying Wuxia's body. At the next moment, Ying Wuxia's body self-destructed. There was no sound. This was a silent explosion. The result of the explosion was not bloody, it was beautiful and dazzling. The entirety of Ying Wuxia's body turned into layers of dazzling lights. These beautiful lights were shining in the colors of the rainbow, they were extremely beautiful. But looking at this beautiful sight, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he quickly retreated, getting some distance from it. Because he recognized this was a dream realm. This dream realm had manifested externally, it was unfathomably deep, forming right in front of him. Did this happen because I used Lead Soul into Dream on Spectral Soul? No, definitely not. All of a sudden, why did Ying Wuxia's body self-detonate? And it turned into a dream realm? Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He did not know that Ying Wuxia's lifespan was only 18 hours. During the 18 hours, Ying Wuxia turned from Immortal into a rank 1, rank 2, 3, 4, 7, and rank 8 Gu Immortal. Every 2 hours, his cultivation level increased by 1 rank. At the final moment, he would even become a rank 9 Gu Immortal. But once the 18 hours was up, he would self-detonate, turning into a dream realm. He was born from nothing, he was created using immortal Gu become real, appearing from a dream realm. It was not strange that he turned into a dream realm. The dream realm created from his detonation expanded rapidly, spreading out. Fang Yuan raced away as fast as he could, he fled for 700 li, until he was out of the dream realm's radius. If he was inside the dream realm, he would be in trouble. Even though Fang Yuan had Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, he did not have enough Mortal Gu to use his immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. The dream realm was still spreading, but the speed was decreasing. Fang Yuan could only keep retreating. When he was 1,000 li away from Etian Mountain, the dream realm stopped expanding. In this way, a giant dream realm that stretched 1,000 li after manifestation appeared in front of Fang Yuan, filling his vision. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Thankfully, I did not listen to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at the end and destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Otherwise, my soul would be trapped along with Ying Wuxia's body in this giant dream realm until my death? What do I do now? This change severely disrupted Fang Yuan's plans. Ying Wuxia's body was extremely valuable. He had a set of dream path Gu worms and could use the formidable lead soul into dream. What Fang Yuan wanted the most was Spectral soul. Even though he was in bad condition, if he escaped the dream realm and ended up in Fang Yuan's hands, Fang Yuan could soul search him and obtain lots of secrets, along with a vast amount of cultivation experience. And this huge battlefield, even though it was ravaged by myriad tribulations, some Gu Immortals' immortal apertures might be left behind. At the least, life and death blessed land was still around. But now, all of these things were covered by the dream realm. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan had Unravel Dream, even if he could use it, how many years would it take him to unravel this dream realm and get to the center of the battlefield? Fang Yuan clenched his fists, looking at the giant dream realm, he sighed helplessly. At this point, there are no other options. I cannot stay here. After such a commotion, southern border Gu Immortals are definitely rushing here. Fang Yuan quickly moved according to his memories. He chose the direction where Tai Baiyunxing had escaped with his body. Hopefully, my luck is good and I can encounter them. Fang Yuan was not going to succeed. He did not know that after encountering some southern border Gu Immortals, Tai Baiyunxing and He Lulan had already changed directions after the intense battle. He also did not know that using the advantage of rebirth, Ying Wuxia had joined up with Tai Baiyunxing and He Lulan already. Fang Yuan, you had better explain it properly, otherwise, we will be enemies. He Lulan's expression was dark, she was very rude towards Ying Wuxia. Tai Baiyunxing quickly waved his hands, calm down. I believe Fang Yuan has his reasons, listen to him. Ying Wuxia looked at Tai Baiyunxing and He Lulan in a sincere manner. I was too anxious, I was hit by his killer move, I did not just end up in the dream realm. Right now, most of my Gu worms cannot be used, only by killing him can this killer move be undone. But I saw you use fixed immortal travel. If not for the fact that our locations can be detected with Gu worms, I thought you were abandoning us and left southern border yourself. He Lulan spoke quickly, demanding imposingly. That was a desperate move that I was forced to use. You also saw that I failed and suffered heavy injuries when I used fixed immortal travel the first time. Furthermore, why would I abandon you? The situation now is filled with danger, we have to stay united to have a bigger chance of survival. Ying Wuxia said convincingly. He Lulan snorted, she wanted to continue arguing. But Ying Wuxia stopped her from speaking, enough. We will use fixed immortal travel to leave now. My identity is already exposed, Heavenly Court knows already, who immortal blessed land is not safe, we have to transfer the resources inside. Fang Yuan sprinted rapidly. He did not use any Gu worms, but he was fast like a charging horse. After 15 minutes of sprinting, he did not feel any fatigue. Along the way, he realized joyfully, this body might look pale and tender, but it had incredible defense. During his sprint, none of the tree branches that scraped his body left a mark. The sharp rocks on the ground were crushed when he stepped on them, they were no obstruction to him. Furthermore, he had huge strength. By just leaping gently, he could jump for 10 meters of distance. But what made Fang Yuan disappointed was, he did not encounter any traces of Ying Wuxia, Tai Baiyunxing, or He Lu Lan wherever he went. Chapter 1024, Fang Yuan borrows Gu. Wind blew wildly past him. Fang Yuan traveled across mountains and rivers, even without using Gu worms, his speed was very fast. After he left the range of the Tribulations, he no longer saw flat plains, instead, there were mountains and forests. Southern border was full of mountains, this was the special characteristic of the region. After running for so long, without any rest, I felt no fatigue at all. Most importantly, I did not even use a single Gu worm. Fang Yuan was starting to feel the uniqueness of this body now. A Gu master's body, without using Gu worms to modify them like black boar Gu and white boar Gu, was no different to Immortal. Precisely because of the Dao marks in their bodies, Gu masters' bodies become extraordinary, filled with unique specialties. My body was created from the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It seems that the Dao marks in me are not few in number. At the least, the number of strength path Dao marks surpass my previous body's accumulation. Fang Yuan assessed in his mind. After becoming an immortal zombie, he had also stopped feeling physical fatigue. But if his original body revived, he would definitely need to rest if he tried running like this. Fang Yuan ran in the thick forest, he used both his hands and legs to climb cliffs and steep paths. Fang Yuan was still naked, he was like a white figure dashing through the thick forest. He could see the thick forest clearly in his vision. Even during his sprinting, it was as if time was still. Fang Yuan could easily avoid obstacles. Using a phrase from Earth, this is visual acuity. My visual acuity while moving is superb to the extreme. This is definitely inhuman. My original body could only reach this stage after using Gu worm. Rapidly, Fang Yuan ascended to the peak of this mountain. The forest that obscured his vision was gone, his field of vision expanded, he could see everything around him. Wind blew as his long hair swayed behind his back. Fang Yuan took a couple of deep breaths before settling down, his breathing was regular and relaxed, as if the running earlier did not happen. His stamina was unbelievable. Mountain winds blew coldly, Fang Yuan was still naked, without being covered up at all, but he felt no chill. His heartbeat returned to normal, every time it beat, it was very strong and lively. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. His vision was very good. Looking 10,000 steps away, everything was clear to him. Looking around, Fang Yuan's gaze froze, he stared in focus. He saw traces of battle. It seems that Tai Baiyunxing and He Lu Lan carried my body and encountered Gu Immortals here, they had a fight. Fang Yuan jumped down from a mountain peak. With a loud bang, he landed on a rock 10 meters below. He was uninjured. Even his legs felt no numbness. The rock below him, however, was covered in spider web-like cracks. Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he began experimenting. The distance between him and the ground increased. From 10 meters to 15 meters, to 25 meters, and to 40 meters. Using examples from Earth, 15 meters was the height of a 5-story building. 40 meters was a tall building, a lighthouse. He was not at his limit yet, the distance increased to 160 meters. At this point, Fang Yuan felt his feet turning numb. His guts were huge, several times, he used other areas of his body to land. His chest hit the ground, his back hit the ground, he was able to create holes in the mountain rocks. Fang Yuan stood up from the holes, completely intact. In fact, the numb feeling felt great. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan jumped down again. This time, he was at 180 meters. This height was not a problem for Fang Yuan, but the point was, he was pointing his head downwards. Bam! With a loud sound, Fang Yuan's entire head was buried into the rock. Propping himself up, he pulled his head out of the rock. The skull was the hardest part of the body, but Fang Yuan felt something. His skull was numb, and he felt a little dizzy. But this dizziness only lasted for 3 breaths of time, and it was very mild. With a gust of cool breeze, it was gone. Fang Yuan touched his head and inspected his body. He was completely intact, he did not even lose a single strand of hair. He was good as new. Fang Yuan tried to pull his hair, he found out that his hair was very durable, he had to use a lot of strength to pull out one strand. This hair was thicker than a normal person's hair, it was black and shiny, resembling a thin steel wire. Pulling it further, it did not break, it was extremely durable. Fang Yuan thought it over, he tied this hair around his wrist, turning several rounds before tightening it. This hair could not be lost, if someone with ill intentions took it, it was a useful thing for deductions. Fang Yuan ran towards the area with traces of battle, while jumping down from mountain cliffs and testing his limits. The height continued to increase, from 180 meters, he reached 250 meters. At this point, Fang Yuan felt pain, but it was not unbearable yet. Eventually, after 330 meters, Fang Yuan stopped his experiment. From this height, he could already feel evident pain. The area where he landed on was slightly red, there was a slight bruise. 330 meters is not my body's limit? Fang Yuan was shocked. This height was terrifying, even the Eiffel Tower on Earth was only 300 meters tall. With just this body, without using a single defensive goo, I can reach this level. Even goo immortals, with just their bodies alone, it is not common to reach this level, right? It seems that among the Dao marks that I have, there are a lot of defensive properties. Realizing this, Fang Yuan was more assured. He had no defensive immortal goo now, he only had unravel mystery, change soul, and attitude goo. Arriving at the location of the battle traces, Fang Yuan squatted down and investigated. It seems to be them. Soon, Fang Yuan stood up, frowning. Without investigative goo worms, it was very troublesome, Fang Yuan could not be certain. But he knew that he had to continue chasing them. There is not much time left. He had no time to check his own abilities, the earlier experiment was only due to convenience, Fang Yuan continued pursuing them. Soon, he found the second and third traces of them. Fang Yuan followed these traces and slowly changed his direction. Battles between goo immortals usually happened in the sky. There were few traces left on the ground. And because Fang Yuan could not fly, it was hard for him to track them. As time passed, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky like a comet. With a loud crash, he landed in front of Fang Yuan. Fire spread everywhere, burning all of the surrounding trees. Who is it? Fang Yuan frowned, his eyes shined as he shouted coldly. I am Huang Dong, did you come from Tian Mountain? The person was burning in flames, his attitude was not friendly. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim, changed soul immortal goo's aura burst out as he questioned instead of answering, you came at a good time, just now when you were flying, did you see any suspicious individuals? Sensing the aura of changed soul immortal goo, he knew that Fang Yuan was not to be trifled with, his demeanor changed. The majority of rank 6 goo immortals did not have immortal goo. Even though Huang Dong was a lone cultivator, he had already joined Southern Border's Qi clan. Qi clan was a super force, in this battle of Tian Mountain, Qi clan's goo immortals died. Qi clan's first supreme elder thus sent an external elder, goo immortal Huang Dong, to investigate the cause. Hearing Fang Yuan's question, Huang Dong thought in his mind, suspicious individuals? You are running around here but naked in broad daylight, you are the most suspicious one. He was silent briefly before answering, there is not a single person within 100 li other than you, sir. Damn it! Damn it! Fang Yuan screamed, his expression was twisted and ruthless, he seemed to be bloodthirsty. Next, he clenched his fists as he gritted his teeth, speaking to himself, it seems they have escaped. But even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will find you. I will return this humiliation to you by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Huang Dong saw Fang Yuan like this and had a guess. It seems this person is naked because he was plotted against by someone. He lost many goo worms and suffered a loss. He has a fierce personality and is furious now. I should be careful. Fang Yuan did not explain anything, but Huang Dong had already found an explanation for Fang Yuan in his mind. Furthermore, he did not want to provoke Fang Yuan. It was not worth it to deal with his anger. I did not delve deeply into Etion Mountain, go and see for yourself. Saying this, Fang Yuan was ready to leave. Hearing this answer, Huang Dong was not pleased. He wanted to obstruct Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan paused in his steps. He asked, "Wait. You are Huang Dong? A member of Qi clan?" "That's right." Huang Dong stared blankly as he answered. Fang Yuan showed an unsightly smile. "Good, I am old friends with your 9th Supreme Elder. Has he completed his battlefield killer move Myriad Flashfire?" Huang Dong quickly replied, "9th Elder is still in seclusion." "Heh, he is forced to stay in by his grandfather. Earlier he tried to harass Fairy Yi. Heh. After I settle this matter, I will look for him." Fang Yuan said, stretching out his arm to Huang Dong, "Lend me some goo worms." "Ah?" Huang Dong was shocked. "What? You are a grand goo immortal, just lend me some mortal goo, why are you so stingy?" Fang Yuan asked impatiently. Huang Dong thought, 9th Elder is completing his battlefield killer move, but that is only an excuse to outsiders. The truth is, he did harass Fairy Yi. The other party knows this, he must be friends with him. Even though I joined Qi clan, I am only a lone cultivator and outsider. But 9th Elder is a member of Qi clan, and the grandson of 1st Supreme Elder. If I meet his friend and refuse to lend goo worms, he would definitely be unhappy with me. Then I'll lend them. They're mortal goo anyway, they don't cost much. Huang Dong took out his goo worms, handing them to Fang Yuan, asking, "I wonder what is your name, brother?" "I am Dong Fang Xiongji." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Huang Dong stared as he thought, he is Dong Fang Xiongji? He is indeed a notorious friend of 9th Elder. He is famous in southern border for being extremely stingy, moreover he is small-minded and would take revenge for minor grievances. But he doesn't look like this? Oh. He has no clothes left, he could only change his appearance. Never mind, I can forget about getting back these goo worms I lent him. But if I can get this person to leave after lending to him, it would be a blessing. Chapter 1025, Dark Night, Cold Winds. Whoosh. Fang Yuan flew in the sky, like a fireball, his body was burning in flames, a long trail of smoke was behind him, he had quite the striking appearance. The situation earlier was quite dangerous. Fang Yuan met Huang Dong, even though he had 3 immortal goo, and some soul path and dream path mortal goo, they were not comprehensive. If they fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to use the immortal killer move and swap souls with Huang Dong, he could not. Earlier, when swapping souls with Ying Wuxia, he had already expended a lot of mortal goo. All of the goo worms with him could not form a full set to use the killer move. But using his superior acting skills, not only did he alleviate the danger, he scammed 4 rank 5 mortal goo from him. In my previous life, I joined the Battle of Etion Mountain and the huge gambling contest. I witnessed the conflicts between southern borders goo immortals and obtained a lot of information. Thanks to this, I was able to learn about the relationship between Qi clan's 9th Elder and Dong Fang Xiongji. I could deceive Huang Dong just now thanks to Attitude Goo. Even though Fang Yuan had the original familiar face, he modified it with Attitude Goo as the core, using 1,000 mortal goo for the new version. But he could not use this killer move now. Earlier, against Huang Dong, he had used Attitude Goo solely. Attitude Gu's ability is to conceal my true emotions and show a fake attitude. It can make others believe it. Thinking back, Fang Yuan felt that Attitude Gu was really useful. Because he used Attitude Gu secretly, his acting earlier was flawless. Huang Dong felt that Fang Yuan was enraged and did not want to provoke him. There was another advantage too. Even though Attitude Gu was of high rank, it had a low usage requirement. It only expended mental energy. Fang Yuan had just revived, he had little immortal essence, it was far less than his original accumulation. Unfortunately, Attitude Gu is not mine, I have to return it to He Lu Lan eventually. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt it was a great pity. Even though he had revived and obtained a new body, his soul was the same as before, it did not change. Earlier, just after he had reborn, he had set a new alliance agreement with He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. This alliance agreement was very restrictive and did not have any loopholes, it restricted the alliance members in both body and soul. Thus, even though Fang Yuan was in a different body, he could not go against it. But the effect of the alliance agreement should be split into two portions. One is in the soul while the other is in the body. I am only considered half an alliance member. Sigh. Even so, the harm of going against the agreement is too great. Even if it does not affect my body, my soul would not be able to endure it. This body must have quite a lot of wisdom path Dao marks. While he was pondering, Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted as he realized another point. He distinctly remembered, when he had just become an immortal zombie, his mind could not work well, he was like a dying old man whose thinking was very slow. Using wisdom path methods, he managed to overcome this flaw. After obtaining a new body, he could feel his thoughts turning rapidly with just a shift of his mind. Inspiration was bursting out like the water of a fountain. During the process of thinking, thoughts were being produced in larger numbers, like the ripples of waves from the sea. I can finally stop using wisdom path Gu worms to replenish the thoughts in my mind. At this moment, Fang Yuan was about to tear up. In the past, he had to use Gu worms to generate thoughts and think. But now, with a living body, he could produce large numbers of thoughts, and these thoughts varied greatly. There were malicious thoughts, kind thoughts, longing thoughts, empty thoughts, battle thoughts, evil thoughts, obsessed thoughts. As long as a person is alive, there would be a great variety of thoughts in their mind, this is not strange. But my speed of producing thoughts is much faster than normal. I could sustain even the rate of consumption under the light of wisdom for a long time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan predicted that this body had a significant number of wisdom path Dao marks. As to how many, he could not estimate the numbers yet. The clarity of his cognition was unprecedented. Even his former body, before becoming an immortal zombie, was far inferior. Other than wisdom path Dao marks, I also have quite a number of fire path Dao marks. Fang Yuan looked at the flames on his body as bright light flashed in his eyes. The clothing of fire he was wearing was the rank 5 fire cape Gu. Once used, it would cause the body to burn in flames, they were harmless but had an elaborate effect, showing an eye-catching appearance. Huang Dong also used this Gu, but his body was covered in flames that were less than a human finger long. But Fang Yuan's flames not only covered his whole body, they were very long, the height of the flames exceeded the forearm of an adult man. Other than fire cape Gu, Fang Yuan also borrowed a rank 5 flying smoke Gu. Right now, Fang Yuan was flying in the sky, it was due to flying smoke Gu. Behind Fang Yuan, thick black smoke billowed out. Most importantly, his speed was so fast that it exceeded the normal limits of flying smoke Gu, it could match some mortal killer moves. During the process of flying, winds blew wildly as he left the mountains behind. Fang Yuan had an idea in his mind, it seems that not only are there fire path Dao marks, I also have Dao marks suited for flying. He could finally fly. This way, Fang Yuan's flying quasi-grandmaster attainment level could be displayed. Being able to fly meant that he could be very agile in fighting. When humans stood on the ground, they could only move left, right, forward, backward, or jump up and down. But in the sky, they could fly in all directions, evading wherever they wished. This was a qualitative change. His battle strength rose rapidly because of just one goo worm. Of course, Fang Yuan's current battle strength was still very low among goo immortals. If he met other southern border goo immortals, he would need to deceive them using attitude goo. I should try to avoid battles and catch up to Ying Wuxia. I need to expose his identity and join up with He Lulan and Tai Baiyunsheng. Fang Yuan planned. Right now, because Etian Mountain was covered by the huge dream realm, Ying Wuxia would not go there. Fang Yuan's special will would not activate if he went there. After the time limit was up, Fang Yuan's goo worms would self-detonate. But as long as Fang Yuan controlled the situation, it could still be resolved. That was to use He Lulan and Tai Baiyunsheng's help to collect goo worms and swap souls again. After using Change Soul, Fang Yuan would return to his original body and mobilize his goo worms, extracting the special will from them. There is a need to explain the relationship between souls, bodies, and thoughts here. With just a body, thoughts could not be produced, the body only provided the mind. The soul produces thoughts, but they could not last, the mind was needed to store them and cause collisions to result in thinking. When goo masters manipulate goo worms, normally speaking, they were using thoughts to control them. Ying Wuxia's soul would produce different thoughts from Fang Yuan's. Thus, he could not use Fang Yuan's goo worms. Time was pressing, Fang Yuan needed to hurry. Being able to fly expanded his field of vision. It was immensely better than searching on foot. Along the way, he saw many traces of fighting. Goo immortals usually fought in the sky, this was a trait that separated them from goo masters. Goo immortals had goo worms and time to train their flying abilities. But goo masters normally could not. Thus, though these traces were all left behind during battle, there was little obvious damage to the terrain. Luckily, southern border had a lot of mountains. If this was northern plains with linear terrain, the traces would be fainter. If it was eastern sea or western desert, the signs would be even more faint. But despite this, Fang Yuan could not catch his target. As the sky turned dark, his heart sank. Sigh. He exhaled at the sky, he gave up on chasing them, he changed his mind and left, rapidly retreating. Fang Yuan was taking a huge risk in searching for them. Etian Mountain was already a troublesome place to be nearby. Spectral soul refined goo and went through tribulation, many southern border goo immortals died, the matter had escalated so much that more southern border goo immortals were sure to investigate the area. Ying Wuxia and the others encountered some of these southern border goo immortals who came to investigate. Fang Yuan met Huang Dong, but he was only one of them. The difference between the two situations was, the former were northern plains goo immortals, they were regarded with antagonism by southern border goo immortals. Fang Yuan had a southern border goo immortal aura, he did not attract excessive suspicion. But if he continued to stay, even if Fang Yuan had attitude goo, it was not safe. I left a lot of fake will in my mind, but Ying Wuxia did not chase after me. Was it because of the obstruction of these southern border goo immortals? Or did he find out my arrangement? Or were there some hidden details? Fang Yuan guessed. The huge force of Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul Demon Venerables, tens of thousands of years of planning, there are surely arrangements left behind. Even just Zombie Alliance's branches in the 5 regions are already a huge asset. Would Ying Wuxia go to them? In the worst case scenario, if he uses my identity to take over my assets, how can I deal with it? Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were once used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to cultivate, they are in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land respectively. Even if Ying Wuxia does not know the scenery of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, he can directly teleport to Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley using fixed immortal travel, right? Even after swapping souls, the land spirit should be able to detect the difference. But there are many ways to deceive land spirits, and the enemy is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Split Soul. Fang Yuan gradually stopped flying, he floated in the air. Cold wind continued to blow, his mind seemingly was being chilled. The night became darker, Fang Yuan's face also had a deep layer of gloominess. Where did Ying Wuxia, Tai Baiyunsheng, and He Lulan go exactly? Fixed immortal travel. Jade green light dissipated, Ying Wuxia left southern border, returning to Central Continent. Master? Before he looked around, a meek voice could be heard. It is me. Ying Wuxia raised his head, replying nonchalantly. Looking around, his lips curled into a smile. Chapter 1026, given to Feng Huang. Master, please speak the secret code. That timid voice spoke again. Ying Wuxia spoke, heaven has 9 layers. That voice continued, the land has 5 regions. Ying Wuxia spoke, throughout the ages. The voice continued, ruling over all beings. With a loud sound, 2 knees landed on the ground, and a sobbing voice could be heard, Sure Nu pays respects to Master. Stand up. Ying Wuxia laughed, raising his hand as a signal to the kneeling Rockmangu Immortal. The Rockmangu Immortal kowtowed 3 times before respectfully standing up. However, facing Ying Wuxia, his hands were still dropped, his legs were closed tightly and his body was still in a half-bowing posture, his eyes only gazing at Ying Wuxia's feet, not daring to look straight into Ying Wuxia's eyes. The Gu Immortal aura from him was strong, at rank 7 level. Ying Wuxia used fixed immortal travel, but did not go straight to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and seize Danghun Mountain. Instead, he arrived at this secret base of Shadow Sect in Central Continent. Ying Wuxia's soul was a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Previously, his childlike frankness and lack of sophistication were because of the pure dream reality seeker physique erasing the soul's memories. With his memories erased, Ying Wuxia was like a newborn, he would naturally have limited shrewdness. But the battle on the edge of life and death tempered his character, and going through the imparting of spectral souls while in the Red Lotus True Inheritance, Ying Wuxia's memories had already recovered to some degree, and was much more mature and steady when handling matters. He had experienced rebirth and thus already knew Fang Yuan's arrangements. Not only could he not use any goo worms on his body, Fang Yuan's fake will was in his mind, and slight carelessness would have his thoughts influenced. He had an extremely large number of goo worms, as well as a dazzling array of immortal goo, but Ying Wuxia could only use fixed immortal travel. In such a situation, he naturally would not stupidly run to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if he had ways to deceive the land spirit, he still required many goo worms to put them to use. If he entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land without any preparations, he would definitely be found out by the land spirit and that would be truly troublesome. Thus, Ying Wuxia used fixed immortal travel to first arrive at this place and make preparations. First take me to the underground core. Ying Wuxia instructed. Yes, Master. Gu Immortal Sure Nu quickly responded. The 2 drilled into the ground, going through many twisting dark tunnels and arrived before an underground chamber. This chamber was extremely large, spanning as far as the eye could see. The yellowish-brown soil in the chamber was extremely dense and thick, constantly rolling around. In the periphery of the chamber were layers and layers of goo formations, for healing, concealing, supporting and other uses. Ying Wuxia fixed his eyes upon a spot, vaguely seeing a sphere made of a soul in the center of the soil, sinking and rising. He observed it for a while, letting out a sigh. This soul sphere was Bo Qing's soul. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed in passing his tribulation and was barely saved by Shadow Sect's split soul yellow. Thousands of years had gone by but the injuries to Bo Qing's soul were instead worsening. Not only did it not recover, it was reduced to this soul sphere. Bo Qing's soul was struck by the myriad tribulation, water path down marks lingered around him, constantly generating without pause. Although it was inhibited by the dense earth path down marks in the underground core, it was temporary relief that could only delay for some time and not cure it. Even with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation, they were at a loss on what to do. However, Shadow Sect had never given up. To look over this area, Shadow Sect subdued a group of rockmen. After some nurturing, they raised a Rockmangu Immortal. This Rockmangu Immortal was Sure Nu. Originally, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had planned and conspired for tens of thousands of years to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Although Chernu was only rank 7, he was also a considerable battle strength. Unfortunately, when they were about to summon him, an unexpected mishap occurred here. A wild one-eyed giant ape appeared. Chernu had no choice but to come out and fight the giant ape and draw it away. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already set the situation. Shadow Sect was already busy dealing with this and thus did not summon Chernu. As such, Gu Immortal Chernu had luckily survived. Actually, there were many unexpected incidents occurring in all aspects related to Shadow Sect. Apart from Chernu, the most clear example was Qin by Qing running into Feng Gu. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, desiring to go against Heaven. Heaven's will would naturally see to stop it. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon, the situation would be somewhat better. Unfortunately, he was a native of this world and was extremely restricted by Heaven's will. Shadow Sect's strength was absolutely not small, and it was spread over 5 regions. But because of Heaven's will's obstruction, they were not able to use all their strength. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was defeated, Shadow Sect dispersed. In particular, their subordinate organization, Zombie Alliance, was completely annihilated. But in the 5 regions, they still had some remaining arrangements. Like Gu Immortal Chernu. After half an hour. Where is this? Tai Bai Yinxing came out of Ying Wuxia's Immortal Aperture. It is not Hu Immortal Blessed Land? He Lulan also came out of Ying Wuxia's Immortal Aperture shortly afterwards. The two gazed at their surroundings in doubt. They found they were in an underground room. The arrangement here was extremely crude. The two used investigative goo worms and immediately found this underground room was only a small portion of an entire underground maze. This is the underground environment of Rockmen. So this is below the ground? Tai Bai Yinxing had a slight realization. Ying Wuxia nodded, right. We have already returned to Central Continent. Right now, we are in Earth Abyss. The Rockmen here have already been transferred out. This is a secret base arranged by Master. No wonder you put Star Form Blessed Land in Earth Abyss. So Master had already arranged a location in Earth Abyss. Tai Bai Yinxing smiled. So Fang Yuan's second Blessed Land is also in Earth Abyss. Ying Wuxia mentally noted it down. Purple Mountain True Monarch? He Lulan's mind shook as she narrowed her eyes, staring at Ying Wuxia and asking, why did you not go directly to Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Ying Wuxia was already prepared, replying calmly, it is not that I don't want to return. But my identity is exposed now. Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals know about me. Although their speed in returning to Central Continent can't match fixed immortal travel, don't forget that they have information path methods. They can notify the 10 great ancient sects to surround Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Such a simple matter, they definitely have already done it. If we directly return there, we might just be sending ourselves into a trap. So I first moved here to scout for intelligence. Then what did you find out? He Lulan asked. Ying Wuxia sighed, it is like I expected, my identity has been exposed. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects already know that we are the true culprits of the destruction of 88 True Yang building. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is already surrounded, and they will attack the Blessed Land any moment now. Tai Bai Yinxing was greatly shocked. Danghun Mountain is still there, what should we do? Tai Bai Yinxing knew Fang Yuan had already found a revival method. As such, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value had greatly reduced. What was more important were the cultivation resources in the Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain was extremely important, they had an inexhaustible source of income with it. Ying Wuxia sneered, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is lost. I will let the 10 great ancient sects safeguard the resources inside for a while. Sooner or later, I will take them back. The urgent thing is to make preparations and recover. Ying Wuxia suddenly stopped speaking, his face revealing a shocked and startled expression. What happened? Tai Bai Yinxing quickly asked. A furious look flashed past Ying Wuxia's eyes, before he bitterly smiled and brought out Fixed Immortal Travel's destroyed body. I was struck by Shadow Sect's moves, but forcibly activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Now, it is destroyed. This? For a moment, Tai Baiyinxing and He Lu Lan both felt deeply regretful. Fixed immortal travel was extremely practical. Now that it was dead, the three immortals all felt great loss. Ying Wuxia was extremely furious inwardly. How could fixed immortal travel self-destruct all of a sudden? It seems Fang Yuan left behind some methods. Damn it. He not only schemed against me, he intentionally let me use fixed immortal travel to try to lure me into going to Etian Mountain. Moreover, he still left behind this method. Since fixed immortal travel could self-destruct, then the same should also apply to Fang Yuan's other goo worms. Thinking of this, Ying Wuxia was immediately unable to stand by. He now had to think of ways to subdue these goo worms of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's arrangement had truly caught him unprepared. Special will, it should be the special will. Looks like I need to race against time. I need to borrow immortal goo to suppress his goo worms. I can't let them self-destruct as well. Ying Wuxia screamed internally, unable to conceal his anxiousness on the surface. Tai Baiyinxing felt something amiss and asked in concern, Fang Yuan, what's wrong? Ying Wuxia's face was very gloomy. We have huge trouble. I must quickly deal with it, otherwise my other goo worms will also have the same ending as fixed immortal travel. What? Is there anything I can help you with? Tai Baiyinxing immediately felt like his heart was burning. He also felt anxious. You two rest and recuperate first. You will be led to your rooms by the Rockman in a while. Humph, I can deal with this situation. After all, Master has not only left behind the stronghold, we still have our network. Ying Wuxia finished speaking, and then left. Meanwhile in Central Continent, Tian Ti Mountain. We have broken through. We have broken through. Ha ha ha, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has finally been captured by us. Let me see what benefits this kid Fang Yuan had gotten. Be patient, don't forget Dang Hun Mountain will be managed in turns by us, the 10 great ancient sections. Goo Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent flocked inside, excitedly storming their way into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Afterwards, it was like their whole bodies were drenched in cold water. Empty, how could it be empty? There is nothing here, what's going on? Where is Dang Hun Mountain? Where did Dang Hun Mountain go? Central Continent's Goo Immortals shouted one after the other. You are Lord Feng Jiuge? Hu Immortal Land Spirit appeared in front of Feng Jiuge and looked at him with her large watery eyes. Feng Jiuge was slightly taken aback. I am. My master instructed me to tell Lord that he has already taken everything he needs. As for this blessed land, it shall be given to Lord's daughter, Feng Jin Huang. Hu Immortal Land Spirit said openly. What? Fang Yuan was faster than us? Didn't our combined deductions say he was still in southern border? Why did Fang Yuan hand over Hu Immortal Blessed Land to Feng Jin Huang? Could it be that the two of them? Speaking of it, ever since the Refinement Path Convention, these two have been pretty close. Everyone in the 10 sects know of this. The Goo Immortals mumbled. Feng Jiuji's gaze swept past them and these whispers immediately stopped. Chapter 1027, 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture, 1/2. Going back a while ago in time. Fang Yuan chased Ying Wuxia with no results. He stopped in the air, feeling dejected. Darkness was becoming deeper as it enshrouded the land. This was a cold night. Wind blew eerily, as Fang Yuan felt a chill in his mind. His original plan was great. Making arrangements in his body, leaving behind fake will and special will, lending fixed immortal travel, according to Fang Yuan's estimations, this plan was very likely to succeed. But the result in reality was failure. Fang Yuan did not know that he had succeeded once, but because of heaven's will and spring-autumn cicada, it all fell apart. Even though he lost, Fang Yuan decided to face the results without denying or trying to make excuses. In fact, he was mentally prepared. This was his mental fortitude created after hundreds of years in this world. Any plan, no matter how detailed, had a possibility of failure. Even Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul's plan over tens of thousands of years, after so many deductions, didn't it still fail? Even the former demon Venerable failed, not to mention Fang Yuan? In this world, no matter who it was, there was no one who would never fail. Fang Yuan attempted to guessing Wu Xie's situation. The most likely scenario was that right now, because of the obstruction of southern border Gu Immortals, Wu Xie could not go to Yitian Mountain. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's arrangements were still in place, Wu Xie had not discovered them. This was not the worst situation. Perhaps if Fang Yuan continued chasing them, he might get back all his Gu worms and regain his peak battle strength again. But this was only one possibility. Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature, he considered defeat before thinking about victory. He preferred to make the worst possible assumptions and prepare against them. Then, what would be the worst situation? Fang Yuan floated in the night sky, asking himself. The worst-case scenario was if Wu Xie found out his arrangements and exploited them to his benefit, deceiving Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan, going to Star Form Blessed Land or Hu Immortal Blessed Land and taking all of his assets. This was very possible. From Fang Yuan's perspective, Wu Xie was Spectral Soul's split soul, his foundation was very abundant, it may not be hard to detect this arrangement. The most important thing was, Yitian Mountain had manifested a gigantic dream realm. The dream realm was the greatest obstacle, Wu Xie could not return to Yitian Mountain. Spectral Soul's main body had already fallen deep into the dream realm, Wu Xie definitely wanted to rescue his main body, but he had too few Dream Path Gu worms. In his previous body, there were a number of Dream Path Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu, but after the body detonated, it was unknown whether these Gu worms still existed. Gu worms were very fragile, even Immortal Gu could be destroyed by a child's fingers. Even if these Dream Path Gu worms were still alive, the dream realm was way too big. In his current state, Wu Xie could not enter the dream realm and take these Gu worms back. Fang Yuan did not have a mentality of leaving things to chance, he stopped chasing them and landed on a nearby mountain. There were many mountains in southern border, with many forests on these mountains. Fang Yuan was leaning against a huge pine tree, he sat on a thick branch as he calmed his mind, using connecting heaven Gu. He had borrowed 4 rank 5 mortal Gu from Huang Dong. One was Flying Smoke Gu, one was Fire Cape Gu. The other 2 were Connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu. The latter 2 were necessities to Gu Immortals. Using these 2 Gu worms, they could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was the biggest market for Gu Immortals across the 5 regions. It was not suspicious that Fang Yuan sought these Gu worms from Huang Dong. If he had them in the first place, he could buy some appropriate Gu worms in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he would not need to run around naked. But he could not ask for more. Even if Fang Yuan had attitude Gu, and Huang Dong would not suspect his identity, the latter would think that he was taking advantage of him. Fang Yuan had inspected these 4 Gu worms before he carefully used them. There was no issue with connecting Heaven Gu, but when Fang Yuan was about to use it, his body shook, he showed an expression of immense shock. With his mental fortitude, he could already completely conceal his emotions. But at this moment, his shock was so great, it was unprecedented in his entire life after rebirth. Even when he learned that the mastermind of Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan had never been so shocked before. His body and mind were trembling. His mind was quaking incessantly, he was staring with wide-opened eyes, looking at the night sky and lush leaves, he appeared like he was in a daze. Calm down. Fang Yuan blinked, telling himself, but his breathing was rough, his heart was beating rapidly. He sent his consciousness into his immortal aperture again. At the second glance, Fang Yuan observed his brand new immortal aperture again. Immense shock. He frowned, his entire body tensed, an unbelievable immortal aperture was presented to him. What sort of amazing immortal aperture was this? If I did not witness this personally, I would never believe that such an immortal aperture exists in the world. Fang Yuan was filled with this thought. In fact, he had already been mentally prepared. Spectral Soul had spent tens of thousands of years and used up almost all of Shadowsek's assets. What was it for? It was to refine this rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Looking over the entire refinement process, they first used the 10 extreme immortal zombies to create the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. They next used the bodies and immortal apertures of countless southern border Gu immortals who died as Gu refinement material. They next sent the members of Zombie Alliance, over 100 immortal zombies, into the formation. Finally, the demon Venerable did not stint on sacrifices to himself to activate the 10 extreme formation. Finally, using the countless grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, this grand feat was achieved. The difficulty of each of these steps was unimaginable for rank 8 Gu immortals. Just the first step, to collect all 10 of the 10 extreme physiques, it was very difficult. Tens of thousands of years of planning and waiting, along with some luck, were needed to do this. Not to mention the rest of the steps. After spending such a great sum and sacrificing so much, a rank 9 immortal Gu was formed eventually. Even if Fang Yuan did not know the inside details, he knew that this sovereign immortal fetus Gu had extraordinary power. Rank 9 immortal Gu, in the vast numbers of Gu worms, had the same status as rank 9 venerables. They were extremely rare, extremely precious, and extremely powerful. Fang Yuan had interacted with a rank 9 immortal Gu before. That was Wisdom Gu. Facing Wisdom Gu, he did not even have the ability to refine it. He could only use the light of wisdom. It was like seeing a luxurious meal, but he could only smell it. Even so, the smell was so amazing and brought Fang Yuan immense benefits. Without the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan could not progress so rapidly and fiercely to this extent. He recently encountered his second rank 9 immortal Gu. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu. This time, not only did he smell it, he swallowed this supreme meal whole. Spectral Soul refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It is definitely not so simple, there are profound mysteries behind it. After rebirth, this idea was lingering in Fang Yuan's mind. But he was chasing after Ying Wuxia, he had no time to explore the mysteries of this body. Fang Yuan's new body was formed by sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Even though there were huge mysteries behind it, there was no rush. The urgent matter was to catch Ying Wuxia and take back his Gu worms. Thus, Fang Yuan threw this matter to the back of his mind. But now, he failed to catch Ying Wuxia, he had to make a response to the worst-case scenario. Thus he wanted to use connecting Heaven Gu to enter Treasure Yellow Heaven. At this moment, he looked into the immortal aperture for the first time. With just one glance, he was extremely stunned. Because the scenery of this immortal aperture was not normal, it had greatly exceeded Fang Yuan's common sense in regards to cultivation, that had been accumulated over hundreds of years. This immortal aperture was a rank 6 Gu immortal blessed land, but the space was huge, extremely huge. To what extent? Most rank 6 Gu immortals had medium or low-grade blessed lands. A low-grade blessed land had a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum, while a medium-grade blessed land could have a size of 2,700 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers. This was the case for most rank 6 Gu immortals. A smaller number of rank 6 Gu immortals, who were like Tai Baiyun Qing, had an impressive inheritance and had abundant foundation when ascending to immortal, they would obtain a high-grade blessed land. High-grade blessed lands were formed with a size of 4,700 square kilometers to 6,000 square kilometers. High, medium and low-grade blessed lands were the cases for most rank 6 Gu immortals. Most because there were exceptions. The 10 extreme physiques. Great strength true martial physique, northern dark ice soul physique, verdant great sun physique, desolate ancient moon physique. Once a person of the 10 extreme physiques became a Gu immortal, like He Lu Lan, they would obtain a super-grade blessed land. Super-grade blessed lands had a territory of over 6,700 square kilometers but did not exceed 13,000 square kilometers. The above information refers to the starting size after immortal ascension. Super-grade blessed lands were very rare. Because the 10 extreme physiques were already rare to begin with, and most of them would die along the way, there were few who could become immortals. Of course, once a 10 extreme immortal came into being, just the space of the immortal aperture was a huge asset for them. Bigger immortal apertures were better, because the larger they were, the more space path down marks they had, and the more they could carry. The production of resources and limits on their growth would be higher as well. Many Gu immortals encounter a problem when they cultivate. Their immortal aperture did not have enough space. Their beast groups were too big, they had to sell some. The variant humans were too large in number, they needed to sell slaves. There were too many flowers and grass inside, they had to get rid of some. Everyone knew that the larger the beast groups, the more young they would produce. Everyone knew that the larger the number of variant humans, the more they would reproduce. Everyone knew that their plants were more valuable when they were allowed to grow and expand further. But they had no choice. The size of the immortal aperture was the limitation. Thus, many Gu immortals tried all ways possible to increase the sizes of their immortal apertures. For example, Expand Space Immortal Gu could increase the number of space path down marks in the immortal aperture. It was one of the ways to increase the space inside of the immortal aperture. Chapter 1028, 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture, 2 halves. However, methods like Expand Space Immortal Gu were only icing on the cake. No matter what methods were used, the biggest factor in determining the limit of the size of the blessed land was still its grade. Looking at Fang Yuan's immortal aperture again. Every layer of his immortal aperture had over 33,500 square kilometers of space. 33,500 square kilometers already exceeded the super-grade blessed land of a 10 extreme physique Gu immortal vastly. And this was just one layer. Fang Yuan found that his immortal aperture had 10 layers. And each layer had more than 33,500 square kilometers of space. Adding them up, 10 layers amounted to over 335,000 square kilometers of space. What did that imply? Fang Yuan could not imagine. Because he had never heard of such a ridiculous immortal aperture in the world. The large space inside was only the first point. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was split into 10 layers. This was very unique. Normal blessed lands would not have separate spaces, they only had one unified area. For example, Hu immortal blessed land and star form blessed land. When would the space inside the immortal aperture split up? It was when immortal apertures become grotto heavens. By then, the immortal aperture would undergo changes according to the Gu immortal's body, creating many different areas and segments. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was a prime example. My blessed land has the characteristics of a grotto heaven? Even what may be the greatest blessed land in the world, Langya Blessed Land, only has one unified space. And Langya Blessed Land has fallen from a grotto heaven, while my blessed land has just started at rank 6. And in this first layer, it is split into 5 areas. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had 10 layers. The first layer was a vast piece of land, split into 5 areas. The 2nd to 10th layers had no soil or earth, they were empty. What made Fang Yuan surprised was that the 5 areas in the first layer were divided very clearly. The central area had the most fertile soil and differences in terrain within. The southern area had many mountains and peaks, it was moist and foggy. The northern area had huge grasslands with strong winds. The eastern area was a sea with countless islands, like a huge chessboard. The western area was desolate and had high temperatures, it was mainly a desert. This arrangement, isn't it the 5 regions of this world? Southern border, Eastern Sea, Central Continent, Northern Plains, Western Desert. Fang Yuan mumbled internally. What shocked him were the 2nd to 10th layers. In these 9 layers, there was no soil, there was nothing, but they were all colored red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, and black respectively. Aren't the immemorial 9 heavens arranged with these colors as well? But later, Renzu and his 10 children caused 7 of the heavens to collapse, resulting in the fragment worlds of the immemorial 7 heavens to scatter and fall. Right now, only white and black heaven are left. 9 heavens, 5 regions, 9-5, sovereign. So this is why it is called Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu? In fact, Fang Yuan had some expectations that his immortal aperture would be different from others, that it would be very exemplary. But he did not expect it to be so impressive. Impressive to the point that Fang Yuan felt a little fearful. Fearful? This emotion seemed hard to understand. But to make a comparison, Tai Baiyunxing was an elite person. He Lulan was a 10 extreme immortal, a genius among elites. And what was Fang Yuan? He was far beyond any genius. If he had to be described in one word, that would be monster. Towards geniuses, people would feel admiration, envy, or resentment towards them. As for monsters, freaks who went far beyond common sense, people would feel fear, and the urge to eliminate them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, his aperture was only high grade. After rebirth, his strength path immortal aperture was only medium grade. He had worked hard for the goal of attaining super grade. But suddenly, he obtained this immortal aperture. All of a sudden, he had turned from an ordinary Gu immortal to a ridiculous and freakish monster. Naturally, he felt some fear. I cannot let news of this immortal aperture be exposed. Once it is exposed, I will face an endless wave of enemies who wants me dead. But even if I told people about this immortal aperture, nobody would believe me. No, at least, Spectral Soul would believe it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. The better the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture was, the deeper the enmity between Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul, along with Shadow Sect. Even though Fang Yuan had not uncovered the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture yet, on the surface, with just these traits, his relationship with Spectral Soul and Shadow Sect was already irreconcilable. Even if the other party did not have rank 9 cultivation level, they were quasi-rank 9. Against such an enemy, Fang Yuan felt deep pressure. Right now, Spectral Soul's main body is still trapped in the dream realm. But he has planned for tens of thousands of years, he definitely has backup plans. Yingwu Xia is his split soul, he is now in my body with his whereabouts unknown. Most importantly, Zombie Alliance is finished, while Shadow Sect lost terribly. How much foundation does the secretive superforce have left? And, in the 500 years of my previous life, did Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul succeed? His new body was very useful. In just a moment, Fang Yuan thought of many things, the thoughts in his mind collided into one another, causing intense reactions. I should connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven first. Fang Yuan cleared his mind. It only took a bit of time for him to absorb the information regarding the sovereign immortal aperture, there was no big issue. He used connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu, easily finding Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven was the #1 market for Gu Immortals of the 5 regions, it had a huge origin. It was formed from a Gu Immortals Grotto Heaven and a large immemorial Yellow Heaven fragment. Yellow Heaven, of the immemorial 9 heavens, was of the same level as White Heaven and Black Heaven. Even when a mortal raises their head, they would see White Heaven and Black Heaven. When a Gu Immortal uses connecting Heaven Gu, they could sense Treasure Yellow Heaven, which was like a torch in the darkness. His attempt at connecting to Treasure Yellow Heaven was very successful. Soon, within Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, there was a smooth mirror. Inside, he could see Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan activated Divine Sense Gu, sending his thoughts inside. In a short time, he found Little Hu Immortal. In accordance with Fang Yuan's instructions before he left, Little Hu Immortal had been keeping her connecting Heaven Gu open the entire time. After rebirth, even though Fang Yuan did not know how the Battle of Yition Mountain would turn out, he knew that if he was exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be besieged by Central Continent Gu Immortals. The dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already been shifted into Star Form Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land only had Dang Hun Mountain, several Fang Yuan stone nests, and a large number of hairy man slaves left. In the underground cave, there was wisdom goo, as well as the sword path immortal goo that Fang Yuan had taken from immortal zombie Bo Qing. Dang Hun Mountain was kept in Hu Immortal Blessed Land so that he could easily sell Guts goo. After all, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was connected to Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect. If it were in star form Blessed Land, it could be easily deduced. There was another point: Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path Blessed Land. It had a larger number of enslavement path down marks. It could allow Fang Yuan to manage the hairy man slaves more easily. If these hairy men were moved to star form Blessed Land, they would not be as obedient, and would not refine goo as enthusiastically. Even though hairy men were variant humans, they had emotions, their attitude to work varied. Of course, Fang Yuan was considering He Lu Lan and Blazing Heaven Demonis as well. As for Wisdom Goo, Fang Yuan wanted to relocate it the most. But Fang Yuan did not have this ability. Back then, his agreement with Wisdom Goo was made under a special situation. Fang Yuan and Little Hu Immortal quickly connected. "Is it Master?" Little Hu Immortal was joyous as she asked this. "It's me," Fang Yuan answered. "It really is Master? Quickly confirm the secret code with me," Little Hu Immortal said again. The two confirmed the code as Little Hu Immortal said happily, "Master, are you okay? I miss you so much." Fang Yuan laughed. He told Little Hu Immortal some important details as he told her to use Plan B Section C. All along, Fang Yuan had been facing a lot of mental pressure. He was worried that Central Continent's Gu Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To minimize his losses, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom and deduced many plans to deal with many situations. Furthermore, he gave these plans to Little Hu Immortal. It was good to prepare in advance. But after hearing his words, Little Hu Immortal thought about that plan and was stunned. She spoke as she cried, "Master, Master, you don't want me anymore? I am very obedient, I will listen to Master more from now on." Heh. Fang Yuan laughed. "Don't worry, Plan B Section C has been recently edited. Act according to it and the other party will not truly accept you." Little Hu Immortal smiled through her tears. She trusted Fang Yuan completely, she did not doubt his judgment. She followed this plan and contacted Langya Land Spirit. Over on Langya Land Spirit's end, Fang Yuan had already told him long ago. After all, he was the external supreme elder of Langya sect. Langya Land Spirit quickly dispatched a group of rank 6 hairy man Gu Immortals, using a stargate to get to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They displayed the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar, turning into a giant and carrying Dang Hun Mountain, before placing it in the immortal aperture of one of the hairy man Gu Immortals and going back to Langya Blessed Land through the stargate. Little Hu Immortal next brought them to Wisdom Gu. The hairy man Gu Immortals were stunned. They transmitted the information back to Langya Land Spirit, and after his shock, he used his methods to convince Wisdom Gu to enter one of their immortal apertures, before going back to Langya Blessed Land. After learning about this outcome, Fang Yuan relaxed. He had no choice but to expose Wisdom Gu to Langya Land Spirit out of necessity. The outcome was that Langya Land Spirit did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He was an obsession of the rank 8 long-hair ancestor after all. Back then, long-hair ancestors' refinement path attainment had exceeded that of 2 venerables, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He was the number 1 refinement path immortal of all times. He had an unfathomable foundation. Some people in the future who researched him conjectured that long-hair ancestors' limitation was that he was a hairy man variant human. If he were a normal human Gu Immortal, he might have reached the supreme realm of rank 9. After Langya Land Spirit transported Wisdom Gu to Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan contacted Star Form Blessed Land and sent Luo Pavali, which was inside, to Langya Blessed Land as well. This way, Dang Hun Mountain and Langya Blessed Land were both inside Langya Blessed Land. Even if fixed immortal travel did not self-detonate and Ying Wuxia obtained it, he would go to Dang Hun Mountain or Luo Pavali, and Langya sect would have to deal with the danger instead. Chapter 1029, Vital Immortal Gu, Dog Shit Luck. The relocation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land is also settled now. Fang Yuan could finally exhale a breath of relief after completing this matter. He considered defeat before considering victory. After this matter was settled, no matter how Ying Wuxia reacted, Fang Yuan's losses would already be reduced greatly. It was interesting, actually, under a series of odd events, his and Ying Wuxia's statuses had swapped. Fang Yuan aspired to attain eternal life, a physical body to him was no different to a bag of flesh, and he felt no reluctance in altering it. What he cared about were three aspects. First, his original body's goo worms. Second, the cultivation resources he accumulated in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land. Third, the relations with He Lu Lan, Tai Baiyun Xing, Langya Land Spirit, Spirit Affinity House, Immortal Crane Sect and others. Fang Yuan gazed at the dark sky, the mountain wind shaking the branches of the pine tree he was resting on. He pondered, by this time, fixed immortal travel should have already self-destructed. Next, the other goo worms will self-destruct one after the other. I wonder how Ying Wuxia will deal with this. There is little to no hope for me in taking these goo worms back now. The resources of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land have already been moved. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has fallen into the hands of Central Continent's goo immortals, and Star Form Blessed Land is hidden deep within Earth Abyss. Now, only the third matter remains, He Lu Lan, Tai Baiyun Xing and others. Fang Yuan carefully pondered. Regarding the third aspect, the relations with Central Continent Spirit Affinity House and Immortal Crane Sect were already broken. The truth of Fang Yuan destroying 88 True Yang building was already exposed everywhere. Heavenly Court would definitely pursue this and find trouble with Fang Yuan. From a certain perspective, Ying Wuxia possessing Fang Yuan's physical body meant he would face the disaster for Fang Yuan to an extent. So he did not need to worry about these. What Fang Yuan was worried about were He Lu Lan and Tai Baiyun Xing. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead, He Lu Lan's value had fallen sharply, but she was still a 10 extreme physique goo immortal with the great strength true martial physique. Adding in her identity in his previous life as Spirit Affinity House's fairy, as well as her strong luck and formidable character, she absolutely could not be looked down upon. And Tai Baiyun Xing might only have 2 immortal goo, but each of them were top-grade goo worms with huge practical value. Fang Yuan was extremely worried that these two would be used by Ying Wuxia to make difficulties for him. So after he connected with Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, he immediately tried to communicate with He Lu Lan and Tai Baiyun Xing in Treasure Yellow Heaven. They had left behind their wills in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This was a communication method prepared early on. But although Fang Yuan contacted these two wills at Treasure Yellow Heaven, he had yet to truly contact the two of them. Only when these two people connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven and their wills return to their main bodies would they be able to understand and learn the truth. With no contact from them, the worry in Fang Yuan's eyes became even deeper. Without other options, he chose to give up trying for now and contacted Langya Land Spirit. And this time, he obtained a reply almost immediately. "Lad, you finally contacted me." Langya Land Spirit appeared extremely excited as he called out. In truth, he had agreed to help Fang Yuan relocate the resources mainly due to Fang Yuan's status as a member of Langya sect. But when he saw Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and especially Wisdom Gu, he was completely dumbstruck with amazement. To sum it up in a single word, he was shocked. He had never expected Fang Yuan's hidden accumulations to be so deep. So deep to the extent it made him unable to believe it. Hearing Langya Land Spirit's words, Fang Yuan smiled. It was as if he was looking at the land spirit, with hair all over his body, like a gorilla jumping around with an exaggerated appearance. Langya Land Spirit originated from long-hair ancestor. He was extremely special as he was formed from two obsessions. This current obsession was filled with aggressiveness, wholeheartedly wanting to make hairy men the rulers, the masters of the 5 regions, suppressing humans. Compared to the previous sagely-looking land spirit, this one was more erratic. But no matter which one, land spirits could not lie, they were frank and honest. Fang Yuan could be much more at ease in dealing with the land spirit than human Gu immortals who were able to hide their intentions from him. Seeing that Fang Yuan was keeping quiet, Langya Land Spirit could not endure it and continued speaking. Fang Yuan, Langya sect has done a huge favor for you this time. What if you lost these? Wouldn't you want to smash your own head and die? So how will you repay me? Pausing for a while, Fang Yuan heard Langya Land Spirit speak again. Lad, contribute these things to the sect. I absolutely won't let you suffer a loss. You are our external supreme elder. I will give you an uncountable number of sect contribution points, enough to exchange for countless immortal goo recipes and immortal goo. Since Fang Yuan had asked Langya Land Spirit for help, he naturally was already mentally prepared. Anyone who saw Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Wisdom Goo would definitely be moved. Even Langya Land Spirit was not an exception. Langya Land Spirit might be straightforward and stubborn, with a one-track mind, but he was not without intelligence. Fang Yuan calmly replied, I am Langya sect's external supreme elder, these are all mine. First elder, you are not thinking of embezzling my possessions, right? He. Langya Land Spirit grabbed at his hair while yelling, if I had known this beforehand, I would not have let you join Langya sect. I could have directly confiscated these supreme treasures if so. Damn it, I told the truth again. Fang Yuan laughed. Back then, Langya Land Spirit sincerely wanted Fang Yuan to join Langya sect. Now that both sides had already set the agreement, it was too late for Langya Land Spirit to go against it. At least by his current means, he was not able to breach the agreement. Even if he wanted to renege on the agreement, he needed to prepare for some time to break the information path agreement between the two sides. Even so, because he could not lie, Fang Yuan just needed to probe slightly to extract the information. Just based on this point, Fang Yuan already had Langya Land Spirit firmly in his grasp. After some careful thinking, Fang Yuan still felt it was better to leave Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Wisdom Goo in Langya Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were two treasure troves once held by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If fixed immortal travel hadn't been destroyed, wouldn't it mean Ying Wuxia and others could casually return to these two places? If Fang Yuan placed these two treasure troves in his own immortal aperture, that would be a huge mistake. It would be opening the door for robbers, letting a wolf into one's house. As for Wisdom Goo, Fang Yuan could not use it for the moment. He had now revived with a new physical body, unlike his previous immortal zombie body. In his immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan had no need to fear the light of wisdom. But right now, if he entered this light, his lifespan would start decreasing, which was a price Fang Yuan could not accept. So from now on, unless he had no alternative, it was better to not use Wisdom Goo. I have obtained the sovereign immortal aperture but lost the support of Wisdom Goo. It can be considered that there are losses along with the gains. But, there will be a day I will find a method to use Wisdom Goo with a living body. During this period of time, it is better to let Langya Land Spirit safeguard Wisdom Goo, saving me from worrying about it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said to Langya Land Spirit, First Supreme Elder, you want me to present these three treasures to the sect, that is impossible. But we can cooperate. I can lend Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Wisdom Goo for the sect's use. The sect will be in charge of safekeeping them. If anything unexpected happens, you will have to compensate me 10 times over. Besides this, you need to compensate me with some sect contribution points too. Langya Land Spirit was jubilant, almost dancing with joy as he shouted, Lad, you are quite tactful. That's good, that's good. With Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, I can let these children refine and strengthen their souls. It will be a huge help to their goo refinement. Also Wisdom Goo, this is a rank 9 goo of wisdom path. In the past it was the vital goo of star constellation Immortal Venerable, Using it to deduce immortal goo recipes is simply too wonderful. From the land spirit's tone, he actually knew how to use Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan could not help asking. Langya Land Spirit was not stupid, replying with a chuckle, you want to know the method to use Wisdom Goo, then exchange for it with contribution points. Our Langya sect is fair. Both sides negotiated for a while before completing the matter of collaboration. Fang Yuan then casually mentioned the Featherman Zhou Zhong. This variant human was Fang Yuan's slave, but it was not impossible for this relation to be exposed. Tai Baiyan Xing and He Lu Lan knew of Zhou Zhong, he was already exposed. It was better to let him lead those feathermen to stay in Langya Blessed Land for the time being. In any case, Langya Blessed Land space was extremely huge. Of course, it was unable to compare with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal Aperture in terms of potential future space. As for those hairy man-slaves in the Fang Yuan stone nests, after Fang Yuan haggled with Langya Land Spirit, these hairy man-slaves still belonged to Fang Yuan, but he had to remove their slave status. They could only be considered Fang Yuan's subordinates in Langya sect. Because of his identity, Langya Land Spirit had deep love for hairy men and disdain for other races, having a doctrine that hairy men were to be the rulers. Naturally, he would not let Fang Yuan continue to order these hairy men as slaves. It was already extraordinary for him to still let these hairy men be subordinate to Fang Yuan, not arguing about it. Fang Yuan was actually quite happy about this. These hairy men were now free and belonged to Langya Blessed Land. But as long as Fang Yuan mobilized them to refine Gu, they would have to obey his orders, which was not much different from beforehand. These hairy men would even be nurtured by Langya Land Spirit, building their own families and working in the Blessed Land, which would stimulate their passion for Gu refinement and increase their work efficiency. Finally, Fang Yuan briefly informed Langya Land Spirit about the matter regarding Ying Wuxia and Shadow Sect. Langya Land Spirit listened on while staring blankly, and only a long time after Fang Yuan finished talking did he react. So you even had Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada. Langya Land Spirit cried out again, lad, what kind of dog shit luck do you have? No, don't tell me you even have Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's vital immortal Gu, dog shit luck? So Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's vital immortal Gu was actually dog shit luck? Not fortune rivaling heaven Gu? Langya Land Spirit snorted, he refined fortune rivaling heaven in his later years. In his early years, it was dog shit luck. I had cooperated with him when I was alive, how would I not know? Chapter 1030, Making He Lu Lan Defect. Fang Yuan had a peculiar expression. This was the first time he was hearing about dog shit luck, this strange-sounding immortal Gu. In the current situation, it was not a big deal to expose Spring-Autumn Cicada. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals already knew about it, that meant the 10 great ancient sects also knew of it, the entire world would basically know of it. Langya Land Spirit continued, it is a pity that this Spring-Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, if it were the former rank 9 Spring-Autumn Cicada, you would definitely obtain victory. Since Spring-Autumn Cicada is in Ying Wuxia's hands, you cannot allow him to use it. But thankfully, I have quite a few time path methods. Spring-Autumn Cicada is only rank 6 and I know who has it, it is quite easy to counter it. Counter Spring-Autumn Cicada? Fang Yuan felt great interest, in fact, this was his biggest worry currently. Langya Land Spirit said, Spring-Autumn Cicada is merely rank 6, so be it if we do not know who owns it, but since we know, it is easy to deal with. It might be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal Gu, but so what? There are only invincible Gu masters, there are no invincible Gu worms. In the entire world, time path is not the strongest, all of the different paths have their strengths. But if we use time path methods, it would be more effective as a counter. Fang Yuan heard this and nodded, feeling that Langya Land Spirit's words made a lot of sense. Like just earlier, he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and was used by Shadow Sect after they deduced it. This was a classic example of wisdom path countering time path. Spring-Autumn Cicada had its unique ability, but it was not invincible. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. The world was balanced, it made sense that Spring-Autumn Cicada was countered by other methods. Since rebirth, I have been treating Spring-Autumn Cicada as my greatest trump card. To think that I would need to deal with it one day. Fang Yuan sighed internally. When he was contacting Langya Land Spirit, at the same time in Central Continent. Mingtang Valley. This valley that was bathed in light all year round was famous in Central Continent. It was under control of Wind Cloud Matter and Heavenly Lotus Sect, two of the 10 great ancient sects. It was famous in Central Continent for being among the best places to produce light path goo worms. This land of treasures was incredibly rich in light path Dao marks. Almost every 20 years, there would be wild light path immortal goo formed. Deep in this Mingtang Valley, there was a hidden demonic path goo immortal. Unmoving Mountain, Gong Sun Liang. Suddenly, he opened his eyes from his deep sleep. Oh? Someone is calling me? He muttered lightly. The suspicious expression on his face faded at once, turning into a serious and solemn expression. His consciousness entered his immortal aperture as he used a special information path method to communicate. Boss, you want to borrow my immortal goo? On the other end, in a deep part of Earth Abyss, Ying Wuxia answered, yes. Gong Sun Liang opened his eyes, without any sleepiness left. He was very hesitant, his gaze was flickering. He was a demonic path goo immortal. He had been chased and suppressed by Central Continent's righteous path, especially the 10 great ancient sects. He lived like a fugitive. During one of his near-fatal escapes, he fell into a trap and nearly died. At that time, he was saved by a mysterious man. Gong Sun Liang not only kept his life, under the lead of the mysterious man, he joined a mysterious organization. This organization was called Defy. The members of the organization were identified with numbers. They were very mysterious. Gong Sun Liang had obtained much help from this organization. If not for that, he would not have been able to escape up until now, without getting caught by the 10 great ancient sects. As time passed, he saw the importance of this organization, and had some guesses towards the motives of this organization. This organization's codename shows the time the person joined, and their status in the organization. Boss is at the top. He is the person who created Defy. He suddenly wants to borrow my goo. After hesitating for a long time, Gong Sun Liang gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Two Sword Path Goo Immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the matters of their sect. Suddenly, Miao Jun's body shook. He received the information that Ying Wuxia sent. Facing Ying Wuxia's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, the boss contacted me. He wants to borrow our immortal goo. Miao Yu frowned. This boss is very mysterious. We have only joined Defy for a short time. We have not heard about the boss information. But the moment he contacted us, he wants to borrow immortal goo. Miao Jun nodded. We joined Defy because we wanted their help. But earlier, when trying to leave Immortal Crane Sect, they did not provide us any help. And now, they want to borrow immortal goo from us. This boss is truly shameless. A few years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword Sect ascended to Immortal. Thus, this force had 3 goo immortals. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane Sect. After having 3 goo immortals, they wanted to get rid of their vassal status from Immortal Crane Sect. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Immortal Crane Sect's plan worked and they lured their 3rd goo immortal away. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword Sect was taken care of by Immortal Crane Sect. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's lives were getting tough. The two wanted to borrow the strength of Defy, but their wishes were not granted, thus they were not happy. As a result, Ying Wuxia failed to borrow their goo using his identity as the boss. Bang! In Earth Abyss, in a secret room, Ying Wuxia slammed the table in front of him, smashing it. Humph! Miao Jun, Miao Yu. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth, his expression was dark. This organization called Defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Heavenly Court ruled over it. Its subsidiary forces, the 10 great ancient sects, split up most of Central Continent's resources and controlled it tightly. Below the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces trying to survive. People looked up to bigger forces. Who would not want to improve? Who would not want to expand their territory and obtain more resources for themselves? Especially goo immortals, they had to face tribulations once in a while. Thus, goo immortals were forced to improve, otherwise, they would die from the calamities and tribulations. It was not so easy to increase one's strength. One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients, the most important thing was the lack of resources. But the 10 great ancient sects had incredible strength, they occupied most resources. The other forces could not gather enough strength to influence their control. People with aspirations noticed this and interacted with one another, forming all sorts of alliances. But these alliances did not last long. Because Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sowed discord between them, or the members of the alliance went into internal conflicts themselves. Of course, the fundamental problem was insufficient strength to challenge Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Shadow Sect thus secretly created the organization Defy, selecting the members carefully and getting stronger. But this was only a casual move. Even the Shadow Sect member who created the organization Defy back then did not have much expectations. The more members there were, the more inflated the organization was, and the more complex and hard to manage it was. Furthermore, these members were not otherworldly demons, they were not even fate escapees. They could not be used to resist heaven's will. Thus, back then, Spectral Soul's Gu refinement plan did not involve these people. If he mobilized them, would they listen? Even if they did, there was a high chance that Heaven's will would make use of them, it was not worth it. But at this moment, Shadow Sect's plan failed, they were dealt a huge blow. After rebirth, Ying Wuxia had to make use of the strength of Defy. His experience in borrowing Gu was not very successful. Most Gu Immortals gave lots of excuses. Immortal Gu were very precious. The identities of the members of Defy were kept secret, they did not know each other, the organization was not strict in enforcement. How difficult would it be to borrow Gu? Only people like Unmoving Mountain Gong Sun Liang, these demonic path Gu Immortals without any support would need to make use of Defy in order to escape from the pursuit of Central Continent's righteous path, and avoid deductions. He could not leave Defy. Thus, even if he did not want to, he had to take a risk and lend the immortal Gu to Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia tried for a long time to borrow Gu, while Fang Yuan's Gu worms were in the processing of self-detonating one by one. Eventually, even though Ying Wuxia managed to suppress them, and prevented the Gu worms from continuing to self-detonate, his losses were severe. Fang Yuan, good job. You are really resolute in cutting your losses. In the darkness, Ying Wuxia had a grim expression, but only a person with your caliber would be able to obtain sovereign immortal fetus Gu, after all. After suppressing Fang Yuan's Gu worms, Ying Wuxia used the borrowed immortal Gu to get rid of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Just as he was about to continue and use the immortal Gu to make Fang Yuan's Gu worms his, he had a feeling as he noticed He Lu Lan's actions. He Lu Lan was sitting on a rock bed, opening her eyes. She was frowning, as worry flashed across deeply in her eyes. In the room, from a corner within the darkness, Ying Wuxia's voice could be heard, He Lu Lan, you can stop trying. In this place, it is impossible for you to use connecting heaven Gu to reach treasure yellow heaven. He Lu Lan's gaze shined, she was about to speak. At this moment, Ying Wuxia continued, you don't have to pretend and lie to me. I know you are suspicious of my identity, then I will tell you. That's right, I am not Fang Yuan, I am Ying Wuxia. He Lu Lan's expression changed. She was not Tai Bai Yunxing, she was not easy to fool. After Fang Yuan woke up, he acted strangely. He Lu Lan held back her suspicions because they had to use fixed immortal travel to escape first. But to think that Ying Wuxia brought her here. There was a super Gu formation here, the defenses were tight, actually preventing connecting heaven Gu from use. She could not connect to treasure yellow heaven. After He Lu Lan failed to reach treasure yellow heaven, she realized that Ying Wuxia's identity was even more suspicious. But now, Ying Wuxia directly told her the truth. He Lu Lan did not know how to react. You know my identity. Ying Wuxia's voice continued, I am one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, I took over Fang Yuan's body. You have two choices now, one is to die, the other is to abandon Fang Yuan and join me. For Ying Wuxia, He Lu Lan had the great strength true martial physique, and was someone who escaped fate, she was a high-quality pawn. But if He Lu Lan did not know what was good for her, he would kill her with no reservations. He could use He Lu Lan's corpse to revive his current body. Using the Gu formation here, Ying Wuxia was completely confident in taking down He Lulan. Chapter 1031, Flawless. He Lulan was startled and furious. Ying Wuxia's sudden declaration made her situation very passive. Even though He Lulan did not know that Ying Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, she had experienced the Battle of Etian Mountain. She was aware that Ying Wuxia, Shadow Sect, and Spectral Soul were on the same side. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, He Lulan's aunts, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, had died one after the other. These two people were the only two remaining family members that He Lulan cared about. As Shadow Sect was the culprit for killing Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan's hatred was immense. Ying Wuxia knew this but disregarded it. He directly approached her and forced He Lulan to surrender. If she did not, he would kill her. Even though Ying Wuxia was in Fang Yuan's body and was a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had the rank 7 Gu immortal Shirnu with him, who had high battle strength. Most crucially, he had a super Gu formation set up here. It was able to prevent Heavenly Court from investigating the place, and could resist the attacks of the wild beasts living in Earth Abyss. Being able to protect Bo Qing's remnant soul for so many years, this Gu formation was extraordinary. This was Ying Wuxia's greatest assurance. Even though Ying Wuxia was only a split soul, he had inherited Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing nature and firm personality. He Lulan's expression was dark, deep hatred was flickering in her eyes. Since Ying Wuxia is fearlessly challenging me, he surely has made preparations and is fully confident. The other party's capabilities are unfathomable, and they have a close relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If I resist, I would likely end up dead. I can only endure this and find a good opportunity later. While having such thoughts, He Lulan snorted, speaking, "Your Shadow Sect killed 2 of my family members, you want me to join you? Aren't you afraid I will betray you?" He. Ying Wuxia's laughter could be heard. What is there to fear? Pausing for a while, he continued, "Firstly, I am strong while you are weak, there is nothing to fear. Secondly, I have information path methods to restrict you using an alliance agreement. Thirdly, I understand your personality. You have not taken revenge yet, He Qing is still alive, are you satisfied with this ending? Even if you already had killed He Qing, you would endure this for now and cultivate, finding a chance to take revenge in the future." He Lulan was silent. Hearing that Ying Wuxia was so aware of her personality, He Lulan's heart sank. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He Lulan did not expect Ying Wuxia to know so much about her. In contrast, she knew nearly nothing about him. This was caused by Fang Yuan. Back then, Old Man Yenshur and Shadow Sect found out something wrong with Fang Yuan and used Heavenly Secret Gu to deduce matters about him. As someone close to Fang Yuan, He Lulan was implicated. Shadow Sect collected information about her, deducing many details. Ying Wuxia originally did not know, but because of the Red Lotus true inheritance in the River of Time, he received the guidance of Spectral Soul's will. He learned much about He Lulan. Seeing He Lulan become silent, Ying Wuxia showed great patience. He did not rush her. There was only a hint of light in this simple room. He Lulan's entire body was nearly shrouded in darkness. A long while later, she spoke, "You want to recruit me to deal with whom? If you want me to fight against Heavenly Court, you might as well kill me now." Ha ha ha. Ying Wuxia laughed, "No need to probe me, He Lulan. I want to recruit you to deal with Fang Yuan." Bright light flashed in He Lulan's eyes, her pitch became higher. "Oh, it seems Fang Yuan isn't dead yet? Not only did he survive, he has obtained great gains." Hatred could not be concealed in Ying Wuxia's tone. "You want to make use of me to harm Fang Yuan and take who immortal blessed land for you?" He Lulan continued asking. Humph. Ying Wuxia smiled coldly. Fang Yuan's who immortal blessed land and star form blessed land should be empty already. The cultivation resources inside, including Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, were all moved to Langya blessed land. Langya blessed land? He. It is the place where you and Fairy Li Shan fought against Qin Bai Xing, He Qing, and Jiang Yu. Why? Fang Yuan didn't tell you? Ying Wuxia asked. He Lulan sank into silence. Ying Wuxia continued, Langya Blessed Land was the immortal aperture left behind by long-hair ancestor. It is a former grotto heaven that had fallen to a blessed land. But its foundation is so abundant that it could be said to be the #1 blessed land in the 5 regions. Imperial Court Blessed Land is already destroyed, no other blessed lands can match it. Fang Yuan not only moved his resources into Langya Blessed Land, he even joined Langya sect, betraying humans and becoming the lackey of hairy men. He Lulan heard this and her gaze flickered. Ying Wuxia seemed to know her thoughts. He continued speaking with a smile, you guessed right. I have an insider in Langya Blessed Land. I know everything that happens inside Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan will not be running around for long, you can only survive by joining me. The sights of Etion Mountain appeared in He Lulan's mind again. Spectral Soul's gigantic body was deeply ingrained in her mind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He Lulan muttered internally. She gradually closed her eyes, saying solemnly, the circumstances are not in my favor, I will join you. But I will remind you, even if you want me to deal with Fang Yuan, we still have an active alliance agreement. Merely an alliance agreement, I can get rid of it for you easily. Ying Wuxia said confidently. But He Lulan said, are you sure? Back then, when we made the alliance agreement, it was stated very clearly, if any side breaks the alliance agreement, the other party would not need to follow it anymore. Ying Wuxia felt that this was turning troublesome. Oh? So if I help you get rid of the alliance agreement, I will be helping Fang Yuan indirectly? He Lulan nodded, precisely. Fang Yuan had included this line back then because he was afraid of Fairy Li Shan secretly removing the alliance agreement. After all, she primarily cultivated information path, Fang Yuan had to guard against her. But things changed too quickly, unexpected events happened in life. Fairy Li Shan died, and Ying Wuxia wanted to help He Lulan remove the alliance agreement. The essence of alliance agreements is the use of information path methods to leave information path Dao marks on both the body and the soul. To remove the alliance agreement, I have to get rid of the information path Dao marks. Ying Wuxia thought. It is very easy for me to get rid of He Lulan's information path Dao marks, using this super goo formation and my goo worms, I can accomplish it. But this way, I will be helping Fang Yuan too. Ying Wuxia did not want that. In his opinion, the best situation would be that He Lulan was free from the alliance agreement, while Fang Yuan was still restricted by it. In this way, he could use He Lulan to deal with Fang Yuan, he would have a huge advantage. Actually, it is not impossible to achieve that. As long as I can find the corresponding information path Dao marks and remove them first. On He Lulan's body, there had to be one or multiple information path Dao marks that represented the condition. If one side breaks the alliance agreement, the other party did not need to follow it. And these information path Dao marks had to be related to the other information path Dao marks. Ying Wuxia only needed to remove these information path Dao marks first, before removing the others to achieve the result that he wanted. In the future, he could use this alliance agreement to restrict Fang Yuan. But to do that, it is very difficult. Ying Wuxia was frowning more deeply. Using an inappropriate analogy, the alliance agreement between Fang Yuan and He Lulan was like 2 interlinked bombs strapped onto them. Whichever side broke the alliance agreement would cause their bomb to explode, and they would suffer a severe punishment. Ying Wuxia had the ability to remove He Lulan's bomb now, but that would cause Fang Yuan's bomb to deactivate as well. This was not what Ying Wuxia wanted. But to get the result he wanted, he needed to get rid of He Lulan's bomb while finding that crucial wire or multiple wires to remove first. It was very difficult to do that. Ying Wuxia did not have the attainment level, and he did not have corresponding immortal goo either. Damn it, this Fang Yuan does things so flawlessly. Ying Wuxia felt stifled internally. If it were before the Battle of Etion Mountain, it would be easy for him to do this. He only needed to ask the other members of Shadow Sect to do it, there was even Spectral Soul's main body. But the situation now was different from the past. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect's plan failed, they faced massive losses, only a small portion of their forces were left in the 5 regions. Ying Wuxia knew that even if he rebuilt Shadow Sect and combined all of the remaining forces, he could not reach its former level again. In this way, He Lu Lan's value is greatly diminished. Should I kill her and turn her into a great strength true martial immortal zombie, allowing me to obtain a life and death immortal aperture to revive? Ying Wuxia had an idea. But after considering it, he gave up on the idea. Reviving with a life and death immortal aperture has a huge flaw. If I am unlucky, the immortal aperture might explode. I might as well use normal immortal zombies to create a stable life and death immortal aperture. Thinking about the life and death immortal aperture, Ying Wuxia naturally thought about sovereign immortal fetus Gu. At once, he gritted his teeth, feeling his hatred towards Fang Yuan intensify. After Shadow Sect created the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they had performed many experiments and found lots of problems with it. Next, they paid a huge price to modify it step by step. Eventually, even Spectral Soul's main body joined in, using the essence of Human Path, Transformation Path, and Heaven Path to create the Immortal Gu recipe for Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fang Yuan snatched Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu and obtained the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He ascended to heaven in a single leap. Shadow Sect's countless years of effort and hard work had turned to nothing. Such deep hatred could not be expressed in words. Forget it, I should let He Lu Lan off. I am too short on manpower now. He Lu Lan's aptitude is great, she can be a very good lackey. Fang Yuan. You will end up in my hands one day, by then, I will pull out all of your tendons, I will use every inch of flesh and skin on your body to refine the sovereign immortal fetus Gu again. Chapter 1032, Treasure Yellow Heaven transports Gu worms. Well? Have you considered it? You are an external Supreme Elder of Langya Sect, you can use your sect contribution points to exchange for the method. Langya Land Spirit smiled. Over in Central Continent, He Lu Lan was forced by Ying Wuxia and had no choice but to submit. Fang Yuan did not know this and was contacting Langya Land Spirit. Speaking of the method to counter spring-autumn cicada, Langya Land Spirit was indeed formed from long-hair ancestor, he had a deep foundation. In their earlier conversation, Fang Yuan was shocked to find out that Langya Land Spirit had more than 10 methods. All of them were effective in dealing with spring-autumn cicada. These methods involved many aspects, with so many choices. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt a bit uncertain. But he quickly focused his mind, asking as he thought of something, I have a question, how many sect contribution points do I have? 300. Langya Land Spirit hesitated for a moment before answering. 300. Fang Yuan frowned, he knew that he had not done anything for Langya Sect yet after joining it. This amount of sect contribution was obtained because he had lent Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu to Langya Land Spirit. However, either of Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu were unparalleled things, they were only worth 300 sect contribution points. Immediately, Fang Yuan had some suspicion, but he did not question him, he asked in a roundabout manner, First Supreme Elder, I am not sure how your 300 points were calculated, I would like you to explain for me. Langya Land Spirit heard Fang Yuan call him First Supreme Elder and felt very pleased internally. He said frankly, this is very simple. Danghun Mountain counts as 100, Luopa Valley counts as 100, and Wisdom Gu is also 100. Fang Yuan's tone became lower, Wisdom Gu is a rank 9 Immortal Gu, why is it worth the same number as Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley? No need to be suspicious. Langya Land Spirit quickly answered, you lent all 3 of them to the sect, but my Langya Sect has to bear the expenditure of the Earth Qi, and the feeding of Wisdom Gu. 300 sect contribution points are given to you according to the rules in the sect. I know that fairness is required for a sect to grow, don't worry, we will not shortchange whatever is rightfully yours, but we will also not give you extra that you did not earn. After pausing for a while, Langya Land Spirit continued, of course, if you contributed them to the sect, the contribution points would be much higher. It is possible for you to become the first Supreme Elder of the sect as well. Fang Yuan heard this and couldn't help but feel excitement. Becoming the first Supreme Elder of Langya sect, wouldn't he obtain the highest authority? Even if he was not the owner of Langya Blessed Land, he would be able to mobilize the hairy man-gu immortals inside Langya Blessed Land, right? But quickly, Langya Land Spirit said, but for you to become the first Supreme Elder, you need to get rid of your human status and become a true hairy man. Only an exceptional hairy man can be the leader of the hairy men. Langya Land Spirit's tone was full of confidence towards the ideology of hairy man rulership. Fang Yuan dispelled his earlier thoughts. He had no doubt that Langya Land Spirit had methods to turn humans into hairy men. But if Fang Yuan became a hairy man, the price was too great. Most fundamentally, the current trend of human dominance could not be overturned. Hairy men and other variant humans, even if they became immortals, would be pushed aside and ostracized. Furthermore, hairy men and the other variant humans were flawed to begin with, they could not become rank 9 venerables. Fang Yuan aspired to reach immortality, cultivation was only a tool. But evidently, the higher his cultivation level, the closer he would be to this goal. This logic was simple. Between an ant and a tree, which one was closer to eternal life? Fang Yuan only had 300 sect contribution points. Langya Land Spirit calculated the amount very precisely. He did not give Fang Yuan 1 point less or 1 point more. Fang Yuan sensed keenly that these 300 sect contribution points were very precious, they had great value, if he used them wisely, they would be a huge help towards him. Thus, after he thought over it, he did not spend these contribution points rashly to obtain one of the ways to counter Spring-Autumn Cicada. At the other end, Langya Land Spirit said, sect contribution points are meant to be used. Don't be too stingy with them, we have many sect missions for you. As long as you complete one, your sect contribution points will increase. Oh? What kinds of missions? Fang Yuan asked lightly. Langya Land Spirit wanted to make use of Fang Yuan's strength, he naturally explained them to him. Fang Yuan soon shook his head, disappointment was all over his face. These sect missions were split into 2 types. One was to collect gu refinement materials, the other was to spar with the hairy man gu immortals and nurture their fighting skills. Earlier, after Qing Bai Sheng and the rest attacked Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land Spirit turned from the shape of a human and white-haired land spirit to a hairy man and black-haired land spirit. The management of Langya Blessed Land had changed drastically. The black-haired land spirit wanted hairy men to be the rulers, the overlords of the gu world, to trample on humans and all other races. Thus, he tried to train his hairy man gu immortals, wanting to raise their battle strength. Before this, these hairy man gu immortals only knew how to refine gu, they did not even train normally, their battle strength could not be said to even be at the dregs. Currently, Fang Yuan did not have the time to help the black-haired land spirit search for gu refinement materials, or be the nanny of the hairy man gu immortals. How about this, First Supreme Elder, I lack gu worms now. Could you buy some southern border gu worms from Treasure Yellow Heaven and inspect to check that they are not tampered with? If they are fine, send them over to me. Fang Yuan changed the topic, listing his needs. Langya Land Spirit did not reject this. Batches of gu worms quickly passed through connecting heaven gu via Treasure Yellow Heaven, reaching Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The first batch was a large number of mortal gu, including wine sack flower gu, rice pouch grass gu, spring water gu, eating wind drinking dew gu and others. The situation now was different. Earlier, Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he did not need to eat. But now that he had revived, his body was alive, he needed to consume food and water. Even gu immortals would die if they did not eat. Unless they had the relevant food path Dao marks. Other than these food path mortal gu, there was also some clothing gu. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with fire cape gu and flying smoke gu, the effect of the flames was too eye-catching, they were unnecessary. After acquiring these clothing goo, he immediately changed his clothes. There were also goo for housing. For example, the woodpath goo worm, 3-star cave. After it was used, it would turn into a tree house with space in the trunk. The second batch provided was moving perspective cup goo and stargate goo. It was not safe to use Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven was an open market, it was not a secret channel. Moving perspective cup goo used the space door to transport objects, it bypassed the 5 regions' regional walls, it was a superb mortal goo. Be it the moving perspective cup goo recipe or stargate goo recipe, Langya Land Spirit had already obtained them from Fang Yuan. According to the previous Langya Land Spirit's personality, he would have refined a lot of them. Thus, these 2 goo worms were directly taken out from Langya Blessed Land. Once they entered Treasure Yellow Heaven, the 2 goo worms shined with bright treasure light, it drew the attention of many goo immortals. They were mortal goo, but the treasure light was really very bright, it was out of the ordinary. This special situation drew the attention of many goo immortals, they went to ask but Langya Land Spirit rejected them. The third batch was also mortal goo, they came from Langya Sex Storage, Fang Yuan wanted to use them to test his sovereign immortal Aperture. The earlier tests were only observations on the surface. To learn about the secrets of the sovereign immortal Aperture, he needed to use goo worms as tools. The fourth batch was the main objective. Sword Immortal Bo Qing Sword Path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan stole quite a number of immortal goo from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, he used the Light of Wisdom and Wisdom Path methods to deceive these immortal goo temporarily, as he gradually refined them. Before joining the Battle of Etion Mountain, he only managed to refine Change Soul Immortal Goo. And during the crucial moment in the Battle of Etion Mountain, he used it to turn the situation around. Right now, Change Soul Immortal Goo was still in Fang Yuan's hands. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Goo, they were filled with Bo Qing's will, they were much harder to refine compared to Change Soul Immortal Goo. They were left inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and were not brought to Etion Mountain by Fang Yuan. After all, these immortal goo were not refined, they could not be used even if they were brought. As it turned out, it was lucky that Fang Yuan did not bring them. Otherwise, according to what happened, these immortal goo would be left in his body and becoming Wu Xia's property. These Sword Path Immortal Goo were the Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo, Rank 7 Sword Escape Goo, Rank 7 Sword Eyebrows Goo and Rank 7 Flying Sword Goo. Langya Land Spirit only sent Sword Escape Immortal Goo and Flying Sword Goo over to Fang Yuan. The 2 of them made an instant transaction. At the first moment, Fang Yuan used a rock that he picked up to buy Sword Escape Immortal Goo and Flying Sword Goo. The treasure light is hundreds of meters tall, what happened? Transaction of Immortal Goo. How is this possible? I saw it earlier. Someone bought 2 Rank 7 Immortal Goo immediately, they were so fast that no one could react. Buying 2 Rank 7 Immortal Goo? Heavens! I do not even have a single Rank 6 Immortal Goo, who is that rich? The earlier few batches of goo worms had already attracted some attention. With this transfer, involving Immortal Goo, heated discussions were occurring in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The trading of Immortal Goo was usually done through exchanges of Immortal Goo, they were rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit's transaction was like a rock that was thrown into a calm lake, ripples formed immediately. 2 Immortal Goo, each having around 300 meters of treasure light. But the other party paid with a rock. A lucky Goo Immortal who witnessed the transaction transmitted using his divine sense. This information caused more heated discussion between Goo Immortals again. Impossible. A rock? Are you kidding me? This is not a normal transaction, they are using Treasure Yellow Heaven to transfer goo worms. Even if they are transporting Immortal Goo, it is very rare. Treasure Yellow Heaven's fee is charged according to the treasure light's height. At once, countless divine senses conversed in Treasure Yellow Heaven, the wills of many Goo Immortals were engaging in conversation enthusiastically. The commotion was similar to Immortal Fish Market. Because of Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit, the entirety of Treasure Yellow Heaven was in chaos. Chapter 1033, Taking Large Strides with Unwavering Determination. Southern Border, on the peak of a nameless mountain. Fang Yuan held Sword Escape Immortal Gu in his left hand, and Flying Sword Gu in his right hand. He observed them. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was like a golden bee, while Flying Sword Immortal Gu was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Both had their merits. The first was a movement Immortal Gu. It was extremely fast, not inferior to the rank 7 Qi Escape Immortal Gu. The second was very famous in history. It was Bo Qing's most used offensive and defensive Gu worm. The aura of rank 7 was oozing. Fang Yuan smiled as he stored the 2 Immortal Gu. After Etion Mountain, the Sword Path Immortal Gu were all successfully refined under the light of wisdom, becoming Fang Yuan's Gu. These 2 Immortal Gu were among them. Fang Yuan could use them now. With these 2 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan felt more assured about his safety. Earlier, he had Attitude Gu, Change Soul Immortal Gu, and Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. He lacked movement and attacking methods. With these 2 Immortal Gu now, Fang Yuan's weakness was alleviated, his battle strength surged. If he met Wukong Dong again, Fang Yuan could use his Immortal Gu to kill him. He had stopped using Connecting Heaven Gu. Because Langya Land Spirit sent Sword Escape and Flying Sword, 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu, Treasure Yellow Heaven was in a commotion. More and more Gu Immortals were joining in and discussing the matter. In the Gu Immortal world, rank 6 Gu Immortals were the majority. And among them, a large portion did not have any rank 6 Immortal Gu. Thus, this transaction that involved 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu had such a huge impact. Treasure Yellow Heaven was an open market, secrets could not be kept. Fang Yuan had no choice but to use Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport his Immortal Gu. After obtaining 2 Sword Path Immortal Gu, he stopped using Connecting Heaven Gu, allowing Treasure Yellow Heaven to dwell in that commotion on its own. Using Moving Perspective Cup Gu, he continued to communicate with Langya Land Spirit. Just now, you spent 30 sect contribution points. Langya Land Spirit said. It was not free to use Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport Gu worms. Treasure Yellow Heaven would take a cut from every transaction. According to the Treasure Light, the higher it was, the larger the processing fee. The processing fee was paid by Langya Land Spirit. He converted them into sect contribution points in Langya sect and deducted them from Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan's sect contribution points fell. He had 270 left. Of course, a portion of the 30 points had been used on Fang Yuan's purchase of different Mortal Gu. I want to talk to you about the trade of Guts Gu. Fang Yuan replied. This discussion took a long time. Only until late at night, both sides came to a detailed agreement, concluding their negotiation. Trade of Guts Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, excitement was still lingering on his face. The winds of night blew, they were cold but were unable to extinguish the fire inside him. All along, Fang Yuan's Guts Gu trade had been restricted by the number of hairy man-slaves. Because Guts Gu needed air sac Gu as the container to leave Danghun Mountain, and to be sold outside. But air sac Gu needed Heilu Land Strength Qi Immortal Gu as the Gu refinement material, and the hairy man-slaves needed to refine it continuously. Now, Heilu Lan was missing, and Strength Qi Immortal Gu was not with Fang Yuan. But this was okay. Long ago, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom to deduce a new recipe. He had been keeping it a secret because he wanted to maintain his cooperation with Heilu Lan. Therefore, the number of hairy man-slaves was the main limitation towards this trade. And it was very difficult to increase the number of hairy man-slaves. Firstly, hairy man-slaves were the most expensive among variant human slaves in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Especially those skilled in refinement, they were even pricier. Secondly, the process of refining Gu was filled with danger. Hairy man-slaves would die during the process. Thus, even though Fang Yuan replenished many hairy man-slaves, inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their numbers did not increase. Fang Yuan wanted to raise his own hairy men, but because he did not have the methods to do so, he could not execute this idea. But right now, Fang Yuan had joined Langya sect. How many hairy men were there in Langya Blessed Land? It was an unimaginable number. This blessed land was perhaps the most populous location for hairy men in the whole 5 regions. Fang Yuan had his motives in lending Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to Langya sect. Using the vast number of hairy men in Langya blessed land to refine Airsac goo for him, the number of guts goo produced would far exceed Fang Yuan's previous scale. His profits would rise to an unprecedented level. As long as it is inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, even if Central Continent attempts to suppress it, so what? The trade of guts goo will not be affected. I am really excited. According to our negotiation, even if Langya sect takes more than half of the benefits, my profits each month from the guts goo trade would reach 6,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Before this, Fang Yuan's total profits, including his other businesses, only reached 2,000 Immortal Essence Stones a month. Now that he joined Langya sect, with just the guts goo trade, he could obtain 6,000 Immortal Essence Stones a month. This was a number that many rank 6 goo Immortals could not imagine. After rebirth, Fang Yuan had joined Langya sect after deep and careful consideration. Firstly, one day, when Fang Yuan faces the pursuit of the entire world, which place was more reliable than Langya blessed land? Others were targeting Fang Yuan's giant son true inheritance, but they were also after Langya blessed land. After Langya land spirit transformed, he wanted to strengthen the hairy man race. He was a natural ally for Fang Yuan. Secondly, Langya blessed land was very powerful. It resisted 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. Thirdly, Langya land spirit could not lie. Fang Yuan would easily sense it should he decide to turn on him. With these 3 reasons, Fang Yuan joined Langya sect. Indeed, on the first night after reviving, he obtained a huge benefit. Fang Yuan not only used Langya land spirit to solve his dangerous situation, he even used Langya blessed land's foundation to increase his wealth. I have passed the weakest period after revival. Now, I need to inspect my 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This was a night without stars in the sky, cold winds were blowing. Fang Yuan entered the house goo. After eating food, he inspected his Immortal Aperture. With so many mortal goo, his efficiency in inspecting it was higher. It was a sleepless night. Around dawn, Fang Yuan left the 3-star cave goo, seeing the start of the sunrise. Southern border was mountainous and foggy. When the sun rises, it would make the direction where it was facing look like a burning cloud. As the sun rose, the first light of dawn could be seen as golden-red traces. Soon, light burst out, bringing heat along with it, like metal that had just come out of the furnace. The morning sun ascended slowly. The clouds between the mountain peaks were moving about. Beautiful lights were created after the rays of sunlight hit them. There were gorgeous red clouds in the sky. In Fang Yuan's heart, a grand feeling of ambition was brewing. Ambitious mountains with steps firm as steel, taking large strides with unwavering determination. Taking risks to obtain the essence of the universe, my heart still seeks to rise beyond heaven. As he recited, Fang Yuan opened his arms like a bird, jumping down the cliff before ascending rapidly. It was as if he was stepping on the clouds, flying towards the southeast direction. After this night, he gained a greater understanding of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture had a huge space of over 335,000 square kilometers. Not just that, there were rich time path resources. 1 day in the outside world was 2 months inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Heilu Land's aperture, with her having the great strength true martial physique, was only at a 1:38 ratio with the outside world's time. But Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture was 1:60, it greatly exceeded that of Heilu Lan. But compared to the space in the Immortal Aperture, the time path aspect was not as impressive. But this was a huge relief to Fang Yuan. When the time flow in the Immortal Aperture was fast, calamities and tribulations would occur more frequently, and Fang Yuan would have bigger problems dealing with them. Perhaps Spectral Soul had considered this point when he was refining the goo. At a ratio of 1:60, it surpassed super-grade blessed lands, but was not too exaggerated. Fang Yuan could handle it, although with difficulty. Other than time path resources, Fang Yuan also found 16 beads of green grape immortal essence in his Sovereign Immortal Aperture. An immortal aperture that was alive was different from a dead one, it could produce immortal essence. 16 beads of immortal essence in a day, that meant 480 in a month. It was extraordinary, far surpassing Fang Yuan's previous life. Fang Yuan also found that his body was full of Dao marks. These Dao marks were of all paths. Fire path, water path, wood path, light path, dark path, even poison path and luck path were encompassed within. What shocked Fang Yuan more was that these Dao marks were not just high in variety, they were also of a large quantity. He could vaguely estimate that on average, each path had around 100 Dao marks. 100 Dao marks could amplify the effect of goo worms by 10%. No wonder Fang Yuan could use the fire path fire cape goo and flying smoke goo to such an extent. But this discovery did not make Fang Yuan happy, he felt a bit grim. Goo Immortals usually pursued one type of Dao mark. Because Dao marks could amplify the effect of goo worms, they could also weaken and counteract them. For example, when a goo immortal who cultivates water path and has water path Dao marks all over their body uses a fire path mortal goo, the effect would be worse than a mortal goo master. Even if goo immortals cultivated more than one path, they would choose one to be primarily used. This was common sense in the goo immortal world. But strangely, I used the mortal goo of so many paths, but I did not feel any resistance and weakening from the Dao marks of other paths. In fact, the amplification is working normally. This goes against the logic of the cultivation world. What is going on? There is another point, any goo master who ascends to immortal has a vital goo. But my sovereign immortal Aperture does not have one. What is going on? Towards the mystical properties of the sovereign immortal Aperture, the deeper Feng Yuan explored it, the more questions appeared in his mind. I have already used all my methods for yesterday's investigation. It seems that to understand the mysteries behind the sovereign immortal Aperture, I need to get answers from Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect and Ying Wuxia. But near Etian Mountain, the changes are too large. With the dream realm manifested, southern border goo immortals would seal it up and turn it into a forbidden area for outsiders. And I also do not know Ying Wuxia's location. Forget it, the matter at hand is to find southern border's current generation and Xiang. Chapter 1034, Man-Made Disaster. Southern border, Rotten Mud Mountain. It was noon, the sun was high in the air, it was a clear sky with no clouds in sight. At a certain area in a forest at the back of Rotten Mud Mountain, a youngster was fighting with a mature bear. The atmosphere was tense. The bear stood as tall as 3 meters in height, it had a bulky body and brown fur which was thick and shiny. At this moment, the bear was opening its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth as its red eyes stared at the young man with a ruthless look. The young man who was facing this bear was only 15 or 16 years old. He was only 5.5 feet tall, compared to the bear, he was tiny and weak. But the young man's eyes were shining with vigor, he dared to face the bear head-on, without any fear. Roar! The brown bear growled, opening its mouth and pouncing at the young man. The brown bear might look clumsy and heavy, but any experienced hunter would know that it had incredible explosive strength. When the brown bear moves from a still position, its speed rises rapidly as it pushes forward. The young man only felt a gust of wind as the bear suddenly arrived in front of him. The young man's expression did not change, he activated his goo worm during the crucial moment. His movement goo allowed him to move away by a certain distance. The brown bear missed its target, it crashed into the tree behind the young man. With a loud sound, the thick tree trunk was snapped by the brown bear. With the falling of the tree, another loud sound was heard as it slammed on the ground. The surrounding birds flew away in panic. The young man let out a breath of cold air, thinking, thankfully, I dodged in time. If this bear hit me directly, even if I had defensive goo worms, my bones would break and I would suffer heavy injuries. However, after dodging this attack, the battle tilted in favor of the young man. The young man's eyes shined brightly, he cried out, "Stupid bear, feel the power of my sword Qi Gu." Before he finished speaking, he had already stretched out his middle and index fingers on his right hand, pointing at the brown bear. The next moment. Whoosh! With a soft sound, a burst of pale white translucent sword Qi shot out of the young man's fingers. The sword Qi flew through the air, hitting the brown bear's back. But there was the aura of wild goo on the brown bear. The fur on its back turned firm, becoming hard plates. The sword Qi hit the hard plates and made a buzzing sound, as the sword Qi dispersed. The brown bear's bulky body was completely uninjured. It shook its head as it recovered from the dizziness earlier. It turned around towards the young man. The young man was dumbfounded. What? This bear has a wild defensive goo. How can my sword Qi goo hit it? Grandpa, did you intentionally put the wild goo on that brown bear? The young man shouted. He, grandson, I walked along the mountain's paths for over 10 li to find this brown bear. It is a great opponent for you. From the tree branches, a voice said this. It turned out that the young man's grandfather had been sitting on top of the tree, watching his grandson fight this brown bear. The young man's strongest method was sword Qi goo. But against the brown bear, it had little effect. Each sword Qi could only shave off some of the bear's fur. There was no choice, the young man could only dodge everywhere. The brown bear attacked fiercely, but it was a beast, it did not have enough intelligence. Even though the young man could not defeat the bear, he was agile and had much experience. Because of that, he dodged everywhere while causing the bear to crash into trees while fighting. Seeing the young man's difficult state, the grandfather laughed. Rascal, do you know sword Qi goo's weakness now? It attacks by piercing. Once it is countered, you will waste your primeval essence with no damage dealt. Come, catch this goo. Saying this, the grandfather tossed a goo worm to the young man. In order to receive the goo worm, the young man was almost hit by the brown bear. He tumbled to the ground. But because he reacted quickly, he rolled away from the brown bear's bite. After getting some distance, he jumped and stood up again. This is muddy goo. The young man cried out, recognizing this goo worm. This goo worm was not his, but his grandfather had lent it to him. The young man could use it with no problem. After injecting primeval essence into muddy goo, the goo worm shined with a murky light. The young man's hand flicked, and the murky light on the goo worm left his hand, landing below the bear's feet. Goo goo goo. A large amount of bubbles emerged from the soil below the brown bear's feet. In the blink of an eye, this area became a pile of soft mud. The brown bear's 2 feet were stuck inside the mud. It struggled intensely, shaking off a lot of the mud on it. The young man was hit by mud on his body and face, but he did not care. He used muddy goo again. The murky light went into the pile of mud again. The brown bear was already stuck at the bottom of the mud. It struggled and was about to get out. But because of the light, the mud deepened. The brown bear's 4 limbs were stuck inside. The more it struggled, the more it sank. The bear stood on 2 legs, but the depth of the mud was already at its waist. When the young man used muddy goo for a 3rd time, victory was decided. The brown bear sank again. Eventually, only its head was exposed. It growled, unwilling to give in. I finally won. The young man was tired. He sat on the ground, breathing roughly. His face was pale, his primeval essence was almost expended. With a soft sound, the young man's grandfather jumped down from the tree, floating down slowly for several meters, landing in front of the young man. Rascal, you know the advantages of muddy goo now? Without this goo, how could you defeat the brown bear? The grandfather chided. The young man did not answer. He breathed roughly for a few seconds before snorting, looking at his grandfather. Grandpa, you did this on purpose. I know you want me to give up on Sword Path and cultivate our Ni clan's specialty, Earth Path, right? The grandfather raised his finger and tapped the young man's head. He said in a loving but bitter tone, Rascal, you are smart. It would be great if you could use it on your Earth Path cultivation. The young man had his face in his hands, saying, But I like Sword Qi. It is so cool when I shoot out Sword Qi. Earth Path is so lame, Grandpa, look at me, I am covered in mud. After one battle, I lose all my coolness. The grandfather heard this and stared with wide eyes, about to scold him further. But at this moment, the bells from the base of the mountain started to ring. Both of them were startled. The young man jumped up, standing and looking at the base of the mountain, saying anxiously, "Ah. This is the alert Belgu of the clan. The bell is ringing so rapidly, what happened? Go." The grandfather was more direct, he stretched out his arm and grabbed the young man, running towards the base of the mountain rapidly. The young man felt the wind blowing past him, all he saw were shadows of trees that rapidly moved behind him. He was shocked. This is the power of a rank 5 Gu master? Such speed. After a dozen breaths of time, the young man's vision returned to normal as his grandfather put him down. With the sudden deceleration, he felt queasy, his stomach was churning as he almost vomited. Lord Clan Leader. Greetings to Lord Clan Leader. The young man heard the voices of clan elders. He tried to stand up, but realized that he was already at the wall surrounding Ni clan village. The young man's grandfather was Ni Kuan, the current leader of Ni clan and a rank 5 Gu master. Ni Kuan frowned, asking with a serious expression, "What happened? Why was alert Belgu used consecutively?" Clan leader, the matter is urgent, take a look. A clan elder used the clan's Gu formation. This was an investigative Gu formation, it was directed to Ni Kuan. Ni Kuan's vision flashed with all sorts of images. In an instant, he saw a scene 100 li away from the village. His breathing paused, he frowned as he showed confusion on his face, a beast tide. Strange, we had already survived a beast tide a year ago. And the surrounding beast groups near the village are insufficient in forming a beast tide. That's right, we found it strange too. If there is an abnormality, there must be a cause. I suggest that we send our elite Gu masters to investigative. Nevertheless, we should focus on defending ourselves. This beast tide is colossal, the question now is whether we can protect the village. Ni Kuan's expression was grim. The danger had arrived so suddenly and severely. His grandson, Ni Jian, was staring blankly in a daze. Earlier, it was a calm and peaceful day, but now, his village was on the brink of destruction. The beast tide is fierce, an attack of this scale has not been seen in decades. Ni clan is facing a life and death situation, activate all 3 layers of our defenses. Second elder, third elder, quickly go and lead our elites to use the heavenly fire Gu formation. Sixth elder, lead the medicine hall and the medical team. Seventh elder, check our transportation Gu formation. If anything goes wrong, send our youths away. Ni Kuan ordered. The elders knew that the situation was dangerous, they moved immediately, showing firm determination. The beast group attacked like fierce waves, rushing forward relentlessly. Wherever they went, dust rose as trees in the mountain were snapped. The young man, Ni Jian, saw this on top of the village wall and felt immense fear, his expression turned pale. He had never seen such a fierce beast tide. Normally, beast tides came in one species, for example, a wolf tide or a tiger tide. But now, this beast tide had many different types of beasts: wolves, tigers, leopards, bulls, deer, foxes, snakes, and more were mixed in. Strange. Why are these wild beasts not attacking each other? They are forming together and attacking our village. The grandfather Ni Kuan mumbled. At the next moment, Ni Kuan shuddered, the Ni clan Gu masters around him also stared with wide-opened eyes. The terrifying beast tide slowed down, before stopped entirely. An enormous group of beasts of all kinds stood 10,000 steps away from the village wall, watching the people in anticipation. Ni clan's Gu masters looked at each other, feeling uncertainty and fear. A mound tiger moved out. Mound tigers were mutated beasts, they had huge bodies, far larger than normal, they were like small mounds. Fang Yuan was lying on the mound tiger's back, his eyes were half open as he looked at Ni clan. Seeing Fang Yuan, Ni clan's Gu masters shouted in shock. Ni Jian's eyes were wide open, he finally realized, this beast tide was not a natural disaster, it was a man-made disaster. Chapter 1035, Heaven Surveying 5 Xiangs, Qi Clan's 2 Immortals. the sky was grand and vast. White clouds rumbled, moving below one's feet. A huge lion growled lowly as its four limbs stepped on the air, flying towards the cloud layer. This lion's body was like snow, it was completely white. Its thick mane swayed in the wind, strong air currents were created below its feet. On the lion's back, there was a huge chair. Two Immortals, one male and one female, were sitting together. The female was old and looked like she was in her 60s, but her eyes were shining brightly, she was excited and could not sit still, looking around. And the male had the appearance of a young man, he had a sharp nose and long thin eyes, his body was emitting a cool and experienced aura. "Great uncle, your steed is really amazing, it can travel on the clouds, in just half a day, we have already flown tens of thousands of li." The female Immortal praised. "This is a desolate beast Qi Grand Lion, it is not flying on the clouds, but it has the ability to control air currents, thus it can fly." The young-looking man explained patiently. "A lion that can control air currents and fly in the air, I have never seen such a thing." "Desolate beast, what does that mean?" the female Immortal asked. The young-looking male Immortal smiled silently. "Qi, you just ascended to become a Immortal. It is normal that you do not know about common knowledge of the Immortal world. This Qi Grand Lion has Qi Path Dao marks on its body, once it matures, it can soar through the skies. But this type of lion is very rare now, it is almost extinct in the 5 regions, it can only be seen in White Heaven and Black Heaven now. As for desolate beasts, they are a certain rank of beasts. Like how Masters have rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3, other than desolate beasts, there are ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 6 Immortals, because one desolate beast can fight evenly against a rank 6 Immortal. And ancient desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 7 Immortals, while immemorial desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 8 Immortals. The female Immortal, Qi, heard this and her eyes shined, she assessed the Qi Grand Lion again, thinking, "No wonder I felt such danger from this lion. Thanks to Great Uncle, I survived the tribulation from Ascension and became a Immortal. If I had to fight this lion, I might get torn to shreds." The young-looking Immortal, Qi Zai, was hundreds of years old, he had rank 7 cultivation level, he only looked so young because of lifespan Gu. He was old and experienced, seeing Qi's face, he could guess what she was thinking. Stretching out his arm to pat this junior's shoulder, Qi Zai consoled, "Little he, don't worry, most people are like this after becoming immortal. When the matter I have to deal with is settled, we can return to Qi Grotto Heaven, your seniors are there, if the seniors know that our Qi clan has another Immortal, they will be very happy. You will live in the Grotto Heaven for some time and learn from your elders. Remember to observe carefully and ask questions. Thank you for your advice, Great Uncle." Qi had a serious expression, standing up and bowing to Qi Zai solemnly. Let's sit down and talk." Qi Zai nodded, showing a proud expression on his face. Qi sat down, showing a confused expression, she hesitated for a while before saying, "Our Qi clan has a lot of Immortal elders, why are we not imitating southern border super forces like Wu clan and Shang clan?" Qi Zai smiled as he said, "You want to ask, why is it that we elders who have become Immortals are not acting like Wu clan and Shang clan, looking after our descendants? Instead, we allow our juniors to get bullied and suppressed, is that right?" "I wouldn't dare to," Qi said anxiously. "In the past, when I had just become an immortal, I had the same question as you." Qi Zai sighed, he showed a look of reminiscence, "The reason is quite complex, it will take some time to explain. The underlying cause of this relates to our Qi clan's ancestor, he was one of the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs thousands of years ago." "Heaven surveying 5 Xiangs?" Qi asked. The heaven surveying 5 Xiangs were 5 publicly recognized Immortal experts in southern border during that time. The 5 of them had rank 8 cultivation level, at the peak of the Immortal world. They often collaborated and explored White Heaven and Black Heaven together, they had a close relationship, thus they were known as the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs. Our Qi clan ancestor was one of the 5 Xiangs, Qi Xiang. And our Qi clan cultivates Qi path primarily. Rank 8 Gu Immortals. Qi was lost for words. Qi Zai sighed, in the absence of rank 9, rank 8s dominate. Every rank 8 Gu Immortal is a legend, their actions have huge impact. And back then, the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs were extremely famous, even in the other 4 regions. And because these 5 people had similar interests and a close relationship, they often fought enemies together. In most situations, rank 8 Gu Immortals work alone. Thus, in White Heaven and Black Heaven, other rank 8 Gu Immortals would avoid the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs if they encountered them. During that time, Southern Border's Gu Immortal world had the edge over the other 4 regions because of the 5 Xiangs. They had incredible fame. But dozens of years later, the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs disbanded. As he said that, Qi Zai's tone became deeper. Why? Qi, he asked. Qi Zai sighed, continuing, I am not sure about the exact details. Supposedly, back then the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs found a huge secret while exploring White Heaven. This secret represented an unimaginable achievement, but only one person could obtain it. All of the 5 Xiangs wanted to get it, but they did not relent. Because their strength was similar, and because of their relationship, they created a bet. Bet? That's right, this bet had a 1,000-year duration. The rules of the bet were, the 5 Xiang could only watch as their descendants developed on their own. 1,000 years later, whichever clan had the most Gu Immortals would be the winner. Qi considered the time, 1,000 years had already passed. She quickly asked, then who won? Qi Zai smiled bitterly, 1,000 years later, 2 clans had the same number of Gu Immortals, the victor could not be decided. The other 3 clans were unwilling to give up, thus, with 2 clans against 3, another round of betting was decided upon. Thus, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, until now, the 5 ancestors already died long ago, but the bet is still ongoing. So that's it. Qi heard this old secret and was tongue-tied. After a while, she accepted this fact and sighed, that means without this agreement, Southern Border would have 5 more super forces? But Qi Zai shook his head. Among the 5 Xiangs, there were lone immortals and demonic path members. Developing clans is something only righteous path members generally have the patience to do. Our Qi clan had Qi Xiang, who are the other 4 Xiangs? Qi asked again. Qi Zai responded, Qi Xiang, Ni Xiang, Bai Xiang, Shui Xiang, Qi Xiang, they were known as the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs. The following place I am going is where the current generation Ni Xiang is. Why does great uncle want to go to Ni Xiang? Qi Zai hesitated for a moment before smiling, alright, it is not an issue to tell you. Recently, a huge matter happened in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Large numbers of Gu Immortals died around Etion Mountain. One of our elders from Qi clan died there. Thus, we are here to find the current generation Ni Xiang, so that they can help us deduce the truth. Ah! Etion Mountain. Qi cried out. Regardless of what had occurred in Fang Yuan's previous life, this time around, the Battle of Etion Mountain involved both mortals and immortals. Thus, Qi had heard about it long ago. But she only knew that Southern Border's forces sent their mortal experts to attack Etion Mountain and exterminate the demonic path in order to defend the righteous path. In Southern Border, there had been no demonic path power that was so brazen to create a force. Thus, the righteous path was trying to take them down. Qi Zai thus told Qi the gambling contest of Etion Mountain. Qi finally realized that the truth was like this. She muttered, the difference between immortal and mortal is as far apart as clouds and mud. Those rank 4 and 5 experts are just pawns of the immortals. This truth had great impact towards Qi, who had just become a Gu Immortal. Qi Zai heard this and smiled internally. When Gu Masters become immortals, not only would their strength and cultivation change, their mentality also had to change. At this moment, Qi Zai could use the matter of Etion Mountain to stimulate Qi's growth, so that she could adapt to her new identity. Soon, there was silence. Only the Qi Grand Lion was still running in the air. Qi Zai and Qi had turned silent. Clouds moved around them, the world seemed vast. Because there were Gu formations on the chairs, they did not feel any wind or noise. Could any mortal see such a sight? He saw this and felt how huge the world was. Mortals were like insects. Her complex feelings faded gradually. She thought, that's right, I am a Gu immortal, I am not a mortal anymore. Mortals and immortals are different, I need to remember this. After telling herself that, Qi's mood returned to normal, even her mind had undergone a change. Qi Zai nodded internally at this, saying, actually, during these last few thousand years, among the descendants of the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs, our Qi clan is the most prosperous. Shui Xiang's descendants cultivate blood path, they are almost wiped out. Qi Xiang's descendants are staying inside their immortal aperture and live like livestock. They do not have any urge to improve themselves, they are lazy and only want to eat, they are nothing significant. Bai Xiang's final traces of bloodline have all died recently. As for Ni Xiang, even though they have several branches in southern border, there are no longer any Ni clan Gu immortals. He understood why. She nodded. Becoming an immortal is really difficult. If not for Great Uncle's help, I would have died in the calamity and tribulation already. Qi Zai smiled, shaking his head as he said to Qi with deep meaning, actually, Ni clan had the most hope in producing Gu immortals. But because of that, the other clans obstructed them, resulting in their pitiful state now. 3,000 years after the bet was created, Ni clan had a greatly talented refinement path Gu immortal, Ni Ren. He was the final Gu immortal in Ni clan's history. Before dying, he planned for his clan's future. He broke the rules of the agreement, helping Ni clan and selecting immortal Gu to refine into his future descendants' bloodline. Chapter 1036, Grudge Qi Mudman. Ah? What does that mean? Once in a while, a Gu master in Ni clan would awaken their bloodline. If they survive, an immortal Gu would grow inside their body. Qi Zai looked at the clouds in front of them as he continued saying, Ni Ren did that to help Ni clan produce Gu immortals. He was talented indeed. By refining immortal Gu into his descendants' bloodline, others could not take them away. Even if they tried to reverse refine it, it would fail. And these immortal Gu were specially chosen and could be used by mortals, although the price would be high. Qi blinked as she felt admiration towards Ni Ren. If I could have the help of immortal Gu, I might have been able to survive my calamity and tribulation alone. Qi Zai suddenly laughed sinisterly, a cold aura emanating from his body. Ni Ren worked hard, but in the last few thousand years, there has not been a Gu immortal from Ni clan. The immortal Gu that he chose had too high of a cost, even if the mortal controlled an immortal Gu, and even if it could not be snatched away by others, this was still like a baby holding on to a treasure. How could they be safe? Once someone creates an immortal Gu in their body among Ni clan, we call them the current generation Ni Xiang. The first immortal Gu created is an information path immortal Gu, called yes or no. This Gu can get the information from heaven and earth, and be expressed by the Gu master, but they can only say either yes or no. Every time they answer a question, the Gu master would expend 50 years of lifespan. Qi's brows rose. 50 years of lifespan? This price is so huge. How can this current generation Ni Xiang do it willingly? Qi Zai smiled and did not answer. Qi's body slightly shook. She had over 60 years of life experience, she had gone through many things. She finally realized what Qi Zai meant when he said this. Each answer costs the current generation Ni Xiang 50 years of lifespan. How can they be willing? But Great Uncle is a Gu immortal, while the current generation Ni Xiang is only immortal. Does it matter if they are unwilling? Ni clan is in such a pathetic state now. Most likely, they were schemed by Qi clan's ancestors. And my Qi clan is in a bad state. Do the senior Gu immortals really have no way to help? At once, Qi felt a chill. In their following journey, Qi became quiet, no longer speaking. Qi Zai kept his mouth shut. He was someone who did not speak much to begin with. Just now, he spoke so much in order to educate the junior, Qi. Now that she was an immortal, she was one of Qi clan's Gu immortals. This action by Qi clan was by no means righteous. If newly included Gu Immortals had beliefs that did not fit with it, there would inevitably be conflict among the members. Qi Zai did not speak explicitly, but Qi had already understood his words. Rotten Mud Mountain is not far away. This time, I should let Qi handle this particular Ni clan. Even if the whole of the Ni clan here is sacrificed, there is no issue. Thinking of this, Qi Zai's eyes shined with cold light. At Qi Zai's will, the Qi Grand Lion descended. The scene was filled with white clouds. Soon, the Qi Grand Lion went below the cloud layer and Qi's field of vision expanded. She could see mountains, rivers, and forests below her. She had never seen such a grand sight when she was immortal. She was quite amazed. And among these mountains, there was a tall black mountain that was very eye-catching. It stood out among the other mountains. Even the trees on this mountain were brown-black in color. Eh? As they got closer, Qi Zai's eyes focused. Soon, Qi also found something wrong. On the east side of the mountain, towards the sun, there was a village. But now, this village had already turned into ruins. Rivers of blood were everywhere, corpses were piled up on the ground. Not only were there human corpses, there were also beast corpses. What happened? Qi cried out. The Qi Grand Lion slowly landed on this bloody land, as the two Qi clan immortals looked at the battlefield. The intense smell of blood assaulted their noses. Qi was unable to bear watching this terrible sight. Qi Zai had a cold and indifferent expression. He muttered, "Rotten Mud Mountain has a special property in the soil, the blood has not dried yet, evidently, Ni clan was slaughtered less than 1 or 2 days ago. Something strange. There are many types of wild beasts here, it is not a normal beast tide. Ni clan was really unlucky to have encountered such a beast tide." Qi said. Qi Zai looked on with a cold gaze. What beast tide? This is a man-made disaster. There is only one type of beast tide in Rotten Mud Mountain, that is the mud monster beast tide. Qi was shocked. What? Who is it? They are so cruel, doing something so immoral. But she then thought over it briefly and said, "This person can control a huge number and different types of beasts. They have an amazing method. Since when did Southern Border have such an amazing enslavement path Gu Master?" This person is not a Gu Master, it is a Gu Immortal. Qi Zai walked to the middle of the village. At the center of the village ruins, there was a layer of black mud. It was a clear contrast to the surrounding blood. This Ni clan has control of a desolate beast mud monster. Although this mud monster is already close to dying, no matter how strong an enslavement path Gu Master they are, the beast tide would not be able to do anything to this desolate beast mud monster. This is the work of a Gu Immortal. Qi Zai said grimly. Gu Immortal? Qi did not expect that it was a Gu Immortal. She felt strange. She had lived for decades without seeing a single Gu Immortal. To think that during her tribulation, she would meet her great uncle, and now there were traces of another Gu Immortal. I am a rank 6 Gu Immortal now, things are different, the people I can encounter are completely different as well. Qi thought to herself. Qi Zai's expression was turning grimmer. He came here to find the current generation Ni Xiang. But now, Ni clan village was completely wiped out, there was little hope of his plan succeeding. Killing the whole of Ni clan and leaving, I want to see who you really are. Qi Zai snorted, deep killing intent appeared. You think that by doing this, I can't find you? How can the methods left by ancestor Qi Xiang be ordinary methods? Qi Zai said this as he stretched out his right hand. 2 of the fingers on his right hand curled inwards, only his thumb, index finger, and middle finger were pointed out. The 3 fingers tapped at the air. Qi did not think much of the small movements, but soon, the disturbance caused by this move was huge. Boom. The entirety of Rotten Mud Mountain shook, air currents moved and shook intensely, the rubble of the village, like snapped wooden bricks, were blown away by the strong wind. Qi took a step back, she was shocked by the huge force created. Hell. Pale green aura rose up in all areas of the battlefield. At first, there were only a couple dozen of them, but soon, the number of traces of pale green aura rose to hundreds, then thousands, flying in the air. At once, the entire battlefield was covered in green light. It was a grand sight. Come! Qi Zai shouted. 3 fingers were hooked, resembling a strong eagle claw. He grabbed at the pale green aura dancing in the air. The aura was affected by a strong suction force, gathering towards the eagle claw that Qi Zai's hand resembled. In a few tens of breaths, the pale green aura in the air was completely gone, having fused into Qi Zai's hand. Qi Zai's hand was no longer of normal color, it had turned into a peculiar jade green. Great uncle, your hand. He only took a look and felt her body and mind tremble. An intense feeling of grudge assaulted her. You have just passed your immortal ascension, you are still very much like a mortal, don't get close. Qi Zai instructed, but his voice was still as low and calm as always. He nodded, taking a few steps back, turning her gaze around. Next, she heard Qi Zai say, the pale green aura is the grudge Qi that is scattered all over this battlefield. That Gu Immortal killed Enai clan's entire village, not even letting the children and elderly live. He was truly ruthless. Enai clan did not have a single survivor, they are naturally feeling grudge towards their fate and the person who killed them. The aura is not only left in the battlefield, they are still entangled around the murderer. Go! Qi Zai shouted. At the same time, he opened his hand, slamming the pale green hand towards the black mud below him. In an instant, all of the grudge Qi was sent into the mud by Qi Zai's action. This was not ordinary mud, it was filled with earth path dow marks from the corpse of the desolate beast mud monster. Qi path has a long history, little he, watch closely, this is one of the signature methods of our Qi clan. Qi Zai could not conceal his pride. With a whooshing sound, the mud rumbled under Qi Zai's method, forming into a giant mud ball. The thick mud ball floated in the air, rotating on its own. On the surface of this mud ball, there were countless faces. These faces showed anger and hatred. Puff! Qi Zai breathed out, blowing out a breath of mystical aura. The aura entered the mud ball, as the latter quickly transformed into a monster made from mud. The mudman shouted, Kill! I want to kill you. He gasped, a member of Enai clan revived? Qi Zai's method was simply unfathomable in her eyes. Ever since Fate Gu was broken, the world began to have many revival methods. Qi Zai explained, turning towards the frenzied mudman monster, asking, What is your name? Aha! The mudman monster was still shouting, its limbs were still moving around, expressing its rage. Qi Zai frowned, he asked again. The mudman monster did not listen, it continued cursing, Murderer! You forced my grandpa to die. I will tear you into shreds. Qi Zai snorted as he shifted his thoughts. The mudman monster was created by him, he could naturally control it. Who are you? You are a murderer too. I will also. The mudman monster's body shook as if it was hit by lightning, mud was falling off of its body. The cursing ended, the mudman monster calmed down, looking at Qi Zai and Qi He with its hollow eyes. Qi Zai let out a breath of air, he knew that this mudman monster had very low intelligence, it was made from grudge Qi. Questions could not be asked too rapidly, he had to ask slowly and progressively. What is your name? Nijian. The mudman monster shouted. Qi Zai misinterpreted his words as, you bastard, one, his eyes shined with cold light as he waved his sleeves while snorting. With a splat, the mudman monster broke apart, turning into a pile of mud on the ground. 1. His name is Nijian, which sounds similar to Nijian, the latter being a curse back. Chapter 1037, Difficulties of Three Parties. Qi Zai snorted, pointing his finger as the mud gathered into a mud ball again. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless faces filled with hatred. Even though it was silent, this scene made Qi He feel a cold chill internally. Qi Zai waved his sleeve as the mud ball turned back into a mud monster again. Qi Zai gasped lightly, thinking, this is the grudge Qi from earlier. I had already dispelled this grudge Qi once, but it could show up again by suppressing the other grudge Qi and regaining form. It seems its owner had felt an immense grudge before dying. Qi Zai asked again, "What is your name?" Ni Jian. This time, Qi Zai heard him clearly. Thus, he continued asking, "How old are you?" 15. Qi Zai asked as the mud monster answered. Qi Zai's questions gradually became more in-depth and more difficult. As time passed, after a while, Qi Zai finally learned what had happened in Ni clan. A mysterious Gu Immortal had controlled the beasts and attacked Ni clan village. His motive was like that of Qi Zai, it was to find the current generation Ni Xiang. But unlike Qi Zai, he did not know who the current generation Ni Xiang was. Thus, he used the lives of the entire village to threaten and force the current generation Ni Xiang out. Without a choice, the Ni clan leader had to step up. As it turned out, he was the current generation Ni Xiang who had yes or no immortal Gu in his body. The Gu Immortal was overjoyed, forcing the Ni clan leader to use yes or no immortal Gu and answer his question. He promised that as long as he received a satisfactory answer, he would spare Ni clan village. In order to protect the entire clan, the Ni clan leader chose to believe the Gu Immortal and sacrificed himself. After the mysterious Gu Immortal obtained the answer he wanted, he went back on his words and ordered the beasts to attack the village. Ni clan village felt furious and bore deep hatred, they resisted but fell back rapidly, suffering great losses due to the huge beast group. At the moment of life and death, the desolate beast mud monster that Qi Zai subdued came to save them. It turned out that the Ni clan villages that were scattered all over southern border were purposely preserved by Qi clan's Gu Immortals. Qi Zai was in charge of Rotten Mud Mountain. Once in a while, he would do a check, thus, he knew that the current generation Ni Xiang was Ni clan leader. He had subdued a desolate beast mud monster in a swamp of the mountain, leaving his will in it. This will manipulated the mud monster to protect Ni clan from mishaps. As the incident occurred, the mud monster rushed to the scene and protected Ni clan. But the mysterious Gu Immortal was very strong. He attacked personally and killed the mud monster after many attacks. Once the mud monster died, Ni clan's remaining clansmen were submerged by the beast group, not a single person survived. The peaceful Ni clan village had been turned into a ruin, corpses were everywhere, it was a pitiful sight. Days later, at this moment when Qi Zai and Qi He arrived, they found out about this. This Ni Jian was the young clan leader of the village, the grandson of the Ni clan leader. He had lost his parents at a young age, he was brought up by his grandfather and was carefully nurtured, they had a close relationship. His grandfather was forced into death by the enemy, and the enemy even went back on his word and killed the entire village, including himself. After he died, his soul was taken away, only his deep grudge was remaining and did not dissipate. Qi Zai asked one question at a time. Ni Jian had a deep impression of Fang Yuan, he said everything he knew. According to his answer, Qi Zai obtained an idea of Fang Yuan's appearance. This was a short but muscular old man, he had a black and white beard, he looked tough like steel nails. He was yellow-skinned and had small eyes, his teeth were unevenly positioned. Who is this? Qi Zai searched through his memories, but he did not recognize this person. Of course he did not. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, even when facing unthreatening mortal Gu masters, he still disguised himself and changed his appearance. Actually, even if Qi Zai had appeared personally and saw Fang Yuan, he would not be able to expose his disguise. Because not long ago, Fang Yuan had already obtained enough Gu worms via Langya land spirit to use the immortal killer move, Familiar Face. This Gu Immortal is likely a secluded cultivator in southern border, Sai, it is a time of unrest. Qi Zai sighed to himself. Ever since the gambling contest on Etian Mountain, a large number of southern border's Gu Immortals had died for some reason. And these southern border Gu Immortals who died were mostly those who controlled certain areas in southern border, they had control of countless cultivation resources. This way, a power vacuum was created. Many lurking Gu Immortals who were normally rarely seen started appearing one by one. This person had to attack the desolate beast mud monster many times, he does not have outstanding strength, he is likely to be a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He actually knows about the current generation Ni Xiang, this secret is not known by Wu clan or Shang clan. Is he the descendant of one of the other 3 Xiangs? Qi Zai hesitated for a moment before deciding to pursue him. Qi clan was already in sight of victory regarding the ancient bet by the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs. But at this final juncture, a mysterious Gu Immortal appeared. This matter was extremely important, even more than investigating the deceased Qi clan Gu Immortal. He, Qi Zai, had to pursue it. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Guh. A basin of cold water was poured on Guyu Fangzheng's face. Fangzheng, who was unconscious, shuddered, waking up instantly. Where is this? He opened his eyes, realizing that he was in a cage, as a captive. And around him, there were 2 hairy men wearing armor. One of them was carrying an empty basin, there were still water droplets inside. The other was holding a leather whip, sneering. Who are you? Where is this? Fangzheng struggled intensely, but he was tied up and could not move. Kid, you are finally awake? You seem pretty lively. A hairy man prison guard said as he raised his leather whip, swinging it. With a loud cracking sound. The leather whip landed on Fangzheng's chest, and intense pain assaulted him. His thin shirt was torn from the lashing, blood flowed out of his wound, dripping down. Fangzheng sucked in a deep breath, his face was distorted as he screamed loudly. What are you screaming for? The hairy man prison guard had a fierce expression, he whipped again. This lash hit his face, he was disfigured. Fangzheng screamed in pain again. The hairy man prison guard was even more excited now, he kept whipping as he spat out saliva. Dog shit human, go ahead and scream, scream. Fangzheng was tortured and felt anguished, he was abused terribly. With the intense waves of pain assaulting him, he finally remembered, he was originally imprisoned in Hu Immortal Blessed Land by his brother, Fang Yuan, but one day, a large group of hairy men came and brought him away. What happened? What in the world happened? Fangzheng was confused. But he was not confused for long, the pain soon caused him to faint. He fainted, this lad is really weak. Hee, pour some more cold water, wake him up. The 2 hairy men laughed sinisterly. The bone-chilling water was poured over Fangzheng again. Fangzheng's body spasmed, he opened his eyes slowly. His consciousness was returning, but the pain in his body was becoming clearer and more intense. The hairy man who whipped Fangzheng took a huge step forward and stood in front of Fangzheng. Next, he stretched out his hairy arm, grabbing Fangzheng's face, gritting his teeth. Lad, don't think of surviving after ending up in our hands. Nobody will save you. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has already been taken over by our great hairy man Gu Immortals, your brother died in battle already. Cooperate with us and we will let you die peacefully without much torture. Tell us, how much do you know about Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How much do you know about your brother's secrets? Fangzheng heard this and felt that his mind was quaking. He was in a daze, looking at the hairy men in shock, he cried out, what? Fang Yuan is dead? Humph, he was attacked by our hairy man Gu Immortals, as a mere immortal zombie, how could he not die? He has already been torn to shreds, ha ha ha. Us hairy men are not to be trifled with. One day, we will attack and trample all humans under our feet. The 2 hairy man prison guards laughed. Fangzheng knew little about Gu Immortals, he was convinced by these 2. His gaze was empty, he was dejected. Central continent, deep in earth abyss. In a dark room, He Lu Lan was sitting with her eyes shut. The door opened, Ying Wuxia stood outside. He Lu Lan opened her eyes slowly, she did not speak, only looking at him. Frankly speaking, the result of the Battle of Etian Mountain was out of He Lu Lan's expectations. Seeing this familiar Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan had complex emotions. I have decided. Ying Wuxia said, breaking the silence. Oh? I am listening. He Lu Lan said. She knew that the judgment of whether she lived or died had come. If Ying Wuxia was unwilling to get rid of the alliance agreement for her, she would definitely be killed. Evidently, since Ying Wuxia exposed his identity, he would not allow Fang Yuan's ally to stay around him. If Ying Wuxia decided to get rid of the alliance agreement and recruit He Lu Lan, she would be able to live. Ying Wuxia had hesitated for a long time. He wanted to use He Lu Lan to deal with Fang Yuan by getting rid of the alliance agreement only on her end. But Fairy Li Shan had deep information path attainment, and with Fang Yuan's meticulous planning, Ying Wuxia's plan failed before it even begun. He Lu Lan's value fell greatly. After all, He Lu Lan and Shadow Sect had a deep grudge. If breaking He Lu Lan's information path alliance agreement was the same as releasing Fang Yuan from it, he would have to use a new alliance agreement to restrict He Lu Lan. If he gave up on it, he would kill He Lu Lan. Even though he could not obtain her goo worms, her immortal aperture and the great strength true martial physique would remain. That way, Fang Yuan would still be bound by the alliance agreement, it could be used against him later. After considering the costs and benefits, Ying Wuxia made his decision. He opened his mouth slowly. Undoubtedly. At the next moment, his words would determine He Lu Lan's life or death. Chapter 1038, Rushing to Refine Fixed Immortal Travel. Green light flickered, red light shined like fire. The two lights fused, growing and weakening in intervals. The light faded gradually, the center of the formation turned into darkness again. He Lu Lan floated in the air in a sitting position, she opened her eyes, admiration flashed across her shocked gaze. Ying Wuxia belongs to Shadow Sect, he is a subordinate of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had thought that he would use Soul Path or Dark Path methods to get rid of the information path down marks on me. To think that he used Light Path, this shows how unfathomable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect are. Little Ant's information path attainment was already quasi-great grandmaster. But Shadow Sect could actually break it using this Light Path goo formation. He Lu Lan's evaluation of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect rose by another level. The scene she viewed changed. In an instant, He Lu Lan had returned to the room she was in previously. I have already removed all of the information path down marks on you. Ying Wuxia stood at the side, saying calmly. After careful consideration, Ying Wuxia decided to preserve He Lu Lan's life. After all, his biggest mission now was not to deal with Fang Yuan, it was to pick up the pieces and rebuild Shadow Sect. He had to save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Fang Yuan was a secondary goal. Even though Ying Wuxia hated Fang Yuan to the core, he would not lose his reasoning due to hatred. Precisely because of this, he knew his primary objective and decided to make He Lu Lan a member of his after some hesitation. She was a talented person. Great strength, true martial physique, with Ying Wuxia's knowledge, and with some teaching, she would be a capable force in his hands. He Lu Lan inspected her body. She did not have any methods to observe her own down marks. After inspecting herself, she saw nothing wrong with her body. Of course, the emphasis was on her soul. But everyone knew that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Ying Wuxia smiled lightly. The old agreement is gone, you have a new alliance agreement now. From now on, you are my subordinate, you have to listen to my orders, you are not to defy me or hide anything from me. He Lu Lan snorted coldly, not showing any respect to Ying Wuxia. Since Ying Wuxia could get rid of her alliance agreement, his methods were proven to be superior to Fairy Li Shan. From now on, He Lu Lan no longer had freedom, she had to listen to every order from Ying Wuxia. But for He Lu Lan, this was a helpless choice that she had to accept. The situation was not in her favor, if she resisted, she would die. As for the fact that she betrayed her ally Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan felt zero remorse. Her relationship with Fang Yuan originally was about scheming against each other for benefits, they were just making use of one another. In fact, she even felt hatred towards Fang Yuan. What do you want me to do next? Lure Fang Yuan here? I have Stargate goo, I can travel the 5 regions using Black Heaven. He Lu Lan said plainly. Without the alliance agreement, she exposed Fang Yuan's secrets without mercy. But Ying Wuxia shook his head. He said regretfully, "I'm not afraid to tell you that Shadow Sect has a spy in Langya Blessed Land. We know about Stargate goo. Even though this goo is amazing, it is effective on rank 6 bottom tier goo immortals at best. It cannot even transport a single immortal goo. You will be no match for the current Fang Yuan." Ying Wuxia obtained Spectral Soul's guidance in the Red Lotus True Inheritance. He knew a lot of secrets regarding sovereign immortal fetus goo. He understood clearly that Fang Yuan's new body had a larger number of Dao marks. Fire path, water path, wind path, all of his paths had at least 100 Dao marks. That meant that the cumulative number of Dao marks that he had exceeded 1,000 for sure. With so many Dao marks, Fang Yuan could not use Stargate goo. The next step of my plan is to refine fixed immortal travel, Ying Wuxia said. He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. She nodded. She knew about fixed immortal travel. This immortal goo was very useful. It was very wise of Ying Wuxia to refine it first. Fixed immortal travel has just been destroyed. There is a high chance of succeeding the refinement. But to refine fixed immortal travel, you will need divine travel goo, and to get divine travel goo, you will need 4 top-tier liquors within the world. Before He Lulan finished, Ying Wuxia interrupted her. Divine travel goo is in Langya Land Spirit's hands. However, even though immortal goo like fixed immortal travel are unique, there isn't only one possible goo recipe. A city has multiple gates to enter it. The same goes for immortal goo. He Lulan was curious. This means you have a new recipe to refine fixed immortal travel? Of course. Ying Wuxia smiled. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world when he was alive. His accumulation and foundation was immense, and after his death he created Shadow Sect. Spectral souls will inside the Red Lotus True Inheritance had formulated a series of plans for Ying Wuxia relating to fixed immortal travel. As the core of the plan, fixed immortal travel naturally could not have issues. Thus, Ying Wuxia had 3 immortal goo recipes of fixed immortal travel in his mind. All of them could be used to refine fixed immortal travel. Southern border. Fang Yuan traveled in the mountains. He had just slaughtered an clan village single-handedly. Right now, he was traveling as he assessed his gains and losses from the battle. Experiences were lessons. Only by sorting out one's experiences could they learn from those experiences, allowing their foundation to rise and become more stable. Clan's goo masters were not a concern. Fang Yuan only used some enslavement path methods to summon the huge number of beasts and trample over the village. No matter how many mortals there were, Fang Yuan did not need to attack personally. What made Fang Yuan fight was the desolate beast mud monster. This mud monster gave Fang Yuan a lot of problems before he killed it. In this battle, Fang Yuan learned a lot about his weakness. Even though I have rank 7 sword path goo, the immortal essence expenditure is too high. Goo worms and goo masters both had 9 ranks. Since ancient times, there was a common understanding in the cultivation world, that was, the goo master and goo worm's rank should be equal. When the goo worm's rank was too low, the goo master would not be able to use their full strength. When the goo worm's rank was too high, the goo master would also be unable to use their full strength. Because, if the goo worm had a higher rank, the goo master would be like a baby holding a hammer. Not only would it be difficult to use it to harm foes, the goo master themselves may also receive damage when using the hammer. Like earlier, when Fang Yuan used his rank 7 sword path goo against the desolate beast mud monster, he felt a sense of helplessness. Every time he used his sword path goo, the expended green grape immortal essence exceeded 100 beads. Fang Yuan's 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture could only produce 16 beads of immortal essence a day. It was not enough for one activation. Thankfully, he had taken a sum of immortal essence stones from Langya Land Spirit to replenish his immortal essence. Otherwise, in Clan village, he would face much greater problems when dealing with the mud monster. I was hesitant earlier, but now it seems I must refine these rank 7 sword path immortal goo. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the rarer they were, and the more valuable they were. But in Fang Yuan's situation, he had no choice but to reverse refine these rank 7 immortal goo and turn them into rank 6. This way, they would suit Fang Yuan better and he could use them as he wished. My refinement path attainment is SOSO. I should ask Langya Land Spirit to do the immortal goo reverse refinement for me. Even though his personality changed, he is still long hair ancestor's obsession. As long as I pay the sect contribution points, he will do it. Fang Yuan analyzed in his mind. Reverse refining immortal goo, even though the success rate was higher than normal refinement, there was still a possibility of failing, and it was high. Thus, it was better to ask Langya Land Spirit to do it instead of Fang Yuan himself. I wonder how many of these rank 7 sword path immortal goo I would have left after all of them are reverse refined? Even if all of them are left, just these sword path immortal goo would not be enough. Fang Yuan thought about the battle against the desolate beast mud monster again. Even though he used rank 7 sword path immortal goo, the enemy was a mud monster. Mud monsters were different from other beasts. Ordinary desolate beasts had flesh and blood, they had bones and skin, they had obvious weaknesses. But mud monsters were made of mud, but because the mud was filled with earth path down marks, they became different from normal mud. Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal goo was specialized in dealing fatal blows. Once used, a 3-meter-long silver sword would fly out. Even though it was sharp and could easily pierce the mud monster, it could not deal much damage. Thus, in that battle, even though Fang Yuan had the advantage, he was very unhappy. Eventually, even though he won, the expended green grape immortal essence greatly exceeded Fang Yuan's bottom line. Flying sword immortal goo was the most commonly used immortal goo of Bo Qing. Using it as the core, he created many immortal killer moves to deal with many situations. Earlier, if I had a sword path immortal killer move, I would be able to split flying sword immortal goo into countless swords, sending down a rain of them. The mud monster would not last one hit. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed to reverse refine the sword path immortal goo, he also needed to collect sword path killer moves. As for creating them himself, he could forget about it. He could not use wisdom goo, or at least, he did not find the method yet, and his sword path attainment was almost non-existent. If not for these available sword path immortal goo, Fang Yuan would have tried to use blood path, strength path, or time path already. After pondering, Fang Yuan stopped traveling, sitting down on a rock. He contracted Langya Land Spirit. Right now, Langya Land Spirit was not so interested in refining goo. His focus was on expanding the hairy men race and trampling over humans, making hairy men the overlords of the 5 regions. But when Fang Yuan was willing to use his sect contribution points to ask the Land Spirit to do it, he agreed. As for sword path killer moves, Langya Blessed Land had many in its collection. The original Langya Land Spirit spent all his time researching goo recipes and refining goo. He had researched sword path goo as well. These killer moves were things that Langya Land Spirit used for research. Looking over them, Fang Yuan could not decide what killer move to get. He changed the topic. First Supreme Elder, I am willing to use the final opportunity to ask you to refine an immortal goo. Even though Langya Land Spirit had changed, the agreement between Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor still had to be fulfilled. Fang Yuan had already used 2 chances, asking Langya Land Spirit to refine Stargate goo and second Aperture goo. Now, he made up his mind, using the final chance. Oh? What immortal goo? The Land Spirit asked. Fang Yuan's answer was quick and simple. Fixed immortal travel. Chapter 1039, Dark Assassination. Fixed immortal travel? Langya Land Spirit was surprised, asking hesitantly. Fang Yuan knew what his concern was, it was that immortal goo were unique. He replied to the Land Spirit calmly, don't worry, I am mostly sure that fixed immortal travel no longer exists in the world. He had approached the current generation Ni Xiang, asking a question about fixed immortal travel and other immortal goo. Fang Yuan asked, fixed immortal travel, spring-autumn cicada, and other immortal goo, were all of them either destroyed or preserved? Current generation Ni Xiang answered, no. Thus, Fang Yuan confirmed two details. The first was that some of the immortal goo, including fixed immortal travel, were still remaining, while some were destroyed. The second was that Ying Wuxia had most likely discovered and broken the arrangements on his original body. The current generation Ni Xiang was already over 50 years old. After using yes or no immortal goo once, he expended 50 years of lifespan. Thus, after answering one question, Ni clan's old clan leader died on the spot. But this answer had already helped Fang Yuan greatly. In the worst-case scenario, Ying Wuxia has already broken my arrangements. He would hide himself and prevent me from finding him. He might not even be in southern border anymore. I am unable to contact He Lulan and Tai Baiyun Xing. These two have either turned to his side or been killed by him. I wonder which immortal goo in my original body have already been destroyed. It is most likely that fixed immortal travel is already destroyed, because the special will that I designed would destroy it first. Fang Yuan made such an arrangement earlier because he was wary of fixed immortal travel's power, and also because he was afraid that he could not retrieve the special will in time after getting back his body. Thus he set them to self-detonate one by one. The most likely thing is that after fixed immortal travel was destroyed, Ying Wuxia found there were problems and used methods to seal the other immortal goo temporarily. The two of us have swapped souls. His situation is worse than mine. He has no goo worms to manipulate. But to think he could seal my immortal goo, that means he either deceived He Lulan and Tai Baiyun Xing or used the remaining forces Shadow Sect has. Since Shadow Sect was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and was in operation for tens of thousands of years, it was natural that they had remaining forces. Fang Yuan had already expected this. Shadow Sect exists in all 5 regions. Even Zombie Alliance was a subsidiary force of Shadow Sect. The Battle of Etian Mountain happened in southern border. Most likely, Shadow Sect's forces in southern border suffered the greatest loss, while the other 4 regions are less affected. If fixed immortal travel is already destroyed, Ying Wuxia can't deal with me using just He Lulan and Tai Baiyun Xing. He would need to gather Shadow Sect's remaining forces and come at me after he is prepared. Thus, he also wants to refine fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's new body was outstanding. When he thought about things, inspiration flowed with ease, there were no obstacles. And for him, fixed immortal travel was also something he needed urgently. Because of the regional walls, and the fact that Stargate goo had no effect on his new body, fixed immortal travel was the best tool for him to travel the 5 regions. As long as I have fixed immortal travel, I can return to Langya Blessed Land directly and store all of the immortal goo with me. My earlier cultivation resources can also be placed into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I can even go into Earth Abyss and devour Starform Blessed Land. No matter which one it was, it would greatly increase Fang Yuan's strength. But not only was Treasure Yellow Heaven 2 open and would lure many greedy people to Fang Yuan if he used it for transportation, just the processing fee that it charged was too high. If Fang Yuan used Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport the rank 8 Wisdom Sword goo, all of his savings would be expended, and it would not be enough. Are you sure you want to refine fixed immortal travel? Langya Land Spirit asked again. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. He frowned. What, is this out of your capability? Langya Land Spirit shook his head. I am not going to go back on my agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But even though I have divine travel goo and the other supplementary goo materials, I lack the most critical material. Can you guess what it is? Fang Yuan thought and frowned. Is it the light of the immemorial era? That's right. Langya Land Spirit answered. No matter which goo recipe you try to use to refine fixed immortal travel, in all of them, the most crucial material is the light of the immemorial era. Light is something hard to capture and store. The immemorial antiquity era, it is earlier than the olden antiquity and remote antiquity era. It is the time when Renzu was alive. Back then, in the entire world, the only humans were Renzu and his 10 children. Not a single goo recipe will work? Fang Yuan knew that Langya Land Spirit would not lie, but he was unwilling to give up. Of course. Langya Land Spirit replied firmly, I have 2 fixed immortal travel immortal goo recipes. I have seen more than 10 fixed immortal travel remnant recipes, no matter which one, they cannot avoid the light of the immemorial era. The only difference is the amount of light needed in each recipe. Fixed immortal travel is a precious goo, it has great use. If not for this, it would have been refined long ago. How could you have the chance? Fang Yuan heard this and realized how lucky he was back then when refining fixed immortal travel. The light of the immemorial era at that time was formed using the extreme light goo in Xiaomeng's hands. But now, Xiaomeng was dead already. Because Xiao Shan and Xiaomeng were pawns of Xiao clan's supreme elder. These two were potential goo immortals, but yet they were mortals and simply pawns. Even after dying, they did not realize the truth of Yitian Mountain. Once Xiaomeng died, extreme light goo was destroyed as well. Xiaomeng is dead, his soul was not even spared. How can I get the light of the immemorial era? First Supreme Elder, if you use the light of wisdom, would you be able to deduce a recipe that does not use the light of the immemorial era? Fang Yuan asked again. Involving a rank 9 immortal goo, Langya Land Spirit was uncertain. He was only a rank 8 goo immortal even during his life. Even if he helped two venerables refine goo, he was not clear about the exact details of wisdom goo. Forget it, even if the light of wisdom can be used to create an immortal goo recipe without the light of the immemorial era, I am no longer an immortal zombie, I cannot use it. I should go to Xiao Clan and check. Xiaomeng's extreme light goo was found in a graveyard, I might find some clues there. Fang Yuan ended the conversation with Langya Land Spirit. He changed directions and rushed to Xiao Clan. But before ending their talk, he did not forget to pass the souls from killing Ni Clan to Langya Land Spirit. Next, he asked for a list from Langya Land Spirit. The list was a request for the sword path killer moves in Langya sect. Fang Yuan rushed to Xiao Clan as he inspected these killer moves. Even though there were a number of sword path killer moves, most of them were mortal killer moves, there were only 3 immortal killer moves. Among them, one was an incomplete immortal killer move, like a remnant immortal goo recipe. It had a lot of value in research, but could not be used directly. Among the other 2, one was for movement, another was for attack. The movement immortal killer move was called Sword Flash Thunder Sound. It only used 2 core immortal goo, they were Flash Sword goo and Rumbling Thunder goo. The offensive immortal killer move was called Dark Assassination. There were also 2 core immortal goo, Flying Sword immortal goo and Dark Limit immortal goo. Seeing the familiar Dark Limit immortal goo, Fang Yuan sighed internally. A long time ago, he had once sought this immortal goo, but he did not succeed. After Fairy Jiangyu died, Dark Limit immortal goo was destroyed as well. If I had Dark Limit immortal goo, together with Flying Sword immortal goo, I would be able to use this Dark Assassination. It is a pity. While Fang Yuan was thinking, a voice came from afar, "Friend, please wait." Fang Yuan turned around and saw a desolate beast Qi Grand Lion running over. There was a huge red chair on the lion's back, 2 goo immortals were seated. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. The soul beast howled, emitting a wretched growl. Be careful, Soul Hell immortal goo has activated again. Ying Wuxia warned. A formless sound wave created air currents in the air, sweeping towards Ying Wuxia, He Lu Lan, and Tai Baiyun Sheng. The 3 had no choice but to retreat gradually. This wild Soul Hell immortal goo was rank 7, living inside a soul beast. Ying Wuxia, He Lu Lan, and Tai Baiyun Sheng forced the soul beast into a dangerous situation. The immortal goo reacted and unleashed its power, giving the soul beast enough time and space to retaliate. How can this be? This soul beast is only a desolate beast, how can it have a wild rank 7 goo? Tai Baiyun Sheng's 7 orifices were bleeding as he called out. The other 2 were in bad shape as well, their heads were spinning, their souls were heavily injured. Ying Wuxia's expression was ugly. It was truly a crisis out of nowhere. Earlier, it was still fine, but suddenly, a soul beast charged into Shadow Sect's territory. The activation of Soul Hell immortal goo does not require immortal essence, it uses the foundation of the soul. This desolate soul beast must have been at ancient desolate level earlier. It had escaped after going through intense battle, and because Soul Hell immortal goo activated, it fell from an ancient desolate beast to a desolate beast. Ying Wuxia answered Tai Baiyun Sheng with a hoarse voice. At the same time, two words appeared in his mind: Heaven's will. My shadow sex plan failed, and I defied Heaven's will. After rebirth, I did not go to Fang Yuan and perish together with him. Thus, Heaven's will is coming after me now. The way of heaven emphasized on balance between all living beings. Earlier, Shadow Sect was hidden and tried to evade Heaven's will. They operated in secret and faced less obstruction. But now, Yingwu Xia was completely exposed. Heaven's will prepared and lured the soul beast to them. Heaven's will is everywhere. Back then, when Fang Yuan refined fixed immortal travel, it arranged the situation for him nicely, sending the light of the immemorial era to him. Now, it is trying to eliminate me. Do I really need to destroy the spring-autumn cicada in my body? Yingwu Xia was hesitant. We cannot get close to this soul beast. At this point, why are you still concealing your strength? Why aren't you using the Gu formation? He Lulan transmitted, urging. Chapter 1040, Fang Yuan vs. Qi Zai. Friend, please wait. From the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion, Qi Zai's voice came over. Fang Yuan stopped and gazed back. After he was far away from Rotten Mud Mountain, he had dispelled the immortal killer move Familiar Face. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Attitude Gu consumed mental energy. If it were maintained for a long time, it would wear out Fang Yuan's mind. Moreover, because Fang Yuan's modified Familiar Face lacked change form Immortal Gu, it led to an increase in the quantity of the Gu worms, with over 1,000 supplementary Mortal Gu, and it also required more time and concentration to activate these Gu worms. So when Qi Zai saw Fang Yuan from afar, he did not feel he was the culprit, he only had some doubts at most. As they got closer, Qi also saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore a white robe and looked like he was not marred by a speck of dust. His skin was white like snow and his eyes twinkled like stars, with long dark hair that reached down to his waist. Even though he was already old, over 50 years old, when she saw Fang Yuan, her eyes brightened and she thought, this Gu Immortal Senior has such a refined and graceful bearing, and sagely demeanor, I have rarely seen anything like it before in my life. Senior, why did you call me? Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil as he asked this with his fists cupped in front of him. He did not use Familiar Face and his rank 6 cultivation level was clearly displayed. While Qi Zai was emitting rank 7 aura. In this world, the strong were respected. Fang Yuan's greeting was natural and graceful. If he had his hands behind his back and showed an arrogant attitude, that would be unusual behavior. Qi Zai also inwardly praised Fang Yuan's conduct, his expression softening slightly as he said, it is only to verify some things. He then shook his sleeve, from where a mud ball shot out. The mud ball started expanding and soon turned into the size of an elephant. After another transformation, it turned into the shape of an Jian. Fang Yuan's gaze became slightly dark. Jian gazed towards Fang Yuan. At first he had a puzzled look, it soon turned into incomparably intense hatred. Fang Yuan's appearance was hugely different, but deep down, a sense of intuition told Jian that the young man in front of him was the culprit. It's you, it's you. You demon, you forced my grandpa to die and even slaughtered my whole clan. As he said this, Jian charged towards Fang Yuan. Oh? Qi Zai's expression changed, his gaze turning cold as he sized up Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan felt Qi Zai's gaze piercing his body like a needle. With a cold snort, Fang Yuan waved his arm and immediately clouds started to surge out, covering the scenery as he quickly made his retreat. Sure enough, there are an endless number of methods developed by Gu Immortals, it's virtually impossible to defend against all of them effectively. They could actually find me? The enemy was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, of a higher rank than Fang Yuan. There was no doubt that this was a strong enemy. Fang Yuan immediately had the intention to retreat. Stop! Qi Zai shouted as he noticed this. His right hand took on the shape of an eagle claw and swept ferociously at the clouds and the mist in the sky. Swoosh! It was like the sound of a huge wave. The clouds and the mist that filled the sky instantly dissipated. Fang Yuan, who was still retreating, was exposed. Qi Zai faced Fang Yuan and opened his mouth, inhaling air. Fang Yuan immediately felt an enormous suction force over his whole body, causing his speed to rapidly decline. At this moment, the Mudman, Jian, had already flown close to him. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, his expression was indifferent. Die. Jian punched his fist, it caused a gust of wind to blow. The fist's momentum was terrifying, as if it would destroy anything it struck. Jian was originally only a rank 2 Gu master, but after being killed by the beast group, he was revived as a Mudman by Qi Zai using a mud monster corpse. His strength had thus increased rapidly and was at the level of a desolate beast, and could match ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals. Just from this, one could see how strange and terrifying the rank 7 Gu Immortal Qi Zai's method was. Jian's fist ruthlessly charged at Fang Yuan. But the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure dispersed, turning into clouds and mist. He exclaimed in surprise as she had not expected such a scene. Qi Zai, however, showed no surprise on his face, he looked to his right as he flicked his finger. Mortal killer move, divine flick. A pellet of qi, the size of a thumb, moved towards Fang Yuan so quickly that he actually was not able to dodge it. This time, his real body was exposed. Qi Zai let out a breath. Immediately, a thick and translucent rotating current of qi appeared around Jian's waist. The current of qi constantly revolved around his waist, and Jian's speed was multiplied a few times over. Hand over your life. Jian roared as he once again charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. His whole body was covered in lion fur armor, the divine flick just now did not cause him any harm and only forced him to appear. A Qi Path Gu Immortal. He thought to himself. The history of Qi Path was older than even Strength Path, and its decline was also much more extreme than Strength Path. Fang Yuan had not expected he would actually run into a rare Qi Path Gu Immortal in southern border. No wonder he was chased and the truth of his massacre of Ni clan was exposed. In Qi Path, there naturally were secret methods passed down over countless years which Fang Yuan did not understand clearly. I only massacred Ni clan, what does it have to do with these 2 Gu Immortals? In my previous life's memories, there were no Gu Immortal ancestors of Ni clan around. Fang Yuan was puzzled. Aha! Jian charged over once again. Fang Yuan was starting to feel a slight headache. He had already fought against a desolate beast mud monster, they did not have any fatal weakness. Even using the rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu had little effect. But this did not mean Fang Yuan had no way to deal with it. He swayed lightly as he pounced forward, he raised his hands, which were covered in a layer of cold white frost. Fang Yuan lightly struck Jian's body with his palms. Jian's offensive was crude, while Fang Yuan's movement was like a leaf swaying in the wind, nimble and graceful. Jian was quite lacking in battle experience, he was not able to even touch Fang Yuan's clothes. On the contrary, Fang Yuan's moves were nimble and refined, his frosted palms continuously striking Jian's body. Soon, Jian was covered in a layer of white frost, his speed sharply reduced, moreover the translucent current of qi rotating around his waist had already been dissipated by Fang Yuan's attacks. Fang Yuan had Immortal Gu but they were all rank 7, he could not use them lightly. So he used the mortal killer move, lion fur armor, to pass this hurdle. And the surging clouds before as well as his current hands of frost were both superior mortal killer moves. The former originated from Tai Bai Yunxing, while the latter was obtained from Shuesongzi. Tai Bai Yunxing primarily cultivated Time Path while cultivating Cloud Path as a secondary path. He would often spar with Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan was thus able to grasp his mortal methods. And before his rebirth, Fang Yuan had captured and searched Shuesongzi's soul. Back then, Shuesongzi's soul had been tampered by Shadow Sect's side. Fang Yuan could not get information about Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was, after all, the founder of Soul Path. However, Shuizongzi's own process of growth during life, his cultivation insights and other experiences of his were all probed out by Fang Yuan. These were all used by Fang Yuan. As for the goo worms needed for the mortal killer moves, they were all taken from Langya Land Spirit. And when Fang Yuan massacred Ni clan, he had freely practiced with them against the desolate beast mud monster. Qi Zai's expression sank when he saw Ni Jian, with rank 6 battle strength, being toyed around by Fang Yuan. He again used his mortal killer move, Divine Flick, to send out countless pellets of Qi. These pellets of Y were extremely fast. Fang Yuan was only able to dodge a few before he could not dodge anymore, and had to use his lion fur armor to block them head-on. Lion fur armor had extremely strong defense, somewhat surpassing Qi Zai's expectations. He snorted as he changed his method. From afar, he made a cutting motion with his hand towards Fang Yuan's direction. Every time he made this movement, a blade of Qi would instantly be formed. Lion fur armor could only endure 2 slashes before Fang Yuan had to use other methods. A layer of black, oil-like sticky liquid appeared on the lion fur armor's surface. The power of the blades of Qi immediately lowered when they struck the black oil. The sharpness was greatly reduced, and when they impacted on the lion fur armor, the effect was reduced by 60%. This black, oil-like defensive killer move was from Qing. Fang Yuan had obtained this killer move when he searched Qing's soul and was using it now. Most of the killer moves he had obtained by soul searching had been trained countless times by their respective Gu masters. Although they could not raise Fang Yuan's attainment level, these cultivation insights could allow Fang Yuan to have shortcuts to their results. Fang Yuan only needed to train with these mortal killer moves a little to use them with ease. As Qi Zai saw this, he snorted. 2 gusts of fire Qi puffed out of his nose. The fire Qi dispersed in the air, turning into an inferno that rushed towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, Ni Jian was fighting with everything he had. Fang Yuan continued to hit with his palms against the Mudman. At this time, the inferno was already right in front of him. He laughed as he activated a cloud path killer move. Immediately, 9 rings of clouds appeared around him. This was Tai by Yunxing's defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. The inferno was completely blocked by the rings of clouds and absorbed. For formerly white rings of clouds were dyed red. Fang Yuan stretched out both hands and grabbed at the air. Gusts of air gathered in the center of his palms and quickly formed into 2 black spheres. Mortal killer move, Dark Vortex. Fang Yuan flew forward, his hands continuously moving as spheres of dark vortexes were fired towards Qi Zai. Qi He, who was beside Qi Zai, exclaimed in shock when she sensed the danger hidden within the dark vortexes. Qi Zai counterattacked, using blades of Qi, pellets of Qi as well as the fire Qi he snorted out of his nose. Both sides went at each other, neither yielding even a step. Qi He was getting dazed, unable to keep up with battle methods of Gu Immortals that were on display. She had just ascended to an immortal. Mortal battles were almost always carried out on the ground. It would never be like this where they flew up and down in a fast-paced movement. I am almost certain he is genuinely a Qi Path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan observed while he fought, gathering intelligence. The battle had lasted for so long, but Qi Zai was still sitting comfortably on the back of the Qi Grand Lion. Even when Fang Yuan's dark vortexes and other killer moves bypassed his flurry of attacks and struck his body, they would be blocked easily by his condensed Qi. Qi Zai had the upper hand, but he was far from at ease in his mind. What is going on? This guy, what path does he cultivate? The more Qi Zai battled, the more puzzled he was. He was somewhat confused. The mortal killer moves Fang Yuan used all had the signs of being amplified by Dao marks. But the killer moves already covered many paths like Wind Path, Cloud Path, Dark Path, Strength Path and other paths. Qi Zai was really puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 1041, Scaring Himself. Fang Yuan's situation was very weird. Qi Zai could not help but feel wary. What sort of Dao marks does he have? Why can he use the killer moves of different paths and receive an amplification effect, without any hindrances? Qi Zai seemed to be preparing while waiting patiently and at ease, but in fact, he was working hard at racking his brains. As far as I know, in history, only one person could do this, that was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. There were a number of Demon Venerables in human history, among them was Reckless Savage. He was the founder of Strength Path and had also cultivated Transformation Path. Historical records had stated that he could transform into countless things, and his Dao marks could change at will. For example, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned into a lightning wolf, he would be able to use lightning path killer moves. When he became a swamp crab, he would be able to use earth path killer moves without feeling any disturbance and weakening from other Dao marks. Ordinary transformation path Gu masters could only specialize in one kind of transformation. For example, in Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, Long and Qing who could only transform into a dragon and tiger respectively. As for transformation path Gu Immortals, for example, Lang Zi, he could turn into 3 types of wolves, having different Dao marks on him. But when he switched his Dao marks, he had to wait for some time and use certain methods to get rid of the original Dao marks and prevent the disturbance of Dao marks of other paths. This problem had troubled every single transformation path Gu master and Gu Immortal in history. Except one person. That was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He could transform at will without considering the interference between Dao marks. Unfortunately, after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, his method was not passed down. Countless talented individuals had tried to learn his methods, but their results had been failure, obtaining nothing. Don't tell me that this enemy here has inherited a crucial transformation path inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Qi Zai thought of this and felt a fire of excitement burning in him. Other than this explanation, he could not think of anything else. Of course, Gu masters cultivate in various ways. There are countless numbers of people and methods, not all of them follow conventional wisdom. Qi Zai squinted, he was still very calm. Actually, his guess that Fang Yuan had obtained a true inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was still an underestimation of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could do this because he had the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable refined. This Immortal Gu was not ordinary. Not only was it the crucial thing needed for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's revival, it was also his hope of surpassing all of the Venerables in history. In the past, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, he was not resigned to that fate. Thus, he built Shadow Sect and planned meticulously. During that time, he not only revised on the knowledge gained during his life, he even searched for countless inheritances all over the world. Among these inheritances, there were Gu Master inheritances of all kinds. They could give Spectral Soul Demon Venerable new inspiration and brand new directions. There were also Gu Immortal inheritances and even a number of the other Venerables' inheritances. Shadow Sect could obtain one of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritances, the most mysterious Venerable in history, not to mention the other Venerables. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable controlled Shadow Sect and set up Zombie Alliance over the 5 regions. After tens of thousands of years, he accumulated his foundation and researched, putting in immense effort and making huge sacrifices. Eventually, he gathered all his knowledge and made use of the key aspects of it, creating the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. One could say, this Immortal Gu was not just the materialization of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path, it also showed his immense accumulation of the essence of other paths. It was an unparalleled treasure. Even though Heavens will used Fang Yuan as a tool, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan, as an otherworldly demon, broke free of its manipulation, using Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu for himself. Qi Zai felt suspicion. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 6 aura, he did not dare to be careless. He was probing Fang Yuan. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Even if he did not have any rank 7 Immortal Gu, he had rank 6 Immortal Gu. Earlier, the method of extracting the mud ball of Grudge Qi to create the Mudman Nigen was an immortal method. But he did not use Immortal Gu right now. Immortal goo were the trump cards of goo immortals. When used, they expended immortal essence. Qi Zai only had a low-grade blessed land. Unless it was a crucial moment, he would not use immortal goo. Of course, immortal essence was not the main reason. The most important reason was that once he used immortal goo, the information would be known by the enemy. The number and specific types of goo worms that a goo master owned were confidential secrets. Once intelligence was leaked, the goo master could be countered using specific means. The same applied to goo immortals. During an initial battle, without knowledge of the background of one another, goo immortals would try to probe each other first. While Qi Zai was probing Fang Yuan was also probing him. All sorts of mortal killer moves were used by Fang Yuan. Together with his handsome appearance, Qi's attention was greatly captured. Similar to Qi Zai, even though Fang Yuan had immortal goo, he could not use them casually. Even though the rank 7 sword path immortal goo were powerful, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 green grape immortal essence. This was inferior to that of the rank 7 goo immortal Qi Zai. If not for Fang Yuan joining Langya's sect, he would not have enough immortal essence stones to replenish his immortal essence. He would lose this battle for sure. Both sides fought continuously, attacking and defending at various times. The commotion was huge. Qi watched unblinkingly, gasping in her mind. Unavoidably, Qi Zai was gradually falling into disadvantage against Fang Yuan. No matter how impressive mortal killer moves were, they did not have immortal goo in them. Thus, the amplification from Qi Zai's Dao marks was very limited. They could not exceed the level of effect from using an immortal goo. In the long history of humanity, only one mortal killer move was publicly known to match immortal goo when activated. That was the white bone chariot that proud bone demon lord Shinjiao created. This person was a rank 8 demonic path goo immortal. He was proud for a good reason. In this particular achievement, none of the 10 venerables could match him. Even though immortal venerables and demon venerables were invincible, they were not omnipotent. Specialists tackled their own fields. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo for them. In contrast, even though Fang Yuan's Dao mark accumulation was not as high as Qi Zai, he had a large number of methods, and because the amplification towards mortal killer moves was limited, he could deal with his opponent. Thus, gradually, Fang Yuan attacked more and defended less, gaining the initiative. Qi Zai was fully aware of the battle situation in his mind. He frowned and began his counterattack. Battlefield killer move, Qi Lockdown. Immediately, the surrounding area was sealed, air was immobilized, forming a translucent temporary battlefield. Fang Yuan smiled. He was not nervous. This battlefield killer move was only mortal level. It had little threat towards goo immortals like him who had immortal goo. Only if they were a rank 6 goo immortal without immortal goo would they feel like this was a huge threat. And Fang Yuan already had this kind of battlefield killer move. Immediately, he used a signature move of Shuesong Zi, battlefield killer move Snow Domain. At once, Qi Lockdown was pushed aside, as coldness seeped into the surrounding air. Qi could not hold it in anymore. She gasped out loud. In front of her eyes, the battlefield had been split into two. One was an icy domain, the other had motionless air. Qi's perspective was still that of a mortal. This type of battlefield killer move, even though it was mortal level, was the trump card of every powerful mortal force. Unless it was an emergency, they would not use it normally, otherwise, they might get countered if enemies gained intelligence on it. Just now, she witnessed 2 battlefield killer moves used in front of her. She felt that this trip was worth going on. She was satisfied with this eye-opening experience. Seeing that Fang Yuan was still at ease, Qi Zai lost his patience. He took the lead to activate his immortal goo. He was a vigilant person. He did not use an immortal killer move, he only activated the immortal goo. A rank 6 G path immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not know what it was. Qi Zai was not stupid enough to use it while calling out the immortal goo's name. Once the immortal goo was activated, the entire battlefield changed drastically. The Qi lockdown battlefield dissipated, turning into fuel for the immortal goo. Snow Domain could not resist it. A long rope of Qi invaded it and pierced through. This long rope of Yin Qi coiled around like a venomous jade snake. It was several meters long, assaulting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed, using his rank 7 sword escape Immortal Goo. Whoosh! Immediately, he seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, piercing the air and flying away. So fast. Qi opened her mouth, extremely shocked. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan had flown almost beyond her vision. It was a rank 7 movement Immortal Goo after all, it had spectacular speed. Qi Zai was shocked too. He had estimated that Fang Yuan was a Goo Immortal specializing in Snow Path, Wind Path, or Dark Path. After all, the mortal killer moves that he used earlier were mostly from these 3 paths. But when Fang Yuan used his Immortal Goo, it was Sword Path. And it was a rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Goo. What is this? He is not a Transformation Path Goo Immortal, but a Sword Path Goo Immortal? Qi Zai felt like his brain was frying. After probing for so long, he had thought that he found out some details about Fang Yuan. But when he used his true methods, Fang Yuan actually displayed a rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Goo. And he flew so quickly. If this were in the past, I could only look on and sigh. It is a pity that you are unlucky. Not long ago, I completed the Immortal Killer move that I had been designing for 3 years. Qi Zai snickered, whistling as he opened his mouth. At the same time, aura burst out of his body, the aura surrounded him and Qi and penetrated into the Qi Grand Lion's body. The Qi Grand Lion cried out in pain, its eyes were red as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Under the effect of Qi Zai's Immortal Killer move, the Qi Grand Lion's speed was astonishing. In less than a few minutes, the Qi Grand Lion carried the 2 Qi Clan Goo Immortals and chased up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw this and felt a headache. Qi Zai used his Immortal Goo again, summoning the long rope of Ying Qi. Very evidently, it was the same Immortal Goo as before. The Ying Qi rope coiled and flew towards Fang Yuan, rapidly getting closer. He did not use any other Immortal Killer moves, just a rank 6 Immortal Goo. Is it because his movement killer move has a lot of goo worms in it, he has to focus his attention on it? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. During the moment of crisis, his mind was still calm. He thought about it as he displayed his deep foundation in fighting. When activating Immortal Goo, the aura of the goo worm would leak, but when activating Immortal Killer moves, the leaked aura would be much more complex. Thus, Qi Zai easily noticed that Fang Yuan's Immortal Goo was rank 7 and Sword Path. And Fang Yuan could also easily notice that Qi Zai was using just the rank 6 Immortal Goo alone. Of course, this was a typical case, it did not hold true all the time. Some special methods could conceal the aura of Immortal Goo and mislead the enemy. Flying Sword Goo. Fang Yuan pointed as his Immortal Goo shot out. Flying Sword Immortal Goo was peerlessly sharp, the Ying Qi rope was cut into pieces easily. Qi Zai's heart shook, he was shocked. Why does he have another rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Goo? Is he really a Sword Path Goo Immortal? Then, why did he use all those mortal killer moves? Why are both his Immortal Goo rank 7? Don't tell me, he is a rank 7 Goo Immortal, and he is purposely concealing his aura to be rank 6 so that he can pretend to be weak when preying on others? Qi Zai could not guess Fang Yuan's actual situation. He had a vigilant nature and a tendency to think deeply. The more he analyzed, the more shocked he got. He was scaring himself. Chapter 1042, If Heavens Will Finds Trouble, Cut Down the Trouble. Qi Zai's mind was churning with thoughts, his expression turned grim. Fang Yuan was also frowning deeply. He had used Flying Sword Goo earlier to destroy the Ying Qi, but it had recovered in an instant. The Ying Qi rope flew towards Fang Yuan again. It was not going to stop until it coiled around Fang Yuan. Flying Sword Goo might be strong, but against an obstacle that can disperse and gather at will, it cannot take it down. Fang Yuan had a realization. Earlier, when dealing with the desolate beast mud monster, he had such a feeling as well. Now, facing a Qi Path Gu Immortal, this feeling emerged in him again. Of course, this was because he lacked a relevant killer move. If he had a sword path killer move that could help Flying Sword Gu to scatter its attacks instead of focusing on one point, his problems would be resolved. Actually, Fang Yuan had anticipated this situation. Thus, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu and tried to retreat. But he did not think that the other party would have a movement killer move to chase him. Fang Yuan fell into disadvantage. Earlier, during the probing, he had the upper hand because of his countless mortal killer moves. But now, after using Immortal Gu and Immortal killer moves, they were fighting for real. He got into a disadvantage very quickly. The other party was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, his cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan. It was to be expected that Fang Yuan could not beat him. In fact, it was already not easy to get to this point. I only have 2 Immortal Gu, while he is rank 7 with higher cultivation level than me and has more methods. If he has an Immortal Battlefield killer move, even if I have Flying Sword Immortal Gu, I would not be able to break out. I cannot stay here. Sword Escape. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu again, flying into the sky. Heh, he is very vigilant. Qi Zai snorted coldly. His fighting style was to drain his opponent's resources and draw out the battle. When the Yin Qi rope breaks, the aura would disperse, and as time passes, the entire battlefield would favor Qi Path more. By then, even if Qi Zai did not use Immortal Gu, his strength would be higher, and he would be able to spend less Immortal Essence. It was a very good strategy that benefited him. But Fang Yuan had already decided to fly away and escape after a short battle. Every round was basically at a new location. Qi Zai could not accumulate his advantage. Gu Masters had limited movement speed, they were often restricted to fighting at a particular place. But Gu Immortals could travel far, moving thousands of li easily. They were different from Gu Masters. Thus, it was easy to defeat a Gu Immortal, but very difficult to kill them, unless one had an Immortal-level battlefield killer move to trap them. However, these types of battlefield killer moves took time to set up. When Gu Immortals fought, they could only set up the arrangements in secret if they were in front of the enemy. They had to conceal their actions for the trap to succeed. Or like the time when Fang Yuan dealt with Qing, he set up the battlefield killer move in advance, luring his enemy into it. Even though Fang Yuan escaped, Qi Zai had an Immortal killer move to chase him. Fang Yuan had slaughtered Ni clan village. This was a place which Qi Zai was in charge of. If he let Fang Yuan go, he would have to be held to account for this. Most importantly, Qi Zai was afraid that Fang Yuan was a descendant of the other clans. In this 1,000-year bet, Qi clan was already going to win. At this juncture, he could not allow unexpected mishaps to occur. Thus, Qi Zai had to investigate this matter. He could not let it go. After Fang Yuan escaped, he realized that Qi Zai had chased after him. How deep is his enmity? Why is he chasing me like this? Fang Yuan was perplexed. In his previous life's memories, Ni clan did not have any Gu Immortals. This was why Fang Yuan acted so unrestrained. To think that he actually attracted the attack of Gu Immortals, and there were 2 of them, one rank 6 and one rank 7. Fang Yuan could not guess Qi Zai's motives. Because he knew nothing about the bet between the 5 Xiangs. He could only retreat while fighting. Each time, he would use Flying Sword Immortal Gu to engage in a short fight before using Sword Escape Immortal Gu to retreat. After many rounds of battle, Fang Yuan saw some details gradually. The rank 6 Gu Immortal beside him is behaving strangely. She is likely a newly ascended Gu Immortal. She calls the rank 7 Gu Immortal great uncle. The 2 of them should be blood-related family members. This rank 6 Gu Immortal is not a threat. If she could attack, she would have done so long ago to disrupt me. But in this entire battle, she has been sitting back and doing nothing. Fang Yuan obtained much information, while Qi Zai also learned a lot about Fang Yuan. This odd fellow is really a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He is actually using 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Qi Zai did not know what to say about this situation. Normally speaking, most rank 6 Gu Immortals did not even have one rank 6 Immortal Gu, they desired them greatly. This person did not have any rank 6 immortal goo, but he took a big leap and had 2 rank 7 immortal goo instead. But this step is too huge. I want to see how much green grape immortal essence you have to use these rank 7 sword path goo. Qi Zai snickered internally. He was skilled in battles of attrition, with his higher cultivation level, and Fang Yuan using rank 7 immortal goo, he was not in a rush. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated, he followed after him closely, he was scheming and hard to shrug off. Fang Yuan thought to himself, since the start of the battle, I have already used up tens of thousands of immortal essence stones. These were all obtained from Langya Land Spirit, I am wasting my sect contribution points. This person has a good plan, he wants to waste my immortal essence, I know his scheme but can do nothing about it. If he had rank 6 immortal goo, Fang Yuan would be able to fight in a sustained battle, he would not end up in this state. With his rank 6 cultivation level, it was very difficult to make use of rank 7 immortal goo. Qi Zai could not catch Fang Yuan, while Fang Yuan could not leave him in the dust, the situation was in a deadlock. After countless rounds of fighting, in order to maintain this situation, Fang Yuan had to continue to request for immortal essence stones from Langya Land Spirit. His Langya sect contribution points were nearing 0. Qi Zai was shocked, it was beyond his expectations that Fang Yuan could hold on until now. This rank 6 goo immortal is very strange. He definitely has a huge secret, if I can obtain it, this might be the biggest fortuitous encounter in my life. Fighting to this extent, Qi Zai's gaze was getting more heated, seeing Fang Yuan's cold gaze, he felt like he was looking at a mobile treasure chest. But at the next moment, Qi Zai's gaze froze, he showed shock on his face. He thought, isn't the mountain range ahead the 5 regional mountain range? Oh no, so this is his plan. I cannot let him escape into the mountain range. This 5 regional mountain range was not simple. It was created by a rank 8 goo immortal from southern border, his name was Tao Zhu, he was known as the restriction expert. This person cultivated restriction path, it was a branch of rule path, just like how emotion path was a branch of wisdom path. People called him restriction expert, it was because he was the expert of restriction path in this generation, it showed how incredible his attainment was. He had deep research regarding the 5 regional walls, he attempted to find a way to allow goo immortals to travel through the regional walls easily. This 5 regional mountain range was created due to his research. Unfortunately, after he died, there had been no progress. But this 5 regional mountain range was left behind and became a special area in southern border. Fang Yuan was restricted by Qi Zai, he was trying to find a way to escape. He was very familiar with southern border, the 5 regional mountain range was his hope. Qi Zai had been thinking of draining his immortal essence, this was in line with Fang Yuan's objective, he was able to use sword escape immortal goo and after some hurdles, he flew for hundreds of thousands of li, arriving at this place. Qi Zai had been in seclusion for some time, and because Fang Yuan was drawing his attention, he did not think of this area. He quickly took action, trying to obstruct Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal goo, he was prepared, how could any obstruction work? Qi Zai watched grimly as Fang Yuan entered the 5 regional mountain range. He hesitated before making up his mind, saying to Qi He, sit here, I will let the Qi Grand Lion protect you, you will be safe. After I kill him, I will come and find you. Great uncle, be careful. Qi He said hurriedly. Qi Zai nodded, air currents burst out behind him as he chased after Fang Yuan, entering the 5 regional mountain range. Once he entered the mountain range, he felt a strong repulsive force directed at pushing him out. As it turned out, this 5 regional mountain range was created by restriction expert, who replicated the regional walls. Once goo immortals enter, it would be like they were passing the regional walls. Fang Yuan chose the part of this mountain range which was shining with golden light, it was a replica of Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. Qi Zai was a southern border goo immortal, when he entered, he was sure to face repulsion. He knew Fang Yuan's motive, this crafty person came here, and because of his rank 6 cultivation level, he has the advantage. My rank 7 cultivation level is facing more pressure than him in here. No. This person is so suspicious, this concerns our Qi clan's ancient bet, I need to kill him. Qi Zai was firm and determined, he did not waver in the face of difficulty. Both parties stopped flying, they started to travel by foot on the 5 regional mountain range. While another chase occurred here, in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, a different battle had ended. Ying Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunxing, and He Lu Lan were surrounding the ancient soul beast's corpse, searching for the soul core inside the soul beast's body. Soul beasts nurtured a soul core in their bodies, it was the size of an egg, but had a large number of soul path down marks in it, it was a top-tier refinement material. Other than this, the soul beast's corpse would disappear after some time, it had no use. Where is it? Tai Bai Yunxing searched for the soul core. He Lu Lan said, praising with certain intent, the goo formation set here is truly amazing. In this short amount of time, even though this soul beast had the soul hell immortal goo, it still died. Ying Wuxia did not speak, he was frowning. This was caused by heaven's will, it lured this ancient soul beast here. Just now, even though I killed it, I had to use the goo formation. The more I use the goo formation, the higher the chances of getting exposed. After all, Central Continent's heavenly court will try its best to find this place. At this time, Chernu transmitted to him secretly. Ying Wuxia analyzed to himself, Not long ago, Langya Land Spirit used Treasure Yellow Heaven to send Dark Limit Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan? This Immortal Goo belonged to Shadow Sect, but it had perished with Jiang Yu. After that, because Langya Land Spirit created Langya Sect, he refined Dark Limit Immortal Goo so that the sect members could have an easier time moving around in the future. This goo can conceal aura and hide from heaven's will. Indeed. Since I am targeted by heaven's will, Fang Yuan's situation is worse, he might be facing the assault of goo immortals now. Ying Wuxia made a casual guess, but he was actually on the mark. However, Qi Zai did not succeed in killing Fang Yuan. Both parties fought in the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, but because he had lower cultivation level, he could move more freely and escaped from Qi Zai eventually. Qi Zai saw that Fang Yuan had escaped, noting that his own condition was bad, he had no choice but to return. Once he left the 5 regional mountain range, he saw Qi. Great uncle, you are finally back, I was so worried about you. Qi Zai was prancing on the spot, seeing Qi Zai, she quickly went up to him. Qi Zai felt warmth in his heart, but his expression turned grim, he scolded, foolish. I told you to stay with the Qi Grand Lion, why did you not listen to me, instead coming here? This is a dangerous place. Qi Zai's movement paused, she slowly walked to Qi Zai, lowering her head, apologizing, I am sorry. Qi Zai grunted, that person is already heavily injured by me, he was lucky and escaped. But if I see him again, I will definitely not, ugh. Qi Zai cried out. He stared with wide-opened eyes at Qi. A dark flying sword had pierced into his forehead, the tip of the sword was pointing out from the back of his head. Qi turned back to Fang Yuan's appearance, he smiled lightly at Qi Zai. Shock, regret, fear, all sorts of emotions filled Qi Zai's mind. But it was too late. Bam! He fell to the ground, creating a soft sound in the process. He was dead. Chapter 1043, Surprising Discovery. In the 5 regional mountain range, 5 different colored lights filled the skies all year round. The entire mountain range was divided into 5 areas based on the 5 different colored lights. The dark purple light was the imitation of Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall, the green mountain range was the imitation of Northern Plains Licorice Regional Wall. The red portion was Western Desert's Raging Flame Regional Wall. The deep blue portion was Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall. As for the White Gold Mountain Range, it was Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. The rank 7 Qi Path Gu Immortal, Qi Zai, had died in the White Gold region in the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan let out a breath, he pulled out the Flying Sword Immortal Gu that was lodged in his opponent's forehead. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was originally shining in silvery light, but now it was dim and did not have an aura emitting from it. This was because of the immortal killer move Dark Assassination. This move provided extraordinary concealment. Once used, none of the aura of the rank 7 immortal killer move would leak, others could not detect it. Once used, the sword attacked quickly, at a speed which one could not react to. The only weakness was that the attack range was small, the user had to be less than 100 steps away. This was truly a short distance. Ordinary immortal killer moves could be used across huge distances, they were incomparable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to take a risk, using familiar face to disguise his identity and get close to Qi Zai. The closer he got, the higher his chance of killing Qi Zai. For this, Fang Yuan had to fight with Qi Zai and purposely get injured, so as to reduce Qi Zai's suspicions. Qi Zai dying from this move was not unreasonable. Because Fang Yuan deceived him using the infamous familiar face. Even though it was not the original version, the core was still rank 8 attitude goo. When used, this goo could influence the minds of others, allowing them to feel Fang Yuan's attitude, so as to lower their suspicions. Even though Qi Zai was vigilant and it was hard to find vulnerabilities against him, with Fang Yuan's scheming personality, he saw a weakness in Qi He instead during the battle. Using Qi He, Fang Yuan took a risk and killed a rank 7 expert with his rank 6 cultivation level. This was an incredible result. If one was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal, they might wish for the whole world to know about it. But Fang Yuan only sighed in relief now, he did not show any expression of pride. After rebirth, he had gone through a lot, he witnessed Spectral soul undergoing the myriad tribulations, killing a rank 7 Gu Immortal was already a small matter from his perspective. If you did not pursue me to this extent, I would not have taken the risk to kill you. Alright, let me see why you were so insistent on chasing me. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air as he pulled out Qi Zai's soul from his corpse. Qi Zai cultivated Qi path, his soul was just an ordinary Gu Immortal soul, it was not outstanding. After dying, he was not like those from Shadow Sect, even though his soul was angry and unwilling, struggling intensely, he could do nothing against Fang Yuan's actions. Fang Yuan first inspected and ensured that this soul had no problems before stuffing him into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. After entering the Immortal Aperture, large numbers of soul path goo worms flew towards Qi Zai's soul. Soul search. While Fang Yuan searched the soul, he activated familiar face and turned into Qi Zai's appearance. He did not forget that the rank 6 Gu Immortal Qi He was still outside. Killing her would be much easier than killing Qi Zai. But to make this easier and safer, Fang Yuan decided to use the same method to assassinate Qi He as well. His familiar face was not the original version, without change form immortal goo, he could only use over 1,000 mortal goo to replace it. Thus, transforming his appearance was not instantaneous, he had to spend some time. After he turned into Qi Zai's appearance, he stored Qi Zai's corpse and flew out of the 5 regional mountain range. In the end, when he found Qi He, she was already dead. What killed Qi He was none other than the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion she was sitting on. This Qi Grand Lion was enslaved by Qi Zai originally. Once he died, the Qi Grand Lion regained its freedom. The Qi Grand Lion was forced by Qi Zai to travel this much, it was already hungry. If Qi He cultivated any other path, she might have survived. But she was a Qi Path Gu Immortal with a number of Qi Path Dao marks, she was a delicacy to the Qi Grand Lion. Thus, as the Qi Grand Lion was hungry, it attacked her after the control over it was gone. Qi He was a newly advanced Gu Immortal, how could she match the Qi Grand Lion? After a bit of resistance, she was killed by the Qi Grand Lion and eaten by it. It was pitiful, she cultivated her entire life and fortunately became an immortal. But the moment she started witnessing the glory of the Gu Immortal world, before she started her journey, she ended up in the desolate beast's mouth. Fang Yuan chased after the Qi Grand Lion, using Flying Sword Immortal Gu and piercing its head in a few moves. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, which was shining in silvery light, rampaged inside the Qi Grand Lion's brain. The Qi Grand Lion fell from the sky in pain, it grimaced and cried out painfully, eventually dying after its struggle ceased. Fang Yuan felt glad when he saw this result. This was the true power of the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Against Gu Immortals or the Qi Grand Lion, once flying sword Immortal Gu dealt a critical strike through piercing, it could deal huge damage. This was unlike the desolate beast mud monster which did not have any weaknesses in its body. Fang Yuan had a vexing time fighting it. Other than feeling glad, Fang Yuan also felt a loss in wealth. This rank 7 Immortal Gu used too much Immortal essence. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan's expenditure rose again. He could slowly kill it without using Immortal Gu and only using mortal killer moves. But it would take far too long. To avoid more trouble, Fang Yuan had to deal with it quickly. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan cut open its stomach and took out Qi He's minced corpse. He checked carefully. He wanted to find the crucial area near her belly. It was the place where the immortal Aperture was at in the Gu Immortal's body. Qi He's aged body was already chewed up by the Qi Grand Lion. After ending up in its stomach, half of the body was already dissolved. Fang Yuan looked around for a long time before his gaze flashed. He picked out a piece of flesh. Similar to Qi Zai's corpse, Fang Yuan placed it into his immortal Aperture. As had been mentioned before, after killing a Gu Immortal, there were two ways to benefit from it. One was to place the immortal Aperture down in the 5 regions, where they would form a blessed land or grotto heaven, before attacking it and obtaining the resources inside. The other way was to place the immortal Aperture into one's own immortal Aperture, making the immortal Aperture self-detonate. The Dao marks inside would be left behind for the victor. Fang Yuan was using the second method. After this battle, the Qi Path Dao marks in me should increase drastically. From now on, when I use Qi Path Gu worms or killer moves, the amplification effect would exceed my other paths. It is a pity that I am not skilled in Qi Path. My Qi Path attainment level is only at ordinary level. But my immortal Aperture will benefit. The environment will change slowly. It would help me when I grow resources that are related to Qi Path. Fang Yuan flew into the air, concealing his traces as he flew among the clouds, thinking over his gains. Ignoring Immortal Gu. Qi Zai's soul was a huge asset. It had great value waiting to be excavated. As for how many Qi Path Dao marks he would get, Fang Yuan could not estimate it. But he knew that no matter how many Qi Path Dao marks he obtained, it could not match his other benefit. He only discovered this benefit of his new body just now, but it exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. Other than feeling surprise and joy, he also felt doubts and anticipation. When he entered the 5 regional mountain range, he had a shocking discovery. His body was unaffected by the 5 regional mountain range. According to common sense, Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu Immortal. His body had the aura of southern border. No matter what other area relating to a particular region he entered in the 5 regional mountain range, he would be affected by it. But after Fang Yuan went in, he could move freely with no obstructions. After realizing this, Fang Yuan was puzzled, but it soon turned into joy. He had a guess in his mind. This 5 regional mountain range was created by restriction expert Tao Zhu, who imitated the regional walls. If I can travel freely here, does that mean I can also pass the regional walls freely? After that, he thought about the pursuers behind him. He pretended to travel with much difficulty, like he was heavily obstructed. Now, after killing Qi Zai, and settling the matter of the Qi Grand Lion and Qi he had time to think, and realized that this was very likely. My new body is not an ordinary body. It has no parents, no origins from other people. It is formed from the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. If it is treated as an immortal Gu, that would explain why I can freely travel across the regional walls. The 5 regional walls targeted Gu Immortals, not Immortal Gu. In the past, when Feng Jiuge entered Northern Plains to investigate the truth of 88 True Yang building, he sent a rank 6 information path Immortal Gu to his family. It could travel across Northern Plains and Central Continent, going through 2 regional walls without obstruction. If this guess is correct, why would I need to rush and refine fixed immortal travel? Fang Yuan flew as he thought. He got closer to a regional wall. He wanted to verify this guess as quickly as possible. From his perspective, he could not confirm if fixed immortal travel was destroyed. It was only very likely because the special will had set fixed immortal travel as the first one to be destroyed. When Fang Yuan asked the current generation Ni Xiang about it, his focus was to confirming Wu Xie's current situation. Secondly, he wanted to refine fixed immortal travel to pass the regional walls and return to Langya Blessed Land. Why? Firstly, Langya Blessed Land was safe, it survived 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life, it was finally taken down by Heavenly Court after Feng Jiuge died. Secondly, a large number of his resources were inside Langya Blessed Land, he could develop in peace there. The cost of using Treasure Yellow Heaven was simply too high. Lastly, a crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era, was needed to refine fixed immortal travel. Even though Fang Yuan had some clues, he knew that hope was small. His biggest worries now were his calamities and tribulations. He was less than 2 months away from the first earthly calamity. Fortune and disaster came together, his blessed land had such a deep foundation, its aptitude far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques, the power of his calamities and tribulations would surely be extraordinary. If my guess is correct, I should give up on fixed immortal travel. I should rush to Langya Blessed Land and prepare amply for the calamities and tribulations. In just less than 2 months. He was no longer an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was out of this world, the calamities and tribulations were like swords resting above his neck. Fang Yuan looked at the vast clouds in the sky as he felt a strong sense of urgency. Chapter 1044, Ancient Cloud Beasts, Disaster Follows After Great Fortune? Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Ying Wuxia looked at the rubble in front of him with an ugly expression. Behind him were He Lu Lan, Tai Baiyun Xing, and the rank 7 variant human Gu Immortal Shernu. The battle strength of 4 Gu Immortals. Of course, among them Shernu was the strongest, followed by He Lu Lan and Tai Baiyun Xing. Ying Wuxia was still an immortal zombie with some borrowed immortal Gu, he had not subdued Fang Yuan's remaining immortal Gu yet, his battle strength was the lowest. He Lu Lan was forced by Ying Wuxia to surrender, she was free from the alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, and was now Ying Wuxia's lackey. Shernu was completely loyal to Ying Wuxia. And Tai Baiyun Xing, who did not know the truth, was not suspicious of Ying Wuxia. He Lu Lan and Ying Wuxia had worked together to deceive him, he was still in the dark. What is going on? Tai Baiyun Xing looked ahead and asked in puzzlement. Shernu replied heavily, Earth Abyss is not a tranquil environment, tremors will appear at times within the earth. The tremors might cause a great cave-in, like what is happening here. A strange light flashed across He Lu Lan's eyes, this cave-in is simply too terrifying. Shernu nodded, yes, each cave-in in Earth Abyss would be gigantic, endless numbers of life forms would perish. The aftermath would be a huge amount of rubble stacked together with the grudge and death energy of the dead life forms and their blood, countless desolate level blood beasts, bone beasts, or even blood path and earth path wild immortal Gu would be created. Master, what do we do now? Ying Wuxia looked ahead, after some time, he let out a breath. He was gloomy internally, thinking, this route is the safest way to leave Earth Abyss, previously created by Shadow Sect. I had just wanted to leave Earth Abyss, and at this timing, a cave-in happened. Coincidentally, it happened here, obstructing our path. Hee. Ying Wuxia mentally sneered. This is the act of Heaven's will. My main body defied Heaven to refine Gu, resisting Heaven's will, causing Heaven's will to be expended greatly. But now it seems, Heaven's will has already mostly recovered. I still have Spring Autumn Cicada with me, it has a lot of Heaven's will in it. Thus, I am like a torch in the darkness from Heaven's will's perspective. If I did not have investigative methods and did not slow down on purpose, I would be trapped inside the cave-in. Or if I was greedy in regards to the wild immortal Gu here and refused to leave, I might be discovered by the Gu Immortals who came to investigate. Perhaps when I used the Gu formation earlier, the commotion was already detected by Heavenly Court, they have already started searching. Ying Wuxia had obtained the guidance of his main body's will in the Red Lotus Demon Venerable True Inheritance, he had a deep understanding of Heaven's will. Heaven's will had its limits, it would be expended as well. But because its foundation was the world of the 5 regions, Heaven's will could not be destroyed entirely, it could recover at a rapid speed. Regarding Heaven's will, Fang Yuan was still kept in the dark. He was unaware and his knowledge could not compare with Ying Wuxia. Heaven's will is so troublesome, a large portion of the reason is due to that bitch star constellation. My current body is ordinary, I need to refine fixed immortal travel to travel over the 5 regions. By gathering the remnant forces of Shadow Sect, I can accumulate enough strength to attempt to save my main body. Thinking of this, Ying Wuxia thought of Fang Yuan again. Intense hatred rose inside him. Back then, when we designed the recipe of sovereign immortal fetus goo, my main body thought about the 5 regional walls. Thus, Fang Yuan can not only pass the 5 regional walls now, he can freely change his aura to become a goo immortal from any of the 5 regions. However, don't think about having an easy time. Even though you are a complete otherworldly demon, and Heaven's will cannot influence your thoughts, it can influence others and create situations to eliminate you. Also, every tribulation that you undergo is the best chance for Heaven's will to eradicate you. I hope you can survive them all until I find the opportunity to eliminate you. Even though Ying Wuxia hated Fang Yuan, the urgent matter at hand was to save his main body's remnant soul. Right now, his main body's remnant soul was trapped in the dream realm. As everyone knew, when the soul was in the dream realm, they would slowly worn down by the dream realm. Thus, Ying Wuxia was pressed for time greatly now. Compared to saving his main body, Fang Yuan was a minor matter. Thus, the priority of Ying Wuxia and the others was to refine fixed immortal travel and gather their remaining forces, to return to southern border and break through the encirclement of the southern border goo immortals around the giant dream realm, to save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Southern border. Sword Escape Immortal goo activated. Swoosh. Fang Yuan's body was like a sword, sharp and cutting through the sky, forming a long white cloudy line behind him. Using Sword Escape Immortal goo alone would not create this white cloudy line behind him. The problem was, Fang Yuan's injuries were very severe now. His injuries were so deep bones could be seen, cloud path down marks were gathered in them, spilling out white clouds constantly. Fang Yuan's expression was pale, he was frowning deeply. Behind him, about 10 li away, a large group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing after him. What caused Fang Yuan's injuries were these ancient cloud beasts. Even though Fang Yuan had the rank 7 flying sword immortal goo, against cloud beasts which were similar to mud monsters, without a fixed body structure, they could not be dealt with. According to legend, Qing created the immortal killer move Myriad Sword Tribulation in the past, using flying sword immortal goo as the core to create 10,000 swords that shoot down like rain. After I return to Langya Blessed Land, I must find immortal killer moves like this, I cannot have this weakness. Such thoughts had appeared in Fang Yuan's mind multiple times. As it turned out, after Fang Yuan found out a secret of his new body, he had a new idea, abandoning his earlier plan and wanting to pass the regional walls to get back to Langya Blessed Land. But not long after that, he unexpectedly entered the attacking range of a group of ancient cloud beasts. Cloud beasts were extremely rare, not just in southern border, but also the other 4 regions. It was no exaggeration to say that they were nearly extinct. But Fang Yuan encountered a group of them, there were even ancient cloud beasts among them which had the battle strength of rank 7 goo immortals. When ancient cloud beasts were stationary, they were like clouds, very hard to detect. Even though Fang Yuan was using investigative methods, he did not have investigative immortal goo, he only had mortal killer moves. Thus, he went into the territory of ancient cloud beasts. After an intense battle, he managed to escape, but the ancient cloud beasts were unwilling to let him go, they chased after him. In his vision, a trace of purple-black color could be seen from behind a mountain range. Southern border's miasma regional wall was already within sight. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. His speed slowed drastically. He had stopped using Sword Escape Immortal goo. This immortal goo was too expensive to use. Right now, Fang Yuan had already expended all of his Langya sect contribution points. To save costs, Fang Yuan could only use Sword Escape Immortal goo at certain times to maintain a safe distance from the cloud beasts. Without Sword Escape Immortal goo, Fang Yuan used mortal killer moves. As a matter of fact, the speed of movement from them could not compare to the ancient cloud beasts. A moment later, the cloud beasts were already very close to Fang Yuan, less than 1 li away. Seeing that the cloud beasts were near, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use Sword Escape Immortal Goo again. Whoosh! His speed rose again, he shrugged off the ancient cloud beast group. The purple-black miasma regional wall covered half of his vision. Finally, when Fang Yuan got to the southern border regional wall, he did not hesitate, entering it immediately. Zero obstruction. It was as if the miasma regional wall in front of him was an illusion. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, he clenched his fists, as expected. I was right, this sovereign immortal fetus goo is truly mystical. From now on, even without fixed immortal travel, I can travel freely over the 5 regions. Of course, Fang Yuan was not only considering this. This can also help me fight. The battle with Qi Zai earlier is a prime example. From now on, I can lure Goo Immortals into the regional walls before killing them. But his excitement only lasted for a short moment. Soon, he frowned again. Because he realized that the ancient cloud beasts behind him also went through the regional walls, with no signs of stopping the chase against him. His guess was confirmed. Fang Yuan sighed to himself, I knew it, I am actually so unlucky. Cloud beasts are nearly extinct in southern border, even if they exist, they would only be a group of 1 or 2 desolate level cloud beasts. Groups of ancient cloud beasts like this only exist in White Heaven and Black Heaven. Seeing how white these ancient cloud beasts are, they must have flown down from White Heaven to breed their next generation. Actually, cloud beasts were a special type of life form from the immemorial 9 heavens. The cloud beasts in the 5 regions were also all from the immemorial 9 heavens. Cloud beasts had a trait. Once in a while, they would fly down from the immemorial 9 heavens, landing in the 5 regions and storing their cloud essence in the clouds in the sky. The clouds that were storing cloud essence would not dissipate unless there was a strong external force. Hundreds of years later, these clouds would turn into cloud beasts. The infant cloud beasts were all desolate level each. Once they were alive, they would follow their instincts and fly towards the sky. Passing the heavenly wind Qi wall, they would return to their origins, the immemorial 9 heavens. During this process, the cloud beasts would be obstructed by the heavenly wind Qi wall, and would be attacked by fierce beasts, as well as all sorts of natural phenomena causing danger. A very small number of them actually made it back to the immemorial 9 heavens. I was so unlucky to actually encounter a cloud beast group after they bred, this luck is truly. Fang Yuan was speechless. Logically speaking, I have already connected luck to many lucky people, even if my body and soul are split into 2 portions, my luck shouldn't be this bad. Don't tell me, to obtain sovereign immortal fetus goo, I expended a huge amount of luck. In this way, disaster follows after great fortune? Fang Yuan flew within the miasma regional wall as a group of ancient cloud beasts followed behind him. Fang Yuan had crashed into the place where the ancient cloud beasts stored their cloud essence, to take revenge for their offspring. The ancient cloud beasts wanted to eliminate Fang Yuan, they would not let him go. As long as Fang Yuan was still injured, the cloud beasts would pursue him. The problem was, these ancient cloud beasts could also move freely within the 5 regional walls. Chapter 1045, Fortuitous Encounter or Trouble? Normally speaking, it was difficult for desolate beasts of the 5 regions to pass the regional walls and move to another region. These desolate beasts, ancient desolate beast and immemorial desolate beasts could match the respective levels of Goo Immortals, they involved the essence of their regions and as such, it was very difficult for them to leave the domain of the region they had been raised and grown in. To them, the regional walls were like shackles. Comparatively, ordinary wild beasts, beast kings, or mutated beasts were much more free and could move through regional walls. This group of ancient cloud beasts that were chasing Fang Yuan, however, were not raised by southern border, but originated from white heaven of the immemorial nine heavens. The regional walls of the five regions had no relationship with them and did not restrict or reject them. Perhaps it was because no matter which layer of the immemorial nine heavens it was, they all covered the whole five regions. This characteristic was already widely known. Previously, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable went against Heaven's will to refine Gu, Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals were able to reach southern border so quickly because they had used Heaven Overseeing Tower to travel through White Heaven. Also, Fang Yuan Stargate Gu could attract the starlight of Black Heaven to travel over the five regions. Both, in essence, were similar to this group of ancient cloud beasts. They all used this special characteristic of the immemorial nine heavens. Fang Yuan was rapidly moving through the regional wall. The group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing closely behind him. Fang Yuan could do nothing but let them follow. These cloud beasts were stubbornly fixed upon Fang Yuan, not willing to rest until they reached their goal. At this time, Fang Yuan couldn't help but fondly recall the benefits of fixed immortal travel. If he had fixed immortal travel, he could simply get away from these problems. Even if Fang Yuan was injured, there was a limit to the range the ancient cloud beasts could chase him. He could use fixed immortal travel to go beyond this limit. However, Fang Yuan only had Sword Escape Immortal Gu as his movement Immortal Gu. If he recklessly used Sword Escape Immortal Gu, it could increase the distance between them, but he would have to pay a huge price. Most importantly, Fang Yuan was not fully aware of the range in which the ancient cloud beasts would continue to chase him. If this range was extremely great, even if Fang Yuan spent all his assets, it might not be enough for the expenditure of activating Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Langya Land Spirit may be simple and unable to lie, but he has all along been planning against me. Previously, he schemed against me when I was dealing with Qi Zai as well. I had to pay a considerable amount to borrow Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If I impatiently tried to get rid of these ancient cloud beasts, he might extort me again. After all, Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu are truly tempting. The regional wall in front of him suddenly turned into a deep blue color. Fang Yuan had already passed southern borders Miasma Regional Wall and had now entered Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall. There was nothing to say. Fang Yuan concentrated on flying. The journey was unimpeded. The regional wall did not have creatures or any other obstructions. Because the regional walls of the five regions in themselves were the greatest obstruction. After flying for a while longer, Fang Yuan looked behind him. Those ancient cloud beasts were still chasing him. Cloud beasts did not have any fixed shape and continued to chase like rolling clouds, white and graceful as snow. But to Fang Yuan, they looked truly troublesome. By now, Fang Yuan had already used all his contribution points from Langya sect and was starting to owe Langya Land Spirit Immortal Essence Stones. If not for these ancient cloud beasts, how could I go this far? What's going on? On the way, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed, his gaze enlarging in wonder. He surprisingly discovered that in this blue water regional wall, his aura was having a mysterious change. His southern border Gu Immortal aura was continuously growing fainter, while the aura of an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal was strengthening constantly. If Fang Yuan had activated Familiar Face, he would not have been so amazed. The key point was that he had not activated this killer move. Could it be that this new body can not only pass the regional walls of the five regions, but can also change my aura into the aura of that region? Fang Yuan speculated inwardly. The moment he flew out of Blue Water Regional Wall, his southern border Gu Immortal aura had completely dissipated and had truly turned into one of an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan naturally was surprised and happy. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly mysterious. I am not even using Familiar Face and my body can actually perfectly adapt to the new region, which means I won't be pushed aside by the region's Gu Immortals. But right now, it is still better for me to use Familiar Face. Fang Yuan gazed at the group of ancient cloud beasts following right behind him and sighed as he activated Familiar Face, turning into a different appearance. He had originally wanted to quietly move through Eastern Sea and return to Northern Plains. But now, with the group of ancient cloud beasts right behind him, he had naturally dispelled this idea. Such a commotion was not what Fang Yuan wanted, but he could do nothing about it. But this place is not far away from the turbulent flow sea area. Maybe I can detour around and move towards the turbulent flow sea area, and use its environment to break away from these ancient cloud beasts? Fang Yuan suddenly had an idea. His 500 years of life experience as a wanderer had given him an understanding of the various environments of the 5 regions. After pondering for a while, Fang Yuan chose to be cautious, giving up this idea. The turbulent flow sea area was like a maze. If he was careless in entering it, he might lose his freedom and be trapped himself. According to rumors, the turbulent flow sea area was a battlefield formed after a life-and-death battle between powerful Gu Immortal experts. It was a bloody battlefield where many Gu Immortal experts had fallen, leaving behind many inheritances. Many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals as well as Gu Immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border would come to the turbulent flow sea area to search for fortuitous encounters. Unfortunately, in his previous 500 years of life, Fang Yuan had never heard of anyone obtaining any huge fortuitous encounter. On the contrary, he often heard of certain Gu Immortals going missing in the turbulent flow sea area. Or that certain Gu Immortals would go missing for several months or several years before they were able to free themselves and appear again in the world. The turbulent flow sea area was not dangerous, but its special environment often caused Gu Immortals to be trapped and not be able to free themselves. Fang Yuan moved like an arrow, forming a straight line in the air. He did not choose the direction of the turbulent flow sea area, instead he flew straight towards Northern Plains regional wall. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was activated, gradually getting distance from the ancient cloud beasts. He had already inquired Langya Land Spirit for information about ancient cloud beasts, but Langya Land Spirit did not know much. Fang Yuan then sent out dozens of wills and treasure Yellow Heaven to search for information on the limits of the tracking range of ancient cloud beasts, but he did not get any useful news. With no other choice, Fang Yuan could only choose to try to see if he could break free of the pursuit of these ancient cloud beasts. Making up his mind, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu unceasingly. Finally, he was able to throw off the ancient cloud beasts beyond his vision. Fang Yuan stopped Sword Escape Immortal Gu and used Mortal Killer moves to continue to fly. His speed naturally slowed. I have paid such a price, it would be good if I have freed myself of them. Fang Yuan was inwardly worried. Not seeing the ancient cloud beasts did not mean he had already gotten away from them. Existences that were comparable to rank 7 Gu Immortals usually did not track using just sight. It depended on what the limit of their tracking range was. Right as Fang Yuan was worriedly gazing back, a blood-red ray of light suddenly flew over from the southeast direction. The blood-red light was soaring through the horizon, and when it sensed Fang Yuan's presence, it immediately lowered its speed before rapidly approaching Fang Yuan. A rank 6 blood path Gu Immortal, and it looks like they went through a fierce battle. Fang Yuan frowned when he sensed the approaching aura. No matter what intention the other party had, Fang Yuan did not want to provoke any more trouble. He already had enough trouble on his hands. He still did not know if he had thrown off that group of ancient cloud beasts behind him, and there was also the earthly calamity which was going to approach in 2 months. Therefore, he immediately changed his direction and flew away from the approaching blood-red light. The Gu Immortal in the blood-red light sensed Fang Yuan's intent, quickly shouting, "Wait! I have found a peerless fortuitous encounter in the turbulent flow sea area. As long as you can help me resolve this crisis, I am willing to use Blood Oath Immortal Gu to form a pact and share this peerless fortuitous encounter with you." Turbulent flow sea area? Peerless fortuitous encounter? There really are people who have obtained benefits? Fang Yuan was truly surprised. Right at this time, several Gu Immortals appeared in the horizon, chasing after the blood-red light with surging momentum and emitting powerful auras. They seemed to have heard what the Blood Path Gu Immortal had shouted to Fang Yuan. Curses after curses began to rain down. A blood path demon causing harm to the world, everyone must execute them. Anyone who associates with the demon shall be killed without mercy. Block this demon and my Tang clan will definitely reward you. No need. I, Lu Qingyu, have struck this demon with my immortal killer move, he definitely won't be able to escape. You there ahead, if you know what's good for you, get lost. In an instant, Fang Yuan was subjected to the persuasion, warnings, and even curses of these Eastern Sigu immortals. Fang Yuan snorted. He was not someone afraid of getting into trouble, but right now, what he had to do was hurry to Langya blessed land and deal with his immortal Aperture's earthly calamity. He changed his direction, moving away directly from the Blood Path Gu immortal. The Blood Path Gu immortal felt very anxious. He had already reached his own limits. Fang Yuan was his only hope to survive. When Fang Yuan retreated, he also changed his direction, flying rapidly towards Fang Yuan. If you can help me, I am willing to hand this fortuitous encounter to you completely, he cried out. Fang Yuan sneered, retreating without hesitation. Seeing this, one of the Eastern Sigu immortals laughed loudly. That's right. Smart guy, you know how to judge the situation, get lost quickly. Someone else also called out, we might as well help one another, lend a hand and we will definitely reward you after this. Fang Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. He only wanted to quietly return to Langya blessed land. Why were there troublesome matters occurring one after the other? He himself did not want to engage in these troublesome matters, but they instead were taking the initiative to follow him. This is the crucial information regarding the inheritance. If you obtain it, your cultivation will definitely advance rapidly and you'd become a superior existence among immortals. The Blood Path Gu immortal threw an information path Gu worm towards Fang Yuan, attempting to lure him. Fang Yuan screamed, screw off. With a wave of his hand, a powerful burst of wind destroyed the Gu worm. At the same time, he rapidly charged towards the sky. The Blood Path demonic cultivator was not able to plot against Fang Yuan, and seeing this hopeless situation, he suddenly shot a streak of strange light towards Fang Yuan. I have already handed the crucial part of the inheritance to this person. If you guys want to get the fortuitous encounter, killing me will be of no use. The Blood Path demonic cultivator yelled loudly before flying away in the opposite direction. The streak of strange light was extremely fast and soon neared Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted. He very much was unwilling to provoke trouble. He shouted in a stern voice, I have important matters to deal with, do not provoke me. Saying this, he simultaneously activated Sword Escape and Flying Sword, these two rank 7 Immortal Gu. Sword Escape increased his speed while Flying Sword Immortal Gu shattered the strange light. Ah, 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Who is this person? Fang Yuan's power had suddenly erupted. The group of immortals were astonished, their expressions changed in an instant. Chapter 1046, Battle of Chase and Escape in Eastern Sea, 1/3. Fang Yuan's aura was only at rank 6, before he took action, there did not seem to be anything special about him. Furthermore, after retreating repeatedly, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals involuntarily started to look down on him. But once he took action, everyone was shaken. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals froze in their tracks, they reassessed Fang Yuan. They saw Fang Yuan wearing white clothing with his long hair fluttering in the wind. Graceful and handsome, he had quite a disposition. Right now, Fang Yuan had an angry expression, like the brewing of a thunderstorm. His killing intent was like a blizzard, giving people a suppressive feeling. There were numerous Eastern Sea Gu immortals, but they all became silent. They turned around and targeted the Blood Path demonic immortal instead. This Blood Path demonic immortal wanted to escape, but his injuries caused his speed to fall. After some time, he was killed by the group of Gu immortals. Based on this, he was indeed at his wit's end. No wonder he threw away the fortuitous encounter and tried to survive by using Fang Yuan. After killing the Blood Path demonic immortal, one of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, a rank 7 that had taken the lead, Lu Qingyu, spoke heavily, the imprint is not on him. Another rank 7 Gu immortal reacted, saying loudly to Fang Yuan, please wait. Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu, the immortals' impressions of him had changed, they no longer acted so rudely towards him like before. They looked at each other, before flying towards Fang Yuan imposingly. Fang Yuan floated in the air, sneering without speaking. Friend. The rank 7 Gu Immortal stopped, partway through, he could not continue his words. The imprint to open up the inheritance was extremely important, but it was missing now. The biggest suspect was Fang Yuan. But there was no way Fang Yuan would let them search his body. Looking at his immortal aperture was even more impossible, it was a huge taboo. If Fang Yuan was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal, with so many people on their side, it was okay to request it. But Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu, and this was only what he showed on the surface. Jolie, what are you afraid of? The 3rd rank 7 Gu Immortal waved his long sleeves as he stepping forward. He had a cold expression, his gaze was sharp, he stared at Fang Yuan, saying, I am a Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea's Tang clan, Tang Song, this matter is difficult to resolve peacefully today. But I have a way, as long as you follow it, you can prove your innocence. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, prove my innocence? Why do I need to prove my innocence? As he laughed, his battle intent surged. It seems that all of you think I am afraid of battle. Fang Yuan said in an ominous tone. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals changed. Fang Yuan squinted, it is laughable, you are being deceived but you remain ignorant. Lu Qing, you killed that blood path demonic immortal, you have already obtained the inheritance imprint, but you are trying to frame me now, you are really scheming. This? The immortals froze again. Many people turned to look at the rank 7 Gu Immortal Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked at Fang Yuan with an angry expression, but he was thinking, impressive. This person has a sharp tongue, he is rank 6 but has 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu, who in the world is he? Since when did Eastern Sea have such a person? I actually don't know who they are. At the same time, he called out, everyone, don't forget about our agreement, what kind of person am I? Why would I possibly deceive you? Fang Yuan chuckled, what agreement? I know that regardless of the Information Path Alliance agreement, it can be broken using information path methods. As for what kind of person you are? I only know that in the face of huge profits, people change and cannot be trusted. Fang Yuan's words were logical, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals hesitated even more. Lu Qingyu flew into a rage, pointing at Fang Yuan, I saw him throw the inheritance imprint to you. The others also saw that I slashed it. Fang Yuan rapidly replied. He he he. Lu Qingyu laughed sinisterly, there are many ways in the world to create illusions, who knows what methods you used to keep the imprint secretly. Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed, saying in a dour tone, I have a mission from First Supreme Elder, I did not want to create trouble. But if it is like this, let's fight. Hearing the words First Supreme Elder, many of the Gu Immortals' pupils shrunk, they thought, so this person is not a lone cultivator, he has a super force behind him. No wonder he has 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. At once, their wariness rose again. Especially the lone cultivators, they operated independently and did not have a force to defend them, they did not want to offend a huge force. Hold it. At this moment, Tang Song stood out, I can guarantee on my Tang clan's reputation, as long as you cooperate with our investigation, if the imprint is not with you, we will let you go. Tang clan was a super force in Eastern Sea, it was equivalent to Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Tang clan? Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his eyebrows raised as the silvery flying sword Immortal Gu flew around him, that's very amazing huh? Do you think my clan will be afraid of your Tang clan? Hee, in that case, let's see what your Tang clan can do. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan used flying sword Immortal Gu, attacking the rank 7 Gu Immortal Tang Song. You. Tang Song did not expect Fang Yuan to strike so suddenly, he was caught off guard, quickly getting into a disadvantage under Fang Yuan's attacks. The other Eastern Sea Gu Immortals decided to look on from the side. This person is not afraid of Tang clan, he has a huge background. Tang clan might be an overlord in Eastern Sea, but it also has enemies like Shin clan and Su clan. Is this person from one of those 2 clans? Since he is attacking Tang Song, that is a good thing. We can stay on the sidelines and watch their methods. If there is a future battle, we will be able to prepare. These Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were not united earlier, they only worked together to capture the Blood Path demonic immortal. Fang Yuan's words and actions caused doubts among them, resulting in division among these immortals. He picked his opponent with specific reasons. If he chose a rank 6 Gu immortal, others would think he was depending on 2 rank 7 immortal Gu to bully a weaker opponent. Only by choosing a rank 7 Gu immortal could there be deterrence. As for why he chose Tang Song, it was because Fang Yuan observed that he was the only rank 7 Gu immortal with a super force behind him. Lone cultivator Gu immortals did not want to offend super forces, and because super forces had many assets to protect and matters to take care of, they were wary of lone immortals. Thus, as someone in an organization, Tang Song spoke and acted with many concerns. After all, he was representing not just himself but his Tang clan as well. Both sides fought for a long time. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Song was still at a disadvantage, he was breaking out in cold sweat. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was very sharp, while Tang Song was a sound path Gu immortal with insufficient defensive methods. He could not block Flying Sword Immortal Gu, he could only evade it. He was furious and startled. A grand rank 7 Gu immortal was being forced to this extent by a rank 6, his face was completely gone. Tang Song had a grim expression as he thought, to salvage my face, I have to use that immortal killer move to capture this rank 6 Gu immortal alive. In that case, my display of weakness earlier can be thought of as a battle tactic. But this immortal killer move was not easy to activate, it comprised 490 Gu worms. Tang Song had to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks while concentrating on the Gu worms in his immortal aperture, and slowly forming his killer move. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu might be useless against mud monsters and cloud beasts, but it is really useful against Gu immortals. Once it pierces the head or heart, they would die. Back then, Qing dominated Central Continent and was known as the strongest person under rank 9, this indicates some of the power of Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the advantage, he had not become careless. Tang Song was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he had a deeper foundation than Fang Yuan. But because Fang Yuan attacked first, he lost the initiative. But currently it was a dangerous situation, the longer it dragged on, the harder it was for Fang Yuan to escape. Most importantly, he could not use Dark Assassination. Because he had to maintain the pressure on Tang Song, Fang Yuan attacked first and pressured him. If he had any time to regain the initiative and use his methods freely, the situation would be different. Thus, Fang Yuan had to use Flying Sword Immortal Gu continuously. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was the core of Dark Assassination, it had to be used together with Dark Limit Immortal Gu. After some time, by combining it with other supplementary Mortal Gu, Dark Assassination could be unleashed. I have few Immortal Gu now, if I had some more. At this time, Fang Yuan sensed something, his movement stopped as he looked behind him. The group of ancient cloud beasts was already within sight. Seeing the group of ancient cloud beasts, Fang Yuan did not feel irritation, he felt joy. The opportunity he was waiting for had arrived. What is going on? What are these things, they have such strong auras. Cloud beasts, oh heavens, so many cloud beasts. These are ancient cloud beasts, why are there so many of them? The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals noticed the ancient cloud beasts, they were puzzled and shocked. Tang Song's focus was on Fang Yuan, seeing that Fang Yuan had relaxed, he was overjoyed, he immediately sped up in completing the immortal killer move he was preparing, it was already 1/3 done in this short time. Soon. Once I use this move to capture you alive, I'll deal with you personally. Tang Song gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan shouted, humph. I lured these ancient cloud beasts out from white heaven. It was to cooperate with the other supreme elders to lure these ancient cloud beasts into a trap and capture them. You people obstructed us, we will deal with you one by one later. If you want to die now, follow me. Saying so, Fang Yuan left Tang Song, flying in the sky. The immortals were shocked but relieved. Fang Yuan's injuries were caused by the ancient cloud beasts. And the ancient cloud beasts were chasing him. These were all evidence for his words. After all, ordinary cloud beasts were very rare, this group of ancient cloud beasts most likely came from White Heaven. Chapter 1047, Battle of Chase and Escape in Eastern Sea, 2/3. Chase, or not? The Eastern Sea Immortals looked at each other. The first to react was rank 7 Gu Immortal Tang Song. Don't think of leaving. He moved like lightning, chasing after Fang Yuan as he shouted. Fang Yuan snorted, "Don't go overboard. Don't think I am afraid of you. If not for my important mission, I would kill you here." Tang Song surged with anger, "Bullshit." His immortal killer move was almost ready to be used. He was about to salvage his face, but at this moment, Fang Yuan ran away. He actually ran. Tang Song was unwilling to let him go. He chased relentlessly. His actions caused the stunned Eastern Sea Gu Immortals to pursue him as well. Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he shouted, "Those who are not afraid to die can come, ha ha ha." Tang Song yelled after him, "Those who are afraid to die are cowards. Chase him, the inheritance imprint is with him, we cannot let him join up with the other Gu Immortals. Only by capturing this person can we obtain the inheritance of the great expert." With such great profits in sight, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals chased with even faster speed after hearing that. Fang Yuan muttered, "Not too stupid," before pointing his finger, as Flying Sword Immortal Gu flew out and shot at Tang Song. Tang Song was shocked. He tried to dodge. But because he was distracted, his immortal killer move was interrupted and he had to start all over again to use it. Tang Song almost stomped his feet in anger. The rank 7 Gu Immortal Lu Qingyu passed him and chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a look and tried to sow discord. "Lu Qingyu, the inheritance imprint is in your hands, but you are chasing after me." Such incredible acting. Lu Qingyu was furious. "Don't run if you have guts. Against you people, why would I need to run? It would be ruining our clan's face." Fang Yuan shouted, "Continue chasing me if you have the guts, we'll see who is the most unlucky one in the end." Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan appeared fearless. He was so arrogant even though he was being pursued by so many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals became increasingly hesitant. There was a key point: who had the crucial inheritance imprint? What Fang Yuan said earlier was highly possible. And in addition, it seemed that Fang Yuan had reinforcements. And to hunt such a huge group of ancient cloud beasts, they must have set up an immortal-level battlefield killer move, or even mobilized their immortal Gu house. This was quite possible. If we enter an immortal battlefield killer move, it would be troublesome. Tang Song was a member of Tang Clan, a super force. He might not be afraid, but these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were lone immortals. These lone immortals were not doing too well, otherwise, they would not have gone into the turbulent flow sea area to find some kind of opportunity. After all, time was very precious for Gu Immortals. First, a Gu Immortal fell to the back of the group before gradually separating from the pursuing group. Next, more and more Gu Immortals imitated their actions. Gu Immortals were not stupid, they were astute figures. The Gu Immortals who fell behind were not willing to let Fang Yuan go, but they were afraid of falling into a battlefield killer move, and being unable to leave. Thus, they all decided to let others take the lead and scout the route. "These guys, they're useless." Lu Qingyu, who was the closest to Fang Yuan, noticed this and mentally cursed, but his actions also became hesitant. He was a lone cultivator and had obtained an opportunity in the past to become immortal. Even though he had immortal Gu, they were rank 6. Against the immortal battlefield killer move of a super force, he might not be able to escape. Even Tang Song was hesitant. He reserved some of his attention and energy to deal with any reinforcements of the enemy. Thus, a strange chase was created. Fang Yuan flew in front, yelling and cursing angrily. He was in a weaker position, but he had an arrogant attitude. Behind him were a bunch of Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they were restrained, they displayed a weaker attitude. Most of the time, Fang Yuan was using mortal killer moves to fly. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals behind him were also using mortal killer moves to follow him. Fang Yuan's thoughts were far less confident than his actions, so troublesome. Looking at this situation, I can only escape to the regional wall and use the advantage in that environment to break free from these pursuers. Lu Qingyu. Fang Yuan took note of this name. Fang Yuan had not received any inheritance imprint. He might have destroyed it, but it was also very possible that was only a deceptive move by the Blood Path demonic immortal. The true inheritance imprint could already be in Lu Qingyu's hands. If that was the case, Lu Qingyu's acting skills were almost on par with Fang Yuan's. He was a deeply shrewd opponent. In the sky high up in the clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With Fang Yuan at the lead, a group of Eastern Sea Gu Immortals flew in the sky while moving like flashes of lightning. There was a huge commotion. Tang Song had secretly been preparing his immortal killer move. It could already be used. He held in his excitement as he accelerated, surpassing Lu Qingyu and getting closer to Fang Yuan. This sudden action made Fang Yuan extremely alert. He immediately used Sword Escape Immortal Gu and raised his speed, flying away. Damn it! Tang Song mentally cursed. His rank 7 immortal killer move had greater effect when the distance was short. With his current distance from Fang Yuan, there was no chance to succeed in capturing him. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and raised his speed. The Gu Immortals behind were internally grumbling. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals were still fine. They could use rank 6 Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves to maintain the distance. But those ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals who were at the bottom of the Gu Immortal world did not even have any rank 6 Immortal Gu. They were quickly left behind. Seeing that Fang Yuan was flying away, rank 7 Gu Immortal Zhou Li was anxious. I have a way. I can bring both of you along with me at great speed. But I need to focus and cannot be distracted. I hope you can restrain him. Lu Qingyu and Tang Song looked at each other, rapidly agreeing. Tang Song was the first to agree. These people had an agreement already. They had a basis to trust each other. Zhou Li roared as countless phantom waves appeared around his body. These phantom waves moved his body as his speed rose. An immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, but Lu Qingyu and Tang Song cheered. They stepped on the phantom waves and allowed the waves to move them forward. The two thus had free time to start attacking. Fang Yuan's situation became bad. Earlier, in the process of chasing, the Gu Immortals behind attacked. But because Fang Yuan was always using Immortal Gu to disrupt them and also dodged them, he was agile and hard to hit. The Gu Immortals behind him could not succeed. But now, 2 Gu Immortals had the free time to focus on attacking. They could use more precise methods and possessed bigger threat. Fang Yuan's pressure intensified. After a while, he was injured. Well done, this person has only so much capability. He only has 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. His other methods are all mortal killer moves. Zhou Li said. He was injured to begin with. He was likely hurt by those ancient cloud beasts. Lu Qingyu said darkly. Even though he has rank 7 Immortal Gu, he is only a rank 6 Gu Immortal. How much green grape immortal essence can he expend? Tang Song said, smiling in the process. As long as this progressed, they were sure to win. Their only concern was the mysterious force behind Fang Yuan and a possible ambush. Thus, they were holding back, and did not deal any fatal blows. Fang Yuan's situation was quite dangerous. If this continued to progress, he might die here. Gu Immortals were intelligent and could form complex ideas. They were much harder to deal with compared to the simple-minded ancient cloud beasts. If they really fought head-on, these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were not the match of the ancient cloud beasts. But their threat towards Fang Yuan was much higher than the ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan had never banked on the two forces fighting each other. Gu Immortals were not stupid. They had to consider the costs and benefits before killing even a cloud beast, not to mention this group of ancient cloud beasts. This means, I can only rely on the 5 regional walls. Even if something gets exposed, I have no choice. Fang Yuan slightly changed his direction and flew towards the closest regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals behind him chased. Along with that group of ancient cloud beasts. Soon, the regional wall appeared in Fang Yuan's sight. The regional wall was like a fence surrounding Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had come out of the regional wall earlier, he was originally very close to it. It was just that he was flying straight ahead as he wanted to save time traveling. If he flew by following the edges of the regional wall, he would have to take a long detour. But who would have expected such trouble to appear from nowhere? Oh no, he is going to enter the regional wall. Lu Qingyu realized Fang Yuan's intention and shouted. Good plan. We are rank 7 Gu Immortals, after we enter the regional wall, we will face greater restrictions than him. Zhou Li said. Quickly attack, don't let him succeed. Tang Song was anxious. The two immortals' attacks changed. They attacked fiercely, Fang Yuan could not block them all, his injuries were getting more severe, some of his bones could be seen through the deep wounds. He. He laughed instead, you dare to attack, very good, Tang clan. If I die and the clan's plans are ruined, we will not let you off. Tang Song's heart shook, you keep claiming to be part of a clan, it is just a hoax. I know Eastern Sea's righteous forces deeply, why have I never heard of you? Fang Yuan laughed again, his tone filled with hatred, Tang Song, why bother probing? I will not fall for it. This matter has to be kept a secret, I was sent out because we were afraid of external interference. Even if you kill me, I will not tell you my background. I will even self-detonate my soul, you will not be able to soul search me. Fang Yuan's words made their hearts sink. Which enemies were the scariest? Everyone had different answers to this question. But a large number of people would agree, an unknown enemy was the scariest. The enemy is hidden while you are exposed, you do not know where they are, or what they are planning against you. This was the worry of the 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals. From start to finish, they did not think that Fang Yuan was lying. After all, ancient cloud beasts were too rare, why would a group of them chase after him like this? There had to be a cause. Since there was a cause, the perpetrator had to have enough confidence in their strength to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts. And in Eastern Sea, what kind of force would be able to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts? Evidently, only super forces like Song Clan. Fang Yuan's words made the 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals' attack slow, and he obtained some precious time to recover. The regional wall was right in front of him, Fang Yuan could almost escape, but at this time, Zhou Li attacked. Chapter 1048, Battle of Chase and Escape in Eastern Sea, 3/3. The phantom waves around Zhou Li that were carrying Tang Song and Lu Qingyu rushed forward, engulfing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of pressure. The waves were only phantom images, but he felt like he was facing a colossal tsunami, he was helpless like an ant, about to be devoured by this tide. An amazing immortal killer move. Rank 7 Gu Immortals are truly hard to deal with. In the moment of danger, these two thoughts flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. Without the waves carrying them, the 3 immortals stopped moving. The matter is settled. Zhou Li smiled as confidence radiated in his eyes. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu looked at each other, they had guessed Zhou Li's scheme, they involuntarily looked at him in a different light, raising their opinion of him. As it turned out, Zhou Li had secretly collected information on Fang Yuan and learned about his abilities, he knew what methods were suitable to deal with Fang Yuan's capabilities. On the surface, he was helping them to fly, but in fact, he was using them to obstruct Fang Yuan while he gathered strength in the phantom waves below him. As they chased, the phantom waves got bigger and bigger, gradually creating a huge force. And now, Zhou Li attacked. He had not taken overt action previously, but once he did, it was a huge tsunami that swallowed everything. It was faster than even Sword Escape Immortal Gu, it could not be stopped. Fang Yuan had the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu, but against the phantom waves, it was ineffective, like dealing with cloud beasts and mud monsters. He still had Sword Escape Immortal Gu, but the phantom waves were already surrounding Fang Yuan tightly. Fang Yuan's room to maneuver became smaller, and Sword Escape Immortal Gu could not escape from the range of the phantom waves in time. To think that this Zhou Li appeared weak and timid on the surface, but he actually had such plans. I raised my voice at him earlier, but he did not retaliate. To think that he is even more shrewd than me. Lu Qingyu felt deep wariness towards Zhou Li. Tang Song had an ugly expression. He had prepared his immortal killer move painstakingly, wanting to save his face, but he did not get a chance to do so. In the end, Zhou Li was the one who benefited. Not mentioning rank 6 Gu Immortals, among those who could become rank 7 Gu Immortals, who would be a simpleton? Once Zhou Li attacked, Fang Yuan was like a trapped beast. Our victory is assured. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals had similar thoughts. But Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Ha ha ha, friends, why are you so foolish? You came to sacrifice your lives. In my opinion, the rank 6 Gu Immortals are far smarter than you. The 3 Immortals looked and saw that Fang Yuan did not evade. His hands were behind his back as he floated in the air, calm and composed. The 3 Immortals' bodies shook. They cried out in their minds, "Oh no! He is fearless. Is this the place where they are ambushing us?" Fang Yuan said again, "What's the name of this move? It can actually accumulate and grow in power over time, but can it break through my clan's immortal battlefield killer move?" He, I think not. These phantom waves had incredible power and could take his life, but Fang Yuan was unmoved, as if this was not a fatal killer move, but a gentle breeze instead. He even dispelled the defensive killer move on his body, lion fur armor, in front of the 3 Immortals. Oh no! This move uses almost all my immortal Gu. It is strong attack but weak defense, if the other party attacks. Zhou Li's pupils shrunk. There was no time to think further. He subconsciously withdrew the phantom waves to defend himself. The phantom waves had already accumulated greatly and were a fatal attack, but with Zhou Li withdrawing most of the waves, only a small portion was left to deal with Fang Yuan. A gap formed as Fang Yuan made use of it. Farewell, friends. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu, flying in the sky like a burst of lightning, entering the blue water regional wall. The 3 Immortals were stunned before feeling intense rage. This kid is so crafty, he was putting up a front. He was at his wit's end, but he acted in such a convincing manner. Let's chase him. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu were furious. They charged towards Fang Yuan again. Zhou Li's expression turned pale. After staring blankly momentarily, he slapped himself before pursuing Fang Yuan again. It was such a good situation earlier, but he messed it up. How could there still be another chance? Fang Yuan had survived narrowly. After entering the regional wall, he went deep into it. The 3 Immortals were greatly troubled. Their higher cultivation level was a burden here. At this moment, the 3 Immortals wished that they were just rank 6 Gu Immortals. The deeper they got into the regional wall, the greater the repulsive force, and the slower their speed became. Left without a choice, the 3 Immortals could only entrust their hope in the rank 6 Gu Immortals who were still behind. But these rank 6 Gu Immortals also faced a lot of obstruction. They were very different from Fang Yuan, who felt zero resistance inside. Soon, the Gu Immortals were left in the dust by Fang Yuan. What cultivation level does this person have? He faces such little resistance inside the regional wall? The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were gloomy. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was purposely holding back. Fang Yuan did not want the secret to be exposed, thus, he lowered his speed and pretended to be having difficulties traveling, only causing them to be suspicious. They could not catch up to Fang Yuan, but the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were unwilling to give up. I don't believe that he can hide here and not come out. He is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Flying here consumes a lot of immortal essence. I want to see if a rank 6 Gu Immortals foundation can match my own rank 7. Even though the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were unwilling to see this, reality was cruel. Fang Yuan left them farther and farther behind. Even the ancient cloud beasts were catching up. After some more chaos, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals felt bitter, seeing the ancient cloud beasts surpass them in chasing Fang Yuan. These ancient cloud beasts came from White Heaven. They were unaffected by the 5 regional walls. Eventually, Fang Yuan left the investigative range of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. They could only chase the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts got closer and closer to Fang Yuan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and raised his speed, flying away. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals chased until some people could no longer take it. They chose to give up, leaving the regional wall. So unlucky. I actually encountered such a person. We know nothing about this person's identity. It is unknown whether he really has a super force behind him or not. Tang Song and Zhou conversed, feeling that hope was slim. Only Lu Qingyu was not talking, continuing his chase. Brother Lu, stop chasing. He is already gone. This matter has so many issues, we should first leave and discuss it. Tang Song and Zhou urged. Lu Qingyu said, I have my methods for investigating. I will not rest until I catch him. Hold on, I will try again, I'll be back shortly. Saying so, he turned into a green rainbow as his speed rose, charging towards the ancient cloud beasts. Tang Song looked at the light as he said in a strange tone, it seems that Brother Lu is anxious. He even used this move. This move uses a lot of his Dao marks to activate, it has a high price, it is a trump card, he rarely uses it. In the past, he used it to escape from many strong foes. What did you say? Zhou Li's expression changed. Tang Song was staring blankly, his expression soon turned grim. The two immortals looked at each other, sensing the rage in their eyes. It was very possible that this Lu Qingyu was not chasing after Fang Yuan, but that he had secretly obtained the inheritance imprint and was trying to escape from them. After all, Fang Yuan destroyed the inheritance imprint that the Blood Path demonic immortal threw out, everyone saw that. And the person who killed the Blood Path demonic immortal was Lu Qingyu. Brother Lu, hold on. This thief is crafty, he might have help arriving, we will lend you a hand, Brother Lu. Tang Song and Zhou quickly chased. Lu Qingyu heard these words and moved even faster, he did not even turn back, it was like he had heard nothing. Tang Song and Zhou affirmed their guesses, their expressions turned grim as they swore that they would not let Lu Qingyu go. Half a month later. A figure penetrated the green licorice regional wall and entered Northern Plains. I am finally in Northern Plains. It was Fang Yuan, he was filled with fatigue, injuries covered his body. He had already healed the wounds that could be treated. But most of his injuries were caused by the ancient cloud beasts, immortal Gu, and even immortal killer moves. These injuries had Dao marks in them, he had to use healing immortal Gu to get rid of them. Fang Yuan only had 3 immortal Gu, he could only stall his treatment. Over on Langya Land Spirit's End, there should be healing immortal Gu, once I return, I would get to rest. Fang Yuan spurred himself on. Earlier, he had fought with the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, and these last days, in order to escape from the ancient cloud beasts, he had used Sword Escape Immortal Gu again. He already owed Langya Land Spirit a huge debt. Most importantly, because the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were pursuing him, Fang Yuan had to travel in the regional wall. Thus, he took a long detour and consumed a lot of immortal essence. But these were not important. The important thing was the immortal Aperture's calamities and tribulations. Time was running shorter, Fang Yuan's bad feeling was getting deeper. Turning around and looking back, the ancient cloud beasts' figures were already vaguely showing in the regional wall. Fang Yuan sighed as he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu, flying towards the northeast direction. Fang Yuan did not know the exact location of Langya Blessed Land. Earlier, Langya Blessed Land was near Crescent Lake, but because of Shadow Sect's attack, Langya Blessed Land had relocated. After contacting Langya Land Spirit, he did not tell Fang Yuan the exact location of Langya Blessed Land, he only gave a direction, a Gu Immortal would come and pick him up. 3 days later, Fang Yuan reached the meetup location, but no one was there. The ancient cloud beasts continued to chase him and he could only run away. After contacting Langya Land Spirit, he realized that Langya Land Spirit had dispatched a hairy man Gu Immortal, but he encountered human Gu Immortals along the way and was killed. Langya Land Spirit could only send another person to go, but an unexpected mishap happened again. This hairy man Gu Immortal vanished mysteriously, he could not be contacted. To bring back Fang Yuan, Langya Sect had lost 2 hairy man Gu Immortals, and they did not even manage to bring Fang Yuan back to the Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit could not bear such a loss. He told Fang Yuan the location directly. 7 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at Fengbo Cliff. At Fengbo Cliff, he saw the arrangements of Langya Land Spirit. This was an immortal level goo formation. Its use was similar to the Green Crystal Heroes Path Zombie Alliance had. Fang Yuan used it to free himself from the ancient cloud beasts, returning to Langya Blessed Land. After so many troublesome circumstances, he was finally safe. Chapter 1049, Selling a Human Slave. Langya Blessed Land, Black Hair Continent. Steel Thread City was the grandest city in Black Hair Continent. Just within the city, there were hundreds of thousands of hairy men. Not to mention the periphery of the city, with countless villages and towns around. Langya Blessed Land could be considered the largest paradise of hairy men in the current world. Within the Blessed Land, there were 4 continents. 3 were on the sea, with similar sizes. The 4th one was the smallest but was floating in the sky, known as Cloud Cover Continent. It was the sacred land that hairy men from the other 3 continents aspired to reach. In the trading market of Steel Thread City, there was much clamor. It was one of the most famous markets in Black Hair Continent. Today, at the southeast corner of this market, a fat and muscular hairy man walked onto the stage. On the stage, there were a ring of hairy men with muscular and hairy bodies. These hairy men had black and brown hair. This was the natural hair color of the hairy men on Black Hair Continent. The fat and muscular hairy man stepped onto the stage as the hairy men below started calling out. Among them, one asked loudly, "Kong Ba, what goods do you have this time?" The hairy man Kong Ba was a slave merchant. He specialized in selling slaves. He had a huge business, and a certain amount of fame. Kong Ba heard this and laughed, looking around. "Don't worry everyone, I brought a lot of yellow-haired slaves this time. They include quasi-masters in refinement path. You will definitely be pleased." The surrounding hairy men had shining eyes. They discussed enthusiastically. Ever since Lord Immortal declared from Cloud Cover Continent that seeds would be chosen every 10 years to learn the ways of immortals, our 3 continents have been engaging in huge battles. As for how to choose the immortal seeds, it will depend on who can draw the Lord Immortal's attention in the battles between the 3 continents. Just now, our Black Hair Continent joined up with White Hair Continent to deal with Yellow Hair Continent. I heard we won several battles and captured a number of yellow hairs. I am an old man, I dare not think of becoming immortal, but I want these yellow-haired slaves as labor for my goo refinement factory. These slaves are better than employing goo masters. They are cheap and I control their life and death. Their offspring will also continue to be my slaves. Everyone. Hairy man Kong Ba raised his hands, causing the surroundings to become quiet. I do not want to waste everyone's time. I will now bring out the first slave. Everyone can have a look. Bring him here. Quickly move. Behind the stage, a muscular black-haired hairy man dragged the chain in his hands. At the end of the chain, a slave was tied up, full of injuries that exposed his flesh. It was Fang Jing, who was interrogated earlier. Fang Jing could not resist the black-haired hairy man's brute force. He almost fell to the ground after being pulled. But when he stood up, he stared at the black-haired hairy man fiercely, with a firm and stubborn expression. Crack. The black-haired hairy man raised his whip and lashed at Fang Jing's face. Fang Jing felt his face turning numb, before an intense pain assaulted him. But he gritted his teeth. He swallowed the scream that he was about to utter back down his throat. "You're asking for a beating, move quickly." The black-haired hairy man laughed as he stretched out his arm that was thicker than Fang Jing's legs. He grabbed his neck and raised him up. Next, the black-haired hairy man stepped onto the stage and walked a few steps to the center, before throwing Fang Jing down. Fang Jing's neck was grabbed, he could barely breathe, his head was spinning. After being thrown onto the stage, he nearly fainted on the spot. He was seeing stars, his head was dizzy, he was sprawled on the ground, unable to stand up. "Be careful, you idiot." Kong Ba scolded angrily. The black-haired hairy man who brought Fang Jing did not dare to offend him. He quickly apologized. "Scram." Kong Ba scolded angrily. The black-haired hairy man quickly ran down the stage. Kong Ba's expression changed instantly, turning from angry to joyous as he pointed at Fang Yuan, explaining to the hairy men, "This slave is a rare breed. I, Kong Ba, obtained him with great difficulty." These words attracted the interest of the audience. "This slave is not weak at all, he has rank 5 cultivation level." Soon, someone noticed Fang Yuan's faint Gu Master aura and gasped. "Is this a city lord from Yellow Hair Continent? He was actually captured and had nearly all his hair shaved, who humiliated him like this?" Immediately after, someone asked this curiously. "In White Hair Continent, Black Hair Continent, and Yellow Hair Continent, the city lords usually has the highest authority, they had rank 5 cultivation level. In the culture of hairy men, they were proud of the hair on their bodies. Getting their hair shaved was the most cruel humiliation and punishment. In the hearts of most hairy men, it was worse than death. To make a comparison, it was like having male convicts castrated on earth." Kong Ba laughed. "You all are guessing wrongly, this slave is not a hairy man, he is a purebred human." "What? Human? He is a human?" In Langya Blessed Land, hairy men were the dominant race, they rarely saw others. Many of the hairy men present were shocked, this was the first time they had heard of the rumored human. Fang Yuan had already recovered from his daze, he felt extremely uncomfortable, being watched by so many hairy men. "Get up, stand properly." Kong Ba made a hooking motion with his finger. Fang Yuan lost control of his body, a formless force was controlling him, causing him to stand up on the stage. The hairy men below the stage could see him clearly now, they were conversing softly with each other, exclaiming in wonder over Fang Yuan. Kong Ba laughed, feeling very pleased. He had spent a huge amount to buy this Fang Yuan, it was to create this commotion. Now, it seemed his goal had been achieved. The hairy men below the stage were talking among themselves, growing louder and rowdier. "Quickly look, there's a human slave on sale there." "Really? I want to see it." Go, and look at this rare thing." More and more hairy men noticed this, they were gathering from all around the market. Fang Yuan stood on the stage, looking down at the sea of hairy men, he was also staring widely. There was such a huge number of hairy men, this was the first time Fang Yuan was seeing such a thing. He had seen hairy men in Immortal Crane sect before, they were slaves for finding Gu. He knew the situation of the 5 regions, humans were the absolute rulers, variant humans were heavily suppressed, desperately surviving in some isolated parts of the world. But now, it seemed that these hairy men were the rulers here, and humans were heavily suppressed. "Where is this place?" Fang Yuan felt increasingly confused and puzzled. He remembered being interrogated and tortured, the prison guard told him that his brother was dead and who Immortal Blessed Land was taken over. At first, he did not believe it, but after some interrogation and torture, he was half believing and half doubtful. Now that he saw this, his puzzlement was intensifying. "Kong Ba, how much are you selling this slave for?" Someone shouted. "Ha ha ha, this much." Kong Ba raised both hands, extending all 10 of his fingers. The crowd went into a commotion, many cried out, "So expensive! Kong Ba, you are robbing us. You must be crazy to think of such money." Everyone. Kong Ba raised his voice, saying loudly, "This is a rank 5 Gu Master, after becoming your slave, you will gain a rank 5 fighter. This is an opportunity that you may never encounter again." But there were astute figures among the hairy men under the stage. "A rank 5 Gu Master, it will not be easy to enslave him." "That's right, to enslave an expert like this, we need at least rank 4 cultivation level. Also, this slave has clearly been tortured and interrogated, maybe he is already heavily injured. What if he dies after we buy him?" Kong Ba pretended to be furious, "Who do you think I am? I do business based on sincerity and honesty. Look at him, take a good look." Saying this, Kong Ba walked towards Fang Yuan and firmly pressed his fingers around Fang Yuan's chin and lips. Fang Yuan felt intense pain, his mouth opened involuntarily, revealing his teeth and lips. "Look at his teeth, come, look at his skin." Kong Ba tore, and with a sharp sound, Fang Zhang's shirt was completely shredded. Fang Zhang shuddered. He was completely naked, exposed in front of the band of hairy men. Even though he has injuries over his body, they are all superficial wounds, they can be treated. I can assure they will not result in problems. Fang Zhang gritted his teeth, his eyes were spewing fire, intense anger and humiliation filled his heart. He would love to kill all of these hairy men instantly. Kong Ba chuckled. He used a twig to hold up the object in Fang Zhang's groin, saying, "Everyone, look, this thing is still working. In the future, he can create human offspring for you. You will have an unlimited supply of slaves." Ha ha ha. The hairy men were laughing loudly. Fang Zhang's face was red. He was extremely humiliated. If not for Kong Ba immobilizing him completely, he would have bitten his tongue and tried to suicide. "I will buy this slave." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and saw a female hairy man. She had black hair all over her body, and she looked at Fang Zhang with a lustful expression. "Greetings to City Lord." The hairy men all knelt down, including Kong Ba. Ha ha ha. The female city lord, who was twice the size of normal hairy men, ordered, "Kong Ba, give this slave medical treatment, clean him and send him to my home. By night time, I want to see him." "As you command, our beautiful and strong city lord." Kong Ba was overjoyed. He cowed out as he acknowledged. Fang Zhang shut his eyes, losing all hope in life. At this moment, there was a thunderous sound. The world trembled. A five-colored light shot up from cloud-covered continent in the sky, shining over the entirety of Langya blessed land. What is happening in cloud-covered continent? Oh heavens, this is the light of the Immortals. This is a huge blessing. The attention of the hairy men was drawn by this event. Everyone raised their heads and looked with curiosity, admiration, and envy. As for Fang Zhang, he was completely forgotten already. Chapter 1050, Recovering from Injuries. On this day, from cloud-covered continent, a huge light burst into the sky. Light in the colors of the rainbow was shining in the sky, shooting into the sky like a beam from the heavens. It was so dazzling. All of the hairy men on black hair continent, white hair continent, and yellow hair continent only needed to raise their heads to see it. "This is the work of Immortals." The hairy men sighed. If this were in the past, the three continents would only have rumors and vague legends of Immortals. But after Langya Land Spirit's personality changed, the situation changed completely. Langya Land Spirit sent out orders, imitating the Imperial Court contest, to stir up competition in the three continents to select elite candidates to cultivate in cloud-covered continent. The war between the three continents affected all hairy men, and the immortal miracle of cloud-covered continent stirred the passions of the hairy men. Becoming an immortal. Black Hair King looked at the sky, his eyes shining with brilliant light. As the light faded, Black Hair King made up his mind, "Send out my imperial decree. The immortal miracle is an auspicious sign. We will hold a martial competition in remembrance of this. The winner of the martial competition will be able to choose a treasure from our treasury." "Yes." The guard who received the order answered as they left in a bowing position. Black Hair King's idea was not new. He had thought about it for a long time already. The war between the three continents made Black Hair King realize that the mindset of refinement being important above all needed to be abandoned. To deal with the future battles, he needed elite masters skilled in combat. With Black Hair King's order, a huge commotion spread out from the imperial city, rapidly projecting outwards and growing larger and larger. Soon, half a month later, Steel Thread City had an esteemed guest. This guest was received by Steel Thread City Lord personally, because he was also a city lord himself. "Huafeng City Lord, is there anything you need by coming here?" During the banquet, while drinking, Steel Thread City Lord asked. "Steel Thread City Lord, you are an insightful person, you know my intentions in coming here already." Huafeng City Lord smiled, pointing at the hairy man masters behind him. "The king wants to hold a martial competition, but each region can only send 3 people. And in our region, there are both of our cities. The Gu masters behind me are the ones I am going to send to the competition. But because the king has limited the number of people, we can hold a contest here first and decide who goes to the martial competition. Ha ha ha. Very good, I have the same idea. Steel Thread City Lord laughed, clapping as she summoned the hairy man Gu masters onto the stage. Both sides dispatched a person each and started to fight. After several rounds, Huafeng City won all of their matches, while Steel Thread City lost all of theirs. Huafeng City Lord laughed, drinking wine casually, while Steel Thread City Lord had a grim expression. She had a heavy feeling. To think that Huafeng City Lord came prepared, he picked such elite Gu masters. Oh no, if we do not win any battles, this would definitely become widely spread news. For the next few years, we will live under the pressure of Huafeng City. There is only one match left. Steel Thread City Lord, please send your participant. Huafeng City Lord urged. Steel Thread City Lord snorted coldly. She placed her gaze on a hairy man. But this hairy man Gu master was breaking out in cold sweat. This situation made him feel a strong burden. Precisely so, he felt a lack of confidence. Not just him, the higher-ups of Steel Thread City in the banquet also felt no confidence in him. At this moment, an elder in the city transmitted to Steel Thread City Lord secretly, "City Lord, I know someone who can salvage our reputation." Steel Thread City Lord heard this and was overjoyed. She quickly asked who it was. This elder answered, "City Lord, did you forget, you recently bought a human slave, he has rank 5 cultivation level." Steel Thread City Lord was stunned, her expression was bitter as she transmitted, "This is inappropriate. My contest with Huafeng City Lord is an open, fair, and just matter involving our reputations. If I send out this human slave, so be it if we lose, but if we win, he will be sent to participate in the martial competition. If the king sees that my Steel Thread City sends a human instead of hairy men, would he not reprimand me?" The elder laughed. He knew that this was just Steel Thread City Lord's excuse. The truth was, Steel Thread City Lord was just reluctant. That slave called Fang Yuan had been visited by the City Lord almost every night since he was bought. This had made a lot of the higher-ups unhappy. The elder continued, "City Lord, don't worry. The current king is magnanimous, he only cares about talent. Among the elders assisting him, there are no lack of snowmen and feathermen. City Lord, if you send Fang Yuan and he loses, he can take full responsibility. If he wins, our reputation will be salvaged, and he would be sent to the competition. The king would surely hold a good opinion of you, he might even think of you as a friend, who knows?" Steel Thread City Lord looked at this elder deeply, thinking, this old fox is really scheming. Isn't the reason simply because I have neglected the nephew that you sent to me? This is such a vile plan. If we win, I will send Fang Yuan away. If we lose, I will have to kill Fang Yuan and throw the responsibility to him. Regardless of victory or defeat, I will lose Fang Yuan. Oh, forget it. Steel Thread City Lord sighed, how can I be someone who gives in to lust and neglects the important matters? Even though Steel Thread City Lord visited Fang Jing every night and was obsessed with him, she was a hard-hearted person, a hairy man who pursued authority and power. In her heart, looks were nothing. Thus, Steel Thread City Lord swapped that hairy man and summoned Fang Jing, informing him. After learning of the reason, Fang Jing walked onto the stage. It is a rank 5 Gu master. Huafeng City Lord's heart jumped, sensing Fang Jing's rank 5 aura. He immediately was on alert. He smiled, according to the rules, my side will decide the content of this round. In the previous few rounds, we competed using battle strength, now how can the traditions and essence of us hairy men be discarded? This round, we will compete using Gu refinement. Once he said that, Steel Thread City Lord almost berated him in anger. The elders from Steel Thread City also looked towards Huafeng City Lord with distaste. But Huafeng City Lord had been a city lord for many years, he was unabashed, he ignored these glances. Steel Thread City Lord could not rebuke him, after all, the rules were set earlier. She waved to Fang Jing, go and compete. Display all of your capabilities, remember, you must win at all costs. If you lose, you will lose your life to compensate for the loss. Fang Yuan heard this and was expressionless. He had been utterly humiliated these last days. Steel Thread City Lord had a strong desire for night activities. She liked all sorts of stances and positions. They did it 17 or 18 times a night. She had no restraints. Fang Yuan felt like he was better off dead. Fang Yuan really wanted to simply die, but as a slave, he was under their control. He could not even die if he wanted to. Steel Thread City Lord threatened him with death now. To him it was a form of release. In his mind, there was a thought: do I still want to live? I might as well surrender and die. But at this moment, a voice appeared in his mind: idiot. A true man needs to be able to give in and put down his pride at times. This humiliation is nothing. If you have guts, take revenge in the future. Cut all of these enemies who humiliated you into a million pieces. This is the act of an outstanding individual. Who are you? Fang Yuan was shocked. He screamed out loud. On the other side, Huafeng City's final hairy man Gu Master stepped onto the stage. He thought Fang Yuan was talking to him. He puffed out his chest and said, I am Mao Ba. Fang Yuan did not respond. He had regained his freedom. He could use many Gu worms now, but the voice in his mind appeared and vanished instantly. He could not find any traces of it no matter how much he inspected his body. Scum, you dare to humiliate me? Mao Ba was furious. He gave his own name, but Fang Yuan ignored him. It was as if he was too high and mighty to introduce himself. Mao Ba was extremely angry. Why is this guy so angry? Fang Yuan was startled into awareness by Mao Ba. He thought this to himself. Because of this misunderstanding, before the contest started, there was huge animosity. Under everyone's gazes, the contest started. Mao Ba was the strongest Gu master in Huafeng City. He was skilled in both the pen and the sword. Not only was he good at fighting, he was also skilled at refining Gu. In contrast, even though Fang Yuan cultivated an immortal crane sect for some time, he mainly cultivated enslavement path. He had only explored refinement path a little. The contest had just started, but Mao Ba already took the lead. During the middle of the contest, Mao Ba had already left Fang Yuan in the dust. His advantage was immense. In the final moments, the hairy men watching, be it from Steel Thread City or Huafeng City, did not think that Fang Yuan could win. Even Fang Yuan thought the same. Am I going to lose? So be it, death is release after all. He sighed internally. Bullshit. At this time, the voice spoke again. Fang Yuan was shocked, his hands trembled, the half-complete Gu went up in smoke. Ha ha ha. Huafeng City Lord laughed. Steel Thread City Lord had an ugly expression. Inside Fang Yuan's mind, the voice continued, how can a true man falter in the face of such a small setback? You are Fang Yuan? This time, Fang Yuan recognized the voice. Hehe, my main body is already dead. Only this will is left in your mind. As my brother living in this world, you are not thinking of improving yourself, you do not seek revenge. I truly cannot watch any more. Fang Yuan's will scolded angrily. Fang Yuan snorted, thinking, you are already dead, why are you still coming out to interfere in matters? He was familiar with Lord Skycrane's soul, who helped him cultivate in the past. It was easy for him to converse with Fang Yuan's will. In fact, he even felt a sense of nostalgia. But on the surface, the hairy men could not see anything. They only thought that Fang Yuan was completely dazed and had a blank expression. Fang Yuan's will felt Fang Yuan's animosity and laughed nonchalantly. Since I am dead, why did you use my name to impersonate me? Fang Yuan was silent. Fang Yuan's will continued, you were humiliated and tortured, but you refused to expose your real name. This shows that you still have a sense of shame, anger, and hatred. Then why are you not using this chance to improve and get stronger? You know the situation, if you win this, you will be able to join the martial competition, freeing yourself from being a slave and regaining freedom. I want to win too, who doesn't want revenge and freedom? But my loss is assured. Fang Yuan said angrily. Haha. Fang Yuan's will laughed, as long as you follow my instructions, you can surpass Mao Ba and win this. Fang Yuan was stunned. He asked, What scheme is it this time? Humph. Fang Yuan's will snorted, even though I am dead, I am indignant. I want revenge. None of the hairy Mangu immortals who killed me will escape. You are my hope for revenge. Aren't you using my name now? Then take revenge for me. Why must I help a demon who slaughtered his entire clan like a monster take revenge? Fang Jing replied furiously. Fang Yuan's will replied, there is no time for you to squabble. Follow my instructions. Start the fire, put in the 3 different kinds of gold. Remember, profound gold, ice gold, and tear gold, place them inside the cauldron in order. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, even though he did not want to listen to Fang Yuan, his words gave him some hope of victory, and this concerned his life. Hesitating for a while, he stretched out his hand. Refining goo again. The audience laughed loudly upon seeing this. But in a few minutes, they could not laugh anymore, they looked at Fang Jing in shock. He raised his right hand, holding the goo worm, he had refined it under everyone's gazes. I won. He breathed in deeply, declaring loudly. In the hall, nobody spoke. Even his opponent, Mao Ba, could not accept this fact, he was staring blankly. The atmosphere was quite unique. The hairy man did not want to acknowledge that a human had defeated an expert hairy man goo master in a competition of goo refinement. After a while, someone said, quickly look, the rainbow light from cloud cover continent is fading. Everyone followed what the voice had said. Dozens of gazes looked through the entrance of the hall, indeed, the rainbow light coming from cloud cover continent was vanishing. From the rainbow light, a figure walked out. It seems you have recovered. Langya Land Spirit looked at this person and smiled. Yes. This person nodded, this is all thanks to First Supreme Elder. As he spoke, the rainbow light faded, showing his appearance. If Fang Jing saw this person, he would be shocked. This person was naturally Fang Yuan. Langya Land Spirit laughed, if you want to thank me, isn't it simple? Give Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Goo to me. Fang Yuan smiled, giving is impossible. But we can make a trade. I wonder what price First Supreme Elder is willing to pay. Ugh. Langya Land Spirit's laughter stopped, this. He was hesitant, awkwardness was written all over his face.